Chapter 101. The temperature has risen now. Not as cold as in winter. But people are waiting in line under the sun. Some people have come here without eating or drinking. They can't help but complain and get angry. But there are rescue soldiers patrolling with guns. So they dare not cause too much riot. The denim jacket on Li Fei seems to be really not suitable. She wiped the sweat on her forehead and suddenly wanted to eat ice cream. But she couldn't take it out now? Wouldn't it be like taking out a piece of shiny gold? Since ice cream can't be eaten, water can still be drunk. Li Fei had put her backpack in front of her. She reached in and took a bottle of mineral water from the space as a cover. Fortunately, she didn't keep all the drinks at home in reality, so she could get drinks from the space in a situation like this. After being exposed to the sun, the mineral water at room temperature seemed a little cold. Li Fei opened the lid and drank half of the bottle directly. When she turned her head, she saw Wusini looking at her pitifully. And the meaning was self-evident. Li Fei said calmly, "A bottle of water is 200 yuan. The people in front and behind the team gasped and were surprised. The mineral water in her hand was only a few yuan in the store. But it was 100 times more expensive when she opened her mouth. Wusini smiled and nodded. "Okay. Give me a bottle." Li Fei reached into her backpack and took out another bottle of mineral water from the space and handed it to him. In the eyes of others, Wusini opened the lid and drank without paying. And they started discussing unconsciously. This girl, if she is allowed to sell things, she must be a profiteer. But that is clean water. It is obvious that it has not been opened. So what if it is more expensive? Anyway, I am dying of thirst. Strange. I didn't see the man pay. What's going on? Stupid. Look how close they are. There must be a relationship. Hungry, thirsty, and sunburned. When will this line end? Can't we just let us in earlier? Mom, I am so thirsty. A girl who looked like a junior high school student leaned on her mother's shoulder. Her lips were dry, and her breathing was rapid. I don't know if it was because of the sun or something else. The mother was anxious because she had thought that more people and more hands would buy more supplies to take home. But she didn't even get into the mall. Didn't even see the supplies. And was about to die in the sun outside. However, she heard from the front that someone had mineral water and directly listed the price. She was moved and told her daughter to stay in the team and went forward to look for people. She was not far from Li Fei and soon saw the latter who was drinking water and hurriedly asked in a sad voice, "Hello. Can you sell me a bottle of water? My daughter is really thirsty. I can pay for it." With this proactive person, there was a commotion among the crowd. If they were to pay for it, who wouldn't pay for it? Besides, they all brought a lot of money with them to buy supplies. But they didn't know what the situation was like inside the mall. What if they didn't have enough money for the supplies? So everyone was talking about it. But no one really came to buy water. It's hot. It's thirsty. But being able to hold on until entering the mall is a victory. This is what most people think. But the mother couldn't bear to see her daughter suffer. So after repeated consideration, she chose to come and buy. Li Fei glanced at her, but didn't refuse directly, but said, 800 yuan a bottle. Cash required. Before the mother could say anything, everyone heard this and said dissatisfiedly, "You want 800 yuan for a bottle of water? Why don't you just rob someone? You think our money is blown by the wind? How can you raise the price so much? Do you have any conscience? They are an orphan and a widow. So what's wrong with helping them? You have extra water anyway. Right?" Someone even squinted and asked maliciously, "You gave water to the man next to you without charging before. Why do you want so much money this time? Did you get some other benefits?" Wusini felt a little aggrieved. What benefits? It was obvious that all his money was with her. She could just take it directly. But he couldn't say it. Materials are precious now. But it doesn't mean that no one will come to rob money directly. Looking at it this way, she looks a bit like the mistress of the house. Sun exposure will make the skin red. But when Wusini thought of this, her earlobes and neck suddenly turned red. And her face became even redder. Li Fei didn't care about these people's moral kidnapping. And it was a waste of their saliva. She put the water into the package and said calmly, "She came to me first. And I didn't force her to buy it. She can buy it or not. And I only have the last 2 bottles left. I won't wait for her after the time is up." What a joke. Why should she give her a bottle of water for nothing? What's wrong with an orphan girl and a widow? She is also an orphan. When the mother heard that there were only 2 bottles of water left, she gritted her teeth and said, "I'll buy it." It just so happens that I brought cash. So one bottle is enough. After the network signal was stuck, the mother was worried that the online payment might be invalid or something. So she went to the nearby bank to withdraw money as soon as there were fewer zombies. It was quite foresight. She took out 8 red bills from her wallet, even brand new ones, and handed them over. After Li Fei took them and checked their authenticity, he took a bottle of mineral water from his bag and handed it to her. The mother thanked him and left with the mineral water. Whether she could keep it well in the future depended on herself. According to Li Fei, apart from this bottle of mineral water, there was only one bottle left. The bright sunshine continued to radiate heat. In the past, it was a good time to bask in the sun. But now most people are hungry and thirsty, and they really can't stand the heat anymore. Everyone looked at each other, struggling with their own mind. Should they buy or not buy a bottle of mineral water for 800 yuan? Originally, the price would not be so outrageous even for imported goods. After receiving several waves of free relief food, they did not want to spend such a high price just to buy a bottle of mineral water. Li Fei sneered in her heart. Not to mention 800 yuan. Such a bottle of mineral water might not be available for 80 or 80,000 yuan in the future. She only offered 800 yuan because it was possible to sell it. Finally, a relatively young guy with a red face from the sun stood up and said, 800 yuan. Right? I'll buy it. Li Fei reminded, I only want cash. And there is no network now. Just as the young man opened his backpack to collect the 800 yuan, another middle-aged man waved his hand and said, Stop! Or sell it to me. I'll give you 1,000 yuan. The young man said angrily, Who the hell are you? I came first. Okay? The middle-aged man snorted and laughed. I don't care who you are. I bid high. I want this bottle of water. The scene that would never happen at a real auction can be seen everywhere in the end times. Wu Xini silently covered her bottle of mineral water. Soon, another middle-aged woman holding an umbrella fanned herself with her hands and said impatiently, You bid high? Then can't I bid higher than you? Little girl, I'll give you 1,500 yuan. Sell this bottle of water to me. When they heard the price, their overheated heads seemed to be instantly sobered up by a basin of cold water, as if even their breath was mixed with some chill. Mineral water for 1,500 yuan a bottle? Is that still mineral water? It is filled with snow water from the top of Mount Everest. Right? And the young man, the middle-aged man, and the middle-aged woman, just looking at their dress and momentum, they are not ordinary people. Or to put it simply, they are definitely rich people. But no matter how rich they are, they can't predict the arrival of the end of the world in advance. And they still have to queue up to buy supplies, like ordinary people, and stand in the sun. Some people secretly gloated in their hearts. Some people completely gave up the last bottle of mineral water and continued to queue up. But there was a trace of viciousness in the eyes of a few people, and I don't know what they were thinking. The middle-aged man spat and cursed back. Where did you come from? A stinky woman. To dare to compete with me? I'll pay 2,000. I'll take this bottle of water. The middle-aged woman didn't know what was hurt by being poked, and her face wrinkled with anger. She didn't even raise the price, but started to curse back, which was completely inconsistent with her rich woman temperament. The young man took out the money and said to Li Fei, I bought it. Give me the water. Li Fei glanced at it and saw that the red bills were still 800 yuan. So he said, 2,000 yuan. You took less. What? The young man shouted. Are you kidding me? Didn't we agree on 800 before? But the lady said 2,000. If I sell it to you, I can only get 800 yuan. But if I don't sell it to you and wait a little longer, I will definitely get 2,000. Li Fei shrugged and smiled playfully. Brother, you can definitely afford 2,000. One hand pays the other hand. You pay me, and I will give you the water immediately. Otherwise, they will raise the price again after they finish arguing. Anyway, she can definitely afford to wait. It would be best if a group of rich people continued to raise the price. It would be her first money, and she could buy more supplies when she entered the mall. Originally, the young man was still red-eyed and gritted his teeth when he heard the first half of the sentence. But when he heard the second half of the sentence, he hurriedly took out the remaining banknotes and stuffed them at random. Li Fei counted the bottles to identify the authenticity as usual, and took out another bottle of mineral water from his backpack. The young man snatched the bottle when he saw it, and went to the team next to him while cursing softly. Li Fei looked over and saw that there was a young woman with the young man. who should be a couple. And the former opened the bottle cap and gave it to the latter to drink first. The middle-aged man and the middle-aged woman saw that the last bottle of water was bought by the young man, and their faces turned red, blue, and white. Their emotions were similar to a group of seasoning jars that were overturned on the cooking table. They stopped arguing and returned to their respective seats in a huff. Li Fei stuffed the 2,000 yuan into her bag, actually into her own system backpack grid, so it would not be mixed with Wu Sini's bag of money. Wu Sini saw Li Fei's proud and teasing look, and for some reason, he felt a little cute, and couldn't help but smile. But at this moment, he suddenly noticed something. He glanced behind him, and saw two strangers approaching from both sides. It seems that just 2 bottles of water were still targeted. Not to mention that Li Fei also brought a bag. But most of the money in the bag was his own. Wu Sini's eyes darkened, pretending not to care, but actually waiting for the opportunity. When the man's hand secretly reached out, after judging the distance and position, he immediately grabbed the man's wrist and pushed it back with a lightning speed. Li Fei also quickly took out the pepper spray and sprayed it on the face of the person on the other side. The two strangers immediately fell to the ground and cried out, "On my eyes! My eyes hurt so much! My arms! My arms are numb!" But the two rolled on the ground, and the others not only did not help but also avoided them, fearing that they would be touched by bad luck. But are they really innocent? Not necessarily. Those two people came up to steal and rob. How could others not see it? But they all chose to ignore it, and even had expectations. Because some people don't have supplies themselves. They also want others to have the same difficulties as themselves. If Li Fei and Wu Sini were robbed, they would only applaud secretly. But once the two men were subdued, they definitely didn't want to be provoked. Some people even shouted in the direction of the rescuers, calling them over. 2 rescuers came trotting over again. What a coincidence! They were the same 2 who had come before. The 2 rescuers looked at the man who was still rolling on the ground screaming in pain, then looked at Li Fei and Wu Sini, with a bit of helplessness on their faces, and asked, "What happened again?" Li Fei held her backpack and said with a pitiful and aggrieved look, "These 2 people wanted to steal my bag. I was just defending myself." This pitiful look was not convincing, because the 2 people on the ground were obviously much more pitiful. But the rescue soldiers didn't say anything. The anti-wolf spray is indeed for self-defense. It's impossible for the girl in front of her to use it to spray people. If the 2 people on the ground hadn't made any sneaky movements, they wouldn't have been sprayed. The most important thing is that they have seen many similar things. They didn't ask about Wu Sini. The 2 people were so close. They must be from the same group. There was no need. The rescue soldiers used the radio to call another person to drag the 2 men away. This time, there was no warning. After all, in their eyes, it was not Li Fei who tried to cause trouble twice. During this period of time, they saw with their own eyes the evil of many people's hearts. If they hadn't been supported by their beliefs, they would have been exhausted and gave up. Seeing the rescuers leave, Li Fei calmed down and turned around to ask, "What's that move?" In fact, she had noticed the stranger's movements long ago, but she also noticed Wu Sini's changes, so she wanted to see how he would deal with it. "I didn't expect that the man would fall down with just a pull and a push. Isn't this too cool?" He pretended again. Although the Li family and the neighbors and upstairs didn't have many opportunities to get together recently, they would still go upstairs to learn Sanda from Ning Shuwan every few days, and then practice at home. However, until today, none of the moves they learned could easily subdue people like this. Wu Sini held a bottle of water under his arm, put his hands in his pockets, raised his eyebrows and asked, "Want to learn?" Li Fei was speechless when she saw his arrogant look, but she had to admit that she really wanted to learn as many self-defense skills as possible in the apocalypse. "I want to." Li Fei nodded sincerely. "I won't learn from you for nothing. What are your conditions?" "Conditions? I have to think about it. Let's talk about it when we get back." Wu Sini smiled thoughtfully while stroking his chin. Li Fei rolled his eyes and ignored him. But in the eyes of others, the 2 of them had completely reached the level of people who could not be provoked. So they could only lower their heads and wait for the team to move forward. Chapter 102. When Li Fei and Wu Sini finally saw the main entrance of the mall, she looked down at her watch. She had been waiting for several hours. Or at this time, she would have almost finished her lunch at home. You can see that there are more rescue soldiers stationed at the main entrance of the mall. There is a row on each side of the main entrance, standing straight and holding their guns expressionlessly. Before entering, there are several rescue soldiers responsible for security checks, and some hold loudspeakers to repeat the precautions. Most of them are to be patient and follow the rules after entering the mall. Li Fei was in a trance for some reason, as if she saw herself following others into the shelter. Why do I always feel that the outcome is going to be a good one? It's not that Li Fei doesn't want a good ending, but the changes that are different from the previous life make her a little uneasy, afraid that something else will happen during the natural disaster, which will put the Li family in danger. She can't accept losing her family again. Li Fei. Wu Sini's concerned voice brought her thoughts back. She paused, blinked and whispered, "What's wrong? You don't look good," Wu Sini said firmly. "Is it too sunny? Or hungry?" Just as they were queuing, someone suddenly fell down somewhere. It was a middle-aged man, and it caused a commotion at the time. Fortunately, the rescuers came quickly and immediately carried the man away and placed him in a cool place. In fact, fainting is not necessarily caused by the sun, but more likely by hunger and thirst. However, the rescuers' own supplies are limited. It seems that one of the rescuers couldn't bear it after all and wanted to feed the man some of the water and food he brought, but was persuaded by the rescuers next to him. Many people saw this scene. If they were not afraid of the guns in their arms, they would have stepped forward to question them. Now they are just half disappointed. And even the sunlight above their heads has dimmed a little. If even the rescuers don't care, who else can care about them? Do they really have to rely on themselves? Then, people fell down again and again. From the initial exclamation to the final dodging, people gradually began to feel numb. "Why don't you take off the mask for a while?" Wu Sini still whispered softly in her ear. "It's getting close to the hottest time of the day, and you'll feel stuffy." Wu Sini is a doctor. Even if it's not his specialty, he can make suggestions based on some symptoms. Li Fei also felt a little hungry, although it was almost their turn in the queue. They had to eat enough to have the strength to buy supplies. Right? So she put down the mask and stuck it on her chin. Just as she was about to find something to eat from her backpack, a white hand reached out. Li Fei looked carefully and saw a small package of sandwich biscuits on it. Wu Sini smiled and said, "Eat it, or you will have hypoglycemia." Li Fei snorted. "It seems that I was not the one who fell down last time? Oh, so you still remember what happened last time? Although hypoglycemia will gradually make you faint, you will still have some consciousness if you hold on." However, Wu Sini was really exhausted at the time, and suddenly felt that she would collapse at home. So she fainted. Before she fainted, she felt a little regretful. She should have asked the nurses for a bottle of glucose before going home. Wu Sini smiled lightly and said with a bit of nostalgia, "But that night was not very uncomfortable. After all, my life was saved. And the lifesaver was a beautiful one." Li Fei felt that this was unreasonably harsh, glared at him, and said coldly, "I see you are really energetic today. You are full of honey. Right? You better not fall down later." "Yeah. Thank you for your blessing." Wu Sini was still joking, stretched out his hand and smiled. "Here. You keep it." "I don't want it. I have something else." "You keep it," Li Fei said, and took out a chocolate energy bar from his backpack. The calories and sugar content are much higher than a sandwich cookie. Is this backpack a Doraemon pocket? Wu Sini complained silently in his heart. But seeing that Li Fei had his own supplies and didn't need him to worry about it, he just opened the biscuits and ate them. Snacks are not filling, but they are high in calories. And there is another way to eat them at this time, which is to take a small bite and then drink a small sip of water. After eating the whole thing, you will feel that your stomach is not so empty. However, the slight sound of unpacking the plastic was still heard by the hungry people. They watched the two people eating snacks eagerly. Although they were just snacks, they were also tasty food. It was better than waiting in a long line and not even being able to drink a sip of water. Right? This woman, the water and snacks were taken out of her bag. Why do they look like they are here for a picnic? So many people looked at Wu Sini on the side, with a very resentful look. There seemed to be all kinds of emotions in her complicated eyes. The top three must be envious and jealous. Someone saw his appearance and snorted in dissatisfaction. Needless to say, he must be a gigolo. In fact, Li Fei didn't want to eat the chocolate energy bar at all. She originally wanted to find a ready-to-eat bread from the space storage box. But the target was too big and it would easily cause a commotion. So she took out an energy bar. Although the energy bar can provide a lot of calories, The taste is really choking. And it is impossible to eat it in big mouthfuls. And you have to drink water after eating for a while. In the eyes of others, she now has only half a bottle of water left. So she can only lick it in small sips while observing the movements in front of the line. The rich middle-aged man and the middle-aged woman who followed the price increase were nowhere to be seen. They should have entered the mall. The young man in the other team saw that Li Fei still had a chocolate bar and came over to ask, "Hello. Do you still have this chocolate? I want to buy it too." At least it was much better than those who wanted to grab the bag directly, but ended up losing more than they gained. Li Fei also wanted to get more money before entering the store. So he said calmly, "Chocolate bar. 2,000 yuan apiece." Not only other people, but even the young man took a breath of cold air. Just when he wanted to ask back, he remembered something and closed his mouth, and asked angrily, "The price will not change." If his girlfriend didn't want to eat chocolate very much, he would definitely not spend so much money to buy a chocolate bar. Although their relief food had some extra self-heating convenience foods, there were no snacks, especially energy bars. His girlfriend didn't touch sweets for some time to lose weight. The only sweet taste at home was probably seasonings. But in this situation, sugar is obviously very important. When his girlfriend saw Li Fei eating chocolate bars and queuing up, she was even more greedy. So he hesitated to come over to ask. He said it as if he really wanted to buy it. Li Fei looked at him straight in the eye, not knowing whether he was stupid and rich or he just listened to his girlfriend. If he really had a lot of money, it would be fine to spend so much money on a chocolate bar. But doesn't this just prove that he carries a lot of money with him? If she hadn't cooperated with Wu Sini, her bag would have been snatched away long ago. In the eyes of so many people, this guy is also a conspicuous bag. But it was like free money, and it would be a waste not to make money. Li Fei nodded and said, "Pay first, and I'll give you the goods." It seemed like a transaction of contraband. The young man was probably tall, rich and handsome. He quickly counted out 2,000 yuan. Li Fei took over and handed over the chocolate bar. The two were even. The size of the chocolate bar was enough for him and his girlfriend to share. Li Fei was going to check how much money she had after entering the mall. But she was so happy that she couldn't help but take a big bite of chocolate. Wu Sini saw that there was some color on her lips, raised her hand and pointed to remind her. But Li Fei rolled her eyes and said, 2,005 sticks. Sell it to you. Wu Sini. He also found this kind of snack when he went to look for supplies. It doesn't take up space, and basically you can take a big bag at a time. But if you take a lot, you have to eat it sparingly. And this energy bar is more useful than snacks. So it won't be cheap if you really want to sell it. I didn't expect Li Fei to ask for 2,000 yuan. And after misunderstanding him, he raised the price again. Good man. Is this double standard? Wu Sini waved her hand helplessly and said, Okay. Okay. I know. Anyway, my money is with you. Just go and get it. Li Fei also happily took out a chocolate bar and gave it to him. But the people nearby began to whisper again when they saw this scene. Especially those who could hear what they were saying. And they couldn't help but mutter in their hearts, why does this sound so ambiguous? What is their relationship? The closer you get to the mall, the more rescue soldiers are patrolling around. And because they are also human beings, they will also be hungry, thirsty and tired. So you can see from a distance that in a fixed small area, some rescue soldiers are sitting cross-legged with guns in their arms, probably taking turns to rest. But even though he was resting, his eagle-like sharp eyes would occasionally look at these teams, as if he would suddenly jump up and rush at the command. However, the rescuer who had met Li Fei before to deal with the emergency situation seemed not to have rested yet. He had been patrolling back and forth. This time he came to the former, and saw her eating a chocolate bar leisurely. Suddenly she stopped and showed a thoughtful expression. Li Fei noticed it keenly and asked directly, "Can't we eat in the team?" In fact, looking at the sweaty face under the military cap, the rescuer should not be much older than her. The latter was a little embarrassed when she saw that she was discovered. But she still saluted and asked, "Miss, do you still have this chocolate bar?" Each of the rescue soldiers has a corresponding ration. Not too much, not too little. But many people choose to save as much as possible. But as rescuers, their consumption is very large. And this intake and consumption are not proportional, which will inevitably make people feel exhausted. This chocolate bar is easy to carry and convenient to consume. And there are not many people in their team. The first thought that came to his mind made him pause. But he didn't expect to be discovered immediately. As for being embarrassed, of course, he shouldn't have such thoughts. Other people's supplies are theirs. And now they have to save money in this situation. And they are prohibited from doing business privately. But not long ago, he heard that another rescuer from the previous team had fallen. So it was inevitable that he was worried about his own team members. Li Fei ate the last bite of the chocolate bar, puffed up his cheeks, and nodded vaguely. Yes. How many do you want? The rescuer was stunned for a moment, thinking that he had heard it wrong. In fact, the word yes alone was enough to make people excited. But he didn't expect to be followed by a sentence, how many do you want what? Does she have a lot of bars? And can she take them all out? Is her bag full of chocolate bars? He thought about it, but still shook his head and said, forget it. I'm sorry to bother you, but I don't need it. We can't actually trade. Li Fei heard this but said calmly, what if I'm not selling? Then you're not buying. And it can't be considered a transaction. Right? The rescuer was stunned again and asked, what do you mean? I mean, I still have a few. How many people do you have? I can donate for free. Li Fei said softly. But these words really exploded like fireworks. And no matter how soft her voice was, some people would hear it and then feel unbelievable. No. Thank you for your kindness. No need. The rescuer suppressed the joy in his heart and finally chose to refuse. We have our own rations. And we still can't take the benefits of the people. Defending the country and protecting the lives of the people are their responsibilities. How can we take their things? The old predecessors didn't take a single needle or thread. Li Fei stepped forward and whispered. I've already said it. Even if you don't want it, others will think I have a lot of chocolate bars. There will be a lot of people in the mall. And some people with bad intentions will target me. You still have to patrol. And it's impossible to send someone to protect me. Right? So the best way now is to take these chocolate bars. If I don't have chocolate bars, those people will give up. This statement makes sense. If the people around know that Li Fei has a batch of chocolate bars, the people in several teams will probably know it. Then there will definitely be people like those who came to snatch bags before and try to seize the supplies again. But no one will dare to snatch the rescue army. The rescue soldiers had given up. But these words made them think again. In fact, although he was not very old, he was already the captain of a team. So he could make the decision. After queuing for several hours, the line still seemed endless from a distance. More people would come to line up until all the supplies in the mall were sold out. Moreover, when the people learned that the supplies were sold out, there would probably be another riot that they would need to clean up. No one could guarantee how long it would take. The rescue soldiers did not have long rest time, and they only had to eat a few mouthfuls of dry food at mealtime. If there was this chocolate bar, it would solve many problems. The captain of the rescue team struggled with himself for a while, and chose to protect his team members, and asked excitedly, how many do you have? But you must leave some for yourself. Li Fei curled her lips slightly. Don't worry. How could I not leave some for myself? How many people do you have? She stocked up on these protein bars and energy bars by the box. And she probably couldn't finish them even if she choked to death. She also found that the rescue soldiers were neatly arranged in several teams. One team at the entrance of the mall, and 3 teams patrolling between the teams. The decoration of the rescue soldier in front of her was slightly different, and he should be the leader. So there were probably not many people in a team. The captain of the rescue team thought for a moment and asked, then I want 4. Do you have any? In fact, his team had more people than this. But a chocolate bar can be broken into pieces, and you can't take too much from others. Li Fei also saw it, but didn't say anything. He just fumbled out 4 chocolate bars from his backpack and handed them over, smiling. Here, there are just 4 left. But don't worry. He still has food, so he won't starve. The rescue team knew that Li Fei was talking about Wusini. They had already met twice. Seeing that the 2 of them were together, they were obviously together. So they didn't say anything more. They accepted the chocolate bars, bowed in high spirits to express their gratitude, and left. After all, he still had to continue patrolling. But after he could rest, he could share these chocolate bars with his team members. In Wusini's eyes, Li Fei's smile was short-lived. As soon as the rescuers turned around, it disappeared and became cold again. But what she did was not cold at all. Just like the bright and warm sunshine at this time. Of course, she also put the blame on herself. Her words were all for the other people in the team. It was clear that she had no supplies. But he still had supplies. Then wouldn't people's eyes only be on herself? Wusini folded his arms, and was about to make a few jokes like usual. But he found that Li Fei's face was a little serious. So it was not a good time to joke. So he asked, "What's wrong? Are you worried about something? You know, as a doctor, you also need to learn to read people's expressions. Otherwise you will unknowingly cause invisible harm to patients and their families. And he is particularly good at it." "It's not that I'm worried," Li Fei said leisurely. "At this time, the country should also give them preferential treatment. I hope they can be safe next time. The zombies are really going to be repelled. But the subsequent natural disasters and mutant creatures are so dangerous that saying safety is the best blessing. But since the situation is different from the previous life, maybe the final result will also be different from the previous life? And this cannot be achieved without the assistance of those brave and combative rescue soldiers." So Li Fei just gave a few chocolate bars, and didn't feel at a loss at all. Maybe someone would think that her behavior was inappropriate. What if the rescue team came to her and wanted supplies in the future? Li Fei had thought about this. First of all, he believed in their character. At least when she went to the shelter in her previous life. The remaining rescue team was still tirelessly managing and protecting them. Secondly, if such a thing really happened in the future, it would depend on what they did before making a decision. In short, Li Fei still respected and was willing to help this group of lovely people. Wusini was silent. In this topic, his heart couldn't help but become heavy, as if it sank to the bottom of the valley. But when he looked at Li Fei's fair and resolute profile, it slowly rose up and beat strongly in his chest. The queues were originally small, and there were people eager to enter the venue. So there would be a wave of people and noise from time to time. Although Wusini always spoke quickly as if he could say anything. In fact, he was always a little distance away from Li Fei. However, since the latter stopped using tap water, she had been drinking space well water, and her hearing and perception were slowly improving inexplicably. So at such a close distance, she seemed to hear a little heartbeat coming from his chest. That movement could catch up with an irregular heartbeat. Li Fei frowned, raised her eyes slightly, and just met Wusini's eyes that seemed to be drooping, curled up, and smiling, as if tiny sparks burst out in an instant. Wusini raised her hand and touched her nose, saying awkwardly, "There are more people coming from behind." Li Fei lowered her head and replied softly, But at this moment, a loud voice suddenly broke the strange atmosphere, and it was pointed at the two of them, attracting everyone in the other teams to look over. Queuing is so boring. Eating melon can at least temporarily forget the hunger and thirst in your body. Chapter 103. They have preferential treatment. But what about us? Doesn't the country care about us? The man who shouted was also a middle-aged man. His eyes were red. Not only with circles under his eyes, but also with bloodshot eyes. And his face was ferocious. My old mother died of starvation. My wife gradually became a monster in front of me. And my daughter was dying of thirst. If the government's rescue was not so slow, how could my family die? This scream seemed to have exhausted all the strength of the whole body. And it also shocked everyone present. And the atmosphere solidified. Although they are now waiting outside the mall to buy supplies. Whether they can buy them in the end is another matter. Moreover, almost every household has experienced the death of relatives and friends. Either starving to death, thirsty death, or death from illness, or becoming a zombie. Now that it has been brought to a point, how can the resentment suppressed in their hearts not surge out? Especially Li Fei, who had some extra supplies to sell or even donate to the rescue army, had a pair of eyes that seemed to be spitting flames of hatred staring at her. And some people were quietly rubbing their hands, almost rushing over to tear her into pieces. Wusini frowned and blocked beside her. And after the captain of the rescue army left, he also promptly instructed the members of his team. So as soon as people showed signs of unrest, the patrolling rescue army was ready to block them. Li Fei was still calm. Anyway, being stared at like that wouldn't make her lose a piece of meat. But it would be a waste of effort for them to stare at her. Besides, with the rescue army around, she felt too lazy to talk back. And she was even more disdainful in her heart. Isn't this nonsense? The rescue army wanted to clear obstacles and restore social security and order 24 hours a day. But what else can these people do besides talking nonsense? Have they killed a few zombies? Don't even mention giving them guns and weapons. Will they use them? Then why give them supplies for free? Fortunately, the team moved forward, and they finally arrived at the entrance of the mall. At the entrance of the mall was another rescue team, stationed there and doing simple security checks. The main thing was that sharp weapons could not be brought in, so as to avoid being violent and hurting people when the temper flared up. Li Fei unzipped her bag and showed it to the rescue team. There was money inside. The small pocket knife was quietly hidden in the space, and there was only a can of pepper spray on her waist. Although this pepper spray can cause harm, it is a self-defense equipment. Besides, the previous rescue team captain actually knew this rescue team, so the rescue team at the door just took a look and let them pass. It was really not easy to enter this mall, lifting the soft plastic door curtain and walking in. If it was before the end of the world, the temperature of this weather would be enough to turn on the air conditioner. But now the interior of the mall is not only not cool, but even more stuffy, and the air is faintly filled with a faint sour smell. After all, the tap water can no longer be used, and the water that can be obtained must be saved for drinking. The weather is getting hotter and hotter. If you don't clean your body for a long time, the mall is crowded with people. Isn't it gathering a strange smell? Li Fei smelled more blood and rotten smells. After smelling it for a long time, she was used to it, but she didn't expect to be defeated by this sour smell. She couldn't help but move closer to Wu Sini. As a result, in this strange smell, Wu Sini also smelled the fragrance emanating from Li Fei's head, the smell of shampoo. However, Li Fei also had concerns, so when she stocked up on shower gel and shampoo, she chose the ones with light and elegant fragrances, which could only be smelled when she got close. The shopping mall's broadcasting kept automatically playing shopping regulations, and there were also rescue soldiers inside to maintain discipline and patrol. Li Fei and Wu Sini each pushed a shopping cart, stopped to listen for a while, and then understood how to shop this time. The mall mainly released food resources. Whether the price will increase or not is not mentioned for the time being. These materials are all limited to purchase, and are counted according to the number of people who come. You can't buy more. And the shopping time is also limited. Because of this, some people came to buy supplies on behalf of their whole family. Seeing that they could only take back one person's supply, they inevitably made a scene. People who came with their families bought the corresponding amount of supplies, but still wanted to buy more in the hope of getting lucky. Not to mention that there were other petty thieves, people who pushed and shoved others to buy supplies, and even people who forcibly robbed others' supplies. It was more like real management of public security than management of discipline. No wonder the queues were so slow. People who were in short supply could not move once they entered the mall. They only wanted to get more supplies. In the end, they might have to be driven out before they could leave completely. With so many people coming in and so slow to leave, the queues naturally looked like they were not moving at all. Missed, Li Fei thought to herself. If I had known, I would have asked Li Su and Li Xian to come as well, so that we could have two people. This couldn't be blamed on her. After all, she had never experienced this in her previous life. And she was also puzzled. How did the shopping malls in district are become vacant? Didn't anyone buy them for free in advance? Well, in fact, the supplies sold now may not be from this mall. Maybe the government sent the supplies, and then found a place to sell them to the people. I had originally thought of separating from Wu Sini and meeting up later, but now we can only go together. Wu Sini had thought of this, of course, and asked with a smile, where to go first? Li Fei sighed and said, let's go shopping everywhere. Anyway, we can only buy 2 portions. One for you and one for me. The layout of chain supermarkets is almost the same, but the one in front of us has fewer shelves, most of which are low shelves for people to take, and it looks a bit empty. The beginning is the sale of carbohydrates, such as rice, flour, grains, noodles and the like. There are many rescue soldiers arranged on both sides of the shelves, and they have to queue up to buy, and purchase restrictions are implemented. Even so, the shelves are still taken away one by one. When the goods are running out, there are staff to replenish them. Ordinary people are still afraid of guns, so they have to swallow their anger and obediently take the corresponding amount of supplies. Seeing that she had to queue up again after queuing up one line, Li Fei couldn't help but show some hopelessness on her face. If she had known earlier, she would have brought her mobile phone with her. It was still fully charged. Even if she couldn't surf the internet or make calls, she could still read e-books, watch videos and play games. She will definitely not come next time. It's better to do farm work in the space, which is more fulfilling than wasting time here. Wusini saw her complex expression and asked, "Are you tired? Or sit in the car first?" Li Fei rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, "I haven't sat in a shopping cart since I was 5 years old. I just saw that you were bored, so I chatted to kill time?" Wusini shrugged. The two were silent for a while. But fortunately, it was their turn to buy food. But when they came to the shelf, they found that there was no packaged rice on the shelf. In order to improve efficiency, 3 groups of people can take supplies each time. The other 2 groups are more anxious than Li Fei and Wusini, and they directly ask why there is no rice. The staff also showed fatigue between their eyebrows, and raised their hands to wipe the sweat on their red faces, and apologized. "Sorry, there is no rice in the warehouse for the time being. But there are other goods. You can choose again." Before the voice fell, not only the 2 groups of people, but also the people behind the team heard it and started to make a fuss. After all, Southerners still eat more rice. "Quiet," the rescue army warned loudly. "Don't stop the team. Keep shopping. I think the rice that can be provided to our area is not only in this supermarket, and there are many people who come to buy supplies, so it is normal that it is sold out." Some people continued to curse quietly. Li Fei and Wusini looked at each other. The former chose a 1-kilogram bag of flour, and the latter chose a 1-kilogram bag of noodles. Li Fei has a dough kneading machine at home, so she is not afraid of flour. It seems that Wusini does not know how to knead dough, so she directly chose noodles that are easy to fill her stomach. But the price has indeed risen, becoming a price that would never rise before the end of the world. A rough calculation shows that it is about 5 or 6 times more expensive than before the end of the world. But since there is a purchase limit, all the supplies she can get for one person will not be much. Even if she doesn't make money at the entrance of the mall, the one she brings should be enough. After buying food, it was time to go to the fruit and vegetable section. However, there were basically no leafy vegetables on the shelves. Only roots, yams and other long-lasting vegetables, as well as beans. After all, beans can sprout, and the temperature is suitable now. Fruits are also long-lasting citrus fruits, such as oranges, grapefruits and lemons. Even apples and pears are gone, and the prices of these two have risen to about 10 times the past. Even so, there are still a lot of greedy eyes lingering on them. If there were no more rescue troops guarding here, they would probably just start snatching them. The goods in the fruit baskets were dwindling even faster, because the rescue food scent at least had some long-lasting vegetables. But the fruit part was really something that people hadn't seen for several months, so they didn't care how much it cost. They just took it. Li Fei didn't really want to buy any. She wanted to buy meat more than fruits and vegetables. Not to mention that there were still many long-lasting vegetables left at home. The cherry tree in the space was also bearing fruit continuously, and she didn't have time to make jam. And the huge melon, she ate some of it. As for strawberries, since its base price was the highest, Li Fei planned to keep only a small part, and the rest would be processed and sold for money. But since she was here, she couldn't give up this opportunity. Li Fei bought 1 kilogram of soybeans and took them back to try to grow bean sprouts, and a pound of lemons. Although citrus oranges can also be squeezed into juice, it's not like lemons where you can make a pot of ice-cold lemonade by just cutting 2 slices. Even though she is rich now, she has to strive for the best value for money. Wusini bought 1 kilogram of sweet potatoes and a pound of lemons. After he packed the pound, the lemons happened to be out of stock, and the staff could not replenish them. The people waiting to buy in the back of the line immediately became dissatisfied, but he ignored them all and left the fruit and vegetable area with Li Fei. After walking through these 2 areas, it was the groceries. They walked around for a while. For example, instant food, condiments, canned pickles, pickled products, dry goods, as well as alcoholic beverages and snacks are very popular among people, and those goods are replenished quickly. Now there is less water to drink. Even if alcoholic beverages make you thirstier, they are still liquids. In the end, they still pay more attention to diet. It seems that they are really afraid of being hungry. Li Fei looked at the crowded area, where even the rescue army was nowhere to be seen. Not wanting to queue up again, she asked, "I want to go to the meat area. What about you?" After all, she came here this time. Wasn't she here to buy meat? Wusini smiled and said, "I'll go with you. I'm going to buy it anyway." The two walked along the road to the refrigerated and frozen area, where there was also a long queue. The refrigerated area sold eggs and dairy products, and the frozen area sold meat, aquatic products, and frozen foods. Although the prices were not as outrageous as those in the fruit and vegetable area, they were also about 10 times higher. The milk was packed in boxes with uniform content, and it was a classic old brand in S-City. The eggs were only eggs, neatly placed on plates, and each person was limited to buying 1 box of milk and 1 plate of eggs. A box of milk is 1 L, and a carton of eggs contains the standard 10 eggs. Although the Lee family's eggs were all eaten, they didn't miss them much because they had never stopped having meat and milk. At most, some dishes would be monotonous without eggs. As for milk, Lee Fei also stocked up on boxes of room temperature milk when she stocked up. Not to mention milk. There were even yogurt, soy milk, and even plant milk. But since she was here, she still took a box of milk and a carton of eggs as required. There was a row of large freezers in the frozen area, and they were still the same as in the shopping malls before the end of the world, with meat from chickens, ducks, cows, sheep, and pigs in different parts, as well as seafood such as shrimps, shellfish, and snails, and even frozen foods were grouped together. The total amount of meat is only 2 kilograms per person after selection, and frozen food can only be purchased in 4 boxes. So many people rushed to buy boneless pure meat. And the staff, they were the busiest. Not only did they have to distribute the meat, but they also had to go to the warehouse to restock. It was also because of the patrol of the rescue army that there was no greater turmoil. Lee Fei's scalp tingled when she saw the crowded crowd that looked like a group of zombies. And she also observed that the staff's frequency of restocking was getting lower and lower. Even if she finally came to the front of the counter, she was afraid that the pure meat would be sold out. So she completely gave up the idea. Besides, she could only take 2 kilograms of meat back today, and she definitely couldn't make up for the empty dozens of liters of capacity. Fortunately, there were dozens of liters in the refrigerator at home, so it was not that tight. Li Fei thought about it, and bought a pound of frozen chicken wings, which Xian liked, and a pound of pork ribs. She saw a few boxes of duck blood in the corner, but no one was interested. She didn't know whether she still looked down on it, or felt that it was not filling enough. So she quietly took it, and stuffed it under the shopping cart. Don't miss it, or you can't buy it later. Wu Sini went with them to search for supplies. And she also took a lot of frozen meat from the kitchen. Seeing that there was a lot of noise at the counter, it was uncertain whether she could buy it. So she only bought meat with bones. As for frozen foods, most of them can be used for breakfast. So there were many people standing next to the freezer. Li Fei took a look and saw someone looking at someone with a sly look and secretly reaching into someone's shopping cart. He took a small thing and quickly stuffed it into his coat and ran away directly, while the owner of the shopping cart was still scrambling to take out the frozen food. This won't do, Li Fei thought to herself. She then tilted her head and asked, "Why don't you stay and look at the car? And I'll take your share for you? What do you want?" Wu Sini had been following Li Fei obediently. It can be said that he discovered everything that Li Fei saw, so he naturally understood why Li Fei proposed this, and smiled. "Okay, I'll look after the car and the things, and you go and take them. I'll take anything. Is there still a chance to pick it this time? It's good to have something to eat." Li Fei immediately joined the crowd, but she didn't eat much for lunch today. She usually eats a lot, not to mention that she has been working out and learning fighting, so her strength is not comparable to those who have never eaten enough. So it was not difficult for Li Fei to squeeze to the counter. She turned a deaf ear to the complaints of the people around her. She grabbed 8 boxes of instant food from the still cold freezer with both hands and held them in her arms, and then left safely. The temperature of the freezer did not seem to be very low, but it felt cold and comfortable to hold in her arms. Li Fei put a few boxes of frozen food into the car and said with a sigh of relief, "Let's divide it quickly, and we can leave here." Wu Sini waved her hand and said, "You took it. You decide." Still so gentlemanly at this time? Li Fei shook her head. She took steamed buns, dumplings, wontons, glutinous rice balls, and so on. Since that was the case, she took away a few of her favorites without hesitation. It had been more than half an hour since they entered the mall, and at least 2/3 of this half an hour was spent queuing, while it only took a few minutes to get the goods. The broadcast in the mall was still constantly repeating the shopping regulations. The shopping time for one person or one family was only 90 minutes. But obviously not many people listened. The rescue army and staff could not remember everyone's face at a glance. which led to fewer people leaving the mall. But they still had to arrange for people to enter the mall little by little. So when Li Fei went to get a fast food, he found that there seemed to be more people in the mall, and he felt more and more hopeless. Chapter 104. Pushing the cart away from the frozen and refrigerated area, and the mall was at room temperature. The sweat that had accumulated earlier came out. Li Fei raised her hand to wipe it. Looking at the crowds of people in the mall, she wanted to go to the relatively less crowded area, and there should be no food supplies there. So she asked, "Do you want to go somewhere else?" "I'll go to another area." Wusini rolled up his shirt sleeves, nodded and smiled. "Okay. Then I'll go by myself." "And meet up then?" "Well, near the cashier." After buying the important things, Li Fei felt that there was no need to stay any longer. But this was also because her family was not short of food, and other people including Wusini could get as much as they could. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt dazed again. She didn't expect that there would be another chance to get supplies before the disaster became more serious. How could this purchase be organized suddenly, when the relief food was becoming more and more simple? Of course, it cannot be ruled out that it was done by the people above. Otherwise, how could they have the power and ability to act? But such a big thing. Even if Li Fei had been staying in the library in her previous life, she should have known about it. But she was sure that she had no impression. But in any case, every family or representative came to by this time supplies, which would be more useful than the relief food. An incredible idea suddenly rushed into Li Fei's mind. Could it be that besides herself, someone else was also reborn? Otherwise, how could something that didn't exist in the previous life suddenly appear in this life? It can't be said that the people above suddenly got enlightened, right? Li Fei couldn't figure it out. Besides, even if this idea was true, what happened now was a good thing, and she didn't need to be so fussy. I hope there will be more good things in the future. Then she went to the daily necessities area, and the fastest selling items in that area were paper products, such as tissue paper rolls, followed by feminine hygiene products and maternal and child products. Li Fei even saw a mother kneeling down to the rescue army in tears, begging for more milk powder or diapers. Although babies with weak resistance are more likely to die in the end times, it doesn't mean that all babies in China died in an instant. It's just that they were born in the end times, which is too miserable. So miserable that they can't help but want to knock the electronic wooden fish. Li Fei shook her shoulders. Even if she had enough supplies in the future, she would never give birth. There were more women in that place, and the sound of crying would lead to sobbing. Only the rescue soldiers who were still serious stood still, and at most let them continue crying for a while, which was probably their greatest kindness at the moment. Li Fei used her own quota to buy a pack of daily and nighttime hygiene products, as well as a bottle of shower gel and a pack of laundry detergent. Even though she had already stockpiled a lot of hygiene products, she would buy as many packs as possible before she found a solution. But there were fewer people in front of the shelves of various cleaning products such as body cleaning and clothing cleaning. Cleaning products all require water, but nowadays tap water is dirty and can cause infection. And clean water is used for drinking. So how can it be saved for cleaning? Even if some people buy it, they are all looked at with suspicion by others. From a few words, Li Fei learned that the price of water in the mall has risen by more than 20 times. And it may still be out of stock. But there is a good thing. The price of cleaning products has not risen much, and there seems to be no purchase limit. Li Fei pointed to a bottle of disinfectant and asked the staff on standby, "Can I buy more of this?" The staff looked at Li Fei's shopping cart, then at the full shelf, waved his hand and said, "Yes, but one person cannot buy in large quantities." So Li Fei bought disinfectant, insecticide, laundry detergent, fresh keeping bags, garbage bags, disposable gloves, towels, and other daily necessities. Seeing that the paper supplies had been replenished, he also went to get a large bag. After going out a few times before, Li Fei had thrown out the garbage stored in the space in batches. However, although he can go out more often now, he still has to throw the garbage outside the community. Otherwise it will be discovered by someone with ulterior motives and attacked again. So the garbage bags are indispensable. The beauty area is close to the daily necessities area, where there are even fewer customers. And some of them just look but don't buy, with a reluctant look on their faces. Li Fei immediately pushed the shopping cart and bought shower gel, shampoo, toothpaste, toothbrush, mouthwash, facial cleanser, and body lotion. She had already stocked up a lot of some of these items before, But it's better to be prepared. Besides, the staff turned a blind eye to her buying. I don't know if they were too lazy to care or tired. Should I buy more? At the same time, cosmetics are also sold here. When it comes to cosmetics, Li Fei thought of Ning Shuan. But she didn't see her after walking around. She either came in earlier than her, or later than her, and is still queuing. It's not that she suddenly wants to put on makeup. Li Fei often wore no makeup even before the end of the world. It's just that she has been so good all the time. If she goes out and is stared at by other listless and hungry people, she will feel uncomfortable. Isn't there a way to put on that kind of hungry makeup to shoot a video? It doesn't seem impossible to give it a try. Li Fei was thinking about it when she suddenly heard someone calling her from somewhere. She looked back and saw that it was Wu Sini who was pushing a cart. However, his hair looked a little messy at this time. I don't know where he was squeezed. It seems that there are more supplies in the shopping cart than before. Li Fei saw 2 boxes of mineral water in the cart, and she knew what was going on. She was not afraid that he couldn't afford it. His money was still in his backpack. It turned out that the beauty care area was not far from the cashier. Wu Sini came up to take a look, but didn't ask much. Instead, he said, I'm going to buy some daily necessities, and I'll go to the cashier later. Li Fei scanned some cosmetics into the shopping cart, nodded, and walked with him. Wu Sini simply bought disinfectant, detergent, shampoo and soap, and then stopped at another shelf. Li Fei followed his gaze, and was stunned. It turned out to be shaving foam and shaving gel. This was in her blind spot of knowledge. And she had never heard Li Su mention these things since the end of the world. Perhaps she allocated a sum of money to the brothers when she stocked up, and they arranged it themselves. But since it is still possible to buy now, it is also good to buy a little more. Wu Sini saw that Li Fei's eyes were staring at it, but he didn't buy it. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and asked, Do you want to buy it for Mr. Li? The so-called Mr. Li was naturally referring to Li Su. In fact, their family had lived together before. And besides, she had seen her father shaving. Right? But she didn't know how to help by it, so she could only nod hesitantly. Wu Sini also saw it, and took a box of razor heads and presented it to her, saying, How about buying this? I'm afraid that the electric shaver will run out of power in the future, so it's better to be more primitive. This was a good time to joke. Li Fei smiled slightly, sneered, and followed suit to take several boxes. As for the shaving foam, there were actually different scents, and she took them all. The 2 people's shopping carts were almost full. They bought a lot of limited and unlimited items. It was time to go to the cashier. But what Li Fei didn't expect was that the cashier was the final boss. The cashiers were still arranged in fixed rows, but there were so many people in them that it was a bit overcrowded. In front of the counter stood not only a cashier, but also a rescuer. At the same time, there was also one at the front and back of the counter. The deployment of rescuers at all the cashiers was more than any other area. Even so, people still rushed to shout, question, and make noises. If they were not indoors, they could be heard through the sky. If they went to line up, not only would the supplies be unsafe, but their safety would also be questionable. Li Fei could only stop and listen for a while. It turned out that the cashier was normal. The biggest reason was that many people did not carry cash, and the mall only accepted cash. After queuing up to enter the mall to buy supplies, how could they give up because they could not pay? So those who failed to pay were unwilling to leave, and the people behind were eager to pay. Wouldn't it be noisy? The guns in front of the rescue army were actually just decorations. They could not really fire. Otherwise it would cause a lot of panic and casualties in the room. So they only shouted loud reminders and formed a human wall. They would escort people out if they met someone who was really disobedient, and that person's supplies would be looted. Not only that, there were also many people who took advantage of the chaos to steal supplies from other people's cars. Li Fei seemed to be observing the cash register, but she saw a thin old lady staring at her and stretching out a thin hand, about to touch her supplies. The top was full of daily necessities, and all the food-related supplies were stuffed by her at the bottom. Unexpectedly, she would still be coveted by others. Is it because they think she is just a little girl? Li Fei snorted coldly, raised her foot, and kicked the old lady's wrist, and the force even made the latter turn half a circle. She didn't learn fighting for nothing. The old lady cried out in pain, subconsciously covering her hand first. Then she thought of something and sat down on the ground, slapping the ground and wailing. Ouch! Someone's being beaten. Someone's being beaten to death. Is there no one to take care of this bullied old woman like me? Police. Army. She was probably hungry. Her howling didn't sound very strong. So it wasn't very loud. It was drowned out by the waves of chaos. The rescue army was busy maintaining order and couldn't really take care of a single old woman. Li Fei pushed the cart past her and walked to the cashier counters one by one. Finally, she found a relatively calm line and started to line up. There were single people and multiple people in the line. Single people were fine. But multiple people not only put up a lot of supplies, but also had to count the bills one by one. Fortunately, the supermarket seemed to have borrowed a money counting machine in advance, which did speed up the efficiency. Of course, some of them insisted on paying online. The speechless cashier gave the rescue army a look, and the latter asked them to leave. If they were obedient, there would be no follow-up. But if they were not obedient, the rescue army would immediately contact them through the intercom and send several people to talk to them. In short, Li Fei and Wu Sini were delayed for dozens of minutes before they started to move the supplies and check out as they wished. The cashier quickly scanned the code in his hand and saw that Li Fei bought a lot of daily necessities. So he asked, "Do you need a bag?" "No, thank you." Li Fei declined politely and took out a few cloth bags from her backpack, which were also taken from the space. The cloth bags were exactly the ones in the convenience store, and Wu Sini also had the same ones. If they bought shopping bags directly, the price of shopping bags would have increased, so it would be unnecessary for them. Finally, all the supplies were put into the cloth bag, and the cashier quoted the price of the goods. It would cost about 10 times more than purchasing in the supermarket before the end of the world. Li Fei fumbled in her bag for a while, and actually took out money from the space to pay. She had to get a little more wool when queuing. Otherwise the money she brought from home would not be enough. After counting the money, Li Fei had bought all the supplies. And then it was Wu Sini behind her, and she handed the bag to him. Anyway, the bag was full of money he withdrew from the bank. So she was not afraid that he would find anything in it. Oh, by the way, there was also a mineral water bottle. Wu Sini also packed the bags and paid in one go, and returned the backpack to her after she walked out of the cashier counter. The two of them carried several full bags and walked out of the mall along the road, with endless noise behind them. Even after walking out of the mall and feeling the warm sunshine and fresh air again, the long queue waiting to enter the mall still existed. I'm afraid it will never disperse before the supermarket closes. Even before it really disperses, it is estimated that it will be noisy for a while. There are some people around who left after buying supplies like them, and there are only two expressions on their faces: excitement or annoyance. Li Fei still has an icy face, and he and Wu Sini are ready to find a car. But before they walked a few meters, they suddenly heard a scream in the distance. They looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a group of people squatting somewhere. They saw the opportunity, and rushed forward quickly to rob the supplies that the customer had just bought. Unfortunately, the rescue troops had made a lot of arrangements at the entrance and inside the mall, but they were very weak on the way out of the mall, which led to some people having bad intentions. It was too troublesome to queue up and rush to buy. How could it be faster to just rob? And if he robbed and turned around and ran away, the women, children, the elderly, and the young would not be able to catch up for a while. Not to mention that they were still hungry. So it was too late even if they went to find the rescue troops. The person who was robbed also sat on the ground and cried loudly. The people around him lost their color and hurriedly told the people around them to leave quickly. There might be robbers hiding somewhere. Even Wu Sini couldn't help but frown. How can this be a shopping mall? It's a battlefield, isn't it? They were walking through this place as if they were playing a level-breaking game. Li Fei noticed that he looked different and suggested, "How about one of us carry the items, and one guard them until we get on the bus?" Wu Sini thought for a moment and nodded, smiling. "Then you come to protect me? As long as the creatures coming over are not mutants." Li Fei is still very confident, but she glanced at them suspiciously and asked, "Can you carry so many? I have never underestimated you. And I hope you don't underestimate me." Wu Sini answered and lifted up several full bags in one go. "It's not far from my car. I can still handle this distance." If the doctor didn't have the stamina and good physical fitness, he would probably faint in the middle of his work. Of course, that night was an accident. Li Fei felt relieved and walked in front of him. As they expected, they vaguely found a group of people hiding behind the green belt after walking a few meters. Chapter 105. Because of the temperature fraud, many plants began to grow branches, leaves and flowers. The evergreen shrubs on the green belt were not only green, but also tall enough to hide people. Those who chose to rob supplies were all in cahoots, and most of them were men. So when they quietly came not far from the two of them, they didn't take Li Fei seriously at all, but only stared at Wu Sini and the bags in his hand that were full of harvests. However, Li Fei had already discovered them, reached into his pocket, and took out the small folding knife from the space. They were almost out of them all, so naturally there would be no rescue troops patrolling, and they could only rely on themselves. If it weren't for Wu Sini, Li Fei would definitely not have taken out this weapon. The robbers walking in front clearly saw the light reflected from the folding knife, and showed a sarcastic smile, and exchanged glances with others, thinking that Li Fei was just pretending. Some people even touched their chins and stared at her with evil smiles, looking at her undisguisedly. The leader raised his hand and patted the heads of the latter. With a gesture, everyone's face showed a fierce look, and they were even more aggressive, walking with the wind. The expressionless Li Fei and Wu Sini seemed a little weaker in momentum. In their eyes, a little girl, a pretty boy, and all the supplies were given to the latter, so there was definitely no threat. And it was easier to make money than the previous orders. Unexpectedly, the serious little girl took the initiative to meet him. Her posture was amazingly agile. She jumped up, raised her hand, and stepped back. The folding knife had already stabbed directly into someone's chest. The white knife went in, and the red knife came out. It was hot now, and no one wore down jackets and coats anymore. Only 1 or 2 thin clothes were left, so even a small folding knife could penetrate the flesh with a little more force. The person who was first killed by Li Fei was the one who smiled at her lewdly before, who made him the leader of all things. He not only wanted to get the supplies, but also wanted to get Li Fei. Of course, he was unconsciously faster than the leader. The man covered his chest in disbelief. A few drops of blood fell to the ground, and he fell down weakly. Li Fei stabbed him in the left chest. He was frozen and motionless before he could raise his hand to ask for help, even without closing his eyes. Everyone was shocked. But at this moment of surprise, Li Fei moved over like a ghost and stabbed the leader's chest again. The leader only felt a hot and tingling pain, screaming and backing away. The blood spurted out without any obstruction, and it was bright red under the sunlight. There was a moment of silence. Those members who followed the leader to make another fortune raised their eyes, and saw that Li Fei was still calm after stabbing 2 people. He even glanced at them, and licked the tip of the knife. Ah! Murderer! Run! They were a temporary team, with no unity to speak of. Seeing that Li Fei had easily gotten a double kill, they didn't want to lose their lives here, so they just scattered like birds and beasts. Horrible! It was really terrible. He was simply a bloodthirsty killer. 2 half-dead bodies were lying on the ground, blood gushing out, gradually spreading all over the place. A folding knife is a pocket knife, similar to a dagger, but it can still be used to stab people with enough strength. Li Fei spat twice. As for licking the blade just now, she was just pretending. How could she really lick a bloody blade? That was too disgusting, both physically and psychologically. She only eats chicken, duck and pig blood, killing one to warn the rest. The reason why she killed the leader is needless to say, and the other person, of course, was because he had extra ideas, so she just killed him. Li Fei put away the folding knife, turned around and said calmly, "Let's go." Yeah. Wu Sini's face was not very good. If he killed the zombies, it would be fine. It was the first time he saw a murder scene so close, and the murderer was Li Fei. Of course, he also understood that if she didn't take the initiative, not only would the supplies be taken away, but people would also be in danger. What can't people do now? So he finally chose to remain silent, listening to the faint screams behind them. Probably someone else found the 2 bodies. They finally arrived at the car. But when he got closer, he found that the car window was broken. The trunk was not open, but there was no useful supplies there. Wu Sini had taken away the useful supplies. Wu Sini's face became even uglier, and he felt a pain that was hard to hide. Li Fei understood. Li Su would occasionally look at cars in magazines or on the internet, but Li Fei didn't even have a driver's license, so he didn't know much about them. It was just that Li Su was always worried about other things, so he never bought a car. Li Fei scratched his head, not knowing how to comfort him, and could only say, "Put all the supplies in the back seat." Wu Sini responded reluctantly, and together they piled all the supplies in the back seat, and the two of them got into the car, one in the driver's seat. The car had obviously been rummaged, especially the storage box. As for why the car was not stolen and driven away, it was either because they did not know how to drive, or because there were abandoned cars all over the streets. So they did not care about this one. Moreover, after the glass window was smashed, it looked more like a scrap car parked in a remote place. Finally, the shopping was over. Li Fei stretched, and now felt that she could eat a whole cow. So hungry. Half a day had passed. But she only ate breakfast, a chocolate bar, and a bottle of water. If she was hungry like most other people, it would be fine. She always ate a full meal. But now she was hungry. She suspected that she might have hypoglycemia. Wu Sini had already started the car, and was driving back. Li Fei thought for a while, then held the backpack in his arms, unzipped a small pocket, and continued to dig in. Wu Sini naturally noticed this action, but remained silent until Li Fei took out 2 lollipops from it. Of course, she also took them out from the space. She first opened one and put it in her mouth, which was toffee flavor, and stretched out the other to the side to signal. Wu Sini held the steering wheel with both hands, curved the corners of her lips and said, "I don't have other hands to open the wrapping paper." Li Fei rolled his eyes, so he had to open the package again, and stuff the lollipop into his mouth with force, like brushing his teeth, and the strong mint flavor quickly invaded his mouth. Wu Sini grumbled helplessly, "Can't you be gentler? You're so ungentle." Li Fei licked her lollipop and hummed, "I was gentle or not. Didn't you see it with your own eyes just now?" It would have been fine if she didn't say it. But once she said it, her memory was pulled back to the scene of killing 2 big men with her own hands, which made Wu Sini tremble. He could even imagine her killing people and robbing goods, killing herself without anyone noticing, and then abandoning the car and escaping. As if she could really do such a thing. But if she really did it, she would have done it long ago. Why would she wait until now, when she killed the 2 robbers with her own hands? The momentum and expression did not look like the first time she did it. Who on earth is she? Wu Sini was puzzled and could only concentrate on driving, chatting from time to time. Li Fei seemed to relax after sitting in the car, so he would answer that he just looked a little tired and must be hungry. Wu Sini glanced at him and said, "You really have everything in this bag." "That's because I prepared everything." Li Fei seemed to have expected him to say this, and answered neatly, "And now it's gone. It's all your money." Wu Sini choked and continued driving. The road conditions on the return trip were better than when they set out, but there were no traffic lights, and there were still some scratches occasionally. But many people now want to go home early, so they will not stop even if there are bumps and bumps, and they will continue driving by default. But if both parties are serious, then it is inevitable that the 2 drivers will get off the car to confront each other. Wu Sini still drove at a constant speed. As long as the other party had eyes, they would not hit him. But this also increased a lot of roadside robberies. Not to mention that the car windows were gone, and the robbers could easily reach in. They also saw that there were only 2 people in the car. The main driver was a young man, and the co-pilot was a masked woman who looked like a young woman. So they naturally regarded them as robbery targets. Generally, they would drive to forcefully stop on the road, and then their accomplices would get out of the car and threaten to rob. But Wu Sini's car was an off-road type, which was fast and resistant to collisions. Just when the enemy car wanted to intercept, he stepped on the accelerator and knocked the latter car away. The driver spat out the window. This time it was not about robbing supplies. This action had obviously annoyed everyone in the car, and they chased after him. It was a pity that Li Fei couldn't throw a grenade or something at this time. First, there were outsiders, and second, why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? She still wanted to save it for dealing with mutants. Wu Sini looked at the rearview mirror and frowned. "Fasten your seatbelts. Hold on tight." Then various speeds of driving skills were put into action. Just like playing a high-end bumper car. The sound of metal collisions was so harsh, and the whistling wind coming in from the window was mixed with a strong smell of green plants. In the end, Wu Sini's car won by a narrow margin, directly knocking open the front cover of the enemy car, and smoke slowly came out. The robbers stopped for the time being with an angry curse. Li Fei patted her chest and said, "Your car is pretty good. Of course, I haven't paid off my car loan yet. Wu Sini probably hasn't raced before, and this one feels good." So she suppressed her heartache and was able to joke. Even now I don't have to pay off the car loan. Lucky. Li Fei shook her head. She didn't comment on this optimistic attitude. But she also felt that the more the better. After finally returning to the gate of the community safely, there were other cars entering the community one after another. But somehow from the perspective of outsiders, the speed was very slow. And they were even crowded together. And some people got off the car to watch and whisper. Li Fei's heart skipped a beat. And he couldn't help but look at Wu Sini, who seemed to have thought of something. They looked at each other and fell silent. To enter the community, you must pass through the security room next to the gate. The current security captain and the property manager are in the same boat. And their subordinates are all new security guards. What else can it be? It must be that the car carrying supplies was trying to enter the community, but was made difficult by the security guards. After all, although there is the benefit of being able to purchase supplies, the regulations within the community are still the same as before. And with the sun that never sets, even if there are no man-eating monsters, people's hearts are always heavy. So at this time, the more supplies, the better. Then Leroy turned a blind eye to the actions of the security team. And he could also get some benefits. So he didn't interfere. This road is really full of twists and turns. Li Fei thought tiredly. Chapter 106. Li Fei wiped the sweat from his forehead. The car didn't have air conditioning on because it would consume fuel. It was even more of a waste to turn on the air conditioning without rear windows. Apart from the warm air, the temperature outside was almost the same as that inside. Wu Sini had one arm on the open window. A candy bar that was almost melted in his mouth. With his outfit, he looked like he was going out for a drive. He stretched his head forward and looked forward. There was at least 3 or 4 car lengths away from their car. Even so, he could faintly hear the quarrel coming from the front. He turned and asked, "What should we do? What else can we do?" Li Fei pouted in disgust. "Anyway, our supplies must not be given to others." Wu Sini tapped her chin and said, "Property manager Leroy had asked me to treat his father before. And then he gave me some face. I just don't know if the security room can give it this time." Li Fei was attracted and asked, "No wonder you are so popular. But are you the only doctor in this community? If we are talking about medical staff, there are more than one." Wu Sini smiled and said, "But as far as I know, some are nurses. Some are retired nurses. And the doctors are from nearby community health centers. They may have asked me because I am a doctor in the 8th hospital." Li Fei didn't know much about the 8th hospital. But after listening to this explanation, he thought that the 8th hospital must be a rated hospital. And the level is not low, she said with a tut. "It seems that I have to rely on you this time." Wu Sini smiled and said, "How about it? I am still quite useful. Right?" After a few jokes, the traffic finally moved a little. But because every car owner didn't want to hand over any supplies, they always had to argue for a while before leaving in silence. But the people in the security room were not in a hurry at all. After finally reaching the door, Wu Sini stuck his head out again and smiled. "Captain Li, please give me a favor." Leroy's father was of course Li Peng's father. He was also there when Wu Sini was called to his house. So he naturally knew her. And he also heard Li Peng say that he would give Wu Sini some face. Li Peng held a soft stick in his hand, squinted his eyes, and saw a woman wearing a mask tightly sitting on the passenger seat, and asked with a pout, "Who is this?" Wu Sini raised her hand to cover her voice and whispered, "My boyfriend. Shy. Can't stand meeting strangers. How is the old man's health recently?" He had already turned down the volume to a whisper. But Li Fei still heard it. She raised her eyebrows, and felt that the word was inexplicably deafening. Li Peng valued the materials the most, and was not very interested in gossip. Besides, Wu Sini had indeed helped the Li family. So he waved his soft stick and said, "Okay. Got it. You guys go in." Wu Sini thanked him, and immediately drove the car into the community, until they drove away from the security room. Li Fei pulled down her mask and bit her back teeth and said word by word, "You? Boyfriend? Oh, I'm just looking for an excuse to get in quickly," Wu Sini explained, not forgetting to put on a wrong look. "If I say you and I are strangers, do you think he will try to make you hand over the supplies?" Li Fei snorted coldly and didn't answer. "Calm down. Isn't this just like those neighbors who are good at moral kidnapping? It won't hurt to be criticized. Many people are too lazy to park their cars in the underground garage, so they just park downstairs. But there are not many parking spaces downstairs. And if everyone parks, it will be crowded again. Wu Xini carefully drove the car to the bottom of Building 20, and could only choose to park next to the green belt. The two of them got out of the car one after another, took out the cloth bags from the back seat, and went to the door of the apartment building. The entire community was mobilized to purchase supplies, so not many people noticed them. Panting and climbing to the 19th floor, Li Fei squatted down to rest, and it seemed that she couldn't take the last few steps. In fact, she was no longer afraid of the 19th floor, but she was hungry, so her strength was not as sufficient as usual. Wu Xini's face was red, and after a long sigh, he asked with concern, "Are you okay? We are already home." Li Fei rubbed her head and stood up, but she stood up too hard, and suddenly she felt dizzy and fell against the wall. Wu Xini immediately dropped the cloth bag in his hand, stretched out his hand to pull her over, and put his arm around her waist. The sound of the materials hitting the ground was loud, but Wu Xini soon felt that her heartbeat was no smaller than that. She could smell a subtle and elegant scent, which was clearer than before in the mall. But this was not the most important thing. What was important was that there was a warm and soft body in his arms. He suddenly remembered something, and the back of his neck seemed to be pierced by a sharp thorn. He pushed her away again. Speechless, Li Fei knew that he was helping her, so she didn't think there was anything wrong. But she shook her head and raised her eyes, only to see that his face was flushed. His eyes were flustered, nervous and a little shy, as if he was worried about something. How could this be more exaggerated than her own reaction? Li Fei glanced at him suspiciously and asked, "What's wrong?" "No, nothing," Wu Xini answered stutteringly, squatting down to pick up some scattered supplies. And then he stopped looking at her after he stood up, and immediately took out the key to open the door and go in. "Hey, wait," Li Fei called him. "You haven't told me how to use that trick yet. If it doesn't work, I can exchange it with you for supplies. Just a push and a pinch can easily repel the person." This move she really wants to learn. Wu Xini then turned his head to look at her. His face was like the tiny cinnabar mole at the corner of his eye. He didn't know what he was thinking. And then he slowly said, "Wait a while. You have hypoglycemia. You should recover your strength first." The tone was a bit like a doctor giving instructions to a patient. Li Fei felt a little strange, but she didn't think about it anymore. She could feel that her blood sugar was indeed low, although she had just eaten a lollipop. It was a long time ago. She opened her backpack, took out the banknotes inside, and said, "Then count them. These are the money you took from the bank. Take them." Wu Xini didn't count them either. He seemed to trust her very much. After taking a few stacks of money, he went into the house silently. Li Fei looked at his disappearing back and simply ignored it. She quickly opened her door. As soon as she reached the entrance, she smelled a strong aroma of aniseed. Li Xian, who was half sitting and half lying on the sofa, saw her coming back and immediately stood up to greet her. "Sister, you are finally back. Why did you take so long?" he said as he helped carry the bags. Li Fei breathed a sigh of relief and said tiredly, "You didn't go there, so you don't know. It's more like a battlefield than a shopping mall." Li Fei went straight to the refrigerator to get a bottle of fruit juice drink, opened the lid and drank it, which directly brought her blood sugar back up. Then she continued, "Anyway, I won't go there next time. I might as well spend more time on the farm." Li Su knew she was really exhausted when he saw her like this, and he also knew that she must not have eaten much for lunch. He stood up and said, "We have already had lunch. I will go heat it up for you." Li Su cooked in the order from the most storable ingredients to the most storable ingredients. At noon today, he made a pot of winter melon stewed with vermicelli and a sweet and sour pork ribs, which were still enough for 3 people, except for what he and Li Xian ate. The rest was left in the kitchen waiting to be eaten by those who had not returned home yet. It didn't take a long time to heat it. At most 10 minutes. Li Su knew that Li Fei loved to eat rice, so he took a deep bowl, scooped a few spoonfuls of rice, and evenly placed the vegetables on the surface, letting her mix it herself. When he handed the rice bowl to Li Fei, Li Xian was already unpacking and taking out the supplies one by one. Li Fei took the bowl, stirred it a few times with a spoon, and started eating until her mouth was full. "Te Hukil." Li Fei sighed with satisfaction. Li Su actually wanted to know what the situation was in the mall, but seeing that Li Fei was eating voraciously again, he didn't ask for the time being, and instead sorted out the purchased supplies with Li Xian. 1 kilogram bag of flour, 1 kilogram plastic bag of soybeans, 1 kilogram lemon, 1 kilogram frozen chicken wings, 1 kilogram pork ribs, several boxes of duck blood, a box of milk, a carton of eggs, a box of quick frozen steamed buns, a box of quick frozen dumplings, a box of quick frozen meat buns, a box of quick frozen meat rolls, and the rest are daily necessities. Li Su found razor blades and shaving foam among them, and asked, "Did you buy this?" Li Fei swallowed the food in his mouth, nodded and explained, "Don't worry. The price of this kind of daily necessities has not increased too much. I think although you have prepared it, it is also good to buy more." Li Xian asked meaningfully, "Why did you suddenly buy this? Didn't Dr. Wu tell you?" Li Fei didn't say anything and buried her head in her food. But soon she smelled the strong spice again and asked, "What are they doing in the kitchen? It smells so good." Li Su could tell that she was trying to change the subject. So he answered, "I have a lot of time today, and I found some suitable ingredients in the refrigerator. So I thought about stewing them so that they can be eaten for a long time." Li Fei stocked up a lot of seasonings and spices at the same time, which was just right for a delicious stew. Li Xian nodded and said, "Yes. You go shopping today, and we will do fitness and tinker with the food. We also took out the dough kneading machine to see if we can do some baking." Li Fei became interested and was almost full. So she told the two about the scene in the mall. She took out the remaining money from the grid of her backpack and counted it, and found that there were still several thousand yuan left. She didn't know when this shopping craze would end, but she always felt that she had lost money if she didn't spend all the money. However, as long as she thought about the scene of people coming and going, Li Fei felt tired and didn't want to go again. Li Su took the initiative to say after seeing it, "Why don't I and Xian go next time? I only heard you say it, but I haven't seen it with my own eyes. Besides, there are always some things in the mall that are not restricted. Buy everything you can." Li Fei nodded hesitantly and said, "Okay. But I probably can't go today. Although the sun won't set at the moment. Time is still turning. The mall should be closed at a certain time. It took me so long just to queue up. I definitely can't get into the mall now. Why don't you go tomorrow?" After finishing the meal, Li Fei lay comfortably on the sofa for a while, and packed up the supplies. Li Su was taking care of his pot of stew in the kitchen, while Li Xian was studying the recipe in the e-book next to the dough kneading machine. The balcony was drying the quilt, and the sun was still covering the floor like a hot ivy. This scene would have been quite warm if it hadn't been clear that it had entered a natural disaster. Li Su stewed 2 pots of stewed dishes in the kitchen, one of which was vegetarian stew, which contained kelp, tofu puffs, gluten, tofu skin, bean curd, potatoes, fungus, and mushrooms. Now Li Fei bought eggs. Although there were only 10 eggs, Li Su still cooked half of them and threw them into stew. The other pot was a meat stew, with an elbow in the middle, and pig's trotters, chicken legs, chicken feet, beef, and pork front legs on the sides. The main feature was a pot of mixed stew, which was even more delicious. Li Xian was standing by the dough kneading machine, adding different ingredients to the container, as if it was not a dough kneading machine, but a wizard's crucible. He only waited until the ingredients were added, turned on the switch, and began to stir at a uniform speed. He also put on disposable gloves in a serious manner, put the wet dough on the chopping board sprinkled with dry powder, and kneaded it until it became a thick dough, and then cut it into even pieces. It happened that Li Fei bought eggs, so he also used a few and took the egg yolk liquid to smear on the surface. Wow! The brothers have almost used up a carton of eggs. It seems that they should go shopping at the mall a few more times. If they go again tomorrow, they can buy 2 more cartons of eggs. After processing the dough, Li Su put them in the baking tray and then in the oven. After setting the temperature, he just waited for it to be done. Seeing that the brothers were working, Li Fei didn't want to be idle either. She first made a pot of lemonade with lemons for later use, then found a container, took out a pound of soybeans she bought, carefully selected them, removed those that were damaged or had worm holes, and started soaking until tomorrow. When she soaks them tomorrow, she will put a towel on them and water them every day. Within a week, the bean sprouts should be able to grow. After working until the evening, and taking some time to supervise the strange plants in the space to kill the zombies, Li Fei officially sat at the dining table today. After stewing the stewed dishes for an afternoon and evening, the flavor of the spices has completely penetrated into the ingredients, making them soft, rotten, salty and fragrant. Li Su picked 2 pieces of front leg meat and chopped them up and spread them on the white rice. He also took a few stewed eggs. Isn't this a stewed pork rice? Unfortunately, the leafy vegetables had been eaten by them, so there was no way to decorate them. So they could only use shredded lettuce instead. The snacks in the baking tray had been completed long ago. It turned out that Li Xian made light milk scones. As soon as the oven was turned on, the rich sweet fragrance overflowed. This was a smell that was easy to smell before the end of the world. If you can smell it in the end of the world, and it is the kind that is freshly baked, the happiness is simply indescribable. The lemonade made by Li Fei has also been refrigerated. The family eats stewed pork rice and drinks ice cold, sour and sweet lemonade. There are also desserts after the meal. It's so satisfying. However, just as they finished dinner, the doorbell suddenly rang. Chapter 107. Li Fei rubbed her stomach and came to the entrance to look through the peephole. It was indeed Wusini. She turned around and waved, then opened the door and went out. Li Xian leaned against the wall and squinted, as if he knew who was coming. Li Su had just washed the dishes and saw that Li Fei was not there. So he asked, "Who is here? Where is Fei Fei?" Li Xian did not answer, but pulled Li Su and whispered, "Brother, I suspect something happened between my sister and Dr. Wu, especially this time when they went out to purchase supplies. Something must have happened." Li Su frowned and said unhappily, "Don't talk nonsense. What can they do?" Li Xian didn't care about Li Fei's emotional life anyway. Instead, he thought that if there was one more person, wouldn't it be more convenient for them to manage the farm on weekdays? Of course, he was just thinking about it. Unless they found out about the farm space, they could never tell anyone. He put down his hand, leaned his arms on the back of his head, and said leisurely, "Well, just treat it as my nonsense. Anyway, my sister is out, and I have a 90% suspicion that it was Dr. Wu who rang the doorbell." Li Xian's intuition is quite accurate. After Li Fei went out, she not only met Wusini, but also went to the rooftop with him. However, she didn't think too much about it. She just thought that he was going to teach her a trick, so she naturally had to go to a more open place. It was just that she had just eaten and had to digest the food before exercising. It was already night at this point before the end of the world. There were the shadows of the crescent moon and the stars, but now it was still the big golden sun, which completely dispelled the darkness and illuminated the world without any darkness. "Now you can tell me what your trick is, right?" Li Fei asked impatiently. Wusini lifted his bangs and asked back, "Didn't you notice any changes in me?" Li Fei saw that he had regained his arrogant look and frowned, and asked, "Where?" "Take a closer look," Wusini said, and fiddled with his hair again, pinning the longest strand of hair behind his ear, making the facial lines softer. Li Fei said matter-of-factly, "Your hair has grown? What else?" Li Fei lost his patience and raised his fist and said coldly, "I advise you to speak directly. Don't beat around the bush. After all, you have seen my bottom line." Wusini felt a chill immediately around her, and shivered before whispering, "I know. It's just, didn't you notice that I clean my body? Do you look cleaner? How does it compare to before the end of the world?" "Ah?" Li Fei was speechless for a moment, and asked after a while, "You posed for a long time, and that's what you wanted to express?" She then teased, "Why? As a doctor, you really have mysophobia? I didn't notice it before. After staying in a place like a hospital for a long time, you will always unconsciously bring some, right?" Wusini waved her hand and sighed. "And," he paused at this point, and somehow a thin layer of red appeared on his neck again. "And you don't like being sloppy, right? There are a lot of peculiar smells in the mall, and you hate them." Li Fei didn't quite understand. After the end of the world, because there is not enough water. Who is not dirty? Even her previous life was so dirty that she hated it. If there was no space in this life, wouldn't they be the same? She suddenly remembered that a few hours ago, they were in the corridor on the 19th floor. Wusini supported her, but quickly pushed her away, looking embarrassed. So, he just thought that he might smell the peculiar smell caused by his lack of cleanliness. So he was embarrassed? Li Fei was a little embarrassed, but she probably changed her face as soon as she entered the mall. And Wusini was always a person who was good at observing words and expressions. So she remembered it. But for some reason, she felt her face suddenly warm. And it didn't seem to be because of the sun. Li Fei scratched her head and thought about it before saying, I just didn't expect that the mall would have that kind of smell at that time. Don't think too much. Besides, we are barely teammates now. I don't care about these things. And you don't care about them either. You don't care. But I do. Wusini interrupted her and said, and if it's because of you, I will care more. What if you also dislike me? Thinking of this, I want to come to you, to explain. Li Fei was shocked, but soon said in a serious tone, I say again, I don't care about those things. If I have to say that I care about something, it's that it's stupid for you to waste the already scarce resources. At least I don't want you to die now. After these words were spoken, both of them fell silent. From the rooftop, you can clearly see the artificial lake, because it is no different from daytime. You can still see residents carrying containers to the lake to fetch water. In fact, they also know that drinking this dead water may cause illness and incur greater costs. But what else can they do? Even if they go to the mall, the price is high and the purchase is limited, and it is easy to be snatched away. So they have to come to the lake to fetch water again. The water capacity in the artificial lake is calculated in tons, which can at least support the survivors for a while. Wusini also remembered the scene of himself squeezing into the crowd to buy water. After all, he was still young and not very hungry. So he finally grabbed 2 boxes of mineral water. As a result, he used several bottles for this matter, and a few bottles of water were enough to keep him alive for a few more days. He lowered his head slightly and whispered, Sorry. No need to apologize. People live for themselves anyway. No one else can interfere. This time it was Li Fei who interrupted him. I'm just reminding you. It's up to you whether you listen or not. I understand. Wusini raised his head again, his eyes bright, the sunlight shining on his hair like a layer of golden sand. Li Fei felt that it seemed to be really smoother, a bit like a cat's fur. Thank you. Then, let's not talk about this. Aren't you interested in my trick? I can tell you. Li Fei also forgot about those. His eyes lit up, and asked, What is it? Wusini smiled but said nothing. He stretched out his hand to signal her, as if asking her to stretch out her hand as well. Li Fei raised her hand in confusion, and he held her wrist. In this kind of weather, hands can't get cold. They are always warm. Li Fei frowned and asked unhappily, What? If you want to understand, don't you have to feel it yourself first? Wusini smiled slyly, suddenly put his thumb on the back of her hand, and put the rest of his fingers in other places, suddenly pinched it down hard, and then lifted it up. Before Li Fei could react, she suddenly felt numbness and pain in her hand, which instantly extended to her entire arm. She immediately struggled in surprise. Wusini took advantage of her almost half-powerless body and pulled her over, and took the opportunity to put her in his arms, and asked with a smile, How does this compare to your fighting skills? After this set, even if Li Fei had facial paralysis, she had an expression, because the sour and numb pain was stimulating and torturous, and she was actually a fake facial paralysis. She half made a bitter face and half inhaled. Regardless of where she was now, her hands were bent like chicken claws. Not only that, she could smell a hint of refreshing mint while inhaling vigorously. It hurt so much. Li Fei punched Wusini hard with her intact hand. This punch was full of strength, and it was earth-shattering, which led to a strange scene on the rooftop where 2 people, one touching their arms and the other covering their chests, were inhaling hissingly. Wusini even felt that his chest must have been bruised. If he were a surgeon, he would be able to judge his condition better. He wrinkled his nose and rubbed his chest, then stepped forward to rub Li Fei's hands. Miraculously, after rubbing for a while, the numbness and pain really stopped. Li Fei asked puzzledly, What is this? Wusini said slowly, This is a kind of grappling technique. Simply put, it is to grab the numb tendons. Think about it. If the numb tendons are grabbed, won't you have no strength and fall to the ground in the end? Li Fei didn't care that Wusini kept holding her hand, but just asked, How can you do this? Hey, don't underestimate me. And I'm a doctor. Wusini then helped rub the wrist, and said with a smile, This numbness is also called the ulnar nerve in medicine, and it is not only in the hands, but also in the elbows, shoulders, necks, waists, and legs. Some are also related to the acupuncture points on the body, which is also a medical matter. Why can't I learn this? Makes sense. Li Fei tilted her head, and after experiencing it herself, she was eager to try. Then can you teach me this? Fighting is an attack, and this grappling is a way to make the enemy lose their ability to move. Li Fei greedily wanted to learn both. It's good to have more skills, and she will have a lot of time to learn in the future. Wu Sini let go of her hand, stroked her hair again, and looked at the scenery in the distance without saying a word. Li Fei went to his other side and patted her chest and said, I'm not learning from you for nothing. I'm giving you supplies. Ning Xuan and I learned Sonda in the same way. I know your family has enough supplies, but I don't want them. Wu Sini said calmly. Li Fei's heart sank. At this critical moment, food is like gold, silver and jewelry. How can ordinary people not want them? Even if he can still earn supplies and go to the mall to buy them, it is far from enough for future survival. Wu Sini always has a different smile on his face every time he meets someone. Occasionally, he looks cold when facing outsiders. Now that I think about it, that smile seems to be similar to hers. Both are the opposite. She is used to facial paralysis, and he is used to smiling. In fact, they are just pretending. Simply put, it's white and black. But what exactly does he want to say now? Could it be? In fact, Li Fei also knows that he observes carefully and seriously, and can find out something wrong from the details. But he is also a smart man. He knows that once some things are spoken out, the current relatively stable state will undergo a great change. So he would rather keep it in his heart than speak it out. Is he going to show his cards? Li Fei was brainstorming, but heard Wu Sini continue to ask. I just want to ask you, what will happen next? Li Fei came back to her senses and looked up. Wu Sini was also looking back at her quietly, and his eyes, like obsidian, were half doubtful and half confused. The emotions displayed by ordinary people are far more diverse than those in these eyes: anxiety, panic, depression, and even despair. There is nothing more desperate than waiting for death to come, but having no way to deal with it. Even though Wu Sini is a doctor, he is also an ordinary person. It is normal for him to feel afraid. Li Fei sighed. If he just talked about what would happen in the future, and told him, it would not be impossible. At least he could be prepared. Right? Chapter 108. Li Fei also turned around. It seemed that every night, the sun took on the responsibility of the moon and shone more dazzlingly. She pointed at the light and said, it's already like this. Can't you see what's happening? According to science, it's impossible for long periods of polar day to occur, especially in China. Wu Sini shook her head half doubtfully. Those experts would think so too. But it really appeared in front of us. So, Li Fei paused and said firmly, this is the end of the world. Wu Sini opened his eyes wide, but didn't say anything for a while. In fact, when the zombies appeared, some people already wondered if it was the end of the world. After all, zombies only appear in movies and entertainment, and the appearance of zombies is unscientific. But now that they are about to eliminate the zombies, the polar day has appeared again, which has become a complex mood of excitement and worry. Of course, people still want to think positively. The appearance of polar day is even more unscientific than zombies, and the rumors of the end of the world have gradually spread. However, because there are no other side effects except hunger and thirst, not many people are very convinced. Wu Sini asked Li Fei. In addition to the trust accumulated over time, her intuition told her that she would give him the answer. Unexpectedly, those rumors turned out to be true in her mouth. Even if he doubted it, he had to accept the fact that it was really the end of the world now. Then, Wu Sini kept organizing her words and asked intermittently, next, will it be full of daylight? What will the world be like? Will it be destroyed? No. Li Fei only answered the first question. After all, she only lived for more than 3 years in her previous life. She didn't know whether the world would be destroyed or not. She only knew that humans were always the weaker party in front of nature. The sun will set. But, Li Fei thought about it, and told the story in a different way. Think about it. The polar day has appeared, and there are mutant creatures, which means that there are additional conditions that would never have existed before the end of the world. So I think there will definitely be more than polar day in the future. And there will be other natural disasters. Natural disasters, Wu Sini murmured, as if chewing this strange and mysterious term in his mouth. In fact, there were some natural disasters before the end of the world, and many of them became memorable days with dates in the prefix. But as Li Fei said, even completely unscientific mutants and polar day have appeared. Will the natural disasters in the future be much greater than people's imagination? Seeing Wusune's changing expression, Li Fei comforted him. Don't think too much. It's just the beginning. Collect more supplies as soon as possible. You have more conditions to survive than ordinary people. This situation is just the beginning for her. Wusune also felt that he couldn't worry about it anymore. Thinking so much made his head hurt. He wanted to give himself a few injections. He regained his color and asked with a smile. Then will we go shopping together tomorrow? There is no saying that one person can only go once for shopping in the mall. As long as you are willing to queue and can grab supplies. It's fine. Unless the store is out of goods. But if they don't mind the fatigue, they can try their luck in other stores. Li Fei curled her lips. I don't want to go. But Wusune's expression changed very quickly. When she heard the first half of the sentence, she was completely depressed. But when she heard the second half, she perked up again. Very obviously. Li Fei said helplessly, my brother and my younger brother are going. And maybe, we need to use your car. No problem. Wusune agreed immediately. It's just a matter of convenience. What about tomorrow? Although the sky was clear, it was already very late. From the rooftop, you can see that every household has drawn the curtains very tightly, as if they don't want to let a single ray of light into the room. Li Fei and Wusune left the rooftop. When they came to the 19th floor to go home, the former suddenly said, when you go to look for supplies, see if there are any daylight eye masks for sleeping. Wusune responded with a bright smile and waved as if to say good night again. Somehow, Li Fei felt that his smile was a little more real. When she walked into her house, Li Su and Li Xian had not yet gone to bed, but they should have finished washing up. Li Xian was sitting on the sofa playing with a handheld game console. Although she didn't have as many top-of-the-line equipment as Ning Xuan's family, a handheld game console was enough for her for the time being. Moreover, before the end of the world, he had rules for playing. But now, he was like a wild horse that had run away. Li Fei glanced at the wall clock and asked, why aren't you sleeping yet? Li Xian paused the game and smiled. Isn't this waiting for you to come back? Li Fei always felt that his smile had another deep meaning. And seeing Li Su was there, she explained, the mall is several kilometers away from the community. So I thought you could take Dr. Wu's car tomorrow, which would be faster, and you could get to the front of the line. Sister. Li Xian put his long arm around Li Fei's shoulders and whispered, why do I feel that you have been very close to Dr. Wu recently? Really? Li Fei raised her eyebrows. Anyway, you will go there tomorrow. So you will be close. Right? Fei. Li Su said, what Xian said is right. Of course. We are not saying that we can't get to know him. And we are neighbors who see each other every day, but didn't you say it before? You can know a person's face, but not his heart. Who knows what he is thinking under his smiling face? Li Xian was obviously more lively than before the end of the world. He put his arm around Li Su's shoulder and said with a smile, brother, if you are jealous, why don't you just say it? Otherwise, my sister won't understand. As a result, he received a glare from both the brother and sister. Li Fei understood what they were thinking. After thinking for a moment, he explained, in fact, after getting along with him, I can see what he is like behind his face. And today I actually did something without a bottom line in front of him. If it were someone else, they would have been scared away long ago. But he was still calm. Such people can usually survive longer in the end of the world. Things without a bottom line? The brothers were confused. Well, when we were at the mall today, we came out after buying supplies and encountered robbers on the road. Because there were not many rescue troops there. It gave people a loophole. And they came specifically to rob people of the supplies they had bought. Li Fei said calmly. I killed someone in front of him. But he still drove back with me obediently and was willing to come to see me. So I think he can be familiar. However, Li Su and Li Xian didn't seem to hear the second half of the sentence. As soon as the first half was said, they were petrified, and the room suddenly became silent. Fei. You? Li Su stammered and said those two words for a long time. You killed someone? Before the apocalypse. Even the good citizens were a little afraid to say that word. Li Xian, the little boy, was even more pale. And I don't know what he was thinking. The most important thing is that, except for going to the space, the two brothers spent more time at home. And Li Fei did all the big things. Normally, they hurt people indirectly. Even if they hurt people directly, it wouldn't be a big problem. Maybe they didn't expect Li Fei to kill people with her own hands. even if she changed her personality after rebirth. This change was too thorough. Right? Tomorrow they will go to the mall, which is like a battlefield. Li Fei feels that she needs to hit the two again. She flipped her hand and took out the small pocket knife. She hadn't wiped off the blood on it completely, so it was still dry on the blade. The two brothers couldn't help but gasp when they saw it, and they all thought of a phrase. White knife in, red knife out. It turned out to be true. If I didn't kill them at that time, not only would the supplies be taken away, but they would also kill us. And they probably wanted more than just supplies. Li Fei put the pocket knife on the coffee table, crossed his arms and said coldly, I'm not a god of war, so I only killed the leader and a gangster who looked at me with lustful eyes, to set an example, and the others will naturally disperse. Anyway, if they don't die, I will die. So we can't be soft-hearted in this regard. Li Xian scratched his face and stammered this. This doesn't seem to be a question of mercy. Li Su frowned. But it seemed that it was not the reason why they had to learn to kill people, but because of the half-sentence in the middle. In short, you must learn to protect yourself, and take the initiative to attack when necessary. Now the outside is more chaotic than before. Do you have to wait foolishly for others to invade you? Li Fei said. The social order will collapse completely one day, and it will take time to rebuild it. But if we want to survive during this period, we have to be more ruthless than others. We still have the conditions. So why can't we do it? You will go tomorrow. So think about it carefully before that. Li Su and Li Xian nodded, without saying anything more, and returned to their bedrooms with a gloomy face. Li Fei was also busy all day, and fell asleep as soon as she touched her pillow after returning to her room. Until the next day, Li Fei rubbed her eyes and got up, and found that Li Su and Li Xian got up earlier than her. She didn't know when they got up, but now it was the same day and night. Today's breakfast is more Western, with scones made by Li Xian in a baking pan, fried eggs, bacon, and cherries and melons produced by the space. The giant melon must be picked, and after picking, it is divided into many normal melons and put into the granary. It can be taken out when it is needed for eating or processing. Now all fruits are refrigerated, sweet and refreshing, and the temperature of the mouth is lowered. Li Fei is very happy to eat. Li Su and Li Xian each carry a backpack, but they mainly use their system backpacks, because they think there may be a big show again. So Li Fei asked them to bring the remaining money, a few bottles of water and protein bars, and chocolate bars. Needless to say, these chocolate bars can continue to be sold to make money while waiting in line, but they can't bring too much. Otherwise it will arouse suspicion. Fortunately, as long as the price is increased, they can still get some wool before entering the mall. Secondly, she asked them to bring a pocket knife and put it in the system backpack. Sharp weapons cannot be brought into the mall, so before this, they can only defend themselves with bare hands. However, they did not rest during this period. They either set up facilities at home to practice, or went to 2001 to ask Ning Shuwan for advice. The latter was also very enthusiastic to teach them. That is, she would not be at home when she went out to find supplies. In addition, everyone was busy going to the mall these days, and Ning Shuwan was no exception. In other words, the brothers' fighting skills must be better than ordinary people, and this time, they were more willing to practice. After a few more instructions, the doorbell rang. Needless to say, it was Wu Sini next door who rang it. After seeing them off, Li Fei was the only one left in the room. She stretched and slipped into the space. Chapter 109. Unexpectedly, it rained in the space today. Li Fei suddenly felt a mixture of joy and sorrow. She was happy because she didn't have to defeat zombies or water the crops on rainy days. But she was worried because she had big fish to catch today and had to do other farm work. How could she handle it alone? At this moment, she really wished she had 3 heads and 6 arms and could clone herself, so that she could take good care of the farm. Anyway, farm work had to be done today. Rainy days would occur from time to time. At present, she had planted a lot of crops, so not having to water them was a big help. If there was extra time, she would consider other things. Li Fei roughly planned today's itinerary in her mind and started to work without stopping. First, collect. Cutting wood and knocking stones can expand the farm. On rainy days, you can collect some things that you can't collect on weekdays. In addition to wild vegetables, wild tree fruits, lichens, and earthworms, Li Fei focused on finding the collections that she hadn't found before. Because according to the date, the space will soon be over. This time, there will be a big change in the space. And if you accidentally miscalculate the time for the crops to mature, the crops in the field will wither. And there will be no time to regret. So the collection will change. You know, she still has 2 unfinished orders for collections on the farm order board. Today, she is going to turn the farm upside down and find it. The misty drizzle brought a bit of coolness to Li Fei, who had been in the polar day all day. But she still wore a raincoat for fear of catching a cold. Li Fei first went to the river and lake to collect river food, and then conducted a carpet search along the road. After upgrading her collection skills, she seemed to be more sensitive to the discovery of collected objects, and it was easy to find them in the bushes or corners. After collecting a lot of wild vegetables, Li Fei found a piece of land covered with wet leaves not far from the river beach. Her sixth sense told her that there might be something underneath. Li Fei then took out a hoe and began to dig lightly. When she broke the soil, she saw something hidden under the soil. She quickly reached out and took it out. And after patting the broken soil on it, the system sounded. Ding. You get 1 morel. So this is the best mushroom in the world. Li Fei happily collected it. Remembered the terrain. Picked up the hoe and continued to search. The order requires not only morels, but also spring bamboo shoots. But bamboo shoots usually grow next to bamboo. Li Fei has never seen a bamboo forest in the space. But since the order has come out, it means that there must be some in the space. Fortunately, spring bamboo shoots are not difficult to find. It is likely that they can't wait to break out of the soil and show their sharp corners. Li Fei also dug up a lot of them and put them in her backpack. However, after finding the required number for the order, Li Fei did not stop. She wanted to find some more. Wouldn't it be new ingredients to cook when she brought them back to reality? She could also reward the brothers Li Su and Li Xian. But she never found it again. As if she had collected all of them. Even if it was a game, she had to wait for it to refresh. Li Fei returned to the starting point without hesitation, and then came to the order board. After delivering 2 orders, she received cash coins and a recipe for pickled pork with preserved vegetables, and immediately clicked to learn. This dish can restore physical strength and improve gathering skills. Unfortunately, to make this pickled pork with preserved vegetables in the space, she did not have enough materials on hand. Li Fei was not too upset. After all, she would be able to eat it soon in reality. Right? After completing 2 orders in one breath, 2 new orders appeared in her eyes. Silver stamens between golden flowers. Need honeysuckle X3. Reward, honeysuckle do recipe X1. Snow white square fields are like crystals. Soak, grind, filter and boil to make a paste. Need tofu X2. Reward, 1,000 gold coins. Well, these 2 orders are easy and difficult. The strange plants are still swaying slightly in the spring breeze, as if absorbing the gentle spring rain, except for the closed electric sunflowers. But after Li Fei checked, she found that they were all fully charged. Li Fei went to the cherry tree again and saw that there were fruits again. So she picked them all. This cherry tree will also be out of season, so she either has to stock up some. Otherwise she may not be able to eat fresh cherries when the space reaches summer. So the fruit tree must be planted early to be more cost effective. In order to welcome the summer, she also has to prepare in advance. Li Fei went to the fish pond again. The rain water created circles of ripples in the pond full of water. Unfortunately, there were no fish in it. She scratched her head and remembered that she had to build a feed factory first. After making fish feed in it, she would buy fish fry and feed them to Li Xian. Only when they matured could she catch fish. But the most important thing now was farming. She didn't know if she would have enough money to build a feed factory after a big shopping spree. Even if she did, she would have to wait for Li Su and Li Xian to come back so that she could get more experience points. After passing the fish pond, it was the area of large vats and earthenware jars. The strawberries that were planted earlier were bright red, plump, and juicy, like crystal rubies. In addition, strawberries had the highest unit price among the 3 kinds of fruits. So the price after processing was even higher. So Li Fei only ate a few, and left a few for Li Su and Li Xian, and put the rest into the clay pot to make jam. The good news is that this wave of strawberry jam made Li Fei a lot of money. But the bad news is that he only cherished it after losing it. And Li Fei wanted to eat strawberries again. Then, there were the pickled river fish. and Li Fei picked a few vegetables and pickled them. And the selling prices were surprisingly different. In addition to the ones he ate at home, they were all pickled and sold in and out of the shipping boxes. After all, not only would he have to grow crops and exotic plants, but he would also have to make facilities and equipment, which would require gold coins. Li Fei checked the granary and found that there were still some melons that could be put into the clay pot for processing, thanks to the fact that it had grown into a huge crop. The normal-sized melons produced in one space were enough for the 3 people of the Li family to eat. Besides, they didn't have to eat melons every meal. Fruits were probably just a condiment in life. However, Li Fei finally left a few melons and put the rest into the clay pot for processing. The river fish that had just been collected in the backpack were also processed together. It didn't take long to process the ingredients in the clay pot, and she could make some money soon. It was just raining today, and the opportunity was not to be missed. So she still decided to open the mall and start the shopping mode. What could be happier than shopping? But this time she didn't buy blindly, because the season was about to end. She had to calculate the growth cycle of each crop and exotic plant before planting it. Otherwise, if the crops withered on the same day they matured, she would have no place to cry. This was a common problem for novices that she discovered when she casually browsed the forum in the past. It was almost a daily post, and people downstairs often mocked and comforted her. First, she planted a batch of crops that could be processed into exotic plant bullets, such as peas, peppers, and corn shoots, and then planted the last batch of Chinese medicinal materials such as dandelions, jasmine, and rehmannia. She also planted the honeysuckle required for the order, but she bought more than the number of seeds ordered. Secondly, Li Fei also bought a batch of new seeds for all the vegetables from the last bumper harvest. Among the pre-apocalyptic supplies and the relief food that were received, there were probably only root vegetables left, such as potatoes. Because of the temperature, the skin had begun to sprout, but the sprouts were not big and could still be eaten after being dug out. But potatoes are a very versatile ingredient and can also be used as food. So Li Fei bought some extra potato, corn, purple sweet potato, and yam seeds. In addition, she added 3 new seeds, cauliflower, cabbage, and baby cabbage, as well as vegetable seeds such as Chinese cabbage, radish, cucumber, and mustard greens that are suitable for making pickles. Of course, this time she did not just process and sell them, but also made some for herself. Pickled cucumbers and pickled radishes are classic pickles, and Chinese cabbage can be pickled into sauerkraut. However, Li Fei has not eaten sauerkraut dishes yet, so she can try it. As for mustard greens, they are the raw materials for making ordinary mustard greens, although she also stockpiled some when she was stockpiling. Now there is this brand new one, and the packaging can be used to exchange for supplies in the future. She will not buy fruit seeds for the time being, saving money to buy in the summer. So she will go to the exotic plant area to check. Most people have not thought that polar day will cause high oxygen poisoning, even if the experts want to notify. With the current situation where the network signal is almost paralyzed, not every household has a radio or other tools. So they have to use the old method of human communication from one area to another, which is not only time-consuming and labor-intensive, but I am afraid that not many people will believe it. First, they will not trust the so-called experts without lessons. And second, they only want to hear good news from the top, and they block out bad news. The Li family now has luminous masks made of luminous flower tobacco and mature flowers, which should be able to survive the high oxygen period. After the polar day comes the polar night, and biological mutations are rapid. If the mutated species is dormant during the polar day, the polar night is the time for them to break out of their shells. Moreover, most of the creatures are zombies, which naturally poses a great danger to the survivors who survive the zombies and polar day. So now, Li Fei has to find a way to stock up more weapons. The farm already has pea pistols, chili rifles, and corn shoot machine guns, and everyone in the Li family can have one. Just pick them before the season is over. Li Fei looked around the mall and prepared to expand another category. That is the shotgun. This gun is also known as a spray gun. Everyone is equal in front of the spray gun, not to mention mutant creatures. So Li Fei bought 3 broad bean seeds and many broad bean seeds, and planted them before the season is over. Then there are potato grenades, sweet potato mines, and taro bombs. But she focused on buying the first and second types. She had to use this type of ammunition as a trump card. After all, She didn't know how powerful it was, and using it directly in reality would be too eye-catching, and it might cause damage and casualties, so she would avoid it if she could. But there is a weapon that is cost-effective, and that is the hanging golden bell fierce fire sprayer. Whether it is a plant or an animal, even if it is a zombie, it is afraid of fire. Once the fire is opened, it will be disabled or flee in a panic if it does not die. Last time, she only planted one, so she bought 2 more seeds. By then, each person in their family will have one. For auxiliary exotic plants, Li Fei bought psychedelic mushrooms, sawtooth leaves, corpse flowers, electric sunflowers, and clematis net seeds. Psychedelic mushrooms can be processed into psychedelic powder, which is effective against any zombie creatures. Sawtooth leaves are cheap and large in quantity. They can cause damage to aerial creatures when paired with crossbows. Needless to say, corpse flowers may be sprayed too much to resist the attack of mutant creatures. The electric sunflower will continue to charge, and the clematis net will not only be a door, but also a window. Don't forget, these are just the exotic plants that can be planted in spring. Maybe there will be new exotic plants that can be planted in summer. After calculating the date and confirming it, Li Fei prepared to plant the fields. The land had been empty after picking before, and it had to be reclaimed again. She took out the hoe and bent down to hoe the land, full of energy. However, this enthusiasm did not last long. The collection just now had used up less than 1/3 of her physical strength, and the remaining physical strength was all used by her to hoe the land. Who asked her to plant a large field again this time? Besides, checking the time, it was also noon. So after using up all the physical strength, Li Fei wiped the liquid mix with rain and sweat on her face, and returned to reality for the time being. Chapter 110. After gulping down a large glass of iced lemonade, Li Fei opened the refrigerator to look for food. The pot of stewed food that Li Su made yesterday was basically untouched. So she first went to the rice cooker to cook a pot of rice, and then picked some stewed food to heat up. Finally, she started the ice maker to make ice cubes, took a cup and filled it with a cup, and then found a can of lychee-flavored soda to fill it up. Shaking the cup made a clinking sound. The heated stewed food soon had a spicy aroma that filled the room. Li Fei first scooped a few spoonfuls of hot white rice in the middle of the plate, and placed potatoes, mushrooms, kelp, gluten and other stewed vegetables next to it. On the other side were 2 large chicken legs and chicken feet, beef slices, and a spoonful of dark marinade in the middle. The aroma was overflowing, and just smelling it was satisfying. Li Fei also took out a glass fruit plate. There was half a melon wrapped in plastic film in the refrigerator. She cut 2 slices with a knife and put a dozen cherries in it. After the meal, the fruit plate was ready. When she has money in the future, she will definitely buy all the seasonal fruit trees in season to make this fruit plate more abundant. Sitting at the dining table, she found a movie on her mobile phone and enjoyed her lunch happily. The time for a movie was enough for her to finish lunch and rest. In addition, the neighbors were busy going to the mall recently, and it seemed that the whole building was quiet. She was very satisfied with the current situation. If there was no more work to do on the farm, Li Fei would have to take a nap. But she went back to the farm immediately after resting. Her stamina had almost recovered, so she put on her raincoat again. The farmland she had reclaimed in the morning was still wet. Li Fei was not in a hurry to sow seeds, but was going to make fertilizer at the workbench. Ordinary crops did not need fertilizer before the season was over, but exotic plants did. Li Fei was going to make intermediate fertilizer, which required fish to make. Fortunately, she did not have to spend the entire second half of the day fishing. She only needed to catch enough fish to make the required amount of fertilizer. Li Fei then took her fishing gear and bait to the river. Although she had no skills, she did not know if it was because of the host's aura. Except for the time when she first touched the fishing gear, she had not been empty-handed and soon caught enough fish. But because of the rainy day, she had a certain chance to encounter catfish, and now she caught one. Li Fei was fishing, and now she could use all her strength, thinking of Li Xian rolling all over the body and getting sick in order to catch a catfish. Li Fei seemed to have infinite power and was determined to catch it, cut it into pieces, and throw it into the iron pot. The catfish kept flapping on the ground, and Li Fei breathed a sigh of relief, thinking whether to satisfy her appetite or sell it. But if she sold it now, it could only be put in and out of the box, and the money would not be received until tomorrow, and distant water could not quench immediate thirst. Besides, Didn't she set her mind to solve it with different cooking methods? Braised, steamed with garlic and fermented black beans, stewed eggplant in an iron pot. It seems that there are still a few eggplants left at home. Yeah. Li Fei decided to keep this extra catfish and change the taste later. In the eyes of the catfish, it was Li Fei's eyes that flashed with strange evil light. But he could do nothing but continue to flutter on the ground. After collecting the fish, Li Fei came to the workbench and made a batch of intermediate fertilizers, and then began to sow seeds. Ordinary crop seeds were planted together. Chinese herbal medicine seeds were planted together. Plants that could be processed into bullets were planted together. Crops prepared for making pickles were planted together. And exotic plants that had not yet been picked were also planted together. This distribution was good, and it would be convenient to harvest and pick them after they matured. TSK. This farm will make her an obsessive-compulsive patient sooner or later. After sowing the seeds, it is time to water and fertilize. Fertilizing does not consume physical strength, but watering does. Even if it rains today and there is no need to water. Li Fei suddenly remembered that she is still using the wooden barrel container given by the system at the beginning. And she feels that using this container consumes physical strength very quickly. Li Fei has seen watering-related products in the mall. There are watering can drawings for sale. But the lowest level watering can is also a copper watering can. She has not even seen the shadow of copper or now. So she naturally no longer wants to use it. But as she grows more and more crops, this handy watering can must be used. Otherwise it will be a waste of physical strength. She had already planted so many seeds. But she didn't expect that her currency bar was still empty. And she could even build some facilities. This wave of strawberries has done a great job. But that would have to wait until Lisu came back. Before that, she could collect materials or make some equipment that everyone can make. For example, after expanding the field, the number of 2 scarecrows was a bit crowded. So Li Fei made 2 more. For scarecrows just stood in each corner to protect this piece of land. Then, there was the workbench. Li Fei made 2 more and put them together. And also made another one for the mixing table. She originally wanted to make a bonfire. But the most important coal was gone. It turned out that Li Fei was thinking about going to the mine in the afternoon. Which just gave her a reason. She should stay in the mine for the rest of the time. But before that, she made another batch of fish cages, and put them by the river and the lake. This flow of fish cages needs to be accumulated. In the long run, the total gold coins sold will increase sooner or later. Just like the current number of fish cages. About 1,000 gold coins can be obtained every day. The number of baits required has also increased. But Li Fei thought that after building a feed factory, there will be feed specially for fish. Isn't there a special action in the field of fishing called making nests? Maybe when there is feed. Plus this, there will be new effects for fishing. In short, she is very much looking forward to the future space farm. After finishing everything, Li Fei took the pickaxe, weapons, food and medicine and walked towards the mine. You know, half of the tasks on the order board are in the mine. Although she was alone at this time, she could just use her hand speed to knock the stone and take out the knife at the same time. Entering the mine, there was indeed a sign next to the transporter, with the number 5 written on it, which should mean that it can be directly teleported to the 5th floor. Li Fei thought that there were few ores and monsters on the first 5 floors. So she used the transporter to go directly to the 5th floor. Torches were still hanging on the walls of the mine, emitting a hazy light. Li Fei kept her eyes and ears open, and first went to find ores other than stones to dig. When she noticed a monster, she immediately switched weapons and waited to kill it. Fortunately, there would be noises when monsters came. The stinking flies would make a buzzing sound when flapping their wings, and the maggots would make a gurgling sound when rubbing against the sticky liquid when crawling on the ground. Whenever this happened, Li Fei knew that it was time to fight. However, she still hadn't seen the so-called stone zombie on the order. So she got the crystal cores from the stinking flies and fat maggots, and dug more stones, limestone and gypsum. The 6th and 7th floors were the same. Li Fei dug some coal, as she wished, and carefully stored it in her backpack, because she only dug minerals other than stones. She killed monsters while digging, and soon reached the 8th floor. She had encountered a small elite monster on the 5th floor before, so she must be waiting for her on the 10th floor. Li Fei noticed that the surroundings were quiet, with only the sound of dripping water. So she sat down and ate some food to replenish her energy. It was still a fruit platter, grilled wild vegetables, and grilled river fish. not only for physical strength, but also for nutrition in reality. However, Li Fei didn't mind it. Eating the food produced in the space seemed to be just silently restoring physical strength, and she didn't feel full or satisfied. To her, the food cooked by Li Su was still delicious. In the 8th floor, in addition to gypsum, limestone, and coal, she also saw a more crystal clear ore than these three, even a bit like crystal and glass. This must be a new ore. Li Fei didn't know what kind of ore it was, but wouldn't it be clear if she dug it out first? Li Fei immediately started to dig, and put the digging into her backpack. The system said, "Ding. You get quartz X1. You can only go back and see what it can be used for. But after exploring the 8th floor, there is only this piece of quartz. And there is still no copper ore." Li Fei frowned, and then used a machete to cut off a maggot as long as an arm. The slurry splashed everywhere, and the crystal core embedded in it could be vaguely seen. She comforted herself that this was only 8%. And it was not so easy to explore the entire mine. So she slowly continued to go down to the 9th floor. And God will not let down those who work hard. Maybe it was because she always wanted to find copper ore in her mind. In the dim vision, she really saw a touch of shiny brown, which was really exciting. However, before finding the treasure, there will always be some setbacks. There was another buzzing sound in her ears. But this buzzing sound was different from the previous one made by the stink bug. The stink bug was heavier, but this one was lighter, and it was intermittent, annoying for no reason. She seemed to know what this monster was. I saw an insect flying over from a distance, about the size of a rugby ball, with irregular white spots all over its black body, a pair of narrow wings, and an extremely sharp mouthpart that seemed to reflect light in this dark mine. It is conceivable that if you get stung by it, it will not only suck blood. It's a mosquito. Li Fei got angry for no reason when she saw this creature. Compared with bedbugs and flies, she hated mosquitoes the most. It can be said that no human should hate it. When Li Fei was still living in the old house, as long as the temperature rose, she would be harassed and suddenly woke up in the middle of the night. What's more terrible is that sometimes it still exists when winter is about to come. Li Fei gritted her teeth and took the initiative to fight, jumping up and slashing. In fact, there is not much difference between this big mosquito and the stink fly. They are both flying insects, so they can be solved in the same way. However, the big mosquito's movements were more sensitive than the stink fly, and it actually dodged the slash. It can be seen from its scarlet compound eyes that it was instantly filled with anger, and it rushed towards Li Fei with a buzzing sound. Li Fei was still wearing the raincoat, which provided some protection. She also dodged sideways, and occasionally fought back with a machete. The weapon of this big mosquito was its sharp mouthparts. So Li Fei no longer focused on its wings, but on its mouthparts, which were much easier to aim at than its wings. Li Fei swung her knife hard and chopped directly on the mouthparts of the big mosquito. Unexpectedly, the mouthparts were as hard as a needle, and they were not cut off this time. Li Fei was not discouraged. She found the right time to chop the second time, and the mouthparts were cut off in one piece. I don't know if mosquitoes have a sense of pain. After all, in reality, they will die with a single slap. But the big mosquito in front of me flew around for a while after its mouthparts were cut, as if it was really in pain, and fell into a state of confusion. But this also gave Li Fei an opportunity. She immediately raised her knife and chopped it down again, completely killing the big mosquito. However, before she could catch her breath, she heard a similar buzzing sound again. She looked up and saw two more large mosquitoes swooping down on her. Chapter 111. Li Fei was careless and her raincoat was pierced by the mouthparts of a big mosquito. She felt a slight sting on her shoulder and quickly retreated, and had to be careful not to trip over the ore. The big mosquito followed closely, and Li Fei simply started the double blade flow, holding a machete in each hand. Anyway, this is a weapon from reality, and the system does not stipulate that you can only hold one. Swinging left and right, it seems to split the air, and the big mosquito retreated a little temporarily. Li Fei knew that it was better to attack actively than to retreat, so she rushed forward with the machete in hand, still slashing at the mouthparts. And the big mosquito would not attack too fiercely in order to protect its mouthparts. Finally, the two big mosquitoes were killed by the knife. Seeing the dead mosquitoes on the ground, Li Fei's legs softened, but she did not sit on the ground. Instead, she supported her body with the knife and gasped for air. It was really exciting. After killing 3 big mosquitoes, no crystal cores were exploded. Only insect meat. Li Fei pouted in disgust. However, at this moment, the system suddenly said, "Host, don't just look at the disgust. You are poisoned. Please pay attention to your status and health at any time." Oh! Could it be that this big mosquito is actually a poisonous mosquito? But she remembered that there were patterns on the mosquito. Well, the flower mosquito is indeed more poisonous. Li Fei was bitten in reality, and the spots took several days to disappear naturally. Li Fei half took off her raincoat to expose her shoulders for observation. A large red spot swelled up on her originally fair skin. It immediately became painful and itchy when it touched the cool air. Her body began to gradually heat up, and she broke out in a cold sweat. Is this the state of poisoning? It only felt like she was pricked once, and she had symptoms of poisoning. What if she was pricked for real? Not only would her blood be sucked, but the poison would also be very strong. However, the health bar did not lose much color. After all, she was only hit by that one blow. During the battle, she was full of passion. But after calming down, she was a little scared. Fortunately, in addition to the Remania pills for blood supplementation, Li Fei also brought dandelion detoxification powder. She tried to sprinkle some on it, and the uncomfortable feeling really subsided a lot. He couldn't think of going back just because he was injured. Li Fei ate a few more roasted wild vegetables, and continued to explore deeper into the mine. The distribution of monsters in each layer of this insect soil is not the same. There are mostly stink flies from the 1st to the 5th layer, and maggots from the 5th to the 10th layer. As he was about to reach the 10th layer, the poisonous mosquitoes slowly appeared. After killing these poisonous mosquitoes, Li Fei encountered more maggots and stink flies. Li Fei detoxified, and when he heard no sound around him, he took out a pickaxe and immediately came to the copper mine and started digging. The first copper mine that he had worked so hard to find only dropped a copper ore in the end. Li Fei pouted in disgust again. But since copper ore has been discovered, it should mean that more copper mines will appear in the future. She looked at the time. It was the time when the zombies usually came to the farm. But it was raining today, and the zombies would not come. She could stay in the mine for a while. She just didn't plan to rush to the 10th floor today, because she didn't know what kind of elite monsters she would encounter on the 10th floor. It would be better to wait until next time with Li Su and Li Xian, and the chances of winning would be greater. I don't know if Li Su and Li Xian have come back, but they brought the key and could enter the door by themselves. Even if they didn't see me, they should be able to think that I went to the space. Li Fei rested for a while, walked around this floor again, dug some gypsum and limestone, left the mine, and teleported to the 5th floor again with a transporter. In this way, she dug a lot of stones, a little gypsum, limestone and coal, found 2 more quartz, and 2 more copper ores, and was ready to deliver the order. She also got a lot of crystal cores and insect meat. While her backpack was about to be full, she also collected enough crystal cores to upgrade her backpack. Li Fei immediately upgraded her backpack and looked at her backpack comfortably. There were a few more rows of empty cells, which could carry more supplies. Unfortunately, it was already late, and she also replenished her physical strength for a few rounds. So she officially exited the mine and returned to the starting point. Li Fei immediately delivered the order and studied directly after obtaining the furnace blueprint. However, copper ore was still needed to make a furnace, which meant that she had to continue mining. After delivering this order, the next order was refreshed. First appearance: kill the crazy spider. Reward: Spider Bow Blueprint X1. Gold X1000. Is this really a bounty hunter? But maybe it's because she hasn't upgraded the order board. Although she doesn't know how many orders can be placed on the upgraded order board. It can only hold 4 orders at present. So the orders for natural harvests and bounty tasks are split in half. But even if she understood, Li Fei didn't want to upgrade the order board first. Not to mention that the crystal cores had just been used up and had to be saved up. The granary was upgraded, but the warehouse was not upgraded yet. She had to upgrade these 2 storage buildings first. But Li Fei looked at the words following the reward and fell into deep thought again. Not only had she never seen the crazy spider, she hadn't even seen a spider monster at the moment, which meant that it must be a monster that would only appear after the 10th floor. And unlike the task of killing stone zombies, there was no word number behind it, which meant that there might be only one monster. It should be an elite monster or some small boss. Besides, This blueprint was for making bows, and she happened to have planted a large number of sawtooth leaf arrows. So it was a good match. Moreover, the gold coins rewarded by this bounty task of killing monsters were much more than the harvest order, which made Li Fei lose her temper and do it obediently. But it was already late today. Li Fei looked at the bright moon in the sky and made 2 more bonfires with the coal just dug out from the mine. This time, she set them farther away. After all, the fields were wide and other places still needed lighting. After doing all this, Li Fei still didn't want to return to reality first. She thought about it and opened the mall interface again. She didn't have any ideas when she killed the stink flies and maggots. But when she saw those poisonous mosquitoes, she suddenly thought of something. As the outdoor temperature gradually rose, coupled with insects like mosquitoes, flies and cockroaches that could never be exterminated, it was feared that not only would they not be killed, but they would also mutate. So she had to take precautions in advance. Not to mention that there would be an outbreak period during the polar night. Li Fei had expected to live in the library in a daze, and didn't take the harassment of these mosquitoes and flies seriously, thinking it was just because of the weather. Later, she found a wave of flying insects attacking. Fortunately, she found some insecticides in the library, and tore book pages to make simple torches, so she barely survived the crisis. In fact, she also stocked up insecticides and mosquito repellents at home. But what if they are not particularly effective against mutant mosquitoes? However, exotic plants are definitely effective, and she has gold coins, so she can continue to plant them. Her first thought was various insect-catching and insect-eating plants, but after searching them all, it seemed that there were no seeds for sale. She guessed that it was not the season yet, so she had to settle for other plants. Then she found an item with a very simple and crude name: mosquito repellent mint. You can see its use at a glance. Many mosquito repellent products contain mint ingredients, and this mosquito repellent mint only needs to be transplanted in a flower pot after it is grown and placed indoors. It not only emits a refreshing fragrance, but also effectively repels mosquitoes. The price of mosquito repellent mint is not expensive. Li Fei bought 10 seeds with a big wave of his hand. Since he could buy the mint exotic plant, it means that ordinary agricultural mint can also be planted. The price of ordinary mint is only 1/10 of that of mosquito repellent mint. Li Fei bought 20 seeds again. What if it is useful in the future? I don't know when I will buy it next time. 30 seeds means 30 fields. Li Fei dismantled the wooden fence on one side, held a handful of roasted wild vegetables in his mouth, and continued to hoe the land diligently. There is no need to worry about the growth days of mosquito repellent mint and ordinary mint. Therefore, after Li Fei sowed all the seeds, he did not need to water or fertilize. He rearranged the wooden fence and clapped his hands to express his satisfaction. She found a large plastic basin from the storage box, filled it with river water, released the catfish, and returned to reality together. However, she had been in the dark for too long. Although the bonfire illuminated a large area, it was not as strong as the sunlight that instantly filled the room. Li Fei squinted her eyes. Next time she went to the space for a day, it seemed that she had to draw the curtains in advance. She dragged the basin and placed it somewhere. The catfish stayed quietly in the water without struggling, as if it had recognized the reality. Li Fei went to check the soybeans again, watered them, and then relaxed. This day was really fulfilling. Li Fei sighed and stretched. She glanced at the wall clock. It was time to clean up, wash up and go to bed. But Li Su and Li Xian still hadn't come back. Now they were stronger than ordinary people, and they had learned some fighting skills and weapons. At worst, Wu Sini always kept Su Su by her side. Although the mutant animals would definitely cause panic around them, it was at least a means of saving lives. It shouldn't be, anything would happen. Instead of worrying about this, it would be better to fill her stomach first. She could do a whole day's work today, and she would have to eat when Li Su and Li Xian came back. However, this time was also a midnight snack, because she was about to rest and couldn't eat too much. So Li Fei found a bag of frozen chicken nuggets, which could be heated directly in the air fryer, and put a few baked sweet potatoes in the oven. The rest would be just right for tomorrow's breakfast. However, Li Fei peeled and cut the sweet potato into strips, sprinkled some oil and coconut flakes obtained during the 0 yuan shopping, and then baked it. It not only had the unique sweetness of sweet potato, but also a faint coconut fragrance. She also heated up some braised chicken feet, which had carbohydrates, protein, and fat, which was almost enough. Li Su and Li Xian really came back before the midnight snack was finished. Li Fei listened to the subtle sound coming from the corridor. And soon after, the sound of unlocking the door with a key. The former each carried a lot of large bags in both hands. Looking tired, Li Fei quickly brought a water cup filled with iced lemonade and greeted him. "You're back? How are you?" Li Xian immediately took the lemonade and gulped it down. Li Su also took a few sips and sighed. "It's okay. Let's go over and talk." Li Fei brought the supplies to the sofa and unpacked them. She found that the quantity was more than what she bought, but the quality was a little lower. There was a bag of millet for food, and only potatoes for vegetables. She also bought some red beans, mung beans and black beans, but no fruits. She bought chicken wings, duck wings, leg bones, pig blood, and a few boxes of eggs, but they were all 6 eggs per box. She bought more than a dozen boxes of frozen food, and the rest were all daily necessities. This was completely beyond the amount the two brothers could buy. Li Fei asked, "Is there no purchase limit in the mall?" "There are still purchase restrictions," Li Su explained. "But we went to a few more malls today, and we happened to take Dr. Wu's car." "Sister, you didn't go so you don't know." Li Xian drank a large glass of lemonade to recover, and explained on behalf of Li Su, "You still have to queue for a long time before entering the mall. Later, when you finally get into the mall, you have to queue again. You have to restock many times before my brother and I get in." As a result, when it was our turn, there was no rice and flour left, so we could only take a bag of millet. The fruit and vegetable area was also out of stock. Only a lot of potatoes, and even the beans were dry goods, so they were preserved until now. We didn't see any milk in the refrigerated area, and the eggs were only in this 6 or even 4-piece package. The pure meat in the frozen area was almost sold out, and there were only those with bones. There are a lot of frozen foods, but because of the purchase limit, we discussed with Dr. Wu and planned to go to other malls to see if there is any chance. We left one person to look at the car. It would be late to come back after such a long journey. Li Fei understood and grasped the key points. In addition to the mall's own warehouse, the mall also has some supplies dispatched by the government. However, with a large number of survivors buying in turns, all the supplies were sold out in just a few dozen hours. Besides, most of the survivors must know that the mall only accepts cash, and the ATM machines are not damaged and can still withdraw money. There must be many people who spontaneously joined the team to withdraw money, and then went to the mall to buy supplies after withdrawing money. The supplies that can be purchased are just the tip of the iceberg for survival, unless there will be more relief food in the future. So those who have vehicles also hold the same idea as Li Su, Li Xian, and Wu Su need to try their luck in other shopping malls and try to get more supplies. After all, it is only a unilateral purchase limit in the mall, but it does not say that a survivor can only shop in one mall. As long as you don't mind the fatigue, you can still have the opportunity to continue to get supplies. Having a supply means a motivation and qualification to survive. You have to go no matter how tired you are. Li Su sighed and said, "I didn't believe it when you heard you say it yesterday. I went there today and found that it was even worse. So will we go there in the future?" Li Xian frowned and said, "Sister, you didn't see how crazy they were robbing. When I was in the car, I saw some of them robbing money near the ATM. Fortunately, we had spent all the money we had." Li Fei asked, "Did you make money while waiting in line? Did you encounter robbers when you came out?" Li Xian nodded and said, "At noon, someone bought water and chocolate bars from us. We raised the price and sold them. We made a lot of money, so we thought about going to other malls to buy more." Li Su followed up and said, "As for the robbers, they also squatted on the road where people left the mall. But today, for some reason, there were rescue troops on the road. But there were still some blind people who wanted to steal the supplies, and they were finally solved by the rescue army." There was a pause in the middle, but Li Fei knew what he wanted to say. She could also imagine that the robbers were all armed, either sharp or blunt. Before the end of the world, if they used weapons to do evil, they might be shot directly. Now the rules are a little loose, and the robbers in this sentence must have been given peanuts to eat. Li Fei asked curiously, "Where did this happen? Was it the shopping mall closest to our community?" The brothers nodded, and Li Fei was silent. Could it be that they saw the 2 corpses and felt that it was not good, so they arranged the rescue army on the way people left? But nowadays, Murders are everywhere. And she shouldn't be blamed. Sister, are we going to the mall tomorrow? We've already spent all the money. Li Xian asked. Li Fei shook her head. Since we've spent all the money, let's not go. I'm sure that in 2 days, the malls in district R will be out of stock. It's useless to go. We can't possibly go to other districts to check. Right? There's no need. After she finished speaking, she stood up and smiled. You've been busy all day. Are you all hungry? I just made some food. So let's fill our stomachs first. After hearing this, Li Xian touched her stomach and complained. Sister, it's better if you don't say it. I'll starve to death if you say it. They only ate 2 protein bars and drank 2 bottles of water for the whole day. They spent most of the time in line. In order not to arouse suspicion, they could not sell too many supplies, and they could not consume too much. They could not reveal anything while sitting in Wu Sini's car. After such a day, 2 normal men really couldn't stand it. Li Fei brought up a large plate of fried chicken nuggets, with a small bowl of sauces, including mustard honey, ketchup, yogurt cheese sauce, and classic hot and sour sauce. And also brought up a large plate of coconut roasted sweet potatoes, a bowl of braised chicken feet, and a few cans of iced soda. You can eat whatever you want tonight. It rained in the space today, so I caught a catfish and kept it in a basin. She pointed to the balcony and said proudly, We'll eat it tomorrow and stew a big pot. Li Xian's eyes lit up, and he lowered his head to eat without hesitation. The roasted sweet potatoes were fragrant, soft and sweet, and the fried chicken nuggets were crispy on the outside and tender and juicy on the inside. Dipping them in different sauces and pairing them with the former made them even more sweet and salty. Then, with a puff, he opened the can and drank a few sips of ice-cold soda. This taste is still called casual eating? Telling others about it is simply outrageous. After eating, the 2 brothers rested for a while and prepared to wash up. Li Fei, like them, had been busy all day and quickly went to bed to sleep, waiting for the arrival of the next day in the apocalypse. Chapter 112. It is estimated that in 2 days, or at most 4 days, the materials in the several designated shopping malls requisitioned by District R will be snapped up by the survivors. And the government is not expected to mobilize the materials for a while, because the entire S city is not just District R, not to mention District A in the city center and several surrounding areas. The people there are more dense and complex than those in District R, which is neither near nor far. New Year's Day is not as good as the Spring Festival, as immigrants from other places will not easily return to their hometowns. What about a large-scale flu? It is still more important to make money. Every Spring Festival in S City, the streets and traffic are empty. Of course, it is almost the same now, except for the turmoil. Although there will be crowds of people in the next few days, most of them are tourists. But now is the end of the world, let alone celebrating the Spring Festival. Even survival has become increasingly difficult. It is estimated that many people have forgotten that it is the Lunar New Year, and no one is in the mood to celebrate. Only the landlord of the rental house, like Li Fei, can go back to his hometown without any worries. After all, he can directly build a wedding house in S City and rent it out for some reason. It is conceivable that the landlord's family must be several levels higher than that of ordinary people. Naturally, he can come and go as he pleases. Unfortunately, it is the end of the world, and I don't know if he can come to S City again. The supplies bought by the Li family in the past 2 days can just fill the refrigerator and freezer, so they gave up going to the mall to squeeze in the crowd. Li Fei also talked to Wu Sini for a few words, and the latter continued to choose to go to the mall alone. He also has a means of defense, so there is no need to worry too much. Even the muscle-grabbing technique that Li Fei wanted to learn, I'm afraid it will take a few more days to learn it. Alas, this Wu Sini, if he were in an online game, he would definitely be a violent dad. But it's not just this muscle-grabbing technique. Even Ning Shuwan is often missing. Needless to say, she must have joined the crowd of people rushing to buy supplies. So the fighting teaching will have to wait. So the Li family put sandbags at home and continued to take out fitness equipment to train themselves. Of course, the most important thing is their farm space. Now that they are back to the 3-person form, the farm work finally doesn't have to be done by one person. Li Fei asked Li Xian to go fishing and collect river fish. Li Su went to collect first, and she watered the crops in the field first. She took out the wooden barrel again to water the fields. Her stamina was exhausted, but she hadn't watered all the fields yet. Li Fei was so angry that she immediately opened the mall interface and bought a blueprint for a copper watering can. But even if she learned the blueprint immediately, she didn't have a furnace and the corresponding amount of materials to make it. Li Fei felt what it felt like to be furious. After eating a few roasted wild vegetables, she finally finished watering the fields. Seeing that there were some extra wild fruits that hadn't been cooked yet, she made a fruit platter and ate one, which finally restored some of her stamina. In fact, in addition to watering utensils, there was another tool that had long attracted Li Fei's attention. That was the blueprint for the automatic sprinkler. Sure enough, technology changes life. With this automatic sprinkler, she doesn't even have to water the fields one by one. It will automatically water the fields when the space is open every day. It is very convenient. But at the same time, Li Fei is a little entangled. This sprinkler has different levels, divided into primary, intermediate and advanced. The preciousness of the materials is of course also increasing step by step. The number of plants that can be watered at one time after it is made is also different. The advanced sprinkler can water the most, and the primary one is naturally the least. So the question is, should she make some low-level sprinklers first, or wait until she has enough materials to make advanced sprinklers directly? If she made some low-level sprinklers first, it would help her to work easier. But when she could make high-level sprinklers, these low-level sprinklers would be wasted. And it seemed that there was no way to disassemble the materials. In the end, Li Fei decided to make a copper watering pot first. The wooden barrel could only water 1 grid at a time, while the copper watering pot could water 3 grids at a time, which was better than the wooden barrel. Besides, she not only had no ore, but also no furnace. So how could she talk about technology changing her life? It seemed that it was urgent to continue to mine in the lower levels. Li Su was fast, had high physical strength, and his gathering skills had just been upgraded. He had already circled the current size of the space and came back. He not only brought back common collection items such as wood, stones, wild vegetables, wild tree fruits, and a few earthworms, but also found morels and spring bamboo shoots. It should be after that rain that these 2 collections grew out. But I just want to find them more carefully. Morels are relatively rare. Li Su only found 2, but he collected 6 or 7 spring bamboo shoots in a row. I'm afraid that if he encountered a group, Li Su would have eaten them all in one pot. These spring bamboo shoots can not only be used to make a pickled pork stew in space, but also can be made into a pot and stir-fried in reality. But they have decided to eat the catfish first. So these spring bamboo shoots and morels are not used for the time being, and they are put into the storage box first. Anyway, they can be eaten when they find a chance. After collecting around as usual, Li Fei and Li Su came to the craftsman's table, opened the page, and finally selected the construction of the feed factory. In addition to gold coins, building a feed mill also requires wood, stone and a new material, cement. Li Fei then opened the mall interface and bought a batch of cement ingredients. After studying, he found that the materials needed for cement are lime, gypsum and clay. Lime and gypsum are naturally obtained by processing limestone and gypsum. They dug out a lot of them in the first few layers of the mines they went down several times. And clay was also collected by the way when they were collected. There was a certain amount of clay accumulated. Li Fei happily went to the workbench to process gypsum and limestone, while Li Su stood there thinking. The page of the craftsman's table did not exit. He swiped to the side, and soon saw another building. Pet house. As the name implies, if you have a pet house, you can keep pets in it. I didn't expect that they could live so long in the apocalypse. Thanks to this golden finger. Since they all have golden fingers, they should strive to live a better life. Li Xian's birthday is in the first half of the year. His wish is to have a pet. He didn't expect that the wish that could not be realized before the apocalypse can be realized at the end of the world. It sounds a little ridiculous. However, after his birthday, Li Xian will be 16 years old and a big boy. And they hope that he can be a sunny and cheerful big boy in the future. Li Su occasionally listens to Li Fei's stories about his previous life. For example, what the base looks like. There are many boys who are about the same age as Li Xian, who have already found jobs in the base to survive. And some have chosen more dangerous and difficult tasks with the responsibility of the whole family. Anyway, before the world is restored to order, most people who were originally student age can't study. They didn't want Li Xian to be in danger, but they didn't want him to be too lax. After all, they had to be alert all the time in the end times. Besides, The animals that came out of this pet house were all mutant animals. And they would be a major force in the future, which was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. To build this pet house, stone and cement were also needed. But there were 2 new materials. One was refined quartz, and the other was pet food. After seeing the 4 big words refined quartz, Li Su remembered that when he put the collected items into the storage box, he habitually looked at other storage boxes. And as a result, he saw several quartz ores and several kinds of ores neatly arranged. I think this refined quartz refers to the fire quartz. As for pet food, he guessed that it was made in the feed factory. So they had to build the feed factory first so that they could go to the fish pond to feed the fish. Just as he was thinking about it, Li Fei came over. She only made the materials needed to build the feed factory for the time being, so the speed was fast. But when she came forward and saw that the interface of the craftsman's table was stuck on the pet house, she smiled and asked, "What? Are you ready to build it?" Li Su also smiled and nodded. "Well, I have seen the material list. It is not difficult for us now." "Then build it." Li Fei agreed immediately, and raised his hand to touch his chin. "But if it is built into space, Ashwan will always see it. And he is so smart and can always think of it. So there is no surprise. We will tell everything when the time comes." The 2 discussed it. But the most important thing now is to build a feed factory. The lime and gypsum obtained after processing were combined into cement and put in the backpack. The wooden board was also processed and presented to the craftsman's table together with the stone. The feed factory icon on the craftsman's table became colorful, indicating that it could be built. But they still had to find a place to place it. It was impossible to build only one feed factory, so it had to be a blank area that had been divided. Fortunately, before it was confirmed, the building could be dragged away, so as to determine the cursor below. Li Fei and Li Shuxing found a piece of land on the farm and selected it. The foundation of the feed factory appeared, and there was a countdown pattern on it. Li Su suddenly asked, "Fei Fei, I just saw an order for tofu on the order board. Do you know how to make this tofu?" "Well, if we follow the general practice in reality, we have to grind the beans into pulp first." "Right," Li Fei answered carefully. "In fact, I have also considered building a mill, but I am still short of materials, so I have to gather them together." Returning to the craftsman's table, Li Su opened it and found that in addition to wood and stone, the mill also needs a few additional copper ingots to build. But these copper ingots cannot be obtained by going to the next mine. You can only get copper ore in the mine. You have to go to the furnace to burn it to get the copper ingots, which is another set of twists and turns. "How about I go to the mine with you?" Li Su asked. Li Fei shook his head, patted his shoulder and said, "Brother, you are the logistic support of our family now. Only with you can we have the motivation to work. You go back and cook the catfish first. Ashwan and I have been craving it since last night." Li Su shook his head helplessly but dotingly. "Okay, I got it. I promise to complete the task. Then I will go back first. You guys be careful and come back on time." Although Li Su also cooked before the end of the world, he was not like a chef who could cook everything. It was just that after the end of the world, he read a lot of e-books explaining cooking, and there were enough ingredients for him to give full play to. Moreover, his own skills were not bad, and now he was moving more and more towards the road of being a chef. Li Su flashed out of the space, and Li Fei went to the river to find Li Xian. Li Xian sat on the grass and fished. Over time, his physical strength was gradually increasing, and his fishing skills were also improving. At present, he could catch fish almost every time, and he was determined not to catch empty-handed. Li Fei came to him and glanced at the sparkling river surface, and said, "My brother and I built a feed factory. After it is completed, we can make fish feed. At that time, the task of feeding the fish pond will be handed over to you. Just feed it once a day. And the fish feed can also be used to make nests." Make nests? Since he started to be a fisherman, Li Xian also knew a lot of professional terms in the field of fishing. He soon became interested and asked, "Then after making a nest, can the hooking rate also be increased?" It should be possible. Li Fei was not completely sure. After all, it was her first time to have a system space. Why don't you give it a try when the time comes? What they knew at the moment was that improving fishing skills could increase the hooking rate. This nesting might be a low-end version. Making a nest only requires spreading feed. And to improve fishing skills, although they have a cooking recipe on hand, They basically have nothing and can't make anything to eat. Li Xian was indeed smart. He caught a fish in the last rod and asked again how to make fish feed. But from your appearance, you already knew it, right? Li Fei smiled meaningfully and gestured. Let's go to the mine with me. Chapter 113. But before going down to the mine, some preparations must be made. It was still a little before noon, and Li Fei and Li Xian would not be able to go down many levels at this time. So they planned to only go through a few levels that had been explored, and then continue in the afternoon. Making preparations at this time was also for the afternoon trip. Now that the three of them had upgraded their backpacks, they no longer considered whether to take this thing or throw that thing away when doing things. Li Xian first sold all the fish caught in the backpack, and released the remaining river fish obtained from the fish cage. They had as many river fish as they had fish cages. Li Fei wanted to make them all into grilled river fish. Even if they couldn't finish them this time, they could save them for the next time, and they wouldn't rot or anything, while fish cages could be harvested every day. At present, their cooking equipment is only that pitiful stone baking pan. If they want to upgrade, they need to make it at least copper. So it is necessary to go to the mine. Li Fei prepared all the grilled river food in one go, and divided the quantity into 3 portions. She and Li Xian each took 1 portion, and the remaining portion was put into the storage box. They also took the grilled wild vegetables that they had taken the time to make before, and divided the medicines. Anyway, they had more capacity in their backpacks, so they could pack whatever they wanted. Then they took their own pickaxes, hoes and weapons, and went to the mine together. This time they did not use the transport vehicle, but started to explore from the first level. This time, Li Fei mined, and Li Xian was responsible for killing monsters. After the 5th floor, the latter not only became familiar with the attack methods of the stink bugs, but Li Fei also dug up some limestone and gypsum. After the 5th floor, the number and frequency of maggots increased, but those on land were easier to deal with than those in the air. Li Xian quickly mastered the skills. Killing maggots with a machete was like chopping a rotten carrot. It was nothing but disgusting. Li Fei also dug up some coal and quartz whereas she wished, and dug up some clay. She looked at her watch. It was not yet the time to go back, but they were already on the 9th floor. They saw that the 10th floor was just ahead, but as soon as they stepped in, they would start fighting with elite monsters. Li Fei and Li Xian sat side by side to rest, eating roasted wild vegetables and river fish in their mouths. It was so quiet that only the sound of chewing could be heard. Li Xian looked at Li Fei cautiously, although the latter had no expression on her face. He was her brother after all. How could he not understand what she was thinking? He took the initiative to say, "Sister, let's go after we recover our strength. Maybe after we kill the elite monster, we can go back to eat. Besides, don't we all bring enough medicine?" Li Fei glanced at him and smiled. "Okay, since you said so, then get ready. Let's go to the 10th floor. Why do you want me to say that?" Li Xian thought speechlessly. "You're the one who wants to go the most, right?" After recovering their strength and changing their weapons, Li Fei and Li Xian entered the 10th floor of the mine. Because they had the experience of killing the mother flying insect before, they didn't make any noise or observe curiously, quietly waiting for the appearance of the elite monster. Li Fei looked closely and found that the distribution of the ore on the 10th floor was a little different. They grew along the wall of the mine, leaving a large open space in the middle. For some reason, Li Fei felt a sudden jolt in his heart, and felt that something was wrong. There was also a stench in the closed environment, which they were familiar with, when they splashed out when killing maggots. It was this strong smell. It seems that this elite monster is undoubtedly a maggot. I just don't know what it looks like. Can it breed maggots like the mother flying insect? Li Fei was thinking about it, and suddenly heard Li Xian anxiously shouting, "Sister, look!" Li Fei looked up and saw a white dot that seemed to be wriggling in the distance. But the white dot soon became a white block, and then a white surface. "Something is rushing towards us," Li Fei hurriedly ordered. "Go in separate directions." After hearing this, Li Xian and her stood on both sides of the mine wall, and the white object rushed over, and they finally saw what it was. It was a maggot as big as a small truck. The head and mouth parts of the maggots were actually degenerate. In reality, only some white could be seen on the normal body. However, because the maggot in front of them was large enough, 2 black spots could be seen on the so-called head. Below the black spots was a slightly open gap, which was filled with densely packed rice-like fangs. This maggot was not only huge in size, but also very fat. Its body was bulging with soft tender flesh, which was surging in sections. The two of them felt like vomiting. Li Fei even felt that the last burst of the would drench her from head to toe. And she was immediately heartbroken. It was so disgusting. But she didn't think she would fail. The two little eyes of the fat-headed maggot moved. Li Fei and Li Xian could feel the gaze fixed on them, and their hearts jumped to their throats. The former shrugged and rushed towards Li Fei again. It seemed that it realized that she was the most powerful here. "Sister, be careful," Li Xian shouted with concern. Li Fei kept running in the mine, trying to force out all the attack methods of this fat-headed maggot. But she also saw that this fat-headed maggot would only move in a straight line after sprinting, and would not turn. That is, it could stop before hitting the wall, and then continue to attack. This would make it easy to dodge. Wouldn't it be enough to take a detour when it attacks? After running 2 laps like this, the fat-headed maggot felt that it was being fooled and stopped silently. But its fat body became more and more agitated, expanding and shrinking at times, until several new maggots squeezed out from behind its body. As expected, it can breed maggots just like the mother fly. Besides, maggots in reality can hatch in a few hours. Not to mention the monsters in space. The maggots produced by the fat-headed maggots are as big as fists, as long as arms, as long as legs, and as thick as waists. If Li Fei came to the 10th floor alone, it would be difficult to deal with them. "Xuan, you are responsible for those new maggots," Li Fei shouted and took out his 2 swords. Since he had almost figured out the attack method of the fat-headed maggot, it was time for him to attack. Otherwise, when it breeds maggots again, the mine will be full of new maggots, which will be even more difficult to deal with. Li Xian was stunned. His sister was a dual-blade player, but he quickly recovered, raised his knife, and went forward to chop the newly produced maggots. They were almost the same as those in other layers, and he could handle them alone. Because the fat-headed maggot was too big, Li Fei couldn't jump on its head and chop it. He simply stabbed the tip of his knife into its body while it was sprinting and turning. Because of inertia, the fat-headed maggot's sprint would cut a long cut, revealing a fishy and sticky light brown liquid, which spilled on Li Fei's arm. Alas, it was a mistake. She should have come again wearing a raincoat. The fat-headed maggot trembled in pain, and its tail was waving. Li Fei didn't greedily use his knife. After this attack, he quickly left the danger zone and waited for the next suitable time to attack. In addition to the body, the tail of the fat-headed maggot is also a weak point when it produces maggots. At this time, Li Fei and Li Xian worked together to attack the tail, either by chopping, splitting or stabbing. The speed of the fat-headed maggot was getting slower and slower. It should be that the scraping had initial results. Li Fei continued to cut holes in the body of the maggot like crazy, and the dirty flowed out more and more, all over the ground. As the body of the fat-headed maggot became more and more shriveled, it finally stretched out and lay horizontally, and there was no sound. After more than 10 seconds, the maggot corpse disappeared after refreshing, and only the system reminded them of the spoils they had obtained on time. In addition to obtaining a lot of crystal cores, killing the fat-headed maggot also obtained a large amount of worm meat. The amount was so large that Li Fei felt that they could open up another fish pond and raise fish. When Li Xian saw the worm meat, he knew it must be used as fish feed. He happily wiped the sweat from his forehead, but it was actually caused by nervousness and exercise. They were covered with fat-headed maggots, and their faces were covered with sweat. They were obviously the victors, but looked embarrassed. The two looked at their clothes and looked at each other again, thinking helplessly that they could not keep these clothes. But killing this elite monster meant that they could continue to explore the mine. The two of them had some physical strength left, and Li Fei was going to use it all up before returning to reality. She also taught Li Xian how to quickly switch tools and weapons so that they could go mining separately. After killing the elite monsters, it seems that there will be no other ordinary monsters, which makes Li Fei and Li Xian feel a little relieved. After consuming all their physical strength, the two met at the entrance of the cave and returned to the starting point first. In addition to stone, limestone and gypsum, Li Fei also dug coal and copper ore, and Li Xian dug quartz in addition to the first 3, and got a new thing that none of the 3 of them had seen. Li Fei looked closely and saw that the name showed a piece of agate. Li Xian suddenly had an idea and asked, "After all, this is a mine cave. In addition to producing minerals, there must be things like gems, right?" I wonder if it is worth selling. You make sense. Li Fei nodded. But we don't know if this will be useful in the future. So let's keep it for now. If there are extra ones in the future, we can try to sell them. After putting the harvest and personal belongings into the storage box, Li Fei and Li Xian returned to reality. As soon as they stood on the floor of their home, they smelled a strong fragrance. And even their bodies didn't smell bad anymore. When Li Su heard the noise, he knew they were back. He opened the kitchen door and took a look. But his face changed and asked, "What did you do? Why are you like this, Li Su couldn't help pinching his nose and whispered, "Go take a shower and change clothes. Then you can come for lunch." Li Fei asked Li Xian to wash first. But she couldn't sit down. Otherwise the sofa would also be stained with filth. So she could only stay on the balcony first. She opened the window. The sun was hot. And she stretched her head out to look around. There were not many pedestrians in the community. And in the air outside, she could actually smell a faint fragrance. Was it the smell of food? Or was it coming from other residents? Perhaps Li Fei's sense of smell had improved unconsciously. Otherwise she probably wouldn't be able to smell it. These days, the government is making a big deal about the rush to buy supplies. There must be someone in the community who has purchased supplies and started cooking. So even if the fragrance of the Li family spread a little, others would not be too suspicious. At most, they would have a little more hatred in their hearts. Now, no matter how busy or anxious they are, the first thing they have to do every morning is to get water from the space and put it in a large bucket container. Although it is a bit troublesome to take a bath, it is better than the polluted water in the pipe. The family also stocked a lot of shampoo and shower gel. Li Xian quickly washed 2 or 3 times and came out, while Li Fei stayed on the balcony to receive the even heat of the sun. She felt that the dried was about to cover her body, like a thin shell. So she used shampoo, facial cleanser, shower gel, and body lotion in turn, and finally felt clean and refreshed. However, the bucket of water was also used up by herself. "It's okay. I can get more in the afternoon." Li Fei threw the 2 sets of dirty clothes directly into the space. When she goes out, she will find a chance to throw them away with other garbage. After changing into clean and comfortable clothes, she opened the bathroom door and couldn't wait to go to the dining table. Hee hee. It's finally time to eat. Chapter 114. There was a big pot and a big bowl on the table, both filled with steaming and fragrant dishes. The pot contained rich catfish stewed with eggplant, while the bowl contained milky white catfish soup. After all, the catfish itself was not small, and it was even bigger when it was produced in the space. It couldn't fit in a pot, so I simply cut a piece of it and boiled it in soup. Good man. Isn't this a classic dish in the iron pot stew? If it was eaten in cold weather, Li Fei couldn't imagine how refreshing it would be. But since it was eaten today, it was destined to sweat. Li Fei went to the refrigerator to find 2 cans of beer and a bottle of sour plum juice, and then scooped 3 cups of ice cubes with the ice maker. When he returned to the table, the white rice was also served. After all, they worked together to kill the elite monster fathead maggot, so they should be rewarded. Right? The ice cubes clinked, and a few fine water drops soon seeped out of the cup wall. The 3 of them clinked their cups and started eating. This catfish stewed eggplant also simply put soft and glutinous vermicelli and potatoes that were full of soup. The fish meat was tender and delicate, and even the eggplant was soft and delicious. A handful of black fungus was put into the catfish soup. This kind of soup is best sprinkled with a handful of white pepper before drinking. It tastes warm and delicious. However, Li Fei thinks that this kind of soup is best suited to put another ingredient. That is tofu. But the shelf life of tofu is not long. Even this time when I went to the mall to buy it, I didn't see it. It should be difficult to store and transport, and it is not an urgent item, so it was passed by the superiors. But tofu is really suitable for making soup and some side dishes. Li Fei made a decision after thinking about this. She had to build a mill as soon as possible. The 2 were very hungry. It was not enough to eat a bowl of rice with stewed eggplant, so they also soaked a bowl of rice with fish soup, which was barely enough. This satisfaction gave them the leisure to think about other things. Li Xian stared at the light yellow beer in Li Fei and Li Su's cups for a while. It was not that he wanted to drink it, but he suddenly remembered something and asked, "Sister, what style are you going to follow on the farm?" Li Fei was stunned for a moment, and then she realized that Li Xian was talking about the farm. As for her previous life, if she had to explain it, it would be, Extreme? After all, she is a real leisure scenery party. She often uses the highest configuration to look at the scenery and wander around. Sometimes she finds a good angle to take a screenshot or something. Although the background of the game is in the end of the world, when there are no zombies. The small farm she built and arranged by herself is still beautiful and peaceful. When the forum was discussing which school was the most profitable, Li Fei was busy farming here and there, fishing there. If she didn't have money, she would just wait a few days. Even the posts she read were leisure posts and fun posts. These posts are most suitable for replying to posts. But now this game is bound to her. This binding made her realize how important it is to be short of money. When she went to the forum before, many posts had been deleted, and the front row was full of posts discussing this doomsday catastrophe. It was so popular that she flipped through more than 10 pages of discussion posts and help posts until it was blocked. As soon as Li Xian saw Li Fei's face, she knew that she had not considered this matter for the time being. She shook her head and sighed in a mysterious manner. Sister, this won't work. We need to have a plan for doing things. And then we have to work hard towards that plan. Really? Li Fei took a sip of beer and said calmly. Then I wonder if Mr. Li has any opinions, so that I can refer to them. Li Xian was exposed at once and scratched the back of her head in embarrassment. Her sister has changed a lot. She is soft-hearted and often exudes a chill. She hurriedly said, It's okay. I actually saw a few at that time. Let me tell you. A real man is one who can advance and retreat. The 2 large pots of dishes were not finished yet, and there was still another meal to be had in the evening. But in this weather, they could not be left outside for too long. So Li Su not only put them in the refrigerator, but also washed a bowl of cherries and put them on the coffee table. Li Fei continued to open a can of beer. In fact, she was not an alcoholic. But in her previous life, she had never even seen a bottle of beer, let alone alcohol. It seemed that she had some compensatory psychology at work. So she drank whatever she could. And she was not easily drunk. I just remembered it when I saw this. Li Xian pointed at the beer can and explained. I remember that I had glanced at it before. The most popular and commonly used money-making style in this game is brewing. As long as you prepare a large number of brewing utensils and crops, harvest them a few days after preparation and sell them, you can earn much more gold coins than just farming. Li Fei thought for a moment, picked a cherry and ate it, then asked, Are there any other ones? Li Xian also took a cherry, and the sweet and sour juice burst out when he bit it. He thought for a moment before answering. It seems that there is also a herding style, but that can only be carried out in the advanced poultry house and livestock shed, because only then can the animals raised make money. There are some miscellaneous ones, but they don't make as much money at one time as these two, and the steps are complicated. Oh, yes, mining is also a style, but it is not to dig for minerals one by one, but to directly blast the mines, which is fast and efficient. Well, these are the only styles I remember, and these should be the ones to try. Li Fei clapped her hands and sneered. It's just right. We will continue to explore the mine in the afternoon. We will not only mine more ore, but also try to solve the worm soil layer. Li Xian couldn't help shaking when he saw her like this. Why does she look a bit like a bandit in a certain city? Li Su smiled and said, I will go with you. There is strength in numbers. That's right. Li Fei put her hand on Li Su's shoulder. Brother has the most physical strength among us, and he is definitely a good hand at mining. What a nice thing to say. Li Xian squinted his eyes. The implication is that he is just doing hard labor under her. I didn't expect that even I have entered the life of a social animal in advance. Because he had been thinking about how to catch more fish. He didn't think about the various money-making schools in the game. Although fishing is indeed the most cost-effective way to make money in the early stage. Alas, there is no way. Who makes her his sister? She is not afraid of being whipped by a small whip. After resting and packing up, the 3 returned to the space. They took things out of the storage box. Each of them was given food and medicine. And then, they set off to the mine with tools and weapons. In the morning, Li Fei and Li Xian defeated the elite monster on the 10th floor. The 10th floor has been unlocked, and the transporter can also send them directly to the 10th floor. But Li Fei finally chose to reach the 5th floor. Who knows what they can dig in these 5 floors? Li Su and Li Xian started mining, while Li Fei was responsible for protecting them. The 2 swords in his hands were powerful, and the stink flies and maggots were no problem. In addition to ordinary raw stones, limestone and gypsum, They dug up some quartz on the 5th floor. This quartz can be processed into refined quartz, which is the core material for building pet houses. But without a furnace, quartz cannot be processed. And processing requires a furnace. And the material of the furnace requires copper ore. They must dig more copper ore before they can go back this time. Or at least build a furnace first. Coming to the 10th floor, and then going down to the 11th floor, Li Fei found the figure of the poisonous mosquito after killing a few maggots. Pointed at it with the tip of the knife and said, "Brother Xian, look, that's the new monster. The poisonous mosquito. Be careful not to be bitten by them. Otherwise you will be poisoned. But I asked you to bring the antidote powder. Use it if you are really poisoned." Li Su and Li Xian looked at the poisonous mosquito that was very different from the real world, and trembled uncomfortably. Who wouldn't hate mosquitoes? But the principle of this poisonous mosquito is almost the same as that of the stink bug, and Li Fei found their weakest point. So it is not very difficult to deal with. The two brothers did dig up copper ore on this floor, but the amount was still not enough to make a furnace. So they had to continue to the next floor. The 12th floor is a bit interesting. Li Fei didn't expect that he didn't encounter various insect monsters, but a zombie. The zombie was not much different from the real one. It still had black eyes, sharp teeth in its cracked mouth, and was filthy. But when I looked closely, I found that it had no internal organs. Or it didn't look like the flesh and blood of ordinary people, but was made up of pieces. A bit like the stones everywhere in the mine. Could this be the stone zombie mentioned in the order? The stone zombie sensed the presence of the three people and came over with a familiar growl. I don't know if it was because it was made of stone, but it was slow. Li Fei didn't even have the patience to wait for it to come over completely. So she just took the initiative to attack. She was already very skilled in killing zombies. She swung a knife and chopped it at its neck. But this knife really seemed to be chopped on a hard stone. With a crisp clang, it was immediately replaced by the roar of the stone zombie. Li Fei quickly dodged backwards. One of the rules of fighting is not to be greedy with the sword. Just like boxing, you can't just punch without retracting. She frowned and looked at the sword horizontally, because this sword was specially used by her to mine, and it seemed to be a little bent at this time. It seems that the weapons in this reality are still a little difficult to deal with monsters in this space. Maybe it would be better to use weapons produced in the space? She remembered the drawing she got. She learned it. But she must have a forging table to make it. Li Fei checked that if she wanted to make a forging table, the core material was iron ingots, and the iron ingots needed to be processed by iron ore. But there was only copper, or at most in the worm soil layer of the mine. If she wanted to dig iron ore, she had to explore the ice crystal layer in the next stage. So they must rush out of the worm soil layer as soon as possible. Li Su and Li Xian noticed the difficulty here and asked worriedly, "How is it? Do you need help?" Li Fei shook her head and signaled them to hurry up and mine while the stone zombies were staring at her. Hey, this taunt is full. She stocked up a lot of weapons when she was stockpiling, so she didn't waste them. Instead, she quickly took back the two machetes and took out a large demolition axe from the backpack grid. The demolition axe is much more useful than the machete, and it is harder. It can even demolish wire mesh, steel plates, and even anti-theft doors. She doesn't believe that she can't kill a stone zombie. Li Su and Li Xian were shocked when they saw it, but they also speeded up the speed of the pickaxe in their hands and continued to dig for minerals. The slow speed of the stone zombies gave Li Fei time to change weapons. Although the demolition axe was heavier than the two machetes, she had also trained her strength and endurance, so she could not only hold it easily, but also swing it directly to hit the stone zombie. The stone zombie had difficulty even turning around, so Li Fei kept circling around it, slashing and hacking at it, and finally knocked it down. The stone zombies really deserved their name. In addition to the crystal core, the only thing that exploded was stone. It was just unclear whether other items would explode. It seemed that she had to encounter more and chop them. Li Su and Li Xian dug a lot of mines and rushed over. Seeing Li Fei's sinister smile, they suddenly felt that the mine cave was inexplicably cold. Chapter 115. Arriving at the 13th floor, Li Su and Li Xian both needed to recover some stamina. But killing monsters didn't require much stamina, as long as they paid attention to their health points. So the former killed monsters and learned some combat skills, while the latter took out a pickaxe to mine. Li Su and Li Xian each chewed roasted wild vegetables and held a machete, walking on both sides of Li Fei and observing the movements around. while Li Fei knocked and dug here and there. I don't know if it was because of the increase in the number of floors or the host's aura. The copper ore gradually increased, and at one point, it was more than limestone and gypsum. Li Fei was digging happily, and Li Su and Li Xian also killed several poisonous mosquitoes that kept flying over, and also encountered a stone zombie. The two brothers looked at each other, and both put away their machetes and replaced them with demolition axes. Fortunately, before going down the mine, in addition to food, medicine and tools, Li Fei reminded them to bring a few more weapons. The mine was completely unfamiliar to them, so they all chose to carry sharp weapons, and the demolition axe was one of the top 3 weapons they stocked up. Unexpectedly, they really used it. After all, the 3 of them now have intermediate backpacks, and the number of items they can carry has greatly increased, so they are not afraid to bring more equipment. When Li Fei stocked up, he bought 3 of each item, and Li Su and Li Xian naturally had 1 each, so that there would be spares even if they were broken. Li Fei could grind the stone zombie to death alone, and brothers worked together to break metal. The 2 of them took 1 side each, and soon chopped the stone zombie under the axe. Now, in addition to copper ore, Li Fei also dug up quartz, coal, and even a second agate. I'll sell this extra piece when I get back to see how much money I can get. There must be more than one kind of treasure in the mine, if possible. It's not impossible to try the mine bombing flow. They also explored the 14th floor without any danger. But on the 15th floor, they will face elite monsters again. I just don't know what they will encounter. There are obviously the most poisonous mosquitoes on these floors. Maybe it's an enhanced version of poisonous mosquitoes? Li Su and Li Xian's physical strength has almost recovered, although they both feel that they didn't rest in their movements. Li Fei dug a lot of ore, and her stamina was almost exhausted, so she took out a bunch of grilled river fish to eat. River fish is called river fish because you can taste its unique freshness, and the ones made in this space should not have any seasonings, but the taste is inexplicably good. After Li Fei ate 3 in a row to restore her stamina, she took out a machete and a brand new machete from her backpack and continued to use the double blades. Li Xian also changed to a machete, and Li Su, who was strong, continued to use the demolition axe. The 3 of them stepped into the 15th floor quietly, but unlike before, as soon as they entered, they heard the annoying buzzing noise, which was a sour and refreshing sound in the summer. The mosquito, which was about 10 times bigger than the ordinary poisonous mosquito, flapped its wings behind it. Even the scales and fine hairs on its body could be clearly seen. The white spots on it were complexly distributed, and its chest could be vaguely seen bulging and shrinking. A pair of scarlet compound eyes seemed to reflect their shadows, especially the sharp mouthparts that looked like javelins. If it was bitten, I'm afraid half of its health would be sucked away directly. Right? Not to mention that it was not known whether it was poisonous or not. This big poisonous mosquito was not as clumsy as the fat-headed maggot, so Li Fei thought about not probing and attacked directly. They were divided into 3 sides. Whoever attracted it could attack the other 2. The big poisonous mosquito flew over and stabbed at it with its long and sharp mouthparts. Li Fei dodged and chopped at the mouthparts with a machete. This elite monster was indeed harder than ordinary monsters. After this chop, the mouthparts did not move at all, and Li Su and Li Xian of course chopped at its body from behind, hoping to chop off its wings. The 2 had already chopped off many poisonous mosquitoes before, so it can be said that their bodies were already proficient in offensive moves. But this elite monster was too big, so it was a bit strenuous. The big poisonous mosquito seemed to be in pain and flew up to the sky and circled a few times. If you look at it on the screen, it should be the 2nd stage. Most insects lay eggs quickly and in large quantities. After a while, this poisonous mosquito squeezed out a large number of young pupae from behind, and the mucus fell to the ground, making a puffing sound. Before Li Fei even had time to ask Li Su and Li Xian to attack together, the young pupae quickly emerged in front of everyone and turned into normal poisonous mosquitoes. But the poisonous mosquitoes were dark green when they looked closely, and it was unknown what kind of variant they were. Li Fei shouted loudly, "Brother Xian, you guys deal with the small ones. I'll deal with this big one." Just like when he killed the fat-headed maggot, Li Fei carried the heavy burden on his own shoulders. In the extremely dangerous situation, Li Su and Li Xian did not refute, and they tensed up to kill the newly hatched poisonous mosquitoes. But there were too many newly hatched poisonous mosquitoes, especially some big and some small. The big ones were bigger than normal poisonous mosquitoes, while the small ones were similar to mosquitoes in reality. They were so dense that people got goosebumps, and the buzzing sound seemed to be deafening. Li Su and Li Xian followed Li Fei's instructions, and covered almost all of their skin. But except for their faces, even with masks on, some of their skin was still exposed, especially with those little poisonous mosquitoes. So they would be bitten a few times. Li Su suddenly felt weak in his limbs, and quickly stepped back. He raised his hand and touched it, and found that there were a few small lumps on his face, which were clearly caused by mosquito bites. But when he looked again, his health value did not decrease, and there was no poisoning buff. But his physical strength value was constantly decreasing. This dark green newly hatched poisonous mosquito actually absorbed physical strength? You know, in space, if the physical strength is just used up, it's fine. If it continues to decrease after being exhausted, you will be forced to faint. If you are in a mine, you will be forced to be sent out, and the items on your body will be randomly lost. Therefore, when you go to the mine several times before, you will have a little physical strength left at the end just in case. But in this situation, losing physical strength is more difficult than losing life. Li Xian was also bitten and realized the power of the poisonous mosquito. He could only choose to defend and try not to be bitten again. After a chaotic battle, they finally killed most of the poisonous mosquitoes and quickly ate a few roasted river fish from their backpacks to try to recover their gradually decreasing physical strength. Li Fei continued to fight the big poisonous mosquito. Under her persistent attack, the long mouth parts finally broke. After Li Su and Li Xian dealt with the small poisonous mosquitoes, they also came to help. The three of them worked together and finally stabbed into the body of the big poisonous mosquito. The tail of the big poisonous mosquito shook rapidly, and finally gushed out a stream of brown-red sticky. Unfortunately, Li Xian was close to the place, and after the fat-headed maggot, he was splashed with filth again. Li Xian, how unlucky he is. The big poisonous mosquito was killed, leaving behind a crystal core and a lot of insect meat. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief tacitly, and after a short rest, they continued to mine. Mining in the elite monster layer is easier, and you can do a lot of things. Li Fei and Li Su almost dug out the entire layer of ore, while Li Xian changed to a hoe and dug the soft soil under his feet, trying to get clay. There are only 5 layers of insect soil left, and Li Fei guessed that the last elite monster is the crazy spider mentioned in the order. As long as they leave the 20th layer, they can go to the ice crystal layer. Just by hearing the name, we know it must be an ice cave. Before that, they have to make some other preparations. After they dug out the 15th floor, Li Fei wanted to move on, but she paid more attention to the time, and it was almost night. Lunch was not finished yet, so there was no need to make it now. But the zombies would come to the farm as scheduled today. Li Fei wanted Li Su or Li Xian to go back alone to deal with it. After all, there were still many exotic plants planted, so it was not a big deal for one person. Unexpectedly, the system suddenly said, "Ding ding. The farm tonight seems unusual. Please prepare the host." The last time the system said this, elite zombies appeared on the farm. Could it be that they will come this time too? But if we calculate the time, if this event has been going on, it has passed this interval, and it is time to come. Thinking back to the time when I killed the elite zombies, in addition to more crystal cores than usual, there were also loot, so it was still quite important. In addition, the 15th floor has been unlocked, so Li Fei immediately decided to go home. The 4 bonfires basically illuminated the entire farmland, and a blood moon was looming between the layers of clouds in the dark sky. Li Fei, Li Su and Li Xian came to the vicinity of the strange plants together, and the cold spring breeze mixed with a hint of fishy smell came over with a low roar. The loss soon appeared, but Li Fei looked forward and found that it was still a zombie with black claws like last time, and he immediately lost interest and instructed, "Brother Xian, you and the strange plants should deal with this zombie together. I will go to take care of the affairs." After saying that, she turned and left. But the zombie seemed to sense that she was looking down on it, waving its claws and roaring, and rushed straight over. The strange plants reacted faster than Li Su and Li Xian. Once they were in the attack range, they opened fire one after another, and the crackling sound was really a bit like setting off firecrackers. Li Su and Li Xian raised their machetes and rushed over to deal with them. Li Fei returned to the starting point, opened his backpack, and sorted out the harvest from this trip to the mine. This time the harvest was very good. In addition to ordinary raw stones, limestone gypsum, quartz, coal, insect meat, crystal cores, agate, and enough copper ore to make a furnace. The last feed mill they built is still counting down. And now they can build a mill and a pet house. And it would be best if they could build another fish pond. The materials for these 3 buildings are getting more and more. But they are still short of gold coins. Now the big vats and earthenware jars in the space are full. And the products are being pickled non-stop. This wave will be completed soon. Besides, Li Xian also fished today and sold them all. So he should have another sum of money. It depends on which building can be supported by tomorrow's list. But this is all later. Li Fei still has to make the furnace first before the next ones. The furnace is made of a corresponding amount of copper, or in stone. Li Fei made one first and placed it near the workbench. Then the remaining copper, or is just enough to make another copper ingot. But after putting in the copper, or a coal must be put in before the furnace can start working. Hee hee. How does it know that she doesn't like coal now? Li Fei put another piece of coal in. And an orange light suddenly burst out in the furnace. And the area around the furnace mouth immediately became hot. She also remembered that they had studied the coal kiln drawings. If there was really no coal at that time, they could still burn wood to get it. But to make a coal kiln, they still needed copper ingots. And if they made a row of them, not only copper ingots were needed, but also the amount of wood had to keep up. So before waiting for the copper ingots to be made, Li Fei went to the area where they planted trees to check. Cutting trees, knocking stones, and weeding were already basic operations for them. And with the improvement of gathering skills, the probability of tree species and wild tree fruits from cutting trees seemed to have increased a bit. So as long as they got tree species, they would plant them on the spot and fertilize them. And that area was a bit insufficient. Even if they don't plant trees, they haven't cut down the trees near the river and lake yet. So they don't lack wood for the time being. In addition to the need to expand the farm and clear the open space, they still want to leave some green in the space. Li Fei cut down a few grown trees, got wood and tree seeds, planted them again, and then found fertilizer to spread. After doing all this, she heard the system sound. Ding. Great. This night is safe. Reward Crystal Core X20. Get rotten meat and bones. Get the loot complete spike armor X5. It seems that the drops of the claw zombies have been fixed. I wonder what the new elite monsters look like. What new loot will they drop? However, this so-called complete spike armor should be able to be made into a weapon in the future. So the 3 of them must treat each other equally. So it's okay to have more materials. The sound of the strange plants firing also disappeared. And the night returned to silence. Li Fei went back to meet Li Su and Li Xian, pointed to the furnace that was still burning copper, and said with a smile, "This time, all the copper ore we got from the mine. One is to make this furnace, and the other is to burn a copper ingot to try. We should be able to get it tomorrow." "That's great." Li Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. "Sister, where is the agate? I'll try to sell it." Li Fei handed the agate to him, and Li Xian took it and ran to the shipping box. Li Su went to check the order board. There was a new word on the order for the stone zombies. There was an additional April 10th after the name, indicating that they had killed a total of 4 stone zombies this time. Seeing that the farm had been taken care of, they returned to reality. After reheating the catfish dinner they had eaten at noon, they each soaked their rice and ate it, which made them feel comfortable. It was just that in the apocalypse, they were not without food, but they were too busy to eat. Casual games are really scary. After a simple dinner, of course, they had to take a shower. Especially Li Xian, who couldn't keep the clothes on his body. Eating and taking a shower were the most common and easy things before the apocalypse. But few people could really do it after the apocalypse. Except for some powerful people with resources. I guess only Li Fei's family could do it. After taking a shower, she went into bed warm and fragrant. The quilt still had the smell of the sun, and Li Fei fell asleep smoothly. But this night, she not only fell asleep, but also entered a dream. What you think about during the day will appear in your dreams at night. Not to mention Li Fei's personal experience. So in her dream, she came to the mine again, facing a huge and terrifying zombie, with swords drawn. However, at this moment, something was thrown from behind, and it exploded with a bang. After the smoke dissipated, the zombie also disappeared. Li Fei looked back suspiciously, and saw Wu Sini with a smug and arrogant face. throwing something up and down in her hands. But she couldn't see clearly. But when she saw Li Fei turned her head, she immediately threw a brisk wink at her. Nightmare. This is definitely a nightmare. Chapter 116. After a few days, Li Fei looked out from the balcony while drying her quilt and found that there were more pedestrians in the community than in the past few days. Of course, they did not come out to stroll around. However, in addition to many cars parked randomly, there were also many people gathered together, looking noisy. She noticed that some of them were holding bags in their hands. Thanks to the sun that continued to provide its great heat, the indoor temperature was close to 30 degrees. At this temperature, the body could already feel the heat. The three people in the family changed into single clothes. But Li Fei still thought about turning on the air conditioner. Not to mention that the power was not cut off. The rental house was also equipped with solar panels. Since it was hot, why not use it? There is a standing air conditioner in the living room. But it gets cold after being turned on for a long time in this weather. And the Li family has basically stayed in the space where it is still spring these days. So it is turned off after turning it on for a few hours. Ning Shuan took the lead and went to the mall to buy a lot of supplies. She also went to other malls to try her luck and is back now. Because according to her, the supplies in the mall are really going to be snatched away. And it would be a waste of effort to go again. So she settled down and continued to stay at home. So they can continue to learn Sanda fighting. Usually for 2 hours in the morning. Before that, they get up, wash, go to the space to get water, and eat breakfast. Because they will go to Ning Shuan's place soon after eating. So slowly, Li Su will prepare a portion for the former when making breakfast. After all, people can't waste precious energy in the end of the world. The most important thing is that they don't lack this bite of food now. In addition to the frozen foods in the freezer, they also have a large number of different types of flour, baking trays and ovens. So there are more types of breakfast. After reading the cooking e-book, Li Su started making steamed buns and flour rolls. The fresh ones are indeed different from the frozen ones. And they are also suitable for giving away. In the end times, even if the rush to buy supplies is open now, there are still a lot of people who can't get them or even get injured and die. So they will still accept food without hesitation if they can get it for free. Let alone food and carbohydrates. However, Li Su raised the opinion that there were not enough green onions. So Li Fei immediately went to the space to reclaim another field to plant green onions. The green onion seeds are not only extremely cheap, but also grow very fast. And it is completely possible to harvest several large batches before the season is over. As for why they didn't plant it before, it was of course because they had a lot of it stored at home. Besides, scallion seeds and some other seeds can be planted in more than one season. After this batch is eaten, it may be the season for planting again. Li Xian made various kinds of baking. In addition to the peanut butter that Li Fei had looted before, he also kept a bottle of strawberry jam and cherry jam for himself, which can be spread on freshly baked toast, plus hot coffee from the coffee machine, with dairy products, and occasionally change the taste. However, when it comes to fighting in Sanda, apart from a little theoretical knowledge, it is the basic technology. After understanding and learning, it is practice. Practice and practice again. There are sandbags at home. Sometimes Li Fei will also practice against Li Su. As for Li Xian, well, he can't walk when he sees the entertainment facilities in Ning Shuan's house. After getting permission, he often stays to play games. In fact, he also has a handheld game console. But there are not many games in it. After all, before the end of the world, he had to save up his pocket money to buy a game. But every time they go there, it is not smooth sailing. Don't forget that in addition to Ning Shuan from 2001, Song Chunxiang and Song Lu from 2002 are also surviving on the 20th floor. Human potential is still very strong. Otherwise it would have been extinct in thousands of years. The two elders Song and Chen have passed away. The corpses that have turned into zombies can't always be left in the corridor. Song Chunxiang and Song Lu endured the sadness and opened the window to throw them downstairs. After all, no one knows whether they will become monsters after touching them. After Li Su and Li Xian went upstairs, Ning Shuan often taught them basic movements in the corridor. After 1 or 2 times, Song Chunxiang started to make trouble. She thought that this corridor was not Ning Shuan's alone. If she wanted to move in the corridor, she must give her supplies. Otherwise she would keep blocking her. Li Su, Li Xian, and Ning Shuan all laughed and didn't bother to pay attention to her. The latter was not a stingy person and trusted the Li family. So she brought people into 2001. Anyway, their activities were just in the living room. Later, she felt that she had taught enough. And she felt that she didn't do anything but ate their food every time. So she was ready to end the class. And Li Fei followed suit and went to 1901 to find Wuxini, wanting to learn the art of grabbing tendons and catching. In fact, she had some basics of fighting in her previous life. At first, she took a few classes from Ning Chuan and then trained on her own. In addition, they went down to the mines very frequently, and they practiced close combat unintentionally. But she had heard of the so-called art of grabbing tendons and catching tendons. But it was the first time she saw someone using it in reality. So of course she wanted to learn it. However, it would take some thought to give Wuxini supplies. Li Fei thought about it and brought a few bottles of water. If it is a waste to exchange food for these unimportant things in the eyes of outsiders, then it is simply inhumane to use water as supplies, which will make people jealous. Of course, Li Fei did not bring real mineral water, although they also stockpiled a lot of boxes of purified water before the end of the world. If they drank one less bottle, they would probably not be able to taste the familiar taste in the future. So she took an empty bottle and filled it with endless space well water. This space well water is delicious and beneficial. So he still made a profit. Wuxini found that the bottle had been opened, but he also believed in Li Fei. Besides, the water looked many times cleaner than tap water and artificial lake water. And the water source was so precious. There were only 2 families in the corridor on the 19th floor, so no one would object. However, to learn the art of grabbing tendons and catching, one must not only be fast, accurate and ruthless in close combat, but also learn meridian acupuncture. It was a headache for non-professionals. So Wuxini lent her 2 books and asked her to go back and read them carefully, and then sent her away. She would take the exam later. Li Fei was so angry that she wanted to kick his stinky face twice to vent her anger. The days in reality were more fulfilling. Everyone had new feelings. And the space was even more exciting. First, the melon jam that Li Fei had pickled in a large earthenware jar was completely consumed. After Li Xian sold all of it, they got a large sum of money, and then continued to pickle cherry jam and higher value river seafood, and continued to sell them. The feed factory was also built. It was called a factory, but it was actually a super large mixer. Li Fei bought the fish feed formula in the mall. This most basic fish feed only needs insect meat to make it. And then it began to stir it non-stop. After the fish feed is made, it will be automatically bagged and put into the warehouse. The ratio of insect meat to fish feed is about 3:1. After a bag of fish feed is spread into the fish pond for feeding, the fry in the fish pond will gradually grow up. Feed it every day until it is harvested. But the amount of harvest is uncertain. It was agreed that this fish pond would be used to raise perch first. So Li Fei bought a few perch fry from the mall to try first. This most basic fish feed should be a harvest of as many perch as you buy. And the price of fish fry is not expensive. Li Fei bought 10 perch and put them into the fish pond, and asked Li Xian to feed them with fish feed. After that, all he had to do was wait quietly. Good fish feed should allow the fish pond to produce more. But the fish pond has a capacity limit, and even the best fish feed will not work when the limit is reached. After Li Fei put down these 10 perch fry, there was no overload prompt, indicating that only 10 fish can still be accommodated. After feeding, a countdown appeared above the fish pond. The time taken was not long, and it was almost the same as the time it took for some crops to grow. Li Fei was very satisfied with this speed. But she soon remembered the pet house she was going to build in the future. So this feed factory couldn't just be this one. With the money, she asked Li Su to build another feed factory, which was still used to make fish feed before the pet house was built. When the materials for the pet house were gathered, she would make a batch of pet food to build the pet house. And then she could continue to make pet food. Secondly, what they are most concerned about now is the furnace. Every time they come to the space, they have to spend some time to mine, especially to get copper or in coal. As for the agate obtained last time, after selling it in the shipping box, the price was not very high. So Li Fei decided to save a batch and sell a batch, and then see if he could dig up other gemstone minerals. They had already reached the 19th floor, but had not yet entered the last layer of the insect soil layer, because they found that the elite monsters on this last floor might be more difficult than the previous ones. Just before approaching the last floor, the poisonous mosquitoes began to decrease, in addition to the occasional stone zombies. There would be a long-legged spider as big as a basketball. They would either come up to bite or spray spider silk to wrap around the weapon. After killing them, in addition to the crystal core and insect meat, this spider silk would also be obtained. Li Fei had a hunch that this spider silk might have some connection with the tailor's table. They could even imagine how difficult the elite spider monsters on the last floor were. So they wanted to be fully prepared before entering. In short, after continuous mining, there are now 3 furnaces in the space, and the order to kill the stone zombies has been completed. There is space on the order board, and new orders are quickly filled. Wu Yen Ruhua Jiabeixu. Salt X1 required. Reward 2,500 gold coins. Li Fei and the other 2 widened their eyes. This order is really more rewarding than all the orders they have seen so far. But they really didn't think about how to get salt in the space. Later, Li Fei walked around the mall for a while and found a blueprint for sale. That was the blueprint of the salt well. But after seeing that this blueprint was several times more expensive than ordinary blueprints, Li Fei felt a little uneasy and was stunned after buying it to study. Let's not talk about the materials needed for the salt well. The gold coins used for construction alone have a row of zeros behind them. In fact, Li Fei can make this money now, but she has to save it. She is a little reluctant to spend it all at once. No wonder the reward is so high. It's good. It's waiting for them here. Thinking about the large amount of salt stored at home, Li Fei will not consider this order for the time being. Anyway, when the order board is upgraded, there will be other orders. Speaking of upgrading, Li Fei upgraded the warehouse with the crystal cores she saved. Now the granary and warehouse are both intermediate, and more things can be stored. The original warehouse stores a huge amount of fuel. Li Fei is going to set out again to find a gas station to continue collecting oil. The 3 people's physical strength limit also increased a little. Li Fei didn't expect that the first skill she upgraded to level 3 was cooking. Probably because she always roasted wild vegetables and river fish in batches. Because they have been building facilities recently, Li Su's craftsman skill has been upgraded to level 2. And it seems that the time used during the countdown can be appropriately reduced. Li Xian's gathering skill has also been upgraded to level 2. The spring in the space is about to end. Although the power of the natural disaster has not yet fully manifested in reality, Li Fei has begun to miss the spring that is about to pass in advance. You know, the climate in the world will be completely chaotic in the future. Even in the space with distinct 4 seasons, you have to wait slowly for the next time you come to this spring season. From afar, the large farmland was planted with crops that were about to mature or had already matured. As the last wave of spring, Li Fei decided to wait until all the crops were mature before harvesting them all, including those exotic plants. At that time, they would plant and arrange them well, and their farm would have a preliminary scale. Working hard is indeed useful, Li Fei thought happily, although there is still a long way to go before they can worry about food and clothing. This has also given them a lot of confidence. Li Fei lay back, with soft grass under her and clear sky and sunny days in front of her. The impression of summer is probably thick green. Cicadas chirping, thunder rolling, sweet air and hot sunshine. I wonder what kind of surprises it can bring her. No matter what will happen in the end, Li Fei only knows now that she must quickly make another sum of money as funds to buy various seeds that can be planted in summer, including crops and exotic plants. Then, just spend the whole bright summer. Chapter 117. A cup of iced Americano in the morning. Refreshing and sobering. Wu Sini would buy a cup of iced Americano every day before entering the hospital, and put it next to him when he was sitting for consultation. The hospital was also filled with a faint smell of disinfectant in the early morning, and the platinum ceiling lamp made the cold atmosphere almost cold. When he came to his seat, and it was not yet time to go to work, he would drink iced Americano while turning on the computer to read papers. The slightly narrow room was left with the clinking of ice cubes and the monotonous sound of mouse clicking. But he missed the taste of iced Americano. Wu Sini opened his eyes sleepily. The blinds in his bedroom were half open, and the sunlight shone in horizontally on the bed. He was sleepy but couldn't help but frown slightly. He felt that he was breathing in slightly hot air, which made his chest feel a little stuffy. He sat up irritably, with a little sweat on his back. Susu slowly crawled along the bed and spat at him. As long as you keep a pet, you will undoubtedly be the owner and the shit shoveler. Wu Sini rubbed his hair and pursed his dry lips. His throat seemed to be itchy, and he wanted to cough. He tilted his head to look at the golden light on the blinds and squinted. This weather Is it hotter? Although a city basically does not have sudden temperature rises and drops in spring and autumn. It is obviously very special now. That is the sun that will not set for 24 hours a day. The heat it emits continues to fall on the earth. If it never sets, the temperature may exceed the usual cognition. The most important thing is that they have almost lost the water source they depend on for survival. And the high fever makes it even more difficult to survive. Susu spit out her tongue again. And it looks like she is about to speak. Wusani glanced at it, thought for a moment, and suddenly said, Susu, grow bigger. Like a python. Susu obediently stretched her body, and Wusani immediately picked her up and put her on his neck. Her cold skin was not rough. And the important thing was that her warmth made a difference, which was quite comfortable. Susu seemed to have sensed his thoughts, and Hondo's eyes were a little more speechless. The snake's tongue touched his face, and Wusani touched its growing head and smiled. Okay. Got it. I'll go get you some food. However, even though he had stockpiled a lot of snake food and had to make Susu shrink to her smallest size before feeding her, there were only a few cans of snake food left. But she usually bought it online. At least near this community. He hadn't seen any reptile pet store. So if the snake food ran out, Susu would have to eat human food with him. I hope she can eat it by then. Reluctantly leaving the cool snake skin, Wusani put Susu into the box nest after shrinking her, opened another can of snake food and threw it to her one by one, and finally threw a baby rat. Susu ate them all in one bite, and her tail shook. After finishing its breakfast, Wusani should go on to finish his own breakfast. But like most other people, even though his family has more supplies than some families, he still chooses to have a very simple breakfast, or simply skip it, saving as much as possible. However, when he woke up, he felt like he was locked in a preheated oven. After thinking for a moment, he took out a bottle of mineral water from the carton and drank it with a sandwich biscuit. Not only that, the feeling of chest tightness still did not subside. Although he was a doctor, there were too many diseases that could cause this symptom. Without further examination and analysis, he did not dare to make any assumptions for himself. After thinking for a while, he put down the items in his hands and was about to check his own pulse when he suddenly heard the doorbell ring. He frowned in confusion and walked to the entrance to look through the cat's eye. There was a man standing at the door, and he seemed to be holding a child in his arms. In addition to the woman at the beginning, Wusani occasionally met parents who brought their children here, but he really didn't want to see the child for treatment. He didn't want to cause trouble for himself. Besides, he really couldn't treat it. So why bother to get involved? When he was an intern, he was rotated to pediatrics. During that month, he felt like he had actually gone to hell. Now when he thinks back, he still feels very scared. It has cast a huge shadow on him as a living creature called children. But this time, Wusani didn't pretend not to hear and ignore it, because he suddenly realized that he seemed to have seen him somewhere. This level of not being familiar, but not being strangers proved that they had met somewhere. The black-haired man at the door had already rang the doorbell twice. But not only did he not leave, he knocked on the door again and asked through the door, Dr. Wu, are you there? Generally, ignoring this situation would be very embarrassing. And he was also a very determined and stubborn person. Wusani had to open the door, but did not put down the anti-theft chain, and asked through the gap, What's the matter? The man at the door had a neat super short hair, and was holding a long-haired little girl with closed eyes in his arms, who looked about 5 or 6 years old. Dr. Wu. Hello. Can you please help me see what's wrong with my daughter? This man, who didn't know where he lived, climbed up nearly 20 floors, his face flushed and sweating, and said anxiously, The child woke up this morning and felt dizzy and had no strength in her body. After that, she kept coughing and was in a daze. After listening quietly, Wusani asked back, Is she suffering from heat stroke? It's polar day now, and the temperature has been high. It's possible that the child can't adapt to it for a while. The black-haired man shook his head. It shouldn't be. We gave her some Huixiangjingqi water, but it didn't work. After that, seeing that she kept coughing, we gave her some cough syrup. Later, she stopped coughing, but she felt chest tightness and shortness of breath, and still had no strength in her body. Chest tightness? Wusani took a deep breath unconsciously, and suddenly coughed twice, and quickly stretched out his hand to block it. This was not choked by saliva. He was inexplicably dazed for a moment. Dr. Wu? The black-haired man frowned. I wonder if you can see me. I live in building 24. You are the doctor closest to me. And I heard that the other medical staff in the community are just nurses and health center staff. Building 24? Wu Sini heard the key words. Which floor do you live on? This private information before the end of the world is not a secret after the end of the world. Anyone who wants to know will find out by any means. So the black-haired man immediately replied. I live in 2001. Wu Sini suddenly realized that the resident of 2001 in building 24 was the famous firefighter in the early days. The doctor's memory was also good. So he also remembered that the last time they went out to find supplies and drove back to the community, someone came to ask him if he had found relevant supplies, and left quickly after receiving a negative answer. Wu Sini thought of this, untied the anti-theft chain and opened the door, and asked with a smile, Are you Captain Yuan? The black-haired man was stunned for a moment, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. It's just that the neighborhood committee has repeatedly requested this title. And recently those monsters have not even been near the community. Now they can go to the mall to buy supplies. And our team in the community has gradually dispersed. Now we can't bear this title. Anyway, you've set a good example for us, Wu Sini said, and then said seriously, But I have to remind you that I'm an internal medicine doctor, or an adult doctor. Although I can see the symptoms, I can't guarantee the results. In addition, it's the end of the world now, and I can't be sure of other diseases. Captain Yuan was stunned again, and repeated half doubtfully, the end of the world. Even if there are man-eating monsters and polar day phenomena, some people still don't believe that it's the end of the world, and still believe that the country will deal with it all. Not to mention that most firefighters are materialists. Wu Sini didn't say anything more, but just stepped forward to observe the little girl. The little girl didn't look thin due to hunger and thirst. It was obvious that Captain Yuan's family not only had supplies, but also gave her food. However, the girl in his arms was pale. Her eyes were closed, and she looked dizzy. He lowered his head and listened. There was a constant pounding feeling in his left chest. It was probably palpitations, which would indeed cause chest tightness, shortness of breath and fatigue. Wu Sini looked up and saw that the little girl was breathing heavily, as if she didn't want to breathe more. It was very difficult to breathe. He frowned, and suddenly thought of something, but waved his hand and walked out the door. After hesitating for a while, he pressed the doorbell of 1902. Captain Yuan held his daughter, and frowned when he saw the dense iron wire on the door of 1902. However, there have been many home invasions in the community, so it is also good to have a defensive measure. It's just installing wire in the apartment building, but I don't know if it's useful. It seems that the reputation of 1902 has not spread too far. I don't know if they are afraid that this weird wire will cause some supernatural events, or they are keeping silent about 1902. Wu Sini waited for a while, but there was no response. Just as she was considering whether to press it again, the door of 1902 slowly opened, and none of the many anti-theft chains were unlocked. Li Fei's slow voice came from the room, asking, What's the matter? Li Fei, I have something to ask you. Wu Sini no longer had to joke around as usual, but got straight to the point. Will the polar day bring any side effects? Physiological. Li Fei was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, Who is next to you? Li Fei had never met Captain Yuan before, and they were still strangers to her. But she could see him through the cat's eye or the surveillance camera, so she asked before answering. Wu Sini explained, This is Mr. Yuan, a firefighter in building 24. His daughter is sick, so he came to me. But I think, do you know more about this disease than me? Captain Yuan was suspicious after hearing this. Now the information of medical staff in the community is almost public. Why didn't he hear that there was a doctor next door to Dr. Wu? Oh, it turned out to be him. As Li Fei spoke, she unlocked all the anti-theft chains and went out. This morning, she was completely awakened by the heat. When she walked out of the bedroom, she saw that the indoor thermometer showed more than 30 degrees. I am afraid that it will be close to 40 degrees in a few days. However, it is not uncommon for the temperature to reach 40 degrees in summer in this world nowadays. It seems that it has increased by about 10 degrees in the past few days, and many people are not prepared. Li Fei immediately turned on the air conditioner in the living room and adjusted it to 20 degrees. Then she went to the kitchen counter to turn on the coffee machine to make coffee. As a result, she had just filled a cup of ice to make a refreshing iced American coffee when she heard something outside the door. She took a sip and heard the doorbell ring. She went to the door to take a look, and then there was a follow-up. Her attitude towards the firefighters was the same as that towards the rescue troops. Besides, it was because of him that the community had occasional peace. Besides, everyone would know about this matter in the future, so it would not be good for her to hide it. However, when she opened the door, the cool air that had been accumulated in the house also came out, blowing all over Wusani's face, and even Captain Yuan felt it a little. But now there is no time difference. It is always daytime, sunny and hot, and the power has not been cut off. So many people choose to turn on the air conditioner at home. Captain Yuan also thought that his daughter had heat stroke at first, so he turned on the air conditioner. But later he found that she was coughing and turned it off again. But after taking the medicine, not only did she not get better, but it looked worse. So she took the ladder to building 20 to find Wusani. She really knows how to enjoy herself. Wusani thought, it seems that I have to turn on the air conditioner as soon as I get home, before it gets too chaotic. Li Fei glanced at the little girl in Captain Yuan's arms, and saw at a glance that she was having difficulty breathing. The symptoms of high oxygen during the polar day began to appear. But at first it was the old, the young, the sick and the weak who were affected. It took longer for teenagers, young people, and the middle-aged to develop symptoms. She was awakened by the heat, and it was impossible for Li Su and Li Xian to continue sleeping peacefully. They turned over and got up. Li Xian also complained that he seemed to hear mosquitoes buzzing in the middle of the night. I don't know if it was real or if he had dreams at night, because he went down the mines too many times. Anyway, he didn't sleep well. But they haven't used the luminous masks yet, or put the luminous tobacco they prepared at home. I don't know if it's because their physical fitness has improved, or because they ate too much food in the space, so their physical fitness has improved. In short, they didn't feel chest tightness and shortness of breath when they woke up this morning, and they were still the same as usual. But now she met Captain Yuan's daughter, and she really realized that the power of the polar day has begun to show. Captain Yuan came to his senses, and quickly took the initiative to introduce himself. Hello. I'm Yuan Yi, a member of the Art District Fire Rescue Detachment. I went home on New Year's Day. Until now, the rescue detachment has not been contacted, and I dare not go there rashly. The shopping malls are even more chaotic when they start buying. Now my daughter is sick. Do you know how to solve it? Hello. I'm Li Fei. Li Fei answered calmly. She looked at Yuan Yi's dark eyes full of hope. After a pause, she said, please wait a moment. I'll talk to Dr. Wu. After saying this, Li Fei pulled Wusani into the house unexpectedly. Yuan Yi still frowned, changed his position to hold his daughter, looked down again, and finally did not leave. Although it seemed mysterious. What if there was really a way? If there was no way, wouldn't he have used an excuse to let himself leave? As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would not give up. I didn't expect that this 1902 Miss Li's expression and tone were like the air conditioner in the room. I don't know, who is she? But the most important thing now is to wait for them to come out again. Chapter 118. Wusani didn't expect Li Fei to pull him into the room, but the comfortable cool air rushed on his face, driving away all the heat in his body. Li Fei. You? Don't talk nonsense. Li Fei interrupted him. This is the closest one. Do I have to go to your house to talk? Wusani smiled and said, it's not impossible. It's not like I haven't been there before. Before he finished speaking, Li Fei kicked him. In fact, he knew that she wouldn't really use force, but he keenly noticed that she kicked the weak knee joint, and quickly stepped back and waved his hand. Okay. No more jokes. Tell me about this. Yes. It seems that she is really reading the book I lent her. Li Fei glanced at him and asked, when you got up this morning, didn't you feel any changes? Wusani touched his chin and hesitated. The weather has become super hot? I was almost woken up by the heat. What else? Wusani thought about it again, and suddenly a flash of inspiration came to him. When I got up this morning, I felt a little chest tightness, but it was not serious, and I thought it was because it was too hot. Is there any explanation here? Li Fei did not answer him directly, but guided him to continue thinking, saying, then you should have seen Mr. Yuan's daughter again? Pale face, cyanosis of lips, chest tightness, shortness of breath, difficulty breathing, dizziness and coma. You are a doctor. Can't you think of what the disease is? Wusani smiled bitterly and said, But there are several diseases that can produce these symptoms together. Western medicine must be examined before further conclusions can be drawn. Before he finished speaking, Li Fei raised her eyebrows and simply pulled him in again, all the way to the balcony. She opened the curtains, and a large area of bright sunlight and scorching temperature surged up, competing with the indoor air conditioning. Li Fei pointed outside the window and said, "Look, is there anything unusual?" Wu Sini took a look and was surprised. After all, he had not looked out the window much since he got up, and went directly to feed Su. The greening rate standard of the community has always been around 30%. But whether it is planting trees, shrubs or flowers, the coverage rate is still required. However, when he looked around, he actually found a hint of strangeness. The trees in the community were mostly dead branches and leaves at first. After the polar day, they slowly began to grow branches and leaves because of the temperature. However, a towering tree that can be seen from Building 20 was originally nearly 3 or 4 stories high. Now, it seems that it has grown to 6 or 7 stories high. The willow trees planted next to the artificial lake have not only grown taller, but also have long and dense soft willow branches. A row of trees seem to be wrapped in willow branches, surrounding the artificial lake, and no one is seen on the path next to it. Not to mention the large lawn that looks like a cross-section of emerald. The bushes in the green belt have grown beyond the specified position and gradually climbed up the wall. The gorgeous flowers blooming in the leaves are as big as basins. Instead, there is a mysterious and weird feeling, as if there is endless danger under the beautiful appearance. This scene seems to be something that only exists in novels. Wu Sini was so shocked that he stammered, "What? What's going on?" "Don't panic." Li Fei still looked calm and answered, "This is a mutation. If Su is a mutant animal, then these are mutated plants. This polar day is a natural disaster. I just met Mr. Yuan's daughter. I think this disaster has come unknowingly." Seeing Wu Sini's half-understanding and doubtful look, he reminded again, "Look at these plants, and then look at the sunlight. What can you think of?" After getting 2 more keywords, Wu Sini opened his eyes wide and immediately spoke. "Photosynthesis. It's photosynthesis. I guess everyone knows what photosynthesis is. Green plants use sunlight to absorb carbon dioxide and then continuously produce oxygen. This is a good thing. But these plants have all been mutated and are completely out of human cognition. Photosynthesis may continue, but the absorption and emission process has to be questioned. If these mutated plants that are beginning to grow huge continue to photosynthesize, will they emit more oxygen? And all the mutated plants in the world are photosynthesizing. Then wouldn't it be? The oxygen content will increase? The oxygen content currently absorbed by humans is just right. A few % more may not cause too many symptoms. But if it doubles, there will be many uncomfortable symptoms, and even further damage to the physiological functions of the human body." He looked very slow. In fact, even if he told others this, they would not be able to understand it for a while. After all, the oxygen content that allows humans to survive was determined a long time ago. If he said that it suddenly increased, most people would probably not believe it. It doesn't matter whether it is believed or not. The symptoms have already appeared. Sooner or later, he will have to believe it. Wu Sini finally knew what disease Yuan Yi's daughter had. She was indeed sick. But he suddenly felt very melancholy, not only because the tiny human beings were experiencing this natural disaster, but also for Yuan Yi's daughter. Oxygen poisoning. Usually estimated that it would only be an acute disease that could occur due to oxygen therapy and diving. But now everyone could die from it. Oxygen is actually toxic. And it is highly toxic. Excessive inhalation can cause great damage to nerves, lungs, respiratory system and cells. However, this disease can be treated. Wu Sini had seen several cases when he was rotated to the emergency department. After all, this disease cannot be treated slowly in the outpatient clinic and wait for a number. But now, he dare not guarantee it. Even if there should be no zombies in the 8th hospital, which is closest to here, there are no knowledgeable medical staff. You can't just take a medicine and use it. Right? Wu Sini can actually accompany Yuan Yi to go. But everyone is in danger at the moment. He felt a little chest tightness when he got up in the morning. If he went outside and made a fuss, he was not sure if he could come back. Nor was he sure if Yuan Yi's daughter could wait. He naturally remembered the Hippocratic Oath. He originally wanted to cure diseases and save people before embarking on the path of medicine. If it was before the end of the world, he would help save lives without hesitation. But in the end of the world, He must first consider saving himself. And then others. Especially strangers. Li Fei saw with his own eyes that Wu Sini's face became more and more gloomy. And even the sun could not dispel the haze. He also knew what he was thinking and suggested. Talk about this conclusion with Mr. Yuan first. Don't let people wait too long. Wu Sini nodded silently. And went to the door with Li Fei again to open the door and go out. Yuan Yi was full of hope when he saw them. And didn't feel that the waiting time was long at all. Wu Sini's official job can be counted by years. This doctor also needs to speak in an artistic way. He should be implicit when necessary and direct when necessary. However, considering the seriousness of the current situation, Wu Sini chose the latter and quickly told Yuan Yi the cause of the disease and the treatment method. But this includes the information about natural disasters. Yuan Yi was stunned when he heard it. He felt that many complex mysteries were stuffed into his head at the same time. He asked intermittently, "Wait, natural disasters? Doomsday? Are these all true?" Some people have experienced weather disasters. But they will always have some doubts in their hearts when it is directly said to be the end of the world. Especially those who are still alive. Naturally, they don't want to die because of this rumor that has been debunked for a long time. And would rather not believe it. Li Fei nodded and said, "Yes, Mr. Yuan. You are a firefighter. So you must have participated in many rescue incidents. I think there should be weather disasters. But think about it carefully. You have lived for so long. Or in the past. Have there ever been such a monster that eats people? And it is contagious. Not to mention the polar day these days. Our China is not a high-latitude area. And even countries in high-latitude areas may not have seen such a scene. When dealing with ordinary people. Or firefighter Yuan Yi. Li Fei tried to be as detailed as possible. Which also caused the former to remain silent. He glanced at his daughter, who was curled up in his arms. And then raised his eyes and asked, "If I pack up and go to the hospital now, will my daughter be saved?" Although his eyes were a little darker than before. As a father, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, he will never give up his child no matter what. Wu Sini said quickly, "The types of drugs I just told you should be useful. And they should be available in the hospital pharmacy." Yuan Yi nodded firmly. "Dr. Wu. Miss Li. Thank you. I'll leave first." After Yuan Yi finished speaking, he hurriedly hugged his daughter and left the 19th floor. The corridor was silent. Li Fei glanced at Wu Sini, who still looked a little disappointed. She was a little unaccustomed to this look, and asked teasingly, "Why? Is this a big blow to you? You look really depressed." Under normal circumstances, Wu Sini would have recovered and answered some jokes. But he didn't. He suddenly looked over and asked softly, "Li Fei, do you think I will die?" Li Fei was stunned and didn't answer for a while. How could she not know that Wu Sini was also an ordinary person? Not to mention that most ordinary people would always feel a little scared before knowing that death is coming. Not to mention that this is a situation where they know all the developments but are still powerless. They are not like the Li family, who have a golden finger and can safely survive this crisis. Before the end of the world, oxygen poisoning was caused by human factors. And there were many ways to treat it. But now humans have nowhere to hide and are exposed. Even if drugs can be used, as long as the oxygen content is always higher than the content suitable for human survival, this problem is unsolvable. To put it bluntly, this is like a plan to eliminate humans formulated by the world. First eliminating a group of weak people, and then gradually cleaning up the remaining survivors. In fact, Li Fei can probably recall when this disaster ended. After all, high oxygen is too abnormal. If it lasts too long, Li Fei in the previous life probably can't continue to live. And there will be no follow-up. You have also gone to several shopping malls to buy supplies. You should stay at home these days, and don't go out. Try not to move if you can. And stay as quiet as possible. Li Fei patted his shoulder and said sincerely, "Don't worry. If you really die, I will collect your body myself." Wu Sini twitched her mouth and was about to answer, but suddenly felt a soft numbness on her shoulder. She quickly escaped to the corridor, put her hand on her shoulder, and looked incredulous. Li Fei was wearing a set of solid-color short-sleeved home clothes, with her hands on her waist, and her face also made a sly smile. But of course, it was forced. The weather was hot, and people changed into light clothes, like they had already changed into summer clothes. If she was still wearing thick clothes, she might not be able to succeed. Wu Sini rubbed his shoulders and narrowed his eyes and said, "Okay, I gave you the book. It seems you went back and read it carefully. Of course. After all, I want to learn. And I won't give up halfway. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the security corridor. Hey, Li Fei. Dr. Wu. What are you doing here? Chapter 119. The two tilted their heads, and saw that it was Ning Shuwan who came downstairs. There were probably many different types of Lolita dresses in her closet, which were just suitable for this kind of weather. Li Fei pursed her throat and asked, Why are you here? Well, I saw something from the window at home, so I came to ask you guys? Ning Shuwan pointed out the window with her thumb. I even felt like I was still dreaming. How come the trees suddenly grew so tall, and the flowers bloomed so big? It was so weird. Then I tested my daily fortune. And guess what? It was all reverse bad luck. I suspected that I was going to die on the spot. Ning Shuwan babbled a lot. Li Fei could understand the first part, but the latter part was a bit confusing. However, she thought it was just the jargon, so she didn't pay attention to it and asked again, Didn't you feel anything strange when you got up this morning? The oxygen content increased, and the plants naturally became more lush. But if the body didn't feel anything, then what kind of super scion is it? Strange? Ning Shuwan scratched her head and thought seriously, and said, When I got up, I seemed to be dizzy for a while. I thought it was hypoglycemia. I was so scared that I quickly ate something, and then I didn't pay attention to it. It seems that everyone's reaction is different. Wu Sini thought silently. Li Fei told Ning Shuwan about the Polar Day disaster. Ning Shuwan's face turned pale and blue after hearing it. However, she had not put on makeup since the water resources were polluted, so the earthy color looked very real. No wonder, she murmured. One is protected by mercury, which means it warns me of breathing problems. Another one corresponds to the lungs, and the other one corresponds to the head. Li Fei tilted his head and thought for a while, then asked, I remember you said you play cards. So is this what you predicted? Ning Shuwan sighed and said, It's genuine. Fresh out of the oven. In fact, I have been smoking every day since the zombies appeared. And most of the time the situation is not good. But there are a few times when it is okay. She chuckled when she said this. It's all when I'm in contact with you. Now I trust you more than the card. Wu Sini rubbed his shoulder. And finally it was no longer numb. He didn't comment on it. He didn't believe it very much. But he could see the global oxygen content rise one day. And it didn't seem so unconvincing. Li Fei didn't know what he thought of, and suddenly said, Test it for me. I want to ask. Wu Sini and Ning Shuwan looked at her at the same time. Li Fei was used to this, and continued to have a blank expression. Ning Shuwan asked, Li Fei, I didn't expect you to believe this too? Those who believe in this thing believe it very much. And those who don't believe it even disdain it. Most of them are the latter. Anyway, Ning Shuwan's first impression of Li Fei is also the latter. This thing, if you believe it, it exists. If you don't believe it, it doesn't exist, Li Fei said calmly. And I heard that you need to be paid after the test. I can exchange it for supplies. What do you want? In fact, it's nothing to help with the test. Ning Shuwan didn't even bother to mention it. After all, she had taken a lot of food from the Li family. But she also taught the brothers Li Su and Li Xian well. It's just that Li Fei is obviously not a person who likes to owe any favors. As long as someone other than her family does something for her, no matter how big or small, she must pay it back before she stops. This also indirectly shows that they are people with livelihood security. But Ning Shuwan and Wu Sini didn't think much about it. After all, everyone participated in the rush to buy supplies. And Li Fei was a ruthless person. There were helpers at home, so he must have bought a lot of supplies back. Ning Shuwan hesitated for a while, looked at the hot sunshine outside the window at the end of the corridor, and said embarrassedly, I want to drink iced drinks. In fact, there are several bottles of drinks at home, which can be refrigerated in the refrigerator. But how can it be better to drink them filled with ice cubes? Besides, she certainly can't make ice cubes now, and she can't bear to drink drinks. Li Fei thought for a moment, nodded and asked, Is iced coffee okay? She was using a coffee machine before, and the amount she made was not just for her, so it was just right. Ning Shuwan was surprised. She didn't expect Li Fei to actually agree to it, and even have the leisure to drink coffee. Wu Sini suddenly coughed, came over and rubbed his hands and said, Can I have a cup too? Iced American coffee is fine. I can help you too. He didn't show it on his face. But he missed iced American coffee too much. Especially in hot weather. Li Fei glanced at him. Didn't say anything. And just went back first. Wu Sini and Ning Shuwan looked at each other and fell silent. Only about half an instant's stick of time later. Li Fei opened the door again. Holding 2 disposable plastic cups with 2 straws in them. One dark. And one that seemed to have milk in it. And more importantly, it was really filled with ice cubes. If this was a coffee shop before the end of the world, it would have been posted on social networking sites to complain. But the tiny water droplets that soon seeped out from the wall of the cup made Wu Sini and Ning Shuwan feel that it should flow from the corners of their eyes and mouths. The two thanked him and took a sip. The cold temperature attacked their mouths, which was so cold that it stung their teeth. But the temperature of their whole bodies seemed to drop immediately. Just like the special effects wind blowing their hair in the advertisements. One word, refreshing. Ning Shuwan sometimes has to stay up late. So she also drinks coffee. But she thinks American coffee is too bitter. So she usually adds milk. She tasted that her cup was a sweet raw coconut latte and laughed out loud. Wu Sini tasted it and couldn't help tasting it. Low acid. More obvious bitterness. This is more refreshing. The flavor should be toast. Cream and dark chocolate. Very fragrant. I didn't expect you to have done research. Oh no. That's really not the case. Li Fei thought. She had found these coffee beans from a small private coffee shop outside the community. From what she heard, they seemed to be good beans. However, Li Fei didn't care. Aren't all beans drunk in the end? Li Fei. I really followed the right person. In the future, I will come if you need me. Ning Shuwan gave a thumbs up and patted her chest. Come to my house directly later. Your brother and your younger brother can also come. I welcome you anytime. In the end times, a glass of iced drink can make people bow down to you. Sometimes it is not a fictional part. Li Fei watched Ning Shuwan leave and curled the corners of her lips silently. Climb mountains of swords and descend into seas of fire? Not really. But climbing icebergs and descending floods should be possible. Wu Sini resisted the urge to drink half a cup in one breath. And let go of the straw. Seeing that there were only 2 of them left. He asked. Li Fei, have you ever thought about going to the 8th hospital? There are definitely no supplies within a radius of dozens of miles outside the community. But it is estimated that the supplies in the mall will not be squeezed out to continue supplying. So they can look further ahead and no longer be obsessed with food. Besides, Li Fei doesn't seem to lack these now. However, there are many kinds of supplies in the hospital. Especially various kinds of medicines. Patients go to fixed windows to get medicines. And behind them are cabinets dedicated to storing medicines. Even if many medicines are not needed for ordinary minor illnesses, there are still a lot of them that may be used to treat those minor illnesses. It is always worth going there once. Li Fei had stockpiled a batch of medicines before the end of the world. Not too much. Not too little. But they would not treat pills as candy. So they were not so scarce. However, if she went to the hospital, she could not only take away a large number of various types of medicines, but also some medical facilities. Besides, Wu Sini was a doctor in the 8th hospital. So she must be familiar with the roads. The hospital is one of the places where the most zombies gather. But it is also one of the places where the rescue army must go. However, many people are worried that the zombies in the building have not been completely eliminated. And they value the scarce food supplies. So there is still a chance to go now. Li Fei glanced at him and asked, do you want to get some medicine to deal with oxygen poisoning? Although it would be beneficial to her. She should be forgiven for thinking too much when she suddenly made this suggestion. Wu Sini bit the straw again and muttered, I don't want to die so young. Okay. Li Fei agreed. And after thinking for a while, she said, then tomorrow afternoon is fine. I have something to do in the morning. She said it vaguely. And Wu Sini said goodbye to her without asking any more questions. But it was really hot that day. Wu Sini thought, touching her face with the wall of the cup. And went back to the room to turn on the air conditioner. When Li Fei returned to the room, Li Su had just finished making breakfast and served it on the table. Li Xian was lying on the balcony, holding a telescope and looking at something. Li Su made a simple sandwich, with fried toast with tomatoes, lettuce, fried luncheon meat and cheese slices, and a little black pepper, which was already very fragrant. Li Fei took 2, and came to the balcony with her unfinished iced American coffee in her other hand. She handed one to Li Xian and asked, what are you looking at? Sister, I'm looking at those plants. Li Xian answered truthfully, took a bite of the sandwich and said vaguely, help me see if my myopia has worsened again. I actually feel that those trees and flowers are moving. It's so sunny, and there's no wind. But they are really swaying unconsciously. Li Fei took the telescope and set it up to see that the bright sunlight shone on those huge mutant plants. The green plants were shining like emeralds. And the petals of the flowers were also shining. But they looked harder than ordinary flowers. Without the wind, the petals could be seen swaying left and right on their own. A bit like the movements of the strange plants in the space. However, the strange plants could barely be said to be mutations. So Li Fei was not too surprised. These plants may have developed a close connection with the sun after the mutation, which led to the increase in oxygen content now. It actually makes sense? After all, they didn't go out today and stayed in the building. After breakfast, Li Fei prepared to go to Ning Shuwen's house. When Li Xian heard that they were going to her house, he ate the sandwich in 2 or 3 bites. Li Su asked, the fighting class has ended. Why are you going to her house? I have something to ask. I'm quite interested. Li Fei stroked his chin for a while and said, A Xian is going. Brother, you should go with us. Li Xian was pecking at rice next to him. The 3 of them must be one. After this period of time, they and Ning Shuwen could barely be considered friends. And the latter was a warm-hearted person, which was enough to make them dispel their worries. After packing up, the 3 of them went out and went straight to the safe corridor to go upstairs. Chapter 120. The corridor was hot. If the temperature had been rising slowly before, it started to rise sharply today, and even the thermometer couldn't turn the corner. However, Li Fei felt that it was still similar to being outdoors in the midsummer before the end of the world. Not as terrible as the extreme heat. However, when they reached the 20th floor, they met Song Lu, who was going out with a haggard face. Song Lu and her mother Song Chuanxiang were 2 extremes. The latter was as aggressive as the former was introverted, and she basically didn't say a word in front of strangers. When Song Lu saw Li Fei's family coming upstairs, she was stunned, and then she lowered her head with her bag on her back and wanted to go downstairs. Nowadays, there is a shortage of supplies in the mall, but there are still many people who will go there to see if they can find bargains. Those who have vehicles will go to other areas to check, but they often come back dejected with nothing. It seems that Song Chuanxiang is also not feeling well. Otherwise, she would always rush to go if there is anything, and rarely let Song Lu go alone. However, Li Fei didn't take this passerby seriously at all, and passed her directly. After all, in her impression, Song Lu didn't have much impression of her. Who knew that just passing by? Song Lu pursed her lips and suddenly said, Wait a minute. Although it was loud, you can still hear a little trembling in the tone. The whole building knows Li Fei's name, and most people think that even Xia Zhenwei of 1802 is biased towards her and has a relationship with the police station. So they dare not act rashly now. Li Fei turned her head slightly, but did not speak. Li Su asked calmly on her behalf, What's the matter? That? Song Lu soon recovered and asked in a low voice. My mother was not feeling well this morning. Can we ask Dr. Wu to come and see her? We will provide supplies. Li Fei frowned and asked, You want to find him? Why are you asking me? Can't you just go downstairs and find him? But after hearing what she said, Li Fei understood that Song Chuanxiang probably also had symptoms caused by high oxygen. Ordinary medicines could not save her. Even if they were saved, she would only survive for a while. It would be best if she could survive until the polar day fell. If not, Li Fei had no other way. Song Lu hesitated for a while, and a thin layer of powder appeared on her pale face. She asked, Aren't you often with him? You should be very familiar with him. Right? Before Li Fei could speak, Li Su beside her said unhappily, So what if they are familiar with each other? That's your own business. You can go to his house to find him yourself. Why should we help you? And Li Fei thought more. Looking at Song Lu's expression, she could imagine how Song Chuanxiang treated her at home. Didn't Song Lu really believe that over time? Li Fei was too lazy to explain more. Some people would be in vain no matter how she explained to them. Why should she waste her breath? She went straight to the door of room 2001 and rang the doorbell. Li Su and Li Xian ignored her and followed her. Song Lu's face was pale and red, and she was still worried about Song Chuanxiang. So she had to go downstairs first. Ning Shuwen quickly opened the door and invited them in. The interior was still dark, and the air conditioner was turned on. The curtains were drawn on the wide French windows, so it really felt chilly. If you say that you have guests at home, you have to entertain them. At least you have to serve a cup of tea. But now water resources are the most scarce. Sometimes you can't even drink it yourself, let alone entertain guests. However, Li Fei and the other two didn't care. After all, they came here after eating and drinking. Li Xian took the handheld game console with the consent of Ning Shuwan, Li Su and Li Fei, and the latter sat on the smooth floor, which was cooler. Ning Shuwan spread a black tablecloth with a star pattern on it and began to shuffle the cards quickly, asking as she shuffled, "What question do you want to ask?" Li Fei paused and said, "I want to ask about my future fortune." Ning Shuwan paused when she heard this question, and she couldn't help but feel suspicious. She thought Li Fei would ask about her physical condition and fortune, or at least her relationship. But it turned out to be about her fortune. Could she still go to work? Li Su looked at Li Fei, then at Ning Shuwan, who had a complicated expression, and felt helpless. He knew why Li Fei asked this, but he couldn't go into detail about it. And, with their current arrangement, it was almost the same as going to work. Ning Shuwan didn't think much about it, and asked Li Fei to shuffle the cards, and then asked her to randomly select a few numbers and draw a few cards. For some reason, Li Fei's heartbeat was really accelerated. But it should be because of the high oxygen. Ning Shuwan observed for a moment without a smile, and her expression suddenly became pleasantly surprised. They are all auspicious signs. But if you look at your fortune, it means that you have new opportunities to increase your wealth recently. And then, Ning Shuwan looked at another card and suddenly stopped talking. Li Fei advised, "It's okay. You can talk." Ning Shuwan scratched her head embarrassedly, pointed to one of the cards and said carefully, "Your financial situation is very good, even good enough to have enough money to help others. And there is no risk in the future. Did you go to the mall to buy a lot of supplies this time?" Ning Shuwan thought she had made a mistake, although she also felt that Li Fei's family had a lot of supplies. They would not lose money, but would continue to increase their wealth. They often stayed at home, so this was not right. Right? Li Fei still had a blank face. But suddenly he was sweating. In fact, the divination will automatically lean towards what it hears. So Li Fei immediately remembered the batch of supplies she had stockpiled before the end of the world. Isn't that the so-called super good financial situation? Li Su tried to smooth things over and interrupted. "It looks interesting. How about you help me test it?" Ning Shuwan was really attracted to it, and her eyes lit up. Okay, Brother Li. What do you want to test?" Li Su thought for a while and said, "Just test my luck." As usual, she shuffled the cards, drew the cards and laid them out. But Ning Shuwan suddenly frowned and said carefully, "Well, there will be some small twists and turns recently. It should be that something happened and she was upset for a while. But it's not a big problem. Overall, it's still a good sign. But it's not as good as Li Fei's. I haven't drawn such good cards since the end of the world. In fact, each card has no fixed good or bad. It depends on how you interpret it. But Li Fei's cards are surprisingly good." TSK. Li Fei thought to herself. Could this be the legendary host Halo? Well, she is also protected by the system. But Li Su didn't take it too seriously. After all, he didn't believe it. He just smiled and slowly changed the subject. "Thank you for your good words. You have helped a lot." Ning Shuwan knew that they were talking about learning fighting, and said embarrassedly, No, I just taught you what I know. This kind of thing requires a lot of practice. It depends on yourself." Li Fei thought for a moment and said, "That's great. How about I practice with you? Anyway, this martial arts practice almost takes 1 or 2 hours every day to review. Since you can't go outdoors and find others to practice, you can only practice with your partners. That's easy. Just let me see how good you are." Ning Shuwan waved her fist and said, "If it's you, I won't let you go. Take it. Then I'll go home first. I have to watch over you at home," Li Su said, and then said to Li Xian, "Xian, when the time comes, you and your sister will come back together. Don't stay too long. Do you understand?" Li Xian had just opened a pigeon, nodded and agreed, and continued to swim in the dungeon. But Song Lu went downstairs to the 19th floor, hesitated for a while, and took the initiative to ring the doorbell of 1901. Wu Sini saw that it was her through the peephole inside the door, and hesitated for a while before opening a crack. The anti-theft chain was not removed. Song Lu whispered the purpose of the visit and promised to exchange supplies. But Wu Sini immediately understood that Song Chunxiang also had symptoms of hyperoxia. Calculating the time, Yuan Yi should have set off for the 8th hospital. The 8th hospital is several kilometers away from the community. If there is no vehicle, he will have to use his legs, and it is in a high-oxygen environment. Whether he can reach it is another matter. Wu Sini's impression of this little girl, who dreams of studying medicine, is not good but not bad. If he really goes, he will probably be looked down upon by Song Chunxiang. Not to mention that he doesn't want to go. The supplies at home can keep him alive for a while. So he first asked briefly about the symptoms, and then said that most of the residents in the whole building now have these symptoms, which should be due to this polar day. If you want to treat it, you must go to the hospital to find medicine. There is no medicine in 1901. Song Lu was a little suspicious when she heard the first half of the sentence. She had just met the 1902 family, and their state was completely different from Song Chunxiang. But she subconsciously didn't believe that Wu Sini would deceive her, and the latter later wrote her a prescription and handed it to her. Originally, she went out this time just to try her luck and see if there were any extra supplies. Aren't medicines also supplies? She had to put them away and turned around and went downstairs. And 1802 was not very peaceful this morning. There were many neat containers on the balcony of 1802, which were filled with nutrient soil. The green that broke out of the soil gave off a pleasing vitality. This has to start with Meng Yisong. As a professor at the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, he happened to be in the Institute of Breeding and Cultivation. His family also stored a lot of soil and seeds, and he knew how to grow them. With the canned meat in the relief food, they were able to achieve self-sufficiency for the time being. The first thing Meng Yisong does when he wakes up every morning is to wash up. And the second thing is to check his plants. After all, some plants need to move from the shade to the sunny place. And the recent hot sunshine is just right for some plants to grow. Who knew that he was shocked when he walked out of the bedroom today, thinking that he was dreaming or not wearing glasses. But he washed his face, rubbed his eyes, and put on glasses. And the scene was still the same scene. All the plants on the balcony at home grew dense and lush, and the tallest one even reached the ceiling. The smell of green plants was particularly strong, and it squeezed into the living room from the open balcony door and spread on the floor. Meng Yisong hurriedly pulled the sleepy Xiao Luo out, and Xiao Luo rubbed her eyes and saw this scene, and was stunned on the spot. Even if they could harvest another crop of vegetables today, it wouldn't be so outrageous, right? And for things that are unfamiliar to them, they will subconsciously be alert and dare not go forward and flip them casually. At first, Xiao Luo was like this, and later Meng Yisong got used to it. But if it doesn't move, what if it continues to grow? It's impossible for the whole house to be covered with plants. Xiao Luo felt a vague headache. She and Meng Yisong looked at each other, and somehow they looked up tacitly and thought of 1902 upstairs together. It took a lot of effort to get Meng Yisong to stop talking about the strange clematis on the door of 1902. Unexpectedly, there were strange plants in their own home. They all agreed that 1902 should know something that ordinary people don't know. After hesitating for a while, they decided to go upstairs to bother for a while. Chapter 121. However, when Xiao Luo went to the 19th floor and pressed the doorbell of 1902, it was Li Su who answered the door. Li Su answered through the window on the door. Xiao Luo had not seen him much, but since he was in Li Fei's house, he must be a person with connections. So she just asked politely. The last time Meng Yisong came to exchange supplies, he met Li Su, and he couldn't help but talk a few more words when he came back. So Xiao Luo also wondered if the man in front of her might be the one she met last time. But she didn't ask much, and left the 19th floor after she knew it. Unexpectedly, when I came to the top floor from the safety corridor, I heard the sound of fighting from time to time in the corridor. She frowned and went in through the gate, and found that Li Fei was fighting with the resident of 2001. But she could tell at a glance that it was definitely not a fight. They were more regular and well-organized than fighting. Just like fighting, Ning Xuan saw someone coming up and slowly stopped. Li Fei also stopped. After wiping her sweat, she saw that it was Xiao Luo and asked, "Aunt Xia, why are you here?" Xiao Luo smiled and said, "I want to find you for something. I wonder if it's convenient." Li Fei and Ning Xuan looked at each other, and the former nodded and said, "Okay. In fact, we are almost done. So let's go." Before leaving, she told Ning Shuwan, ask Ashwan to come back at noon. Ning Shuwan agreed, and Li Fei and Xiao Luo left the 20th floor. On the stairs, she asked, Aunt Xia, what do you want to talk to me about? Xiao Luo looked at Li Fei, who was sweating and flushed. For some reason, she felt that she was more energetic than those plants. She couldn't help but laugh, since I took the initiative to come to you. I won't bother to tell you. This morning, Lao Ming and I saw that the plants in my house suddenly grew very big. I just felt, you should know something. So I came upstairs to ask you. Li Fei thought for a moment and asked, can I go to your place to take a look? In fact, she could tell her about the high oxygen content during the polar day. But she was not sure whether she was talking about mutant plants or dangerous zombie plants. Of course, it was most likely the former. Otherwise she would not see the living Xiao Luo asking her these questions. But she was also curious. If it was just a mutant plant, would it be similar to the strange plants in her space? Okay. Xiao Luo agreed and led her to her own 1802. After all, she was from the police station. And Xiao Luo had learned fighting techniques and other moves to subdue people. It's just that she sits in the office more now. Even if Li Fei really has any signs, she still has weapons at home. Xiao Luo let her go into the house without asking her to change her shoes. Li Fei saw the balcony in the same position as her own home. The lush plants on the balcony and Meng Yisong standing quietly observing. Meng Yisong didn't say anything when he saw Li Fei, which was obviously a common idea of the couple. Li Fei carefully touched the dense green leaves. The stems could be held in one hand. They looked like some kind of vegetable. But the plant had completely fallen to the ground. Li Fei looked over and saw the rectangular container and scattered soil that had also fallen to the ground. In addition, there was a broken container, and in the soil that was also broken, there lay a red root as big as a basketball. Li Fei sniffed again and smelled a faint odor. He tilted his head and saw that the corner of the balcony was also wrapped in long, thick leaves. However, even if this plant had grown up, Li Fei should be able to recognize it. It seemed to be leek. When Xiao Luo said that, she thought they were bonsai plants at home. She didn't expect that they were actually growing vegetables at home. The supplies would definitely be more abundant than those of ordinary people. After all, not many people would deliberately stock up on vegetable seeds. But when she thought that Meng Yisong was a professor at the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, this situation was not surprising. Li Fei turned around and asked, you grow vegetables on the balcony? This is a good idea. She didn't seem to care. You know, only a few people can eat green leafy vegetables now. And most people can only eat roots that are durable. Xiao Luo thought silently. But even if they have green vegetables at home, they would have rotted after such a long time. Right? Meng Yisong adjusted his glasses and nodded. I did plant some. But today when we got together, it became like this. I wonder what happened. Li Fei then gave a detailed introduction to the high oxygen content during the polar day from beginning to end. Meng Yisong was half a scientific researcher, and he quickly understood what Li Fei said. But then his face darkened. I didn't expect that the problem I had noticed before would actually happen. And it was so aggressive. Li Fei pointed to the balcony again and said, these plants in your home should be normal mutations. Unlike zombie plants, they will not actively attack humans. It may be okay to eat them. Besides, it's the end of the world now. So it's good to eat some. But I don't recommend you to continue planting. Because if you grow another batch, you don't know whether it will be a normal mutation or a zombie. Meng Yisong frowned and asked, you mean? The plants in the world now have either mutated or turned into zombies, and will hurt humans. Xiao Luo listened quietly. Fortunately, there was a foreshadowing of zombies before. Otherwise she would definitely think it was a fantasy. Li Fei nodded and said, that's right. So you are lucky. The plants on this balcony have not turned into zombies. Otherwise you might not have waited to ask me. The words were rough, but the truth was not rough. And the matter was understood. Xiao Luo and Meng Yisong thanked Li Fei and sent him out. But when they came back, they were both worried. No wonder I felt a little uncomfortable when I got up. I thought it was because I didn't eat enough. But I didn't expect it was poisoning. Xiao Luo shook her head and suggested, let's take it one step at a time. Let's collect all the vegetables on the balcony first, and then see if they can be eaten. If not, we can only throw them away. But we went to the mall and saved a lot of supplies. We should be able to survive for a while. Meng Yisong sighed, This really sounds like Shenong tasting hundreds of herbs. Xiao Luo saw that he could still joke, which meant that he was not completely desperate. So she pushed him to the balcony. They planted lettuce, leeks, cherry radishes, and so on the balcony. But because they were too long and too many, they had to bring the kitchen knife over and chop or cut in half before bringing them in. 1802 was busy, and Li Fei had already returned to her home. At the current temperature, she would sweat as she moved a little without staying in the air-conditioned room. She had just trained with Ning Chuan, and now she just wanted to take a shower. As for Ning Chuan, she could only take some water to wash her face with a distressed look, and then slumped on the sofa to play games with Li Xian. Li Fei took a few more buckets of water from the space and took a shower in the bathroom. The air conditioner was on, and the cold air was slowly radiating. When she came out, she saw Li Su busy in the kitchen. She went forward and saw that he was marinating chicken wings. He saw Li Fei coming over and asked with a smile, "How about making a dish of salt and pepper chicken wings, a dish of dry pot cauliflower, and then a marinated pork with preserved vegetables for lunch?" Today is the last day of spring in the space. It rained again a few days ago. They found some morels and spring bamboo shoots there. The rest of the ingredients are available at home. It is just right to taste this spring-limited delicacy before spring leaves. Okay, I'll help you. Li Fei took the initiative. She was responsible for cutting the spring bamboo shoots. The spring bamboo shoots produced in the space are not only beautiful but also plump. There is even a faint smell of nature. After cutting a piece, it is to cut the bacon and fresh meat. Boil a pot of water, and put the bamboo shoots in to blanch them. Li Su asked, "Are we going to the space in the afternoon?" Li Fei nodded. "Today is the last day. The crops on the fields have grown. We have to collect them all, as well as those exotic plants. Otherwise they will wither tomorrow. Secondly, we have to make more money before tomorrow comes. As much as we can. And we have to start planting tomorrow morning." That's why she postponed Wusini's invitation to go to the hospital to the afternoon. She didn't plant ordinary crops right away this spring, so the finished products were less. Although the family of 3 saved enough in the end, they still had enough. But they couldn't rest assured until the granary was full. At noon, Li Xian came back on time, and there was a fresh smell in the room, which was the pickled pork stewed in the pot. Thinking of having another hearty meal at noon, Li Xian was full of expectations. After thinking about it, he took the telescope to the balcony again, wanting to continue observing the mutant plants in the community. However, as soon as he opened the window and stuck his head out, he suddenly felt a burn on his chest, as if he had inhaled a breath of extremely hot air. He was so scared that he hurriedly closed the window again and turned to find Li Fei. After listening to Li Xian's explanation, Li Fei thought about it and comforted him. "It's okay. We will go to the space in the afternoon. And when we come back, we will bring back the luminous flower tobacco and put it at home. It should be better." Li Su shook his head and said, "It wouldn't be like this in the hottest days in the past. This is really terrible. The more terrible is yet to come." Li Fei did not comfort him, but instead said something more serious. "After all, the polar day will not last too long. Otherwise humans would have been extinct long ago. When the sun sets, these mutant plants will change their faces. And there may be other creatures. Even if it makes people anxious and worried, delicious food can still comfort them temporarily. And it is very useful in the end times." The 3 of them ate meticulously, and after they were full and rested, they entered the space together. I don't know if it's an illusion. Even the sunlight in the space seems to be a little stronger. But spring is about to pass, and the hot summer is coming. So it may become like this. The farmland is full of fruits, and the harvest is abundant, waiting for people to pick the fruits of their labor by hand. The fish in the fish pond have been fed by Li Xian every day, and the 10 fish have matured and are swimming excitedly in the pond, on a good day. The pickled products in the big vats and earthenware jars have processed another wave of products today. The feed factory is still turning to make feed. Li Fei waved his hand and said excitedly, "Brother Ashwan, let's go! This time we have another big harvest." As the saying goes, the harder it is to farm, the more enjoyable it is to harvest. Li Fei picked different plants from the land one by one, seeing that his backpack was slowly filled with different kinds of fruits and vegetables. He was simply overjoyed. Leafy vegetables, fruits, roots, onions, even the bean sprouts at home have been replaced several times. And there is a fixed batch of Chinese medicinal materials. as well as a large number of crops used to make bullets. After that, it is the exotic plants that guard the farm for a whole season. Li Fei walked over, squatted down and touched one of the pea pistils, and smiled. Thank you for your hard work. The pea pistil swayed slightly, and this sway caused other strange plants with shapes to sway slightly, as if they were responding to her words. Pea pistol, chili rifle, corn shoot machine gun, broad bean shotgun, potato grenade, sweet potato mine, taro bomb, hanging golden bell fierce fire jet, clematis net, big corpse flower, sawtooth leaf, electric sunflower, mosquito repellent mint, psychedelic mushroom, and the last luminous flower tobacco. Li Fei put them all into the granary, and the land was empty all of a sudden, as if it was waiting for the next round of sowing. She turned around and went to the cherry tree again. The breeze blew, and there were still bunches of agate-like cherries hanging between the branches and leaves. A cherry tree can bear about 50 kilograms of fruit, but Li Fei planted it a little late. She only harvested about 30 kilograms of cherries, part of which was processed and sold, and the other part, of course, went into the stomachs of the three of them. Unfortunately, if she harvested another batch today, the fruit tree would wither tomorrow and would have to be cut down. After harvesting the cherries, Li Fei went to the fish pond to check. The 10 fish fry that were planted earlier had all grown up and were swimming in the clear water, which made Li Fei salivate. In order to save money, she would sell all the fish she caught these days. But she didn't catch any fish. However, the fish fry was still very cheap, and even if she bought 10 more, it wouldn't cost much. Moreover, she wanted to see the capacity of the fish pond, so she bought 10 more perch fry and threw them in. Fortunately, the big fish would not eat the fry. This time, in addition to the icon of waiting for feeding above the fish pond, there was also a red icon. Li Fei guessed that it was the icon showing that the fish pond was full. Could it be that a fish pond can only accommodate 20 fish? Even if all the fish in the fish pond were sold, the gold coins obtained would be too little in the later stage. Right? Could there be more valuable fish in the future? Li Fei was thinking, and suddenly heard the system reminder. Host. Buildings like fish ponds, poultry houses, livestock sheds, and pet houses can be upgraded as long as you have the required materials. Oh! Li Fei became interested. She turned to fiddle with the red icon, and a window popped up, saying, the fish pond is full. Do you need to upgrade it to an intermediate fish pond? The required materials are followed. But unlike buildings like warehouses and granaries, the materials for upgrading fish ponds are the same as those for building fish ponds. But the quantity has increased a lot, especially gold coins. Well, when the farm is full of top-level fish ponds, they will probably be able to enjoy fresh fish freely. Right? However, there are still many facilities in the farm that have not been built yet. So we have to start from the basics and do it step by step. After Li Fei finished dealing with the fish pond, she went to the order board again. Only one order was completed, and that was the order for honeysuckle. Li Fei delivered 3 honeysuckle and obtained the formula of honeysuckle dew. After studying it, she suddenly realized that this honeysuckle dew was a high-end version of dandelion detoxification powder. Fortunately, she roughly understood the efficacy of honeysuckle in reality, so she planted a large number of them. When she planted them, she could process them directly when the time came, and she could keep them and use up the dandelion detoxification powder first. And a new order soon appeared on the order board. Mint fragrance intoxicates Shaoqing. Need mosquito repellent mint X2. Reward mosquito repellent cream formula X1. Wow. 2 combos. My hunch was not bad. Li Fei happily delivered the order, and with a ding, the mosquito repellent cream formula was put into her backpack. In fact, she had stockpiled a lot of mosquito repellent products before the end of the world. But she believed that the mosquito repellent effect in the space must be doubled, especially when dealing with those mutant creatures. And think about it again. Aren't there still a group of poisonous mosquitoes in the worm soil layer of the mine? With this mosquito repellent cream, will it also be effective against those poisonous mosquitoes? In some games, there are also medicines that reduce the refresh of monsters once used. However, the materials for making this mosquito repellent cream not only require mint plants, but also 2 materials. One is wormwood, and the other is any oil. It seems that I can only wait until summer to arrange it. And the next order is what she has to prepare. Li Fei looked up and saw that it was written on the order. Eat 300 lychees a day. Requires lychees x10. Reward gold coins x2000. As soon as Li Fei saw this sentence, she immediately thought of the next sentence in her mind. She is not from Ling'an, but she also likes to eat lychees very much. She can even say that when summer comes tomorrow, her first fruit tree will be a lychee tree. Strange. The system knows her preferences so well? Thinking in her mind, the system really said, "After all, you are my host." Host. Li Fei was in a good mood. Half praising and half sighing, "Be good. I will definitely take care of the space." However, at this moment, Li Xian ran from a distance, shouting to her while running, "Sister, I have a discovery." Chapter 122. He ran over to catch his breath first, and then pulled Li Fei to go to other places. When they arrived at that place, the latter found that it was the place where they placed the large jars. In this wave of large jars, Li Fei processed some vegetables suitable for making pickles, such as radishes, cabbages, cucumbers, and mustard greens. Harvesting in the fields does not require physical strength, and Li Fei harvests very quickly. After Li Su and Li Xian harvested a batch, they saw that they were all harvested by her, so they consciously looked for other things to do. Li Su went to the feed factory to continue making feed, and Li Xian went to the large jars to collect processed products. Anyway, he would sell them in the end. The radishes and cucumbers were pickled, and the cabbage became sauerkraut in the large jars, and the mustard greens became pickled mustard greens. Li Xian put the finished products into his backpack one by one, and thought about picking some of the freshly harvested fruits and vegetables to process. Anyway, these equipment are always full, so they can continue to earn gold coins. But he was too quick to put in a portion of Chinese cabbage, and accidentally read the pepper in the grid next to it. As a result, he saw that the Chinese cabbage and pepper in his backpack were gone. So he hurried over to find Li Fei. Li Fei also had Chinese cabbage and pepper in her backpack. She tried to put one of each in, but she didn't expect that they were really put in, and the icon of being processed was displayed. Li Xian was surprised. "Sister, this?" They always thought that only one kind of food could be put in the big jar and the earthenware jar, but they didn't expect that they could put another one. "Don't panic," Li Fei comforted. "In my opinion, this Chinese cabbage will become sauerkraut after processing. If you can put pepper in it, then when it comes out, it should not be sauerkraut. I think it may become a pickled vegetable like spicy cabbage." "Well, it makes sense." Li Xian's eyes lit up. "If you say so. There are two different kinds of vegetables in this equipment. Will the selling price be calculated by adding up the two kinds of vegetables?" Li Fei smiled and said, "Your idea is also reasonable. When the pickling is done, you can sell it and see." They left a can of pickled radish, a can of pickled cucumber, and a can of pickled cabbage. The pickled mustard is actually pickled mustard head. When you want to eat it in any form, just cut it yourself. So they left too, and Li Xian sold all the rest into the shipping box. The pickled fruits and vegetables continued in the big pot. Li Fei took Li Xian to the fish pond to explain, and let the latter feed the fish. Then he went to the river to collect the fish cages. Now most of these river fish have been made into grilled river fish, and the rest will be taken back for a feast. However, when the fish cage flow is really formed in the future, there should be more for sale. When they came back, they saw the fields were empty from afar, with only the wooden fence and the scarecrows indicating that the fields were full of harvests. And they did return with a full load. Li Fei, Li Su and Li Xian gathered at the workbench again and began to process a large number of materials. For example, plant bullets, corpse flower liquid, sawtooth leaf arrows, psychedelic mushroom powder. Chinese herbal medicines also need to be processed, and then go to the mixing table to make medicines. At the same time, Li Fei is preparing to make another batch of fish bait. Fish bait can be made with many materials, and the fish needed for intermediate fertilizer can be taken from the fish pond first. Isn't this a benefit? The sun was shining brightly. Li Su wiped the sweat off his face and asked, Fei, do you think we can make some more equipment that we already have?" After considering it, Li Fei agreed. Finally, they increased the number of fish cages in the space to 40, because they sometimes stopped digging to hoe the soil in the worm soil layer of the mine. They also got a lot of clay, and increased the number of earthenware jars to 15. After finishing all the work, Li Fei's synthesis skills were upgraded, and the system rewarded another formula. After studying it, she took a look and found that it was a formula for an insecticide. This does not conflict with the previous mosquito repellent cream. The mosquito repellent cream is specially used to repel mosquitoes and can be applied on the body. This insecticide should be able to be splashed out to achieve the effect of repelling insects. When Li Fei saw the word insect, he remembered the scene he saw in the library in his previous life. Even if some insects did not actively attack humans, the dense crowds were enough to make people suffer from intensive phobia on the spot. Li Fei's scalp tingled when he thought about it now. So the insect repellent potion came at the right time. But the materials needed for this insect repellent potion are a bit interesting. First, lime water, and then plant ash, which Li Fei is now. And the last material is bat wings. In fact, it is not difficult to figure out. Where can this type of monster appear in this space? Naturally, it is a mine. But there are no bats in the insect soil layer, which means that bats must be creatures that only appear in the next large layer, probably in the ice crystal layer. What Li Fei couldn't figure out was that materials like lime water and would have seemed like the materials needed for insecticide potions in reality. So how come there was suddenly a bat wing? Could it be that it was broken into pieces and added in? Wouldn't that make it a bloody mess? Li Su stared at the formula for a while and suddenly said, "Fei Fei, look." Li Fei looked in the direction of the voice and found that there was a line of small words somewhere on the formula. Alchemical formula. Li Fei suddenly realized that this insect repellent potion was actually a bottle of alchemical potion, and her synthesis skills, in addition to making medicine, were alchemy. Wow. A combination of Chinese and Western. Right? Since this was an alchemical potion, it wouldn't be surprising to have an extra bat wing in it. When the time came, it would be a potion again. To start alchemy, there should be an alchemy table. Right? Li Fei opened them all and found the blueprint of the alchemy table. The blueprint of the alchemy table was also a little more expensive, but not as expensive as the salt well. So she bought it immediately. The materials required for the alchemy table are a little different from other equipment. The three heads of the Li family leaned over to look at it. It was written on the blueprint that a workbench X1, a crucible X1, and a glass bottle X3 were needed. Just from this line of words, one could imagine what the alchemy table looked like. They could make the workbench directly, but the crucible and the glass bottle didn't look like they were at the stage they could have at the moment. The prices of the crucible blueprint and the glass bottle blueprint were normal. So Li Fei simply bought them and found that the material of the crucible was related to iron, while the material of the glass bottle was glass and wood. How to make glass? Li Fei continued to search, and finally found the glass making drawings. But when she bought it and looked at it, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. The materials needed for glass are lime, quartz and sand. She suddenly remembered that the third largest layer of the mine was the desert mine, and there should be sand there. But could it be that she had to go to at least the third largest layer to make an alchemy table, and then make this insecticide? It was expected that alchemy would be difficult, but it was unexpected that it was so difficult. Li Fei's heart suddenly became heavy. When unfolding the drawings to check, Li Su and Li Xian could also check it with them. Li Su was naturally the first to notice her mood, which was up and down, and finally down all the time. He patted her shoulder and comforted her. "It's okay. Let's take it one step at a time. Let's break through the worm soil layer first." Li Fei came back to his senses and looked at the order board. The top one was the order to defeat the elite monsters on the last layer. Yes, let alone the desert mine. They haven't even reached the ice crystal mine yet. If they want to reach it, they must first deal with the elite monsters on the last layer. The forging table is not yet ready, and those weapons are not solved. How can they go to the desert mine without good weapons? So even if they are anxious, they still have to take it step by step. Li Fei cheered up and said, "Then let's go to the mine next. We must deal with the elite monster today. After all, we have other things to do tomorrow." With food, medicine, weapons, tools and equipment in their backpacks, the three of them hurried to the mine. This time they chose to teleport to the 15th floor, where there would be more copper ores. They reached the end of the 19th floor, where they rested for a while and recovered their stamina, and then went straight to the 20th floor. Unexpectedly, there was no mineral on the ground of the 20th floor, and there was a large piece of brown land in front of them. Li Su and Li Xian looked around, but it was quiet, and there was no sign of elite monsters. Li Fei was still more alert. Since there was no one around, she subconsciously looked up. Sure enough, there was a spider as big as a car hanging upside down on the top, with a pair of blood-red compound eyes and several slender legs. The soft fur on it could be clearly seen, and the trembling claws made people feel numb. The most important thing is that the name of this elite monster is Crazy Spider. But they have no idea how crazy it will be. The crazy spider slowly came to the ground with the spider silk, like the opening animation of the boss. And then it unfolded its first form. It opened its mouth and sprayed a beam of green liquid, which sprayed directly towards Li Fei. Li Fei dodged and the liquid splashed on the ground, making a hissing sound and corroded a piece. This is spider venom. Li Fei immediately shouted, I will hold it. And you guys attack each other. Scrape it to death. Li Su and Li Xian hurried forward, either attacking from behind or attacking its limbs. And when the mouth parts trembled again, they understood that it was a precursor to spraying venom. Li Fei's taunting level was high at the beginning, so she kept dodging the attacks of the crazy spider. But this elite monster was obviously different from the others. After not being able to attack for a long time, it turned around and tried to attack others. Li Fei frowned and quickly changed her weapons. She took out a crossbow from her backpack, but she did not use ordinary arrows. Instead, she changed to sawtooth leaf arrows. After aiming, she shot it and hit the back end of its body. A stream of blue-green pus slowly flowed out and continued. It seems that this sawtooth leaf arrow can cause bleeding debuff. Last time, she planted a large number of sawtooth leaves and then processed them step by step. Now she has a total of hundreds of arrows on hand. Besides, these arrows are different from firearms. They can be recycled after the end. The strength of this strange plant weapon is really different from that of real weapons. The crazy spider was hit by this arrow and focused its attention on Li Fei again. But this time it did not spray venom again. Instead, it shook and sprayed a light but sticky gray-white spider silk from its mouthparts, as if it wanted to wrap around the weapon in Li Fei's hand. But in the previous layers, the small spiders also spit out spider silk. But their spider silk can still be cut off. However, seeing that the spider silk of the crazy spider is thick and long, Li Fei did not take the initiative to attack and continued to fly the kite. This spider silk looks scary, but it actually has a fatal flaw. Once it is sprayed out, it can only be a straight line. Then Li Fei only needs to seduce it and then change direction. When the crazy spider attacks Li Su and Li Xian again, she will continue to shoot arrows to attract it. The three of them cooperated tacitly, and the crazy spider still became a sped force in the end. But the crazy spider still didn't die. I didn't expect that the elite monster on the last floor had the third stage. His body began to tremble constantly. When Li Fei and Li Xian noticed it, they immediately thought of the scene of the fat-headed maggot producing small maggots, and hurriedly shouted, Quick! Gather quickly! The crazy spider exploded, and pus exploded everywhere, forming a bloody mist. But in the mist, the small spiders began to crawl densely all over the entire mine, and they couldn't even put their feet. The largest of the small spiders was only as big as a fist. In such a chaotic situation, it was really hard to aim with cold weapons. Li Su and Li Xian kept waving machetes to stop the invasion of the small spiders. But they missed several times, and some small spiders actually climbed onto the machetes. Li Fei spat, put away the crossbow, changed to another weapon, and shouted, Get out of the way! Li Su and Li Xian hadn't seen what was going on, but when they heard her voice, they hid to the sides. Suddenly, a dazzling light lit up in the originally dark mine, and with it came an unusual heat, which formed a strong contrast with the darkness and dampness in the mine. Li Su and Li Xian squinted and saw that it was actually a raging fire. Li Fei held a scarlet cylinder in both hands. The edge of the cylinder had an oblong object, which looked like a petal. In the middle, a bright orange flame was sprayed. When the flame licked the little spider, it was burned to ashes without exception. Li Su and Li Xian now understood that this must be the hanging golden bell fire thrower that Li Fei had planted. Sure enough, the flames defeated the spiders with overwhelming force. Li Fei walked around and saw that there were no spiders, so he put away the jet. The whole mine was dry and hot, but Li Su and Li Xian were more excited than them. The latter stepped forward and said excitedly, Sister, thanks to you for bringing this weapon. Otherwise we really don't know how to deal with the spiders. Li Su looked at it silently and found that there were stems and branches behind the hanging golden bell fire thrower, which could be used to hold it. Because it was a strange plant, the switch was probably the owner's idea, which was very convenient. Li Fei also sighed. Fortunately, she was careful. In addition to cold weapons, she saw that all the current exotic plants were collected. So she took one with her to the mine. It seems that her choice was really correct. She wiped her sweat and smiled. The elite monsters before were used to producing small monsters. So I thought about it and took it with me. Now that the problem is solved, let's go and see what drops there are. Put away the jet. And the three of them went together. In addition to the recovery of a few sawtooth leaf arrows shot by Li Fei, there are crystal cores, insect meat, and some materials. Mini spider silks, a whole spider shell, for complete spider limbs. I feel like these can be processed at the forging table. However, what really attracted Li Fei was the last material. That is the spider egg. Li Fei frowned. If she took this egg back, could she still raise it? Or use it as an alchemical material? It can't be eaten, right? The system immediately said. Host, this spider egg can indeed raise mutant spiders, but the prerequisite is to have a pet house. Wow! Really? Li Xian's eyes sparkled instantly. The pet is a spider. So cool! But in reality, spiders are indeed a kind of reptile pet, which is quite niche. Li Fei didn't expect Li Xian to be interested in this. She clearly remembered that he liked furry ones more in the past. But because her father was allergic, and the old house was not big, she couldn't get what she wanted. So she and Li Su planned to raise a furry one after the pet house was built. Alas, it seems that people will change as they grow up. She sighed in her heart. After packing up all the items, Li Su looked down at his watch and asked, there is still some time before the zombies arrive. Should we continue to go down or go back first? Li Fei was a little entangled. They have completed the exploration of the worm soil layer. If they take another step, they can enter the ice crystal mine cave. But from the name, you know that it must be very cold inside. And the clothes on the three people are not thick. Moreover, in these 20 layers, it is not certain that iron ore can be dug in the early stage. And you have to pay attention to the attacks of new monsters, which will inevitably be a bit chaotic. Li Fei remembered that copper ore is actually the most needed now, and waved his hand. Forget it. Let's continue mining in the insect soil layer. Dig more copper ore and then go back. There are still many things that have not been built in the farm. Let's try to lay the foundation for all of them today. Li Su and Li Xian nodded in agreement. They used the transporter to reach the 10th floor and prepared to start between the 10th and 20th floors. If the physical value is not enough, just recover on the spot until the zombies attack. There are no exotic plants in the fields, so they can only kill them themselves, and then leave the mine and return to the farm. Although there are no ordinary crops in the fields, the farm facilities still exist, and the zombies will still cause damage to them. The only thing that is the same is that they can still use exotic plant weapons to fight. However, bullets were limited, so they didn't use guns. Li Fei still used a crossbow to shoot sawtooth leaf arrows. In order to get familiar with it, Li Su and Li Xian used the hanging golden bell fierce fire jet. But the flames burned the zombies. But the zombies couldn't die because of it. They had to chop their heads with sharp objects. After a while of hard work, they finally finished dealing with a group of zombies that was many times larger than the first time. Although the three of them had some physical strength left, they were very tired for some reason and couldn't continue to go back to the mine. Li Fei was not a cruel person. Besides, tomorrow was the first day of the new summer, and they had to start working in the morning. So it would be better to go back and rest early. First, they sorted out today's harvest. The drops of the crazy spider were temporarily put into the storage box. The second thing was the minerals excavated in the mine later. Li Fei increased the number of furnaces to 5, and put all the remaining copper ore and coal into the furnace for burning. When they go in again tomorrow, it should be completed. In addition, they not only got a few more agates this time, but also got a transparent jasper, which was probably a gem product in the mine, because it was the only one. She put it in the storage box first. Finally, Li Fei went to the order board to deliver the order and got the spider bow blueprint and gold coins. But this time she didn't study and check it immediately. After being busy for so long, she was a little tired. Today was really a day of hard work. The three of them returned to reality without stopping. Chapter 123. The air conditioner was on all the time. So when they came back, they were greeted by a refreshing breeze, and their sweaty skin felt even more refreshing. They sat on the sofa for a while, and everyone's stomach started to rumble in unison, as if they were about to make a loud noise. But they looked at each other for a while, and no one wanted to get up. If it was before the end of the world, they would definitely choose to order takeout. But now, let alone takeout. Many people can't even eat enough. And even if they do, they don't have the supplies and energy to run takeout. Li Fei thought about it, took out a few boxes of instant noodles from the space, waved his hand and said, "We are so tired today. Let's have a simple dinner. And we can change the taste. You can take whatever you want." TSK. This is really a very hateful thing to say. And now I don't know how many people can't even eat instant noodles freely. Li Fei found a kettle and filled it with a pot of well water to boil. Li Su and Li Xian had already chosen their favorite flavors. Li Fei picked a bucket of tomato flavor and put the others back into the space. Then he opened the instant noodles, put in the vegetable and seasoning packets, and waited for the water to boil. The last time Li Su made the stew dishes, they had finished eating. But a bucket of instant noodles was not enough for their current appetite. Li Fei looked through the space again and found a good choice. That is, cooking bag. This thing that was despised before the end of the world is comparable to gold after the end of the world. And it only needs to be heated in the microwave, which is very convenient. As for the canned meat that they had stored before, and the canned meat that was distributed with the relief food, they decided to use them later. Li Fei went to the kitchen to find a plate, put a bag of tomato scrambled eggs, a bag of preserved vegetable braised pork, and a bag of pickled mustard greens and shredded pork in the microwave, heated them in order, and served them on the table. The aroma was also very strong. The water was also boiled. This pot of water was just enough to soak 3 buckets of noodles. However, while waiting, they were still discussing things about the farm. The worm soil layer mine cave had been breached. Now they only needed to deal with ordinary monsters when they went to the mine. When they collected a wave of copper ingots tomorrow, they could build another building, the mill. As for the spider eggs, this time it was still indicated by the system. So they also had to hurry up to make the pet house. The core material of the pet house is refined quartz. And they will be able to use the furnace tomorrow to burn the quartz they have saved. If they are lucky, they can build it tomorrow. It seems that they still don't have enough furnaces, so they have to stay in the worm soil mine for a while longer. The noodles are ready. Li Fei opened the lid. The fragrance is fragrant. And he immediately buried his head in the noodles. This instant noodles is such a thing. You will get tired of it after eating it for a while. But you will feel it is particularly delicious if you don't eat it for a while. They were really hungry. And they ate 3 buckets of instant noodles and 3 plates of pre-made dishes in a whirlwind. Burped with satisfaction and slumped in the chair again. After a long time, they were ready to continue to boil water for a bath. And then went to bed. It was still daytime outside. But the air conditioner barely dispelled the early summer heat. People have gradually gotten used to the polar day. You know that the biological clock can be changed. But the community is still not quiet. Just think about it, and you will know that most people are suffering from high oxygen. Especially the elderly, the young, the sick and the disabled. I don't know how Yuan Yi's daughter is doing. However, Li Fei didn't have so much energy and mood to miss someone she had never met. She washed her hair and took a shower. And most of the fatigue flowed away with the wastewater. Just wait until the 3 of them took a shower. But suddenly found that only the living room and the master bedroom in this apartment were equipped with air conditioners. And the 2 secondary bedrooms were not installed. But this is quite normal. All 3 bedrooms are equipped with air conditioners. What kind of family is that? With the current temperature, every household is probably already using air conditioning. And there is no night. Which means that not only can the temperature not be reduced, but it may continue to rise in the middle of the day. There is no fan in this house. So if you sleep in the second bedroom, you will definitely be woken up by the heat the next day. Not only will you be sweating, but you will be more tired than not sleeping at all. Li Su thought about it and suggested, why don't we move the coffee table away and sleep on the floor in the living room? In case there is any movement at the door or window, we can still detect it. It's just a nap. Li Fei nodded and said, this is a good idea. Let's do it. So the 3 of them moved the coffee table together. And Li Fei took out 3 sleeping bags from the space. Fortunately, she thought they would have this opportunity in the future. So she prepared them when she stocked up. But she didn't expect that the first time they slept in sleeping bags would be under such circumstances. The sleeping bag can replace the quilt. The balcony curtains were drawn. After the air conditioner was set to a comfortable temperature, the 3 of them lay down. Li Su and Li Xian slept together, while Li Fei slept alone on the other side. Then they put on the daylight eye masks. And the room suddenly became silent. They went to bed early today. The other residents either didn't want to sleep because of the jet lag, or deliberately didn't go to bed so early. Such as 1901 next door. Wusini also turned on the vertical air conditioner in the living room, curled up on the sofa, and gently stroked the cold snake head of Susu beside him while reading the foreign language paper on the screen. Susu grew into the body of a python again. The snake was straight, and only the snake head lay quietly on Wusini's chest, spitting out tongue from time to time and half squinting. Fortunately, the air conditioner can still be turned on. Otherwise, he would have to hold Susu to keep cool. Nowadays, the network signal is almost equivalent to no. And he downloaded these papers and put them on electronic devices. He usually reads them in the clinic. In fact, he not only reads them, but also writes them. Before the end of the world, he was planning to continue his further studies and get a doctorate. His unit is also very optimistic about him and wants to give him convenience. He has submitted the application. But a natural disaster happened at the last minute. Fate is really incredible. But even if he can't proceed according to the original plan now, he can't give up this technology. Not only can he not give up, he may have to continue researching. Maybe there will be a chance to use it one day. Besides, didn't she only care about my skills? If I was of no use to her, she would abandon me without mercy. I don't know why I felt that she would really do that. Wusini was stunned. He could no longer read the English letters on the screen. He put down the tablet, and then stretched out his hand to rub Susu's snake head in a worried manner. Susu, you are so idle. Susu broke free from his hand and moved away from the sofa. She laid down somewhere. I can't afford to offend, but I can afford to hide. Wusini sighed and was about to concentrate on reading the paper for a while, but suddenly heard the doorbell ring at the door. In fact, since Yuan Yi and Song Lu came in the morning, people came one after another in the following hours. All of them came to see the doctor. Those who were led here had mild symptoms such as chest tightness, shortness of breath and breathing difficulties, while those who could not come but had someone to explain their illnesses had convulsions, coma, and even hemoptysis. These were not symptoms that only occurred with colds and fevers, and they could be endured. So more and more people came to Wusini. But Wusini could not cure this disease. So he wrote out a prescription like Yuan Yi and Song Lu and let them find the medicine themselves. Later, he thought it was too troublesome to write by hand. So he simply turned on the printer at home to print a lot of them, and gave one to each person who came. Of course, there were also people who were not happy to question, accuse and abuse. As for what they were saying, it was still the same old thing. In fact, Wusini had heard a lot of it in the hospital before the end of the world. As for this weak version, she just closed the door and ignored it. So the whole community seemed to have the same panic as when the zombies appeared. But now, it was basically impossible to send group chats. Some residents spontaneously went to find the neighborhood committee and property management, eager to get a solution. And they couldn't have seen the weird growing plants. Some people didn't even dare to go out. But since those who went out found that the plants were just grown a lot and were not aggressive, they became braver and went out as usual. For example, there are still people fetching water by the artificial lake. Fortunately, the artificial lake is not small, and not everyone is willing to fetch water. After all, drinking dirty water has a chance of getting sick, so there is still a lot of liquid stored in the lake. Those who fetch water are basically men, and after seeing the mutated willow trees, they curse and destroy the fluffy willow branches at will, trying to open up a path for their own convenience. Some even step on them before leaving, not taking it to heart. But Wusini saw the scene from afar, and her heart was heavy, always feeling that something bad would happen. Zombies have appeared. This plant mutation can't be due to polar day, right? And it should be the plants that mutated first and then caused the high oxygen, which means that the mutated plants are the culprit. As the culprit, how could he just quietly let humans step on him? Wusini couldn't figure it out. He felt that Li Fei should know more, but he couldn't always bother him. His intuition told him that the Li family had been hiding as long as they could, as if they were tinkering with something at home. His own situation was similar, except for chest tightness. He occasionally had a dry cough in his throat, and it would definitely get worse in the future. It was the electricity that had not yet stopped that could barely make people feel alive. Wusini frowned, thinking that it might be someone who came to visit the patient. So he took a prescription in advance. However, after the end of the world, He always had the habit of looking out the door through the cat's eye first. This was a good habit. But when he took a look, he suddenly realized that it was different from what he thought. The person outside the door did not seem to be here for consultation. He hesitated for a moment, but still opened the door. Standing at the door was a middle-aged woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses. She had a kind face, but her face was pale, obviously because of the high oxygen. Next to her stood a man wearing camouflage and a military cap with a gun in his arms. His face was dark, and it was hard to tell what his face was. The middle-aged woman Wu Sini knew. She was Director Feng of the neighborhood committee. Because of her re-election, almost all the residents who had lived in the community for a long time knew her. Since the end of the world, she often ran around in person. But it was a pity that the residents of the community did not appreciate her kindness. She and the neighborhood committee really had no better way, so they were deadlocked. But the man next to her is obviously a member of the rescue army. Is there really a way? Wu Sini thought of this and said first, "Good evening, Director Feng. What are you doing? I'm so glad to see you safe." Dr. Wu. Director Feng adjusted his glasses and smiled. "Let me introduce you. This is the Deputy Captain of the Shizhen Rescue Detachment, Deputy Captain Gao. This time he came to our community to look for surviving medical staff. You can listen to him explain the details to you. This community is just west of District R. The surrounding area belongs to Shizhen Street. The same is true for Xiao Luo's police station. The rescue army is probably the most orderly group in the country. Even if they are carrying out rescue, they have to follow the rules. It seems that District R not only has reinforcements, but also has been divided into so-called detachments. I just don't know what their real intention is." Deputy Captain Gao saluted him and said in a deep voice, "Hello. I am Gao Jiai, Deputy Captain of the 3rd Detachment of the Shizhen Rescue Team, responsible for the medical conditions of the disaster victims waiting for rescue. This time I came because the 8th People's Hospital has been requisitioned by the rescue army, but it is in urgent need of medical staff. After all, the hospital cannot lack professional medical staff. Excuse me, are you willing to help? If you are willing, someone will take you to the hospital, and as a reward, the hospital staff will distribute additional supplies and medicines." Wu Sini was stunned. He and Li Fei agreed to go to the hospital tomorrow to find out. He didn't expect that the rescue army was so fast now, and had already requisitioned the hospital. Of course, this is definitely a good thing for the people. Now that the hospital is open, people can go directly to the hospital for consultation and medicine. Although high oxygen is everywhere, at least they can have a chance to survive for a while. Not to mention that hospital staff can get paid, which sounds like the salary before the end of the world. Especially there are medicines in it, which must be the medicine needed to treat oxygen poisoning, so they don't have to spend time and effort to find it. Director Feng saw that Wu Sini was silent and thought that he didn't want to agree, so he couldn't help but persuade, "Dr. Wu, please think about it carefully. And to be honest, you are the only legitimate doctor who survived among the medical staff in this community. If you go, it will be very helpful for the treatment work." Gao Jiai did not speak, seemingly waiting quietly, but in fact, he was not completely sure whether the young doctor in front of him would go to the hospital with him. Director Feng could naturally find all the surviving medical staff in the community. But after running a trip, some medical staff also found excuses not to go temporarily. Moreover, even some of their rescue troops had symptoms of varying degrees, and some were even unable to work for a time and could only rest. They also learned from the military doctor the possible origin of this disease. If they were not always firm, they might really lose their morale after learning the truth. This is more difficult than previous environmental disasters, and it is almost unsolvable. They are destined to move drastically, which means they will ingest more pure oxygen than ordinary people. If they are not careful, they will be in danger, but they have to continue. So even if some medical staff choose to retreat, they can put themselves in their shoes and understand, and will not force them. After all, doctors are ordinary people, and they are also very afraid of death. Once the hospital is open, there will be many patients rushing to come in. The hospital at that time may not be as busy as the hospital before the end of the world. If it gets busy, the medical staff may get sick and be in danger. But even if Wu Sini doesn't go, Gao Jiai won't force him with a gun. Don't think about it. Wu Sini spoke calmly. When Gao Jiai and Director Feng heard this tone, their hearts felt like they had fallen into a well. They were disappointed, but more regretful and hopeless. Perhaps with one more doctor, The hospital could treat one more patient, and there would be one more survivor. Otherwise, they couldn't imagine the scene of people dying one by one. Wusini smiled and was about to speak again when a series of urgent footsteps suddenly came from the corridor, accompanied by anxious shouts. Dr. Wu! Dr. Wu! Chapter 124. The three of them were startled, and soon they saw the door of the corridor being pushed open. Two people came in carrying something that looked like a stretcher, on which lay an elderly man, who was having difficulty breathing like a fish on the shore. Gao Jiayi frowned and was about to move forward to block the way, but Director Feng whispered to him, "This is our community property manager, Manager Li. He is probably here to see Dr. Wu." Gao Jiayi stopped moving after hearing this, and continued to stand silently like a mountain, watching the situation develop. Li Rui and Li Peng put down the stretcher together, and it was their father, Old Man Li, who was lying on it. Although Li Rui is a smiling tiger and Li Peng has a bad temper, they are also two filial people. It is almost clear that this Old Man Li has escaped the two disasters that specifically target the elderly: zombies and water pollution. In addition, this Old Man Li is also a strong man. Before the end of the world, he often went to the community garden to do the large-scale movements that only appear in online videos. It can be imagined that his physique is still stronger than that of ordinary old people. But no matter how strong they are still old and cannot compare with young people. Under this high oxygen, they are still the first group of people to develop serious illness. Li Rui wiped his sweat. But it was just because of the hot weather. He still had enough supplies at home. But he was stunned when he looked up and saw everyone, especially those who were obviously rescue soldiers, and he couldn't help but start to murmur in his heart. But he was worried about his father. So Li Rui hurriedly said to Wu Sini inside the door, "Dr. Wu, please take a look at my father. He has been feeling unwell for almost half a day, has a poor appetite, and just now couldn't even breathe. Li Rui and I rushed him here. You cured us last time. Can you take a look this time? We can use supplies as an exchange." In fact, the illness that Old Man Li had last time was not a serious one. It was caused by anxiety, similar to the last time with Song Yurong. Wu Sini could have solved it satisfactorily. But this high oxygen was beyond the scope of his diagnosis and treatment. Fortunately, he now had a trick. So he pointed at Gao Jiayi and replied, "You can ask him. It should be solved." Li Rui was confused. But he would not doubt the rescue soldiers in camouflage uniforms. So he turned to him again. Gao Jiayi cleared his throat, and told Li Rui what he said to Wu Sini from a different perspective. Li Rui was surprised. "According to you, the government will issue medicine." But after he finished speaking, he became worried again, and said with a bitter face, "But my father's condition is hard to say whether he can survive this period of time. Can you send a little medicine in advance? At least, he can get through this period of time before going to the hospital tomorrow." Gao Jiayi has heard this set of words too many times, and he refused seriously. "Sorry. No. Wait until the hospital opens tomorrow. You can go to the 8th hospital early, and you can get the medicine then." Li Peng was indeed a man with a bad temper. He was even dissatisfied with the rescue troops. "My father is dying. Are you just going to ignore him? If he really dies, what's the point of getting medicine? Besides, are there enough medicines in the hospital? What's the harm of giving a little less?" Li Rui tried to stop him, but he might have been thinking the same thing in his heart. Li Peng just happened to be able to speak his mind. Gao Jiayi had seen many people like this. His face became colder and colder. "Sorry. I'm just following orders. Besides, I don't have any medicine. It's useless for you to yell here. You're also disturbing the neighbors by making a loud noise." "Impossible." Li Peng not only did not lower his voice, but he even spoke louder. He could not stop moving forward, saying dissatisfiedly, "How could you rescue troops not have supplies? Then there is no way you don't have medicine. Just think of it as me lending you some, and I will return it later." However, before he finished speaking, a black muzzle of a gun was aimed at him, as if a bullet would shoot out of it and pierce his chest in the next second. At such a close distance, he would definitely die. Li Rui's face turned pale, and he completely stopped Li Peng, who had suddenly calmed down. He might lose his father, but he couldn't lose his brother again. He smiled nervously and apologized. "I'm sorry. My brother has a bad temper, and he didn't mean to offend you. We understand. We'll go to the hospital tomorrow." Gao Jiayi slowly put down his gun and said calmly, "If you have a bad temper, then change it. Now it's not the same as before. And you will definitely suffer in the future. Li Rui agreed repeatedly. Pulled Li Peng, who was also looking unhappy, lifted the stretcher and took the old man Li back. Gao Jiai immediately turned around and asked. Just now it was an episode. Dr. Wu, what do you think? Wu City watched the whole scene from the side, and saw that the attention was on herself again, and smiled. Just now I was interrupted, and I actually wanted to say that I am willing to go. Deputy Captain Gao. Director Feng. In fact, I was originally a doctor in the 8th Hospital, so I am relatively familiar with the 8th Hospital, and I should be able to help a little. Gao Jiai and Director Feng's faces relaxed at once. The former even smiled slightly, and replied, It's more than a little help. It's a big help. Then Dr. Wu, you should rest early. I will send someone to find you tomorrow morning. Then you can gather with other medical staff in the community and get on the car together. We will send you to the 8th Hospital in the end. Wu Sini nodded in agreement. Gao Jiai saluted again and left with Director Feng without disturbing him. Wu Sini closed the door. He didn't expect that in the end of the world he could resume his old business so early. But then he remembered the agreement with Li Fei. It seems that this hospital can't be purchased for free. And from what Gao Jiai said, he might have to leave early in the morning. The Li family might still be resting at that time, so it would be too late to even notify them. Wu Sini thought about it, sat at the desk and wrote a letter, which explained the cause and result of the matter, and told them that they could also go to the hospital to get medicine. After writing, he went out, thought for a moment, and carefully jumped in through the crack of the door at the bottom, without touching the strange iron wires. The weirdness of this iron wire is no longer a secret in Building 20. Wu Sini doesn't want to be injured before he goes on stage, although he can't help but be a little curious about how he did it. Even though the corridor is bright, time has not disappeared, so that kind of place still has opening and closing times. It is already very late now, and he has to get up early tomorrow. Wu Sini is ready to go back and catch up on his sleep. The sun was high in the sky and never dimmed, and the temperature was rising. However, the Li family had turned on the air conditioner, so they didn't care much about the outside world in the past few hours. Right? Because of the biological clock. Li Su woke up first. He took off his eye mask and sat up from his sleeping bag. He stretched his body and looked at Li Fei and Li Xian, who were still sleeping. After thinking about it, he woke them up. It's not that I don't want them to talk, but I have to enter the space early today, and there are still many things to do, so I must wake them up as agreed last night. Li Xian also struggled to wake up and yawned without any image. As a result, he saw Li Fei, who was still sleeping on the other side, and couldn't help but think in surprise. He woke up earlier than his sister today. This made him sober up instantly. Li Su put on his clothes first, went to Li Fei's bed, and patted her gently, whispering, Fei Fei, get up. Li Fei slowly got up with sleepy eyes. Her black hair was curly and fluffy, and she looked like she didn't get enough sleep. But there were no obvious dark circles under her eyes. She rubbed her eyes and asked in a deep voice, Didn't you feel any movement outside the door last night? Li Su and Li Xian looked at each other and shook their heads. The latter asked embarrassedly, I dreamed of the crazy spider and its spider group again. Does this count? No. It happened outside the door. Li Fei tried to wake herself up quickly, and said firmly, I wanted to wait a little longer after I noticed it, but there was a noise there all the time. But when I just remembered it, it suddenly stopped. And as a result, I couldn't sleep well for a while. And then I continued to sleep. Li Su was a little embarrassed. Normally, he and Li Xian slept closer to the door. But unexpectedly, it was Li Fei who noticed the noise outside the door. They slept so soundly. It seems that they need to gradually develop the habit of light sleep in the future. He thought of this and advised, Why don't you lie down for a while and get up after breakfast is ready? Li Fei is their backbone now. It's not good to not get a good rest. In addition, there are so many things to do today. Besides, they woke up dozens of minutes earlier than usual. Li Fei did not refuse and shrank back into the sleeping bag again. Don't say that this high-end cotton sleeping bag is quite comfortable. It is even more comfortable with air conditioning. It is no different from being in the quilt. There was still a lot of water left in the container from the space yesterday. Enough for the brothers to wash up. For breakfast today, Li Su planned to heat up some instant steamed food, which was fast and convenient, and used less water. Originally, the water could still be used to boil 3 more eggs, but they only had more than a plate of eggs left. So they would save a little bit of food now. And then meat. It seems that after this stage is over, they have to consider building a poultry house. Li Xian came back from the bathroom to wash up, stretched while walking, and then looked forward and happened to face the entrance and the door, and suddenly saw something abrupt under the door. He rubbed his eyes, and the thing was still there, but he felt that he didn't need to wear glasses anymore. Li Xian walked over, squatted down and took it out to take a look. It turned out to be an envelope. His first reaction was, who still writes letters these days? But he soon remembered that except for the things downloaded in the mobile phone, the rest is basically the same as a brick. Most people who want to communicate use face-to-face meetings. If you want to leave a message, you naturally use the old method. However, there are only 2 households on this floor, and the people in this building basically hate the 19th floor. How could they leave a letter? Then it is most likely left by Dr. Wu next door. Thinking of this, Li Xian hurriedly got up and went to the kitchen to find Li Su. Li Su was unpacking and putting it on a plate. There was water in the pot, and the stove was on. Li Xian handed the letter to him like offering a treasure and whispered, "Brother, I found this under my door. It should be left by Dr. Wu. I wonder what it says." Li Su looked at his gossipy expression and felt helpless. He took the letter and flipped it to both sides, and then saw 2 small words written on it. Li Shou. It didn't say a specific name, only a surname. Could it be that this letter was written to their family? Li Su frowned slightly, and opened the letter after thinking about it. Chapter 125. Li Xian also leaned over to look, and the more they looked, the wider his eyes opened. Finally, Li Su signaled. Li Xian took the letter and went to the living room to shake Li Fei's sleeping bag, excitedly saying, Sister, sister, look at this." Li Fei woke up dazedly, rubbing her eyes and mumbling, "What? Is breakfast ready? This is how it is when you take a nap. Sometimes it feels like you only slept for a few minutes, but time passes very quickly. Sister, breakfast is not important now." Li Xian unfolded the letter in front of her. "The rescue army has requisitioned a nearby hospital and will open it today to welcome patients for treatment. Look." Li Fei woke up instantly and snatched the letter with a bang. The handwriting on the letter was elegant and gentle, not like the doctor's font in the stereotype, and the wording was very concise. It was not long in total, but Li Fei read it from beginning to end, and then read it again from end to beginning, and her eyes were no smaller than Li Su and Li Xian. How could this be? She felt a little unbelievable. The speed of the rescue army in this life is too fast. Right? Not only fast but also very efficient. As if they knew about this in advance? It's not because she must go to the hospital to buy it for free. After all, they have luminous flower tobacco, which is more effective than the medicine in the hospital. It's not that she doesn't want others to get rescued. Otherwise the collapse of social order will develop faster and faster, and it will be impossible to control it by then. She just remembered the rush to buy at the mall, and a sudden thought that came to her mind at that time. Could there be others who were reborn like herself? If the rescue army requisitioned the hospital and launched a plan to distribute or exchange materials for medicines, then Li Fei, who was actually in our district at that time, would not have been unaware of the news. And the rescue detachment? She remembered that she looked out of the window at that time, and the people in camouflage uniforms were far from reaching the level of a team. Even the person who guarded the door and sealed the library at the beginning and prevented people from leaving finally left and never came back. Seeing that he had not come back, the people in the library were ready to move. Finally, someone led a group of people out, but they did not come back in the end. I don't know if they found a better place to stay or they couldn't come back. As people left, others came in. After all, the library was a barely well-equipped building, except for the lack of food and beverages. Li Fei also tried to contact Li Su and Li Xian at first, but failed. Later, she contacted colleagues and friends, but there was almost no news. Even if there was, they were too busy to take care of themselves. She was completely scared at that time. So unless she was really hungry and thirsty, she stayed in the library without moving. However, if there was any news, someone would still bring it in until it spread throughout the library. In short, coupled with the previous shopping spree, it was impossible for Li Fei not to know such a big news in her previous life. Which means that these 2 things did not exist in her previous life, and they were added in this life. Either my rebirth triggered the butterfly effect, or someone else was reborn and reported the situation to the higher-ups. With a reminder, these measures were issued. If it was the latter, at least the person who was reborn had no bad intentions, and even reminded the government of everything he knew without reservation. Whether the government believed it or not was another matter. But there was always an idea in their mind, so they could come up with a plan in a short time. After all, the government was not so stupid that they could not implement short-term measures. Li Fei put down the letter with mixed feelings. At least there should be no reborn people around her at present. Otherwise the community would be even more chaotic. Right, sister, Li Xian said from the side. This letter should be left by Dr. Wu. So the things in the letter should be true. So should we go there? Li Fei thought for a moment, then said in a hoarse voice, then let's go and take a look in the second half of the day. Although there may be a lot of people at any time of the day. We agreed yesterday that we must enter the space this morning. And we have to go in the afternoon. Li Su said from a distance at this time, come over for breakfast first. Fei Fei, you go wash up first. Li Fei returned the letter to Li Xian and left the sleeping bag to wash up. After washing up, he came to the dining table. There were plates on the table that were still emitting a faint heat. A plate of steamed dumplings, a plate of paper-wrapped steamed buns, and a plate of osmanthus steamed buns. The boxed milk that the family had previously stockpiled had already been consumed by more than half. But the yogurt was consumed first. Li Fei rummaged through the boxes and found the last few bottles of cranberry-flavored yogurt, and shared them with the two brothers. After breakfast, the three of them entered the space together as planned. The air conditioner was always on at home, and the temperature was always kept at spring. When I suddenly entered the space, I immediately felt a burst of hot air hitting my face. The bright sunshine in the sky was no different from that in reality. But because I was in the space, I somehow felt more at ease. The blue sky, the thick white clouds, the clear sky was like a whole upside-down sea. In summer, the green plants in the space grow even greener, and the smell of baking is strong. You can faintly hear a few chirps and insects, which makes the environment more vibrant. The most important thing is that when you take a long breath of the air in the space, although it is warm, it does not seem to burn your body like when you breathe in reality. Even if the physique of Li Fei and the other two has been slightly improved by the well water in the space, they are not immortals. Without exotic plants, they can't survive for many days in that high oxygen environment. Now the symptoms appear later than those of ordinary people. I think in a few days, they will transplant the luminous tobacco into reality, and they will have to wear the luminous mask when necessary. The season has changed, but after experiencing reality in advance, they feel that the temperature of this summer space is maintained at about 30 degrees, which is somewhat like the temperature in the summer when they were young, but not as hot as it is now, and not as outrageous as when it is extremely hot. The system saw them coming in and said, Host, online players, welcome to summer. Summer is a passionate season, with flowers blooming, thunderstorms rumbling, lush green, water and sky one color, and crops ripening. I hope you like it. Li Xian raised his eyebrows. How did this system suddenly become so literary? Li Su thought about it and said, I think this is like some reminder. Otherwise, it wouldn't say this extra sentence. Right. There should be Fei Fei in spring. Have you heard of it? Li Fei shook her head. Maybe she didn't start farming when she entered the space on the first day of spring. Or maybe it was just like Li Su said. This might be some kind of hint from the system, and it would appear in this summer space. But now, no matter what they thought, the system didn't say anything. So they had to do their own things first. The land in the wooden fence was solid. Maybe because it was harvested yesterday. There was no refresh of gravel, weeds and other materials. But it looked like it needed to be hoed. The three of them went to the well to fetch several buckets of water and sent them home, and then prepared to act separately. Li Xian first went to the fish pond to feed the fish. The mature perch in it were collected by Li Fei and made into fertilizer. Now only the small fry were left swimming. After feeding the fish, since he had never planted before, he found some bait from the storage box, took some food, and excitedly came to the water with fishing gear. Even the space has changed seasons, and he didn't know if there would be new fish. In reality, fishing is also divided into seasons. However, before fishing, he had to collect all the fish cages. The fish cages can be harvested every day, but when the seasons change, he doesn't know whether they are spring or summer fish. But after Li Xian collected all the fish cages placed by the river and the lake, he found that there was not much difference from spring. There were still some shrimps, snails, and clams, and occasionally crabs and river clams. After adding bait to the fish, Li Xian sat on the lush grass and took out his fishing rod to fish. But this time, he not only brought bait, but also some fish feed. The fish feed made of insect meat is black and brown particles. Li Xian grabbed 2 handfuls and threw them into the water. Then he hooked the bait and cast the rod skillfully, waiting quietly. The sunlight made the water's surface sparkle, which was a little dazzling. Li Xian's fishing skills are now at level 3, and he has a vague feeling that he is about to break through. Just like, from the chi refining stage to the foundation building stage? Should I read less novels? Novels can be read repeatedly after subscription. Recently, he is either busy with his sister and brother in the space, or playing games and reading novels after eating. He has entered the life of a social animal 10 years in advance. But he was a student preparing for the high school entrance examination a long time ago. Now he is not studying, and he suddenly misses books. CPU? This is definitely CPU. Li Xian was thinking about it, but he keenly saw the fish hook shaking up and down. At the most intense moment, he suddenly pulled the rod and dragged the fish up. The system said, "Ding. You get grass carp X1. It is indeed a species not seen in spring." Li Xian happily put it into the backpack, and continued to put the bait and cast the hook. Full of expectations, Li Fei and Li Su were about to start processing the large farmland in front of them. Li Su also selected the planting skill, but because it was almost always Li Fei who was planting, the skill had not been upgraded. But now the farmland is getting bigger and bigger. They each planted half of the land, so they can definitely upgrade it this time. But right now, this kind of land is not the most important. The 5 furnaces have gone dark and have no temperature, indicating that the copper ingots can be taken out for burning. Li Fei took 5 copper ingots and put 5 pieces of quartz and the corresponding amount of coal into the furnace, and the blazing flames burned brightly again. Li Fei handed the copper ingot to Li Su, who nodded, turned around and went to the storage box to take out other materials, and then went to the craftsman's table. He opened the craftsman's table, and the interface stopped at the mill. The mill had turned colorful, indicating that it could be built. Li Su and Li Fei had already discussed where to build the mill, so they just had to put it down on the spot. The foundation appeared, and the countdown began above. The copper ingots just taken from the furnace were used up immediately, but there were still a few pieces left in the storage box. Li Su made a few more coal kilns and temporarily placed them next to the furnace. There was a small chimney above the coal kiln. Li Su took out some wood from his backpack and stuffed it in. The coal kiln started to operate, and the surroundings also became warm. Then he went to the workbench to continue processing gypsum and limestone. At the same time, Li Fei was knocking gravel and picking weeds on the field. And by the way, she went to cut down a few trees in the distance. I don't know if it's because her gathering skills have been improved. Compared with the first time she cut down trees, she only cut down 2 trees. Not only did both trees explode with tree species, but the first wild fruit of summer also appeared. Ding. You get wild apricot X1. The wild fruits in spring are mulberry, loquat and cherry. From this point of view, there should be 3 kinds of wild fruits in summer, and they can be made into fruit platters to restore physical strength. Li Fei put away the wild apricot that was as big as a palm, and went to the tree planting area she opened up to check. If there were mature trees, she would cut them down, plant new tree species, and sprinkle tree fertilizer. Over there, Li Su also processed a corresponding amount of cement and rebuilt a feed mill next to the 2 feed mills. It was indeed different to do farm work in the summer space than in the spring. Li Fei cleaned up the farmland and raised her hand to wipe the sweat. Her face was sunburned red. After thinking about it, she went to the storage box to find 3 empty mineral water bottles, filled them with well water, and drank a bottle of cool and sweet water first. Then he came to Li Su and handed him a bottle, asking, "Brother, do you have any copper ingots?" Li Su took the water bottle and drank a few sips. It must be said that even the well water in reality would be so clear, and the one in the space also had a hint of sweetness, which was very delicious. He nodded and said, "Yes, the rest are in the storage box. You can take them yourself." After hearing this, Li Fei went to the storage box, and unexpectedly there were exactly 5 copper ingots left in it. Just enough for what she wanted to do. That is, make a watering can. At present, they are planting more crops. And using the initial wooden barrel to water them grid by grid is not only physically demanding, but also time-consuming. Besides, she will plant a large area of crops next. This copper watering can water 3 grids at a time. Isn't it more convenient than a bucket? Li Fei had studied the blueprint of the copper watering can before. But she didn't expect that she couldn't combine or change it no matter how she held the wooden barrel and copper ingots in her hand. Just as he was wondering, the system's voice rang. Host, a forging table is needed to make a copper watering can. Please come on. Li Fei sighed. He didn't expect that the forging table was not only used to make weapons, but also farm tools. Fortunately, they have broken through the insect soil layer and can go directly to the ice crystal layer. There is also a furnace around them. So they just need to dig up iron ore and burn it. Victory is just around the corner. Li Fei was not discouraged. He took back the copper ingots, called Li Su, and opened the mall interface. Next, it's the shopping stage. Chapter 126. First, they had to buy seeds of common crops, because they were already building a mill, which could make some seasonings and also process grain. Li Fei first bought a batch of wheat, corn, soybean, and sesame seeds, followed by green leafy vegetables, such as water spinach, cabbage, lettuce, and leek seeds. The rest was up to their own preferences. Tomatoes, cucumbers, broccoli, carrots. Li Fei also bought cowpeas, which had an extra chance of getting more when mature, and pumpkin seeds, which, like some melon crops, could grow into giant crops. In addition, she saw edible fungus seeds. Thinking that her family had not eaten them for a long time, she bought a batch of shiitake mushrooms and golden needle mushrooms. Li Fei also bought a large amount of soybeans. The mill has already been built. She can make tofu later. There are also orders on the order board, and it has to be used to brew soy sauce. So she needs to buy more than other seeds. Grain and vegetables are almost ready. And the next step is fruit. The price of fruit trees is a little expensive, but because of the order, Li Fei first bought a lychee tree seedling and then a bayberry tree seedling. In fact, she didn't buy the lychee tree seedling entirely because of the order, but because she likes to eat lychees. In my impression, lychees seem to be used to make ice drinks, which is very suitable for summer. They can also be used to make popsicles, desserts, and even cooking. Li Fei remembered that she didn't know where she saw someone deep frying lychees. It looked like a dark dish, and she didn't know how it tasted. There are many fruits in summer, but Li Fei, who has limited funds, chose the bayberry tree seedling when choosing another sapling. Bayberries are plump and juicy, and the juice is sweet and slightly sour, which is very tongue-catching. It has the same function as lychees, and can be combined into a classic lychee and bayberry drink, just like good sisters. The most important thing is that bayberries are also suitable for making dried fruits, which greatly increases the storage time and is also convenient for eating. When these 2 saplings finally mature, they can produce about 50 kilograms of fruit, just like cherry trees, and can be collected in batches. But similarly, the growth cycle of fruit trees is longer. It's just that Li Fei saved money early this time and planted them on the same day, so the fruits should be able to be stored in the granary. In addition, Li Fei also wanted to plant some fruits that mature a little faster, so she quickly set her sights on another classic summer fruit, watermelon. She bought some more watermelon seeds, which also have the probability of growing into huge crops. If they succeed, they can achieve watermelon freedom. They planted Chinese medicinal seeds on the farm in spring, and they also need to have them in summer. So Li Fei chose Isatis root and licorice for detoxification, and Panax nodo ginseng for hemostasis, and bought a batch of seeds for each. After that, she also bought a large number of mugwort seeds. This mugwort can not only be used to make mosquito-repellent cream, but even burning it can kill bacteria and disinfect. After buying ordinary crop seeds, the next step is exotic plants. After adapting to the whole spring, Li Fei also roughly understands what kind of exotic plants to buy. There should be some offensive, defensive, and auxiliary types. There seems to be no pea pistils or other offensive exotic plants that were planted before in summer. Li Fei can only look for them again to see if there are any types with good cost performance. Soon, her eyes shifted to some names. Asparagus shooter, corn submachine gun, cabbage pitcher. Each of them is an attack type, And the crops used as bullets are not expensive. Li Fei bought some seeds of each. The cabbage pitcher will throw a huge cabbage to attack, which is equivalent to a cannonball. So it should be placed at the end. Both the asparagus shooter and the corn submachine gun have fast attack speed, but the latter is more durable and should be placed in the front, and the former is in the middle. But as the zombie group is getting bigger and bigger, this number alone is not enough. So Li Fei tried to find some other exotic plants. Then she saw two more suitable ones: Morning Glory Cannon and Thunderbolt Hydrangea. Morning Glory Cannon, as the name implies, is a cannonball. After reading the introduction, Li Fei weighed the Thunderbolt Hydrangea and felt that it was similar to the ancient explosive firearms. Speaking of explosive firearms, Li Fei quickly bought a batch of potato grenades, sweet potato mines and taro bomb seeds. Fortunately, these items can also be planted in summer. Speaking of summer plants, like the types of guns in spring, only the chili rifle and the required pepper bullets can continue to be planted. But the rifle's lethality is also good. So Li Fei also bought seeds to plant. Morning Glory Cannon can be placed next to the cabbage pitcher. Asparagus is placed in the middle. Mines are planted in front, and guns are shot in front. Li Fei discussed the plan with Li Su while selling. They bought only offensive exotic plants for now. Otherwise, they might not be able to afford them later. In addition to the defensive ones, like the clematis net, there are now simpler and more brutal types, which is to plant an exotic plant in front of other exotic plants, so that even if the zombies take a few bites on it, it will be fine, and they can still attack later. It's getting more and more like a tower defense game. However, there are not many exotic plants of this type. Li Fei only found two: pumpkin heads and hedgehog tomatoes. In the introduction, Li Fei learned that this pumpkin head is very hard, harder than ordinary pumpkins, and its main function is to protect the plants behind it. And it doesn't matter if it is eaten. The hedgehog tomato is the same. The only difference is that it has thorns on its body, which is equivalent to having a set of anti-armor. But the smell it emits can attract zombies to eat it. And after eating it, the zombies will also suffer a lot of damage. Li Fei didn't buy either of them for now, but continued to look down. After all, her farm is now surrounded by a fence. Even if the plants in front are defeated, there is still this last layer of defense. So she wants to work on this layer of defense. And if she doesn't need it at that time, she can still bring it back to reality and continue to use it. Although this strange plant can be out of season in space, it doesn't seem to be so strict in reality. Unless the durability is used up or it withers naturally, it can still be used all the time. Li Fei finally chose a hedge thorn rose. Roses are just suitable for fence flowers. Isn't this a coincidence? If the clematis net attacks after the enemy touches it, then the hedge thorn rose will automatically attack and shoot out the thorns on its body after the enemy steps into the range. In reality, the corridor is a bit too crowded, and the clematis fence is just right. But Li Fei is still working on her own window in the future, and this thorny rose should be able to climb up. However, if she wants to plant thorny roses on all the wooden fences on the farm, her gold coins will not be enough. So Li Fei finally bought only enough to cover the fences on both sides, which are often attacked by zombies. It seems that Li Fei doesn't really want to buy pumpkin heads and hedgehog tomatoes. She chose another plant. Thorn grass. Tribulus can also be planted on the ground. It also attacks with spikes, but it is very concealed. Generally, zombies will not notice it and step on it directly to get hurt. And its durability is also very high. She believed that the best defense was offense, and she didn't believe that she could break through the defense directly under the concentrated fire. The offensive and defensive ones were almost bought, and the next was the auxiliary exotic plants. Li Fei bought a batch of electric sunflower seeds without saying a word. Previously, they tried to plant those that had been continuously absorbing solar energy and converting it into electricity since they bloomed. They were all fully charged before they were harvested. Even if the power was cut off immediately and the polar night came, their family could survive for a while. But no matter what, electricity is very important. So Li Fei would rather spend more gold coins to buy electric sunflowers. But after all, she had not seen all the seeds that could be purchased in summer, so she didn't buy a lot at once. Seeing that the sawtooth leaves and the big corpse flower can also be planted in summer, Li Fei bought an extra batch of seeds. After that, she was soon attracted by another type of strange plant. That is, the carnivorous plant. This is a good thing. You know, in the polar night, there are not only beasts, but also insects. Of course, there are also various mutant plants. But the common weakness of these three mutant creatures is probably the source of fire. If you set fire it will inevitably cause side effects in crowded places. Moreover, the insect tide is unimaginably dangerous. In short, with these carnivorous plants, if there are insects that still find a way to get into the room, there is a way to deal with them. Moreover, some carnivorous plants are not only insects, but also swallow small amphibians without hesitation. Not to mention the strange plants produced by the space, which may be of great benefit. Li Fei bought a few pitcher plant seeds, and saw a plant called flash mandrake next to it. After reading the introduction, it felt a bit similar to the effect of psychedelic mushrooms. But the effect of psychedelic mushrooms is to make people hallucinate. The whole plant of mandrake is toxic in reality, but it can be processed to have analgesic and anesthetic effects. I just don't know what it will be like after processing in space. But think about it. If you meet someone who is not afraid of death, just shoot him and let him sleep like a baby immediately. It's not bad to hit a person who is ruthless and doesn't talk much. Buy it. After buying the flash mandrake, Li Fei soon found another plant. Life peach. Ahem. I didn't go to see it just because the name is cute. But you can tell from the name that this is a strange plant that restores life. Interestingly, if this life peach is planted near other strange plants, it can also increase the durability of strange plants. And if it is picked, it can be processed into items that restore life. It's also a good thing, although they still have a lot of medicines to restore life, just in case. And planting it can also restore other strange plants. Li Fei continued to buy. And just when she was in the mood to buy, Li Su next to her suddenly advised, Fei, our gold coins are running out. Save some. Li Fei was stunned and looked at the currency column. The gold coins displayed on the miserable currency column were indeed not much. She sighed. It is really a long way to make money. But she did buy a lot today. If she hadn't saved money in advance, she probably wouldn't be able to buy so much. Now she has bought a lot of ordinary crops. And almost all aspects of exotic plants have been thought of. After all of them grow well, Li Fei can imagine the initial prototype of the summer farm. If she saves more money, she will continue to plant. Li Fei closed the mall interface and discussed with Li Su how to plant for a while. First, plant all ordinary crops, and some explosive firearms exotic plants, and some auxiliary exotic plants can be planted together with ordinary crops. Weapon and defense types will be planted according to the plan just now. Li Su nodded in agreement, but suddenly said, Fei, how about I plant this field this time? I have hardly done the whole process, and I need to get familiar with it. Li Fei touched his arm with a sly smile and asked, Brother, you actually want to take the experience for yourself, right? Seeing Li Su scratching his head embarrassedly, she said again, Okay. Anyway, I have already explained it once. Then you plant it, and I will go to the mine. Li Fei's farming skill has reached level 2, while Li Su has not even reached level 1. After this planting, he will be guaranteed to be successfully upgraded to at least level 1. This is good. Li Xian is fishing. Li Su is going to plant the field, and she is responsible for mining. Everyone has their own things to do. Li Fei handed all the seeds to Li Su, who took out a hoe and prepared to cultivate the farmland. She then went to the storage box to take out some more items. This time, she planned to go to the ice crystal layer mine cave, so she might need to make some other preparations compared to the insect soil layer. For example, the temperature of the ice crystal layer must be very low, so she must bring cold-proof clothes. Since it is all ice crystals, the monsters inside may have a weakness of fire, so she also brought a fierce flamethrower. The rest are tools, food and medicine. After everything was prepared, Li Su had already hoed several plots of land in the wooden fence. Li Fei waved and said, Brother, I'm going. If nothing goes wrong, I will be back at noon. Li Su stood up and waved to her, and she left the farm with peace of mind. Chapter 127. But before going to the mine, Li Fei went to bring Li Xian some water. In the summer, he had no shelter from the sun, and it was quite hot even if he sat in one place. In fact, he could drink the river water directly. But Li Fei wanted to see the situation, and it didn't take much effort to go there. When she came to the river, she happened to see Li Xian catching a fish and putting it in her backpack. When Li Xian saw her, he immediately waved and said excitedly, Sister, come and see. Li Fei thought he had caught some treasure. But when she went forward to take a look, it turned out that the river looked different from the spring. If in spring, the water is gurgling, the birds are chirping, and the surroundings are green and peaceful, the river water in summer seems a little turbulent, and splashes water when hitting the rocks. And large patches of lush and swaying reeds and cattails have grown on the nearby riverbank. If it was in a game, it would be hard not to think that the stickers were changed for the change of seasons. But in this case, it was hard for Li Fei not to think that it would be useless. Thinking of this, she immediately pulled out a reed, and sure enough, the next second the system sounded. Ding. You get reed X1. It is indeed a collection item. Li Xian was shocked by Li Fei's momentum of doing things as soon as he said it. It can be seen that the reed disappeared quickly, so he knew that it was put into the backpack. And he also understood that it was a collection item. He said embarrassedly, I have been here for a while, and I didn't even realize that this is an item that can be collected. It's okay. Li Fei comforted him and handed him a bottle of water. He also said, since the river has changed, the lake will probably change too. When you finish fishing, go for a walk and take more fish back so we can study it. And when you go back after fishing, don't sell all the fish. Leave some for me to use as fertilizer. I'm going to the mine first. Li Xian seemed to be exposed to the sun. He took the water and drank half a bottle first, nodding vigorously to show his agreement. So Li Fei didn't go to the lake to look again, but went directly to the mine. Since they didn't reach the 5th floor of the ice crystal mine, the transport vehicle could only reach the 20th floor of the worm soil mine. After Li Fei was teleported, she found that the empty space where she had fought the crazy spider was now full of minerals. At a glance, there were more minerals than in the previous layers. Are we not going to dig? Li Fei quickly rolled up her sleeves and took out a pickaxe to dig. The mine was underground, and it was a little cooler without the sun. However, the closer she got to the lower layer, the more she felt a cold wind that only occurs in winter blowing over. She must be about to reach the mysterious ice crystal mine. Finally, she came to the entrance to the lower layer, which was like a refrigerator with the door opened, and the cold air kept coming out. Li Fei wiped the sweat off her face and took out a few hot packs from her backpack, because she still had to kill monsters. It was troublesome to wear bulky clothes. She wore a fleece jacket, a scarf, and even put hot foot patches in her sneakers. Then she went downstairs in one go. After her eyes went dark, the entire scene of the ice crystal mine cave appeared in her field of vision. Compared to the darkness, dampness, and faint stench of the worm soil mine cave, the ice crystal mine cave was all sparkling, and the crystal clear ice layer could even directly reflect the flashing light. Of course, as a large ice cave, it was also very cold. The face that was not wrapped was suddenly frozen, and every time she breathed, she could exhale a clear hot air. There was no sound of water in the ice crystal layer, but there were many ice ridges hanging on the top, and heavy whistling winds could be heard from the depths from time to time. And on the ground, of course, it was covered with minerals. Li Fei raised his hands to blow away the hot air, and then took out the pickaxe. 5 iron ingots are needed to make a forging table. If she wants to make it today, she needs to dig up 25 iron ores. Before she encounters any monsters, she starts searching the ore veins. Although the environments of worm soil and ice crystal are different, the ore veins look similar. Li Fei has also participated in mining, so she can recognize which is the ordinary raw stone and which is the other ore. However, after searching for a while, she didn't see the gypsum and limestone that are easy to find in the worm soil layer. It seems that these two are rare in the ice crystal layer. If she wants to get them, she has to go back to the worm soil layer to dig. However, she seems to be able to dig quartz and coal here. She went around the first layer. After confirming that there was no iron ore, she didn't rush to the next layer, but stepped on the hard ice layer under her feet, thinking. In the worm soil layer, Li Xian found that there was a chance to get clay by using a hoe to dig the ground there. Would there be any harvest in the ice crystal layer? Li Fei took out the hoe and dug it down. But the land was not like the ice layer, so the hoe was probably useless. So she took out the pickaxe and dug the ground like mining. Ice chips splashed everywhere, and after digging a few times, the system really spoke. Ding. You got Ice Cube X1. Really got something. Li Fei thought with surprise. The item put into the backpack showed a cube of ice. She took it out and saw that the ice was as big as a basketball. Much bigger than the one made in the ice maker. If it's hot, and you can't use air conditioning, just put a few ice cubes at home. It should be able to lower the temperature a bit. Right? After a rough investigation, Li Fei went down to the second floor with the items he had harvested on the first floor. According to experience, the second floor should not be much different from the first floor. But it was time for monsters to appear. Sure enough, when Li Fei was busy mining, he suddenly heard a chirping sound in the distance, and subconsciously replaced the pickaxe in his hand with a weapon, and took an attacking stance. Gradually, the sound of flapping wings came again. Li Fei looked up and saw a black thing about 1 meter long flying towards her. Li Fei did not look carefully. Facing the monster whose trajectory was like a stink bug, she chopped it directly on the head with a knife. The tip of the knife felt that it had hit, and the monster retreated a distance, chirping sharply, and it seemed to be annoyed and rushed over again. There are always flying monsters in the insect soil layer, and since they crawled up from there, Li Fei also figured out a way to deal with flying monsters. In fact, it might be better to use long-range weapons, but arrows are limited, so close combat is the best. Li Fei then saw what the monster was, with a long pair of black tail wings and a pair of sharp teeth under the protruding nose fan. It was a big bat. Fortunately, they didn't come in groups. Otherwise Li Fei might have been in a mess. She then remembered that the insecticide needed bat wings, which seemed to be the drop of this bat. With her own set of attack methods, it was not difficult for Li Fei to kill the bat. But the first bat didn't drop any items, so she changed to a pickaxe to mine. Feeling that there was more coal in the ice crystal layer than in the worm soil layer, Li Fei knocked out some ordinary raw stones, ice cubes and coal, and when she was about to reach the third layer, she encountered the second monster. In the cold wind, the broken ice on the ground seemed to have vitality, and suddenly piled up piece by piece, forming a human figure, or more precisely, a zombie shape, with ice crystals all over the body, and only the dark eyes could distinguish that there was a monster standing there. Before coming to the mine, Li Fei glanced at the order board. The order to kill the crazy spider had been completed and replaced by another order, which was to kill a sufficient number of ice zombies, and the reward was also drawings and gold coins. I guess this is the so-called ice zombie. The ice zombie's movements are much faster than the stone zombie. There are sharp ice spikes on its hands. It rushed straight to stab Li Fei. Li Fei subconsciously blocked it with a machete. The sound of scraping on the blade was extremely harsh and hairy. Li Fei found an opportunity to chop its neck, but it was still like digging ice cubes, only splashing a few ice chips. She frowned, deliberately ran back, and took out a new weapon from her backpack. The ice zombie also stared at her, and kept moving towards her. Li Fei held a hanging golden bell fierce fire jet in his hand, aimed at it and pulled the stem, and the front suddenly burst into flames. The ice zombie that was attracted happened to collide with the flames, and was severely roasted in the center. However, Li Fei did not continue to set fires. First, she was also experimenting, and second, she chose to use up her melee weapons first if she could engage in close combat. She took back the jet and replaced it with a machete. The flames disappeared, and the heat was quickly covered by the temperature of the ice crystal layer. The ice zombie in front of him must have been hurt, and even water was dripping from his body, making him look inexplicably softer. Li Fei felt that he had won, and once again wielded the machete and rushed forward to chop, as if their identities had reversed, and the former was the villain monster. The stone zombies dropped more stones, and the ice zombies dropped ice cubes. Anyway, ice cubes would not melt if they were stored in the space. So for the future, the more the better, and Li Fei accepted them with satisfaction. After reaching the third floor, in addition to the previous ores and monsters, Li Fei finally saw the shadow of iron ore. This iron ore also glowed silver gray, and it was a little difficult to detect at first glance in this layer of crystal clear ice. Should I wear sunglasses next time? The drop rate of iron ore in copper ore is similar. Li Fei knocked and killed monsters, and successfully reached the fourth floor. He recovered some physical strength, and continued to dig. In addition to ordinary raw stones, ice, coal and iron ore, Li Fei suddenly found a mineral with a different color from the previous ones. He quickly swung the pickaxe and knocked a few more times. The system prompt sounded. Ding. You get Moonstone X1. A gem or body quietly appeared in the latest slot of the backpack. Li Fei took it out and saw that the gem crystal in the middle exuded a half blue and half white halo. The gentle light was like rippling water, which really reminded people of the bright moonlight in the night. But in reality, they haven't seen the moon for a long time, although they should be tired of seeing it after a while. Li Fei put it away. After visiting the 4th floor, she did not continue to the 5th floor. The 5th floor is an elite monster, and it is estimated that it is an elite bat. I am afraid that at least 2 people will be safe. Looking at the watch, it was almost noon. Li Fei used the transporter to teleport to the 20th floor of the worm soil, and quickly brushed 10 layers of mines. Then he returned to the farm with a rich mineral. Before that, she changed her clothes. After all, she couldn't stay in the summer space wearing warm clothes. From a distance, Li Su and Li Xian were busy in the farm. It seemed that the latter came back early. Li Xian found her and smiled. "Sister, you are back?" Li Fei walked forward quickly. When the wooden fence was enclosed, there was actually a space left. A small door was made with wooden boards, so that you could go in directly. I saw that the large area of cultivated land was not only planted with seeds, but also watered. The dark soil was moist. "How is it?" Li Fei asked. Li Su stretched out his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead and said, "Everything has been planted according to your location. I just watered it, and now I am waiting for fertilizer. You came at the right time. It will be faster if we do it together." However, many common crops do not take long to mature, and they have not eaten all the fruits and vegetables they had stored before. So the fertilizers are applied to those exotic plants. A workbench was constantly running, processing bags of intermediate fertilizers. Li Su said again, "By the way, my planting skills have been upgraded to level 1. But there is no reward. But I feel that it seems to be a little easier when hoeing and watering." Li Fei collected the fertilizer and nodded, and then heard Li Xian happily say, "Sister, then I have to report it too. First of all, my fishing has finally broken through, and has reached level 4. Secondly, in addition to fishing by the river, I also went to the lake to collect fish cages and fish. I kept 1 fish each, and used them as fertilizer." Li Fei and Li Su each took fertilizer, and began to fertilize. Li Xian continued to chatter about what he had seen. "There are also collections grown by the river and lake, apart from those that I might have missed. I also collected a little of each type. So my collection skills have also been upgraded. I wonder if I sold the fish I caught, or kept them. Fertilization does not require much effort." Li Fei and Li Su spread fertilizer as they walked. The former has also planted the land several times, so she spreads fertilizer faster. After she finished spreading her part, she clapped her hands and asked, "What did you harvest this time? Let me see." The 2 walked out of the farmland, and Li Xian took out all the harvest in his backpack to show her. There seemed to be nothing new in the fish cage for the time being, so Li Fei took out half of it to prepare roasted river fish and sell the other half. The fish caught from the water area have indeed been updated, including grass carp, silver carp, bighead carp, black carp and tilapia. As for how much they cost every day, we have to put them in the shipping box and wait until tomorrow to check the list. However, the number of this type is less than in spring. Li Fei wondered if he could catch new fish in the future, especially when it rains. Li Xian also picked some of the collections near the water area, in addition to the reeds and cattails that Li Fei had seen by the river. The rest should have been picked on the lake, and the names can be seen on them: green water shield, soft duckweed, and long and thin rush. Li Fei had heard of the first 2, but she didn't know the latter. But she seemed to know its use. Anyway, since these appeared in the space and could be picked, they must be useful. After putting all the items away, Li Xian went to the shipping box, while Li Fei went to the furnace. Unexpectedly, the quartz that had been fired earlier was not yet completed, but according to the countdown, it would be completed after noon. The iron ore that Li Fei obtained from the mine this time was only enough to make an iron ingot. She got a lot of ordinary raw stones, ice cubes and bat wings, and dug a lot of copper ore from the last 10 layers of insect soil. Li Fei built another furnace and put iron ore and coal into it to melt. She saw the 3 newly built coal kilns. The coal inside was well burned. 10 pieces of wood were needed to get 1 piece of coal, which made Li Fei feel that it was not very cost effective. It could only be used as a backup option to obtain coal. After all, when they built the facilities, it can be said that the consumption of wood was very large, and coal could continue to be mined in the mine. The feed factory was still producing fish feed continuously. Perhaps it was because Li Xian had made a nest in advance. coupled with his top-level fishing skills. The number of fish caught this time could even support the production of all intermediate fertilizers. It seemed that more fish feed should be made. It happened that a feed factory had completed production. After Li Fei put it away, he stopped making fish feed this time and prepared to make another kind of feed. Pet food. According to this progress, they can build a pet house tomorrow. So they have to prepare the key material of pet food in advance. Making pet food requires food, rotten meat and bone meal. Maybe the animals raised in the pet house are mutants, so they can eat rotten meat. But it must be said that they have to fight against the zombies almost every day. They have accumulated a lot of rotten meat and bones, and they are worried about where to consume them. And this food is any food. Any rice, wheat, barley and millet can be made. Fortunately, Li Fei planted a batch of corn in the spring, and because it is not often eaten, it is now stored in the granary, which happens to be used to make pet food. After setting the quantity, the feed mill started to work again. After tidying up his backpack and storage box, Li Su completely arranged the farmland and walked over and said, "It's getting late, so I'll go back first. You can come back later." Li Fei agreed, and Li Su took something out of the granary and brought it back to reality. Li Xian sold all the items that could be sold on him. He had finished the bottle of water a long time ago, so he took some water from the well and drank it. Then he wiped his sweat and walked over inside. It feels much hotter in space than in reality, but it's very comfortable. That's because you are like a diligent little bee, working tirelessly on the farm, and there is no air conditioning, so of course you feel hot. Li Fei shrugged and ruthlessly exposed the truth. And the air in the space is not as high in oxygen as in reality. It is even better than before the end of the world, so of course it is comfortable. "Sister, when did you become so unromantic?" Li Xian squinted and said unhappily, "I know that I have to be alert all the time in the end of the world, but I have to relax occasionally. It's not good for the body to be tense all the time." "Okay, you can relax. I didn't say you can't." Li Fei shook her head and joked lightly. "Your birthday is coming soon, and I will give you a day off. A whole day. Is it enough to relax?" Li Xian's face suddenly turned red, whether it was because of the sun or something, and her tone became even more dissatisfied. "Sister, I think you are going to develop in a certain direction. You have to remember that we are the successors of another direction." After the brother and sister put their hands together to express their gratitude to their elder brother, they sat on the green grass together. Social animals still have time to rest. It can't be said that they are lazy to rest at this time. The grass under the body is not weeds. It grows neatly and lushly like a large piece of soft plush carpet. The white clouds are long and the blue water is blue. Although it is a beautiful day, there is still a breeze in the sky occasionally, blowing the green branches and grass tips, and also blowing the fine hair tips of the two people. They had enough to eat during this period, so their hair grew naturally. It didn't take long for it to grow longer. Thinking that others were probably still running around for hunger and thirst, Li Fei decided to find a pair of scissors to trim her hair, as well as Li Su and Li Xian's. In fact, the most precious thing was the fresh air. It can be said that since the end of the world, the air always felt strange and desolate. Now, let alone the high oxygen that was nowhere to hide attacked the fragile human body. I didn't expect that one day people would be afraid of the air they depended on for survival. But now they have this little paradise. Li Fei couldn't help sighing every time he thought of it, and thanked the system again, praising the system so much that it didn't say a word, as if it was embarrassed. The two chatted and laughed for a while, looking quite happy and cheerful in this gorgeous summer. But somehow Li Xian was touched. He caught the key words and suggested, "Sister, when we save some more money, why don't we plant some flowers and raise bees?" Li Fei thought for a while and asked, "Why? Do you want to eat honey?" "No." Li Xian shook her head and explained, "Last time I told you about the money-making schools in the game. This beekeeping school is also one of them. And different flowers produce different honeys. And the prices are also different. The only products we process materials to make products are probably pickled products, which is too little. And we have to use the fruits and vegetables we grow. If you raise bees to plant flowers and collect honey, you only need to collect it at a fixed time. And the honey can even be processed again." I can consider it." Li Fei thought about it and opened the mall interface. There are indeed ordinary flower seeds for sale, but because there are also decorations for sale in the Space Mall, Li Fei thought they were used for decoration at first, although they are indeed beautiful when planted. She thinks these flowers are even more beautiful when she thinks that these flowers can make money. However, she looked around but didn't see any equipment drawings related to bees. All the ones related to honey were recipes. Li Xian looked around in disbelief, but found nothing. He scratched his head in confusion and muttered, "It's impossible. I remember seeing a poster post a screenshot of him getting rich by beekeeping." "Really? I believe you," Li Fei comforted. "Since it's not in the mall, it means that it can only be obtained under other circumstances. We just need to keep working hard. We will always encounter it. There is no need to rush." Li Xian sighed, thought for a moment, and then said, "Then wait until we have more resources and try other schools. There will always be one that can do it." Li Fei looked at his excited look and didn't interrupt. There was no need. He just curled his lips and said, "If you want more resources, you have to continue fishing. Fishing has the highest cost effectiveness. No need for you to say more. Leave it to me." Li Xian patted his chest and promised, "And after today, I always feel that I haven't caught all the summer fish. I will definitely catch them all." Li Fei suddenly remembered that he was a complete achievement collector when playing games, and couldn't help but wipe a cold sweat for the fish in the water. Fish. Come on! Chapter 128. Li Fei and Li Xian returned to reality, and could smell a faint aroma as soon as they entered the room. The quick cooking function of the rice cooker can cook a pot of rice in the shortest time. Li Su quickly and skillfully made a bowl of light seafood winter melon soup. Winter melon is very good in this weather, and can clear away heat and relieve summer heat. He also made a dish of fish-flavored pork shreds, which can be said to be quite delicious. However, in the end, Li Su served another dish. Seeing them coming back, he smiled and said, "You guys are really good at timing. The dishes are just ready, and you can eat them after washing your hands." Li Xian heard it and went to the bathroom in a flash, while Li Fei went to the dining table first and said proudly, "We call this a skillful cooking," she said, looking at the last dish again. It looked like a dish of stir-fried vegetables, but the light-colored part looked like slices of some mushrooms. Li Fei suddenly realized that it was the morels they had collected in the spring. They hadn't eaten this mushroom yet, but since it was known as the best mushroom in the world, it must taste good. After washing her hands after Li Xian, Li Fei sat down at the dining table, and 3 bowls of solid rice were served. This morel was simply stir-fried with seasonings, but it was tender and smooth, with a strong mushroom flavor and delicious taste. Even more delicious than the winter melon soup with dried shrimps next to it. Li Su didn't take out all the morels in the granary, but kept some of them, so that he could cook them in a different way next time. While eating, Li Su asked, "Fei Fei, are we going to the hospital this afternoon?" Li Xian mixed the rice with fish-flavored pork shreds and was very excited. But after hearing this, he also cast a look over. Waiting for an answer, Li Fei slowly ate a piece of morel, thought for a moment and said, "Let's go. The hospital will definitely be full in the first half of the day, especially the road conditions, and it should be a little better in the afternoon. Moreover, the drugs in the hospital may be prescription drugs, which we can't buy normally, so it's a waste not to take them. Besides, even if the hospital loses money, we can still go to other places to search for supplies. Today, a lot of people are going to the hospital, and other places may not be taken care of." Li Xian swallowed a mouthful of food and asked, "What's the difference between the hospital and the mall this time? If we use cash? We have run out of cash. What should we do?" The last few times, Li Su and Li Xian went to buy supplies. They knew the family's financial situation better. They had to spend money anyway, so they didn't hold back. Who would have thought that in addition to the mall, the hospital would be open to the public before the end of the world? Didn't you still need money to see a doctor and get medicine? If it's the same as the mall this time, they won't be able to squeeze out a penny. Li Fei calmly drank a mouthful of winter melon soup and said, "Don't worry. I think there are only 2 ways in the hospital. One is to pay with cash like the mall. Then we can bring more supplies to sell like last time. Even if the price is higher, I guess someone will buy it. The second is to exchange supplies, which is simpler. We just need to bring more supplies. There must be rescue troops in the hospital to guard the order, and there is no need to worry about being robbed. It is impossible for the hospital to distribute all the medicines to the people for nothing. Food supplies are okay, but the amount of medicines is less than that. Now everyone has some hyperoxia symptoms, which is really too many monks and too little porridge. So a bottom line must be drawn up. And now what can be exchanged is nothing more than the monetary assets before the end of the world, and the precious materials after the end of the world. Although Li Fei's family has no money, if people see the supplies for sale, they may not be able to hold back and come to spend money. So no matter what, this trip to the hospital is not a big loss overall. Li Su nodded slowly to show his agreement, and couldn't help asking again. According to what you said, do we have to stay outside all day? But we still have to go to the space once. Right? Li Fei understood his concerns. There was no weapon-type exotic plant on the farm. When the zombies came, they could only destroy them together. Otherwise the farm would be destroyed. So they had to go in at least once. Don't panic. Li Fei remained calm. After all, we don't go out much. We can find more things outside. As for the problem of the zombies, I thought that after the time came, we would find a place where there was no one and no surveillance. Then you and I would go. Or a Xian and I would go. And the other person would stay to keep watch. We would come out after the work in the space was done. Li Su and Li Xian both nodded and agreed. After the meal, the three of them started to pack their equipment. The mountaineering bag was a bit too conspicuous, so they each found a backpack to carry. Like shopping malls, hospitals should not allow sharp weapons to be brought in, so most of the weapons are still stored in their backpacks. However, Li Fei still brought blunt weapons and self-defense equipment, such as batons, electric batons, and pepper spray, which was becoming more and more convenient to use. The 8th hospital is several kilometers away from the community. In addition to staying hydrated, sun protection is also very important when traveling under the sun. Li Fei stocked up on sunproof clothes when stocking up, and everyone had to wear one, as well as the anti-heat cooling bag that also contained cooling patches, floral water, and cold towels. Li Fei also took out a tube of sunscreen and applied it. Since he had the conditions, he would of course use it all. And finally, of course, it was the luminous mask produced by the space. They would have large movements later, and the amount of high oxygen air they inhaled would inevitably increase. So they had to equip themselves for this trip. Noon is the hottest time of the day. The sun hanging in the sky seems to have become bigger, and the heat has increased a lot. Li Fei just turned off the air conditioner, and after only an instant's stick of time, he felt that the air around him had warmed up. It's really impossible to do without air conditioning in this hot weather. I don't know how to get through the extreme heat in the future. You can put on the luminous mask with a thought in your mind. And the luminous mask looks like an ordinary black mask, covering the entire lower half of the face on your face. It won't be too eye-catching. Only Li Fei and the other two know the difference between this and other masks. When breathing, you can smell a hint of tobacco. But this smell is different from the usual second-hand smoke. There is also a little floral scent in the tail note. When combined together, it is a bit like some kind of aromatic smoky perfume. Not strong. Just a light touch. So it won't feel greasy. As for its efficacy, we have to wait until the action to evaluate it. After confirming that it is correct, the family of 3 is ready to set off. All the way downstairs. The safety corridor is terribly quiet, as if only their own footsteps and breathing can be heard. The 3 of them have never stopped exercising. They went down 19 floors in one breath. And with the blessing of the luminous masks, it felt like they had walked a few more steps on flat ground. However, when they arrived at the bottom of the building and looked around, they were still shocked for a moment. Looking from a height of nearly 20 floors, they didn't realize how big the mutant plants had become. But they experienced it for themselves when they came downstairs. The branches and leaves of the trees in the community were so lush that they could be used as roofs. You couldn't see the tops when you looked up, but the trees could grow so high. But the green belts in the community were a different kind of scenery. Large flowers were crowded together, and even the stamens inside were clearly visible. Some were even squeezed to the wall and grew up along the wall. The colors were rich, and the smell was greasy. Fortunately, they were wearing masks. Li Xian couldn't help but exclaimed, "This scene is just like traveling back to the Carboniferous period." The Carboniferous period is a famous era of plant prosperity, but most people probably don't know about it. According to normal people's thinking, it's as if humans have shrunk. The trees that were usually cut down, or the flowers that could be crushed with 1 foot, all mutated and grew. Although people also vaguely sensed a hint of danger, they ignored them as soon as the news of the hospital's opening came out, and rushed there without stopping, leaving these mutated plants swaying slightly in the breeze. And in a community where there are at least a few people walking around on weekdays, there is no one to be seen at this time. It is completely silent. Those who don't know would think that this community has become empty because there are no survivors. Li Fei suddenly felt that they had traveled to the future. In the future, many communities will become dead zones. There are usually two results for mutant plants. One is ordinary mutation. The other is zombieization. But the latter will increase sharply during the polar night. It can be said that they have awakened there. And now they are just recuperating and storing energy. Even so, Li Fei still told Li Su and Li Xian to be careful before going to the back door of the community together. Unexpectedly, the back door of the community was locked by the property management. And there were dark green thin vines wrapped around the iron gate. Li Fei frowned and had to go to the front door of the community again. I really didn't meet anyone on the road. This community has become like this. So you can imagine what the situation is like in other communities. And you can even imagine what it is like in the hospital. I don't know how many hospitals have been opened in our district. Otherwise it will really not be crowded. When we arrived at the gate of the community, the road was a little busier. But all the vehicles were going in one direction. As long as there were still speeding and various traffic jams, the road conditions would still not be very good. Li Xian asked, "Sister, do we have to walk over there?" Li Fei shook her head and pointed in one direction. The two brothers looked over there and saw something in the grass that was as tall as their waists. It looked shiny in the sun. Li Su and Li Xian walked over and pulled away the grass, only to find that there were many shared bicycles stacked in a crooked manner. Li Xian said excitedly, "Sister, you are amazing. How did you know there were cars here? Although not as fast as 4 wheels. It is faster than a pair of feet and safer than on the road. Because there is a drop-off point not far from the entrance of the community. Before the end of the world, some people directly unlocked it and took it for themselves. Let alone after the end of the world. And most of them are for mobility. And some of them end up in this community. So there must be a few around." While explaining, Li Fei picked up an undamaged bicycle and rode on it. "Let's go. I've seen the map. We can ride bicycles to the 8th hospital. If we are faster, it will take less than 3/4 of an hour. And these vehicles can point me in a more correct direction. But if we pass by a store that has not been looted yet, we can also go in and take a look." Li Su and Li Xian agreed, and each picked a bicycle and rode closely behind Li Fei. However, this road was not so easy to walk. First, there were often car accidents. Sometimes the two drivers would open the window and curse each other. Sometimes the car body would smoke, but there would be no movement. One party would get off and hit the car body, and finally return to his own car in anger. There were also some cases where the car suddenly lost control while driving and swayed and hit the roadside. They could all figure out what happened. And the further they went, the more they could see people riding bicycles like them. And people walking carefully and slowly on the sidewalk. Either it was because of physical reasons, or it was because of the mutated plants on the roadside. Originally, the green belts were placed on the highway to eliminate driver fatigue and reduce traffic accidents, as well as to purify the environment and beautify it. However, if the green belts have undergone mutations, the result will be more disadvantages than advantages. Cars can pass by at high speed, and a few closed windows will not affect anything. They, who are exposed, must be very careful. There are trees and shrubs planted on both sides of the road. At this time, they have grown very tall, as if 1 or 2 trees can form a forest. The green belt in the middle of the highway is planted with colorful flowers, which are also huge and blooming. But many of them have been hit and trampled by cars. The last time they went out to search for supplies, they brought home a treadmill and a spinning bike. If they got tired of running, they could change their taste. So they rode the bikes a lot, and they could do their best to use the maximum speed when they were on the road. Li Fei and the other two were able to leave those who chose to walk far behind on their bikes. But they could almost meet those who also rode bikes. She didn't want to get close to strangers, so she moved quickly in loose places, and would rather slow down slightly in crowded places to let them go first. However, the idea was good, but in reality, there were some blind people who were willing to play 1 or 2 episodes. Chapter 129. Swoosh. Li Fei frowned and glanced sideways, and saw that there was also a bicycle riding side by side with her. It looked like a young man, wearing sports equipment, even a helmet and sunglasses, making people think that this was before the end of the world. And that sound was the sound of the man whistling. And he then asked frivolously, "Hi, beautiful lady. Are you going to the hospital too?" She was wearing a mask and the hood of her sun protection jacket. So how could he see her clearly? Don't you think every woman looks like this? After all, it is the hot summer season now, and the clothes are naturally thin. Although Li Fei is still wearing a sun protection jacket, the sun protection jacket itself is not thick. Riding a bicycle and facing the wind, it is inevitable that some of the lines of her body are outlined. Li Fei was too lazy to answer him, and she accelerated forward to try to get rid of him. Li Su and Li Xian were following her, one in front and one behind. The former followed closely, and when he saw that Li Fei was being approached, he also accelerated to go in front of her to protect her. Who knew that the man seemed to be more interested when he saw that Li Fei didn't answer. He also noticed Li Su, snorted and laughed, bent his waist and easily caught up with her, and they were in the same position, leaving no room for Li Su. Li Fei's heart skipped a beat, and she saw the man's figure from the corner of her eye. She suspected that he might be a professional cyclist. Athletes are always in good physical condition, and should be able to endure the early symptoms of high oxygen. It seems that rushing will not lead to any results. Her speed is definitely not as fast as his, so she has to find a way to outsmart him. Thinking of this, Li Fei tightened her grip on the handlebars and slowed down. Of course, the man noticed it immediately. His eyes under the sunglasses were full of smugness and a meaningful gaze. He also slowed down and said with a smile, "Don't be so nervous. Beautiful lady, I just want to get to know you. If I go to the hospital, I'll have a companion." Most importantly, he also relaxed his vigilance. So Li Fei took out the electric baton from her backpack without hesitation, turned on the switch and stabbed the man in a flash, and the highest volt current crackled and rang. It was so funny. She didn't know how many monsters she had killed in the mine. She had already practiced her own set of attack skills. With this enchanted weapon, wouldn't it be easy to deal with ordinary people? The man screamed and trembled as he fell out of the car. He fell heavily to the ground, and even hit his head on the steps. However, he was wearing a helmet, so he should not be injured. Li Fei stopped the car with a squeak, and Li Su braked as well, and asked calmly, Fei, are you okay?" "No, I was just hit on." Li Fei got out of the car, and the electric baton in his hand was still crackling. The man was shocked and had not recovered yet. He half lay on the side of the road, and his sunglasses fell to the side, revealing his whole face. He soon showed an angry expression and said, "Fuck. Isn't it just a question? Do you have to do this? Do you know who I am? I will fucking make you Li Fei was a ruthless man who didn't talk much. She used the electric baton to shock his chest twice, and finally shocked his mouth, who made him swear. The man couldn't speak now, but his chest was shaking violently. His eyes stared at her hatefully, as if he wanted to cut her into pieces. However, Li Fei raised the electric baton again, and he was so scared that he closed his eyes and trembled. Li Fei spat. This bear also imitated others to chat up with a playful smile. She put away the electric baton and picked up the man's bike. The narrower handlebars and tires seemed to be a road bike. The design of road bikes is specially designed to increase speed. In short, it is definitely easier to ride than a bicycle. Li Fei looked at the car seat, wiped it with a wet towel before sitting down, and waved to Li Su and Li Xian. "Let's go. Let's continue." Li Xian, who followed behind, wiped his sweat after seeing the whole journey. Obviously, the sweat was caused by the heat, but for some reason, he felt a little cold. The three people left the man and walked away. The people who saw the scene from afar and dared not move forward and stop temporarily looked forward slowly. They saw that the man who was still lying on the road had a pale face and a dull expression. The exposed skin on his body was still jumping and shrinking. Everyone was shocked. Obviously, the man did not do anything out of the ordinary. This woman was really cruel. She robbed the car and ran away. With a road bike, cycling becomes more convenient. Li Su and Li Xian followed Li Fei about 100 meters behind her and could see her figure. Time passed quickly, and they were already halfway through their journey. It seemed that there were more cars on the road, which was the advantage of cyclists and pedestrians. However, while riding, Li Fei did not forget to look around at the store doors on both sides. Like restaurants, convenience stores, bakeries, grocery stores, and small supermarkets, there were heavy traces of smashing and looting, indicating that there must be only shelves and cabinets left inside. Nowadays, people still pay more attention to eating and drinking. The second is pharmacies. Pharmacies usually have glass doors, which are easier to smash and loot. The glass counters inside were also broken, and there was no trace of medicine. The rescue army certainly can't do anything about these things, and they may even turn a blind eye. After all, the superiors should know that this is far more than a disaster. Even if they send all-out rescue efforts, it will probably not be enough in the end. So people can only save themselves. But some shops, people didn't pay attention to them for a while. For example, in the flower shop, you can see the flowers that have completely withered and almost turned into water before the polar day comes through the French windows. For example, in the glasses shop, the glasses frames are still well preserved. There are also mobile phone repair films. So the various restaurants can't get the wool. But they don't have to care about these now, but can pay attention to other things. Probably because they had reached a prosperous area before the end of the world. As more and more shops appeared on the road, Li Fei's speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. When they found a shop they liked, Li Su and Li Xian would stop at the door of the shop to watch, and Li Fei would go in alone to search. The first shop they saw was a pet shop. As soon as Li Fei saw the pet shop, he thought of the pet house that was about to be built in their space. Although he didn't know whether they would eat pet food in reality, there were many supplies in it that must have not been taken away, so it would be a waste not to take them. As soon as Li Fei walked into the store, he suddenly smelled a strong rotten smell, which could be smelled even with a mask on. Looking closely, it turned out that there were many corpses of animals in the cage that were so rotten that it was impossible to tell what they were before they were born. They were completely dried up, so there were no maggots or anything. It seems that these are pets that were deposited before the end of the world, but they didn't wait for their owners to come back. Of course, they may have died directly when they mutated. Li Fei didn't waste time and started to search directly. Nowadays, pets are sometimes more valuable than people, and the inventory at the back is full of pet supplies. There is no need to talk about various pet foods, as well as utensils, cleaning supplies, beauty products, etc. She put them all in her backpack, especially cat litter, which is a good thing. Its use may be similar to the curing agent in the portable toilet. When Li Fei wanted to leave this area, she suddenly found that there was a freezer in this pet shop. Could it be that the owner's food was stored in it? Li Fei went forward and opened it. There were several rows of plastic cans inside. She picked up a can and opened it to take a look. She frowned inside. This piece of flesh color looked like a skinned white mouse. There were also dried worms in other cans, which seemed to be of different species, and freeze-dried chicks. Wait. Li Fei was stunned. Could this be food for reptiles? After all, reptiles are also a new type of pet now, and many people keep them. Isn't there one next door? After a pause, Li Fei put it into the backpack together with the freezer. I'm sure I can make a fortune again. After leaving the pet shop, the three of them rode in the direction of the traffic, passing by women's and men's clothing, underwear, bags, and shoe stores. Li Fei stopped and went in to buy everything. Clothes are not so easy to be damaged. As long as you don't pick and choose, you can wear them for many years. And they can be stacked with some of the clothes that Li Fei bought when she was stocking up, so they don't take up new grids. Then, when passing by a stationery store, Li Fei also went into search. In the era when young people sometimes couldn't remember how to write when they picked up a pen, it went back to the past after the end of the world. So stationery will play a big role one day, especially a large amount of paper. After that, Li Fei passed by a state-owned bookstore and put most of the books in it into her backpack. She couldn't search the small library, so could she not search the bookstore? Reading books to cultivate sentiment is a good way to kill time. And then, Li Fei and the other two arrived at a battery car specialty store. But after thinking about it, Li Fei gave up riding a battery car. After all, the battery car needs to be charged. What if it suddenly runs out of power on the way? Bicycles can be ridden all the time as long as they are not broken. However, just in case, Li Fei still collected 3 electric bikes and some batteries. Occasionally, she would brush against the soft petals of green plants while riding. Fortunately, the mutation did not affect this aspect. Otherwise this journey would have been even more difficult. After turning a corner, Li Fei stopped the car again. She tilted her head and looked around, and found another store. Although it was daytime, it was still dark inside. It didn't look so messy, and no one should have been there. It was a home furnishing store. selling furniture and other products. And almost all the items in the store were made of raw wood. Li Fei thought about collecting some furniture appropriately. If something happened in the future, she could just find another house and move in directly. So she wanted to go in and search. But she had collected so many supplies before. And the backpack grid was counted by type. So this time Li Su waved his hand and collected all the decorative furniture and kitchen and bathroom appliances. Li Su clenched his fist and said with a little surprise, "I didn't expect this feeling to be so good." Li Fei patted his shoulder and said, "Brother, welcome to the pit." Li Xian, what kind of thing is suitable for pits? Fortunately, there are not many pedestrians on the street. When they collect supplies, if conditions permit, they will draw all the curtains in the store and find the surveillance to turn off. There must be someone left outside the store to keep watch. So no accidents occurred. Walking out of the store and continuing to ride forward, Li Fei looked up. The lush shade of the trees blocked most of the hot sunlight, which made the light spots and shadows under the trees appear large. This should be a good thing. But she suddenly found that when she came to this road she had never been to before, there were large upright shrubs planted on both sides, and they were already blooming huge flowers. The color of the flowers was delicate pink, and the petals were round, like a big umbrella, swaying slowly among the branches and leaves. Li Fei didn't know much about plants, and the mutated appearance made it even more difficult for her to distinguish them. But she couldn't recognize it. But she always had the opportunity to notice something wrong. She braked suddenly at a certain place, and saw a person sitting on the ground half leaning against a thick tree trunk, gasping for breath and looking very uncomfortable. In fact, this situation is not uncommon nowadays. But Li Fei carefully checked and found that the person coughed, and actually spit out some white foam. And his whole body was trembling. It feels like more than just the symptoms of high oxygen. Li Fei frowned suspiciously. And at this moment, the branches and leaves of the treetops moved slightly. Perhaps a small breeze blew by again. She saw the petals dancing with their own eyes, surrounded by some tiny white particles like dandruff, which also floated in the whole environment with the wind. Li Fei was stunned for a moment, then suddenly remembered something, and hurriedly rode forward again. But this time, he looked more like he wanted to escape. It was pollen. After the flower mutated, it might shed a lot of pollen. Even if it wasn't for this, with such a large flower, and so many of them, the pollen would inevitably accumulate into a large amount. And the pollen of some flowers is highly toxic. As expected, the same ornamental flowers were planted on this road, and the people walking on it kept coughing and running their noses. Their eyes were tearing up, and their skin was itchy. Li Fei wanted to sneeze when she saw it. Who knew that she didn't sneeze? But another person sneezed repeatedly, and almost lost his grip on the handlebars. Li Fei turned around, slowed down, and asked with concern, "Brother, are you okay?" Li Su rubbed the tip of his nose through the mask. Fortunately, they were all wearing sunscreen clothing. Otherwise they would definitely wear thin clothes and expose their skin in this weather. But they didn't expect that even with masks, the pollen would still penetrate everywhere. Besides, they didn't cover their entire bodies. Their eyes were not protected. Maybe wearing a mask reduced the power of these pollens. Li Xian thought it was sweat flowing into his eyes, or he was uncomfortable because of the wind. He endured the discomfort and blinked, and suggested, "Let's leave here early and solve it later." Li Fei felt a little guilty for no reason. She should have thought of it long ago. Even if she went out, she would have time to think about it. And then maybe she could take out the goggles from the storage box and put them on. It was too late to put them on now. Li Su's eyes quickly became a little red and swollen, but he didn't dare to touch them. Seeing Li Fei's expression change, he hurriedly comforted her. "Xian is right. Let's go first. It's okay." They were really lucky. If they were too exposed, or if they had asthma, they might not be able to get out of this pile of pollen. After that, the three of them rode away from the group of green plants with pink flowers, found a corner, took out bottled water to wash their eyes, and felt much better. The bottle was not filled with ordinary purified water, but well water from the space. I wonder if this is the reason why the toxic pollen can be completely washed away. However, the eye problem was solved, but Li Su still sneezed sometimes, and his nose was still blocked. He was the only one who had this symptom, and he looked a little embarrassed until the next section of the road. For some reason, Li Fei suddenly remembered the card Ningxu Wan had given him. Well, if he wanted to get closer, he could lean on it. I just hope there won't be any more twists and turns next. Chapter 130. They walked and stopped along the way. And when they saw that the traffic was getting more and more crowded and the friction was more, they knew that they were about to reach the destination. But because they looted supplies on the road and encountered some twists and turns, it took a little longer than originally expected. Fortunately, the hospital should not be closed at this time. Li Xian was exhausted, and his sunscreen clothes seemed to be soaked. He was originally fair-skinned, and his red face was particularly obvious after high-intensity and long-term exercise. It seemed that the bicycle under him was about to be scrapped. Li Fei suggested taking a break when seeing this, and they found a small cafe that had been smashed and went in. I have to say that there are really many coffee shops in S City, regardless of whether they are mainly engaged in or selling desserts. You can find a coffee shop every few dozen numbers on a street. The area of this coffee shop is not too large, but the interior is messy. The fallen tables and chairs are covered with a layer of dust, and there are also dried dark bloodstains on the ground. Usually there are more bloodstains in such restaurants. Maybe it is not because of zombies, but because humans are fighting for supplies. The three of them cleaned up the tables and chairs, wiped them with wet wipes, and sat down. They took out sports drinks from their backpacks and drank them. The sweet taste immediately soothed their restless and hot bodies and calmed them down. Li Xian sighed and felt alive again. He looked out the French window and asked, "Sister, look at the crowded car. It seems that we can't even get through on our bicycles? There should be only a little bit of road left. We can just walk over. That high roof is the roof of the 8th hospital. It's just that we are on the other side, so we can't see the name engraved on the building." Li Fei explained and started to flip through her backpack and asked, "Are you hungry? I brought some food with me. I guess we will have to queue up like we did in the mall. We can't do without some energy." Li Xian nodded immediately like a chicken pecking at rice. He had a full lunch, so he didn't feel embarrassed to say that he was hungry. His sister was thoughtful. Li Fei took out the croissants made in the oven at home, which were just the right size for one hand to hold, and regarded them as afternoon tea. As afternoon tea? Since there was bread, how could there be no drinks? Li Fei took out several bottles of coffee drinks like a magic trick, which could be drunk directly with a tube inserted. Li Su declined the coffee, and Li Xian quickly chewed the soft and sweet croissants, sipping a latte from time to time, which tasted really amazing. But just as he was relaxing, an abrupt voice suddenly appeared in this originally quiet little cafe. "Oh my god! Look! They are eating bread and drinking coffee? Is it true? Am I seeing right?" Li Fei rolled his eyes when he heard this. This kind of cafe usually has floor-to-ceiling windows, so they specially found a corner, but they didn't expect to be discovered by others. It's really annoying. If it weren't for the medicine and supplies, it would be better to stay at home. Li Xian quickly stuffed the last piece of bread into his mouth, but his puffed mouth seemed to be more obvious, and it greatly stimulated the people at the door. They even thought he was provoking them and got angry. "How could you have such supplies? Where did you get them? Damn it. I also want to be so leisurely. Damn it. If I had this food, my family wouldn't be." They were all young and middle-aged men. Perhaps the women stayed at home, and the elderly and children were most likely gone. Li Su hadn't finished eating yet, but he pulled up his sleeves and cleverly put the remaining bread into his backpack without anyone noticing. He stood up and said in a serious voice, "What are you arguing about? Isn't your purpose to go to the hospital? Why don't you hurry up and line up? Why do you care about us?" Li Su had some tendon muscles. After these days of exercise and timely supplements, his figure seemed to be stronger, and he looked much stronger than these pale-faced and thinner men in front of him. Sure enough, some people took a few steps back and closed their mouths because of this. And some people remembered the purpose of their trip, glared and left angrily. But there were still people who stayed at the door of the broken cafe. Not only their eyes began to gradually emit greedy eyes, but their feet also stretched involuntarily. They didn't have the energy to think about it at the moment. They only saw them eating and drinking, so there must be food supplies in their backpacks. Besides, there were only 3 of them. Could they resist a group of them? The most important thing is that the mask should be taken off when eating and drinking. So they all saw Li Fei at the same time. Now all ordinary people have been hungry to some extent, coupled with the symptoms of high temperature, thirst and high oxygen. Even if they are not pale and skinny, they must be in a state of depression. Especially women. Their hair, skin and spirit can be completely seen to be different from before the end of the world. But the young woman in front of them has a good figure and a radiant face. There are sweat-soaked hair tips on her ears, outlining a beautiful face. It looks like she has never been hungry. Not to mention how outstanding she is among other women. Some people stared at Li Fei and couldn't move. Even bystanders could see the deep meaning in their eyes. This bystander naturally included Li Su. After he noticed it, his face darkened, and he went straight to block Li Fei. He clenched his fist and whispered, "Are you still not leaving? Do you want me to coax you to leave?" There is no need to be polite to such people. Being blocked like this, those people were unhappy. And the people who wanted supplies in the front also became annoyed and spat. "It's just a little supply. Why are you showing off? We are almost starving to death. And you are still leisurely. This is not fair. Hurry up and give us some. Just as if we are sharing. We can forgive the past. Anyway, you can have a lot of food together. Right? It doesn't matter what we have." "That's right. If it doesn't work, we can buy it. You are going to the hospital too. Right? You still need to get medicine when the time comes. And you can't do it without money. We should help each other." Someone clenched his fist again, looking a little more energetic than others, and said fiercely, "Since we are all going to the hospital, we will definitely meet each other soon. If you don't want to get into trouble, then you should think about what to do." Someone was afraid that they would be soft-hearted. So they quickly put on a begging posture and said with a bitter face, "Please, it's not easy to get here. I'm really so hungry that I can't walk. I can also pay for it. Just ask for one bite." Some people didn't say anything, either joining in the fun or quietly changing positions, trying to continue staring at Li Fei with lustful eyes. Li Fei put on her mask after finishing her last bite of bread and her last sip of latte, and waited quietly with her arms folded. She was still wearing the hat of her sun protection jacket, and with her head lowered. Others couldn't tell whether she was awake or resting with her eyes closed, but they always seemed to feel a hint of indifference and contempt. It was already hot, and those who stared at Li Fei were also angry. This woman actually looked down on them? Thinking of this, they all went to the door. Maybe they didn't dare to act rashly, but they were good at fanning the flames and cheering on the side. Li Su was about to say something, but Li Xian wiped his mouth and came forward and said loudly, "Bah! How dare you say that? You have hands and feet, but don't go looking for supplies. You only come to ask for supplies when you see others have them. What's the difference between you and beggars? You are willing to be beggars, right? What's wrong with me having supplies? Anyway, I won't give them to you even if I feed them to dogs." Lulululu. In fact, Li Su also knew that he had to take action no matter what. But he didn't expect Li Xian to be so direct. "Isn't this pure sarcasm?" he said helplessly. "Ashwan? You? It's okay, brother." Li Su had already set up his posture and said eagerly, "Sister Ning and I have learned a lot, and we are worried that we don't have the opportunity to practice. Here are these sandbags. Don't you want to try it?" After hearing these words, Li Su was indeed a little moved. No matter what he learned, he had to put it into practice in the end. Otherwise, how would he know how well he had learned it? The cafe was not big to begin with, so the people at the door naturally heard the conversation between the two brothers. Looking at their movements, they felt a sense of coldness behind them in the hot summer weather. Are these two martial artists? Do you want to use them as sandbags? Then it would be useless even if there were supplies. Although the hospital was not far away, the ambulance had already stopped working, and it was impossible for anyone to take them to the hospital. Even if they were taken in, there would probably be no doctor to see them, so they would avoid getting hurt if they could. This idea gradually spread, and many people left and stopped eating melons. But the people who gathered at the door were first attracted by Li Xian's sarcastic words, and then completely angered by their posture, especially the man who was more energetic than the people around him. His face was red, and he rushed over with clenched fists. "If you don't accept the toast, you will drink the penalty wine. You are looking for death. Once someone takes the lead, others will follow. And the target is the backpacks of the three people. There must be a lot of good things in them." And Li Su kicked quickly, hitting the man's chest, and kicked him half a meter away, pushing down the people behind him like a bowling ball. People who have been eating regularly, and in large quantities, have much more strength than those who have eaten less every meal. Li Fei estimated that this man, with a little spirit, has a richer family. But it does not meet the standards before the end of the world. TSK. This sentence is simply predicting his fate. Fortunately, There is a backpack behind this man, which actually buffered him. He cried out in pain and covered his chest. In a blink of an eye, he saw the people behind him who dared not move forward anymore, and roared angrily. What the hell? Why do I have to go? What are you waiting for? There are only 2 of them, and we are a group of people. Can't we beat them? When the time comes, take away all their supplies. And the women too. People's minds really became active, especially when they heard the last sentence. They all regained confidence. Of course, the temptation of supplies and women is too great. There are still a lot of supplies and very beautiful women. First come first served. They seemed to have immediately transformed into hungry wolves that didn't care about anything and pounced on him one by one, showing their bestiality. Li Su and Li Xian certainly wouldn't let them succeed, and the man's words also made them furious. One of them stretched out his fist, and the other kicked out his leg, and each strike used his full strength. After all, they had just rested. There was no need to say much about Li Su. Li Xian also gradually trained his physical fitness with the facilities placed at home. Moreover, Ning Xuan treated everyone equally when teaching, and even if they didn't go to learn Sanda from the latter, there were sandbags and boxing gloves at home, as well as teaching videos downloaded in advance, which could be of some help. For example, now, he was not short, but his face still had a bit of childishness, which even confused the other party and made them underestimate him. Originally, they thought he was just talking nonsense and was not very old, so he was not a threat. Who knew he was just as crazy when fighting? And his face was full of excitement, more active than the man next to him. This young man is so scary. Several men lying on the ground and groaning soon fell to the ground, and they had no strength to stand up again. Seeing this, the people behind them came to their senses instantly, and their eyes were clear. They dared not come forward no matter what. Some people kicked the man who was still sitting on the ground and was kicked by Li Su, and cursed. Did you do this on purpose? If you want to die, don't take us with you. It was unclear whether he was doing this for Li Fei and the others to see, or if he was really angry. Although the man was kicked once, he was stronger than the other men. He was kicked again for no reason. He was immediately angry and quickly grabbed the other man's ankle and dragged him down, cursing. Who are you? How dare you kick me? I'll teach you a lesson. Then the 2 of them lay down and wrestled together. The scene was like a dog-eat-dog scene. The former rode on the latter, determined to save face, punched the latter in the face with both hands, and the latter's nose was bleeding. Seeing this, the people behind him who had not fallen to the ground immediately dispersed, and the people who fell to the ground before also pretended to be dead. Listening to the screams of the beaten man, Li Fei raised his hand and yawned leisurely, then stood up and said, "We have rested well and warmed up. It's time to go. We haven't reached our destination yet." Strength is mutual. Although Li Su and Li Xian knocked down the people who rushed over, their fists were also sore. It turned out that bare hands were not as effective as weapons, so they didn't want to fight anymore. The 2 nodded and put on their bags. But the small cafe was occupied by the couple who were still fighting, which was equivalent to blocking their way. The man who was ridden seemed to be unable to swallow this breath. He was beaten to a bloody half and didn't admit defeat at all. Even if he didn't move, he was still holding the collar of the man above tightly. But Li Fei and the others didn't have the patience to wait for them to finish. Li Xian had long legs, so he simply kicked over again, kicking the defenseless man above him out. Get out! Get out! A good dog doesn't block the road? You? The man tilted his head and spat out a mouthful of blood foam, seemingly still unwilling, but had to retreat temporarily. After all, the 2 brothers in front of him could really fight 10 people 2 by 2. Now he was alone. If he went forward rashly, wouldn't he really be looking for death? He had no choice but to say a harsh word in a hoarse voice. "Don't let me see you again, or you will be in trouble." After he said that, he also gave up the man he beat up, and turned around and left the cafe with his bag on his back, while the man who was ridden seemed to have dissipated his last breath, closed his eyes, kicked his legs, and died without a sound. However, Li Fei and the other 2 did not want to find out what happened to him. After packing up, they walked out of the cafe. There was no audience around. This was a great success for Li Xian. He threw a few punches like a real boxer, and asked excitedly, "Sister, brother, how were those punches I threw just now?" Li Su smiled and said, I didn't expect you and Ningshu 1 to learn so seriously. Strength can be increased slowly, but skills need practice. This is not the same as going down the mine to kill monsters. This time, he can be considered a first victory. Li Fei also smiled and said, 3 punches and 2 kicks are okay. But don't be too proud. They are just ordinary people who don't eat enough and have the side effects of high oxygen. If you are lucky enough to meet a professional, you may be defeated. Li Xian, can this be called good luck? But what she said is not without reason. Didn't she meet a professional cyclist who came to chat with her before? There is no way that there are no professionals in fighting in the whole S city. At best, they are just a little better than ordinary people. I know. Sister. Li Xian restrained himself a little. He looked up and saw the gray-brown building standing in the blue sky. The glass windows on it reflected the diamond-like brilliance in the sun. He asked again, that's the 8th hospital. Right. Let's go! The bicycle had been put into the backpack in advance. Li Fei nodded, grabbed the backpack strap and led the 2 people to stride in that direction. Let's go! Chapter 131. Wu Sini woke up after just a few hours, saying he was catching up on sleep. Now there was no morning, and the temperature was rising. He would be greeted by bright sunshine as soon as he opened his eyes. If it weren't for the air conditioning, he probably wouldn't have slept well for a few hours. Now he used wet wipes, mouthwash and dental floss for washing. Fortunately, in the past few days, people only competed for food supplies and didn't pay much attention to such non-essential supplies. He drove to look for them, which was also a bargain for him. However, Wu Sini, like the people around him, would save as much as possible on the most important food supplies. But that didn't include Susu. He made Susu turn back to the size of a corn snake, fed her snake food and a baby rat, and suddenly became entangled. Should he take Susu out this time? Since he learned about the existence of mutant animals, Wu Sini also understood that Susu would be his trump card, so he would take it with him whenever he left home. Susu was very obedient and quiet, and would not suddenly grow and appear without his order. The hospital was crowded with people and full of dangers. Susu seemed to know what he was thinking. It spit out its snake tongue as if it was savoring the delicious food just now, and then it suddenly climbed onto his body. It seemed that it had made a decision for him and would never change it. Wu Sini touched its little head helplessly. After changing clothes, Susu shrank and hid on his body. He put on a mask, and the man and the snake were ready to set off. After leaving home and locking the door, he looked at 1902. It was still quiet. Perhaps they hadn't gotten up yet. After all, it was still early in the morning. Wu Sini yawned silently and went downstairs. There was a ramp at each unit door, which was specially prepared for people in wheelchairs. He leaned against the metal railing and waited for a while. From a distance, he saw a man with a gun in camouflage uniform and a military cap walking towards him in a straight line. He raised his hand to look at the watch. Well, it was the agreed time. Exactly. The rescuer saluted and asked, hello. Is this Dr. Wu Sini? Wu Sini nodded and said, hello. I am. To prove it, he even took out his ID card. After all, isn't the purpose of an ID card to verify one's identity? He guessed that he would still need it when he got to the hospital. The rescue soldier took it and looked at it, but it seemed more like he was just going through the motions, and said with a gentle face, Dr. Wu, please follow me. The other medical staff are gathered at the gate of the community. The car is parked outside the gate of the community and will take you to the hospital. Are you also from the 3rd team? Wu Sini asked. The rescue soldier nodded and explained patiently, yes. That's right. If you want to ask Deputy Captain Gao, he has already gone to the hospital to organize the operation in advance, and sent us to pick up the medical staff and area are to go to the 8th hospital together. Wu Sini thought for a moment and asked again, is it true that only the 8th hospital is open in Zone R? Won't it be overcrowded? The 8th hospital is not small, but it is absolutely impossible to accommodate the entire population of Zone R. The rescue army shook their heads and explained, no. In fact, when we requisition medical locations in Zone R, we observe the map and only plan to make the 8th hospital the center. In addition, 2 hospitals were open for people to go for treatment. Although Wu Sini understood, he was not optimistic about this move. The predecessor of the 8th hospital has a history of nearly 100 years and is the highest level hospital. From his tone, the other 2 hospitals should be lower level hospitals. Even before the end of the world, Most people wanted to go to the top hospitals for treatment, believing that the medical equipment there was more advanced and accurate, and the doctor's medical skills were more professional and superb. Not to mention after the end of the world, the side effects of high oxygen must have appeared on a large scale now. But ordinary people don't know, or may not believe it. They just think they are sick. And the symptoms are a bit similar to the flu before the new year. And they probably think it is an infectious disease. So if they want to get treatment, many people will definitely go to the big hospitals. Of course, whether they can come smoothly in the end is another matter. I am afraid that some people are closer to the 2 hospitals, but they still choose to travel a long way to the 8th hospital for treatment. However, how to maintain order inside and outside the hospital is not what Wusini should think about. After all, he is a doctor, and treating diseases is his main job, and what he has to do today. There are no zombies in the community for a long time, but the tall and lush green trees and bright and huge flowers still make people feel a kind of weird and hidden danger. So even the guide habitually points a gun at them, without any obstacles. Wusini and the rescuer quickly arrived at the gate of the community. A man and a woman stood near the security room. Wusini saw them from a distance and became suspicious. Are there only these 2 medical staff in the community? After the rescuer brought him, he saluted the 3 again and said seriously, "The personnel have been gathered. I will take you there. Please follow me." The 3 so-called medical staff met, but did not say hello or anything. In other words, everyone seemed to have an occupational disease and wore a mask, covering the lower half of their faces. When Wusini walked out of the gate of the community with the rescuer, he did not expect that he would get on a military vehicle. But he did not expect that there was a bus parked within a stone's throw. But he was relieved soon. The bus can carry more people. To maintain the operation of the 8th hospital today, it is definitely not possible for only the 3 of them. Maybe they have to go to other communities to pick up people, and then go together. So they need to agree on such an early time. The driver opened the door, and it seemed to be a rescue soldier, with a gun next to him. When Wusini got on the bus, he felt that the car was very stuffy. Even with a mask on, he could smell a faint sour smell. Indeed, cleanliness is a problem now. And it is a hot day when you can sweat just by moving. Doctors are bound to have some habitual cleanliness. Wusini is not completely free of it. But now it is the end of the world. So he naturally cured it. He sighed silently in his heart and got on the bus. The car was already half full, with men and women, young and mature, wearing masks and not wearing masks. The only thing that remained unchanged was the depressed and weak aura on their bodies, which could be detected through the backrests. Who knows if they also have symptoms of hyperoxia? But since they agreed to go to the hospital, they either did it for supplies or really wanted to help others. Sit down in order. Wusini happened to be in a window seat. The car window was wiped, and there was a slight vibration under his body, indicating that the car was about to start. There were only 4 seats in the first row except the aisle, so someone soon sat next to him. "Hello. Are you Dr. Wu?" The carriage was already very quiet, with so many medical staff gathered together. If it was before the end of the world, they would probably have had some conversations. But at this time, probably because they wanted to conserve their energy, or because they really had no energy, everyone half closed their eyes and didn't speak, which made the words that were spoken in a low voice inexplicably excited. Moreover, the person sitting next to him said it, and it was the woman standing at the gate at that time. Wusini tilted his head. The woman had black hair that was ear length, bright eyes on the upper half of her face, and a smile at the end of her eyes. She looked very young, as if she had just graduated. Why did he think of this immediately? Of course, the nurses' station of the 8th hospital just happened to have a group of young nurses this year. Unfortunately, they had not been in internship for half a year. First, they encountered influenza, and then the end of the world. This time he went to the 8th hospital. He was afraid that he would not see many of them. Wusini nodded and replied, "Yes. Wow. I didn't expect that I could actually meet a celebrity. I didn't believe it when they told me that you lived in our community. But it turned out to be true. I watched that documentary 3 times in a row." The young woman spoke out all her words in one breath, as if she had been holding it back for a long time. Indeed, she had wanted to ask at the gate of the community, but she had to restrain herself because it was their first meeting. So she chose to ask after getting in the car. This appearance reminded Wusini of Ning Shuwan, who was a chatterbox, spoke fast, and could say a lot. Sometimes he couldn't really imagine the structure of their brains. How did they do it? But she couldn't leave it alone. So Wusini nodded and said, "Thank you. Are you a nurse?" "Yes." "How did you know?" the woman asked curiously. And Wusini told her what she thought. After listening, she smiled embarrassedly and said, "I wanted to go to the 8th hospital. But it's a famous hospital. And the competition for internship is fierce. So I didn't go in the end." The door closed with a hiss. And the bus officially started and drove slowly on the road. However, looking forward through the front window, you can see some other traffic on the road after a while. So the road gradually became less smooth, and the speed was not fast. I don't know how the rescuers informed people that they could go to the hospital on their own. But after the people who heard the news rushed to buy things at the mall, they would think about going early and lining up early. Those who could still get up went out as soon as possible. The 8th hospital was a little far away. So those who had vehicles, or those with fuel in their vehicles, drove out and hit the road. The bus drove very steadily. Ordinary people had to line up at the hospital anyway. And there were other rescuers at the door to maintain order. So the driver did not honk or speed up. Maybe he felt that even if he did that, no one could really get out of the way. Wusini paused and asked, "I remember there should be an aunt in the community who was also a nurse in the past. How is she?" The young woman couldn't hide her expression well, and sighed, "You mean Aunt Huang? She just retired. If she knew the hospital was short of people, she would definitely leave without hesitation. Unfortunately, she is not in good health. So we persuaded her to stay and let her family take her to the hospital." She said it very tactfully. But Wusini knew that Aunt Huang's high oxygen symptoms were more serious. It would be better to stop all exercise and wait quietly for drug treatment. Wusini thought for a moment and asked again, "You sound familiar with her?" The young woman regained a little smile and explained, "We happen to live in the same building. And what's more, we are in the same hospital. But she just retired and I just did my internship. When there were difficulties in the building, we helped each other and got to know each other. I actually did more internships with her." Sounding like that building. It is much more harmonious than Building 20. As for the hospital, there is not only one 8th hospital in District R, but it is just a large hospital with a high level. Maybe the young woman and Aunt Huang in front of them work in another smaller or lower level hospital. "Oh, I have only talked about these things and have not introduced myself yet." The young woman took the initiative to say, "My name is Yang Huan, a nurse who will be admitted to the hospital for internship in the second half of this year. The person who got on the car with us just now is also from the community. Lu Yunjia, who works in the Community Health Service Center." Lu Yunjia sat on the other side of the aisle. After hearing his name, he adjusted his black-framed glasses and nodded to them as a response. The Health Service Center provides basic public medical services, so it can barely be associated with medical staff. However, there must be more than these 3 people in the community who can be associated with medical services. But in this situation, it is good enough that they are willing to come out. Those who are unwilling will not be forced. Of course, some of them must have physical reasons. The rescue army that led them up before also came over at this time, handed them something, and explained, "We still have to go to other communities to pick up people. You can rest first." As expected, it was the same as Wusini's thought. So they had to set off earlier. After the 3 of them took it, they found that it was a steamed bun in a plastic bag and a bottle of mineral water. The steamed bun was a little cold and hard, and it was not clear how long it had been there. But it was not rotten. The mineral water was at room temperature because the weather was still warm. It looked shabby. But nowadays, I don't know how many people can't eat these. A ration and a bottle of water are enough to bring back a dying person. Yang Huan and Lu Yunjia stared at it for a while, putting it down and picking it up again. It was obvious that they wanted to eat but couldn't bear to eat it. But thinking of the busy scene in the hospital later, they still broke a few bites and ate them. As for the mineral water, of course, it is best not to drink it, unless you are extremely thirsty, because there is too little clean water now. Wusini wondered if not eating would expose the supplies in his hand. So he broke off a few pieces of dry and hard buns and put them into his mouth, chewing them carefully. It was still a little sweet. There were occasional honking sounds outside the car, which were made by private cars on the road. Chaotic and noisy. Wusini was in a trance, feeling like he had returned to the morning rush hour in S-City before the end of the world. But honking was prohibited in S-City. But now there were no rules on the road. and everyone was in a hurry. And they didn't care about the original traffic rules. So in the end, the road was blocked. And some vehicles even relied on their large size to directly create a road, leaving behind complaints and abuses, and drove straight to the 8th hospital. Fortunately, the driver was skilled, and the bus was originally intended to pick up people, so it quickly turned to another road and did not get involved in the noisy environment. Wusini basically went from one place to another every day. Once he was far away, he was not familiar with the surroundings. Through the car window, he could see a group of high-rise buildings in the distance. It must be a new residential area. I just don't know how many survivors there are in it. The bus slowly stopped beside the gate with the name of the residential area. The driver opened the door, and the rescuer sitting in the first row got up and got off the bus. He should be picking up people again. Wusini then realized that there were 2 rescuers. It seemed that one was responsible for picking up people, and the other was responsible for watching the situation inside the car. However, this time, perhaps because there were more medical staff in the community, the people in the car waited for more than 2 incense sticks, but did not see them come back. The remaining 2 rescuers immediately frowned, and the one sitting alone was about to get out of the car to check, but suddenly heard a gunshot in the distance, waking up several drowsy people in the back seat. Chapter 132. Yang Huan was startled. Although the residents had heard the sound of gunfire when the rescue army came to kill the zombies, they knew in their hearts that they were killing monsters that would eat people. So they were not so afraid. Instead, this single gunshot with a sense of shock made them feel a little panic. The rescue army would not shoot easily. They would shoot without hesitation against mutants. But they would not attack civilians at will, no matter how unreasonable and unruly they were, because it would be a waste of bullets. So if this shot was fired at any time, it meant that something bad must have happened in the community. The people in the car looked at each other, but remained silent. But they seemed to have noticed something and kept silent. The rescuer sitting alone immediately jumped out of the car and entered the community. After half an incense stick of time, 2 more gunshots were heard. And then everything returned to silence. Yang Huan frowned and asked, Dr. Wu, in this community? Wusini said calmly, I believe the rescuers will solve it. We just need to wait. Yang Huan had to shut up after hearing this. A few minutes later, 2 rescuers could be seen coming back with guns from the car window, followed by about 5 or 6 people, and finally got on the car one by one. Wusini keenly discovered that in addition to the paleness caused by high oxygen, the whiteness looked a bit like the look of being frightened. Well, I can imagine what happened in the community. The rescue soldiers also got on the bus. Their faces serious. They made a gesture, and after the driver slowly started the bus, they took out the supplies and handed them to the 5 or 6 people. Only then did they calm down. After passing 3 or 4 more communities, the bus seats were full. The driver turned a corner and continued to drive. The surroundings became roads that Wusini was a little familiar with. However, once they arrived at the wide road, shrubs and trees were planted on both sides, and sometimes green belts were built in the middle. After mutation, those trees and flowers became extremely thick, lush and huge. Even the sunlight was blocked a lot, and it was bright and dark on their faces. However, the carriage was completely closed, so they didn't feel anything wrong. Yang Huan suddenly remembered something and asked quietly, Dr. Wu, our community has become like this too. Do you know why? Wusini knew that there were mutant animals, so there must be mutant plants. But he only had a vague understanding of it, and he heard it from someone, so he couldn't give an accurate answer. So he shrugged and said, I don't know. But it seems that there is no danger at present. But we can't relax? Yeah. Yang Huan nodded. Someone in our building went to the artificial lake to get water. And when he came back, he said that the place was completely occupied by the willow trees that were planted in the past. There were even catkins on the lake. Sometimes you couldn't see the front when it was blown up. And when you came out, you were covered with catkins, and it was easy to inhale them, Yang Huan said, then shook his head helplessly. There is an asthma patient in our building. No one is home. If he wants water, he has to fetch it himself. As a result, he accidentally inhaled catkins. There is no medicine at home, so he couldn't be saved. Wusini didn't answer, not to mention after the end of the world. Doctors are almost used to seeing life and death before the end of the world. And the first lesson they learned after entering the hospital is probably that they can't empathize with patients. And he himself is quite suitable for doing these things. But Yang Huan is still young, and he may not have learned this in just a few months of internship. He also encountered the end of the world where life is as worthless as grass, which is not much different from some normal people. As they were talking quietly, there was a sudden bang on the car body, shaking everyone in the car. However, those who already have cars should understand what is going on. This is a car crash. This bus looks just like an ordinary bus, and there is no military logo on it. The road conditions are bad, so it doesn't seem strange to encounter such a situation. The people sitting in the last row may be the ones who can feel the push on their backs the most. Finally, they couldn't help it and complained. When will we reach our destination? I haven't eaten anything and I want to vomit. It's crashed directly into us. And you don't care? That's right. We are hired by you. If we don't feel well, we can't work at that time. Some people whispered quietly. If I had known, I would not have come. It would be better to go to the hospital. It is not so troublesome. Yang Huan frowned. What kind of people are these? Are they really medical staff? A rescue soldier came to the corridor to comfort everyone. Be quiet. The 8th hospital will arrive soon. But there are other people going to the 8th hospital now. So the road condition is not very good. You should understand. When you get to the hospital, you can go directly in. Who knew that before he finished speaking? There was another bang on the side. Fortunately, the impact was not big. The rescue soldier supported him and did not fall. But his face was half black. The people in the back seat were also worried. But they were about to say more. But they saw the driver suddenly open the window while steering, and then picked up the gun and fired a shot out of the window. The sound was much louder than the collision of the vehicle. And in an instant, even the horn outside the car disappeared. Of course, the words of the people in the back seat also disappeared at the same time. They all fell silent. Perhaps the other private car owners had not yet realized that this was a military requisition car. But not everyone had guns. They would naturally be shocked to see someone firing a gun in this bus. So they would stay away and dare not get too close. But some arrogant people, who may have started to be arrogant since the end of the world, were really used to being arrogant. Seeing that there were many people on the bus, they were afraid that they had strange thoughts and began to move forward to block the car. The driver did not let them go. This time he opened the door and took a side with another rescue soldier. Both sides started shooting at the same time, with 2 or 3 bangs. The car in front was quickly moved away, even at the risk of colliding with the car next to it. The remaining rescuer turned around and said leisurely, "Please sit down. We will be at the 8th hospital soon." There was a hint of warning in the words, and no one dared to say anything. They sat up and waited quietly. Although the rescuers would not harm civilians, anyone would do something unexpected when they were pushed into a corner. The key is that they are mortal bodies. How could they dodge or block bullets? The private cars seemed to have discovered the difference of this bus. Not only did they not act violently, but they also seemed to have suddenly opened a path and a tacit understanding, allowing the bus to complete the rest of the journey smoothly. Wu Sini slowly saw the familiar hospital building, which seemed to be no different from the day he left at the end of the year. The sun was shining. The traffic was visible, and even the desolate atmosphere around was reduced a bit. The bus drove to the door. The driver opened the window and greeted the rescue soldiers stationed there before driving in. Those private cars definitely couldn't enter the interior, so it gradually became quiet, leaving only the roar of the engine. Unexpectedly, in addition to the bus they were sitting in now, there were several other empty buses parked neatly on the wide ground. The driver opened the door and got off the bus. And after the 2 rescue soldiers got off the bus, it was the group of medical staff who were sent here. They got off the car in silence, and unconsciously lined up like the army. As soon as they stepped on the ground, they smelled a faint strange smell, which was not pleasant. And the cement floor was stained with a strange color that could not be washed off. But under the high temperature, it was not too sticky. Wu Sini knew what it was immediately. After all, the infected people mutated into zombies. Where is the biggest source? Naturally, it is the hospitals. So the filth that can be seen must be the of humans mixed with zombies. However, both the rescue army and the medical staff next to them seemed to be accustomed to it. And there was a little numbness in that habit, especially Yang Huan and Lu Yunjie. After all, there were many zombie corpses, and even human corpses in the community. When exposed to high temperatures, they first gradually melted into water and flowed everywhere, and then gradually dried up. Even ordinary horror movies dared not shoot that scene. Following the rescue army into the hospital gate, the smell changed, becoming a strong smell of disinfectant, which was even stronger than the smell in the hospital in the past. It was estimated that the hall had been cleaned and disinfected several times inside and outside. Hospitals should be very clean places, and most people think so. But now it is the end of the world. And Wusini's first thought is the disinfectant really enough? There should be no power outage now. But the sun is shining, and there are no lights on indoors. This reminds him of the influenza outbreak at the end of the year. At that time, the sky was already very gloomy. Although there was no pressure of impending storm, the gloomy weather would still unconsciously shroud his heart. And then, he could not help but feel frustrated, lost and disappointed. So the hospital kept the lights on all day and night, and the bright platinum color made the disinfectant smell colder. But Wusini couldn't feel it. He just felt abnormally hot all over, as if a gear was installed in his brain, and it would continue to work when it was wound up. However, with such good sunshine now, their mood was still as heavy as usual, or even heavier. People who understand medicine can more or less sense that there is something wrong with the symptoms of the whole people this time. And perhaps even they themselves have some symptoms. The current conditions are not sufficient. So this is a very arduous task. Not to mention the group of civilians who filed into the hospital after it was opened. How terrible that scene was. Maybe even more terrible than the zombies. They should be the last batch of medical staff. And there are others lined up in the hall. Maybe 100 people in total. Their physical and mental conditions don't look too good. But the rescue army will give preferential treatment to this group of medical staff who are willing to come to help. Maybe because of this, they are willing to come, forming a good cycle. Wusini looked around and saw a few familiar faces, but not many. At this time, 2 rescue soldiers came out. Wusini found that one of them was Gao Jioi, and as the deputy captain, the one next to him must be the captain. The other rescue soldiers saluted them and stepped aside, and the man who was guessed to be the captain also saluted the group of medical staff and said seriously, "Thank you for coming to participate in the rescue this time. On behalf of the government, I would like to express my gratitude to you. I am the captain of the Shizhen Rescue Detachment, and my surname is Chen. I believe that when we invited you, our people have already briefly explained to you how this plan will proceed. Now you can ask me any questions you have. But time is running out. I hope you can ask as soon as possible." Since the captain said so, some people asked questions. However, most of them asked about working hours and remuneration. After all, medical staff can think of what the next job will be like. But there are also people who ask about this aspect. And it seems that they have not worked in the hospital. Wusini didn't ask any questions. He was just thinking. There has to be someone to manage these medical staff. Right? Captain Chen answered everyone's questions patiently and quickly, and then divided them into 2 teams, doctors and nurses, and then asked someone to invite someone over, presumably a senior person. Wusini was silently in the team, but he was not short. So he saw the person coming soon, and he was suddenly happy. The one who led the nurses was probably an old nurse who survived somewhere and could be the head nurse. However, the one who was going to lead this group of doctors was actually his acquaintance, who was the vice president of the 8th hospital, the director of the Department of Internal Medicine, and his teacher. But in addition to being happy, Wusini felt a little relieved and relieved. He had to sigh that it was really great to be alive in this day and age. Chapter 133. After quickly dividing the teams, the head nurse led the nurses to do a simple training. The doctor with nearly gray hair also adjusted his glasses, looked around, and spoke a few words. However, Wusini could sense that he had obviously looked at her. As the vice president of the 8th hospital, Kong Hung did not reveal his identity, but continued to call himself the director of the Department of Internal Medicine. The dean's office was a mere formality, and the open clinic was equivalent to the office. Wusini saw that the table was full of paper documents, and there was a large whiteboard next to it. The hospital's internet system also needs to be connected to the internet. But now the network signal has been fluctuating and unstable, and there is a sign of complete disappearance. I am afraid that some old methods will have to be used to continue to operate. Wusini suddenly felt that he had a lot of things to say, but he couldn't say them out. All the words seemed to melt into one sentence. "Teacher." Kong Hung smiled and said, "Xiao Wu. It's great that you're still alive." Wusini went to the Department of Internal Medicine after the rotation. For some reason, He became Kong Heng's student. Not only did he learn a lot in practice, but he also asked him to review his final papers. It can be said that their relationship is very good. Teacher. Of course. Wusini said hurriedly, and then asked, but are you the only one here? Kong Heng nodded lightly, not knowing whether he had figured out something, and explained, except for those who are not here or have not agreed to come. All the medical staff and medical-related personnel nearby should have come here. But our focus now is not this. The hospital will be open to the public in about half an hour. Kong Heng's eyes suddenly became sharp. Wusini couldn't help sweating when he saw it, thinking of the scene of being asked questions suddenly before the end of the world. It was as scary as it could be. Since the polar day phenomenon appeared, and those symptoms began to appear in my residential area, I have been studying this disease. Patients will have symptoms ranging from mild to severe, including but not limited to pale face, chest tightness, chest pain, cough, difficulty breathing, hemoptysis, and coma. Xiao Wu, what do you think this disease is similar to? Obviously, as a doctor, he also has a scientific research mentality. Wusini pursed his lips. He himself has thought about it. So just after listening to the question, he subconsciously expressed his opinion. Similar to bronchial pneumonia. But teacher, I think I may know what this disease is. Wusini paused and asked again. When you go out, you should have seen those mutated plants. Right? Recalling the era of super luxurious plants billions of years ago, accompanied by the increase in oxygen content in the atmosphere. Teacher, think about those symptoms again. Right. Being able to hold the position of vice president. Kong Heng is a skilled doctor. In addition, he specializes in internal medicine. After being reminded, he reacted even faster than Wusini. But after this reaction, there was a long silence, and the atmosphere gradually became depressing. According to you, this is not actually a new infectious disease? Kong Heng slowly sat down on a workstation chair. In fact, his hair was not so gray originally. Everything changed after the end of the world. The internal medicine department is also divided into many departments. The infectious disease department where Wusini worked took the lead in the so-called flu before the end of the world, and often wandered on the front line of danger. Now that those man-eating monsters have been almost wiped out by the rescue army, human symptoms have reappeared. The doctor did not think too much and thought that the germs had swept in again. But he did not expect that the culprit was not the germs, but the drastically changing environment. Even though he was still half believing and half doubting, the symptoms were indeed very consistent. And even they themselves gradually showed symptoms, which forced him to believe it completely. Kong Heng felt a little powerless. From the current human medical point of view, this disease is like a terminal illness. It can only prolong the patient's life as much as possible, treating the symptoms but not the root cause. Or to put it simply, the current environment is not suitable for human survival at all, let alone curing diseases and saving lives. They may die one after another in the end. Kong Heng came back to his senses and thought of something, and asked, Xiao Wu, are you okay now? In some ways, he still likes Wusini as a student. At least, his other students can't compare to his hard work in research and work. Wusini shook his head and said, it's okay. It's just tracheal irritation and occasional coughing. I am more worried about you, teacher, because these symptoms will become more serious in the elderly, the weak, the sick and the young. It's the same in the community where I live. Kong Heng adjusted his glasses again, even though the glasses didn't fall off or tilt. I'm not in the group you mentioned. Forget it. Forget it. As long as we are all fine. After the hospital opens, I plan to let you be my assistant. Is that okay? Kong Heng is only about 50 years old this year. In addition, the internal medicine department is not as busy as the pediatric emergency department, so he will only come out when there is a large-scale infection. If it weren't for the end of the world, he would only look in his early 40s. And to say being an assistant, Wusini raised his eyebrows. Wouldn't that mean he would be the second in command? He smiled and replied, as long as others have no objection. I have no objection either. I came here just to participate in the rescue. Otherwise, I would not have agreed to come in the first place. Okay. Kong Heng's eyes were filled with a little more appreciation, and the dull atmosphere was slightly restored. I will explain this to Captain Chen and Deputy Captain Gao. You can prepare yourself and treat it as a flu. During the flu at the end of the year, even the 8th hospital was packed with people. They had to find more security guards to maintain order. But today, it is estimated that it will be even more crowded. Fortunately, the rescue army will be in charge of discipline this time, and they should be tougher than the security guards. Woo-Sini agreed and was about to leave when she heard someone knocking on the door. Kong Hung invited someone in. After opening the door, it was Gao Jiai. But this time, he was holding a rope in his hand, leading a black-haired and black-chested Malinois. Sure enough, when mentioning the police and the military, we have to mention this best friend of mankind. Moreover, there is a risk of death after the end of the world. Those who can survive are very lucky. Gao Jiai nodded and said, Director Kong, Dr. Wu, the hospital is about to open. You, who knew that before he spoke, the horse dog that had been sitting at his feet suddenly stood up and bared its teeth, staring at Woo-Sini with its sharp eyes, making continuous low growls. Well, to be precise, it should be staring at something on his body. Tiehu, be quiet, Gao Jiai shouted. And the horse dog called Tiehu sat down quietly again, but its eyes continued to stare in the direction of Woo-Sini, as if it was determined to catch the prey. Gao Jiai couldn't help but look at Woo-Sini suspiciously. After all, military dogs are much more sensitive than humans, and Tiehu has some other strange changes. It will never be hostile to others without obeying orders, unless there is something on that person, and Tiehu is giving him a hint. Gao Jiai thought for a moment and said, We will check outside the hospital, and no one is allowed to bring any weapons. We have also checked other medical staff just now. But Dr. Wu, you have come to see Director Kong, and you have not been checked yet. So, Kong Hung frowned slightly. Although it may be true that other medical staff have been checked as he said, this situation is obviously because the military dog found something wrong and brought it up. Could they be harmful to the patients? There is no one in the world who wants the patients to recover more than the doctors, especially these doctors who are willing to come. What is the difference between them and going to the battlefield? The invasion of zombies and high temperature and high oxygen can easily make people exhausted. Kong Hung also felt uncomfortable in his heart, but Woo-Sini's face was still normal, and he smiled. I wonder how Vice Captain Gao needs to check. The rescue troops were here to watch the scene. The horse dog's amazing perception must have discovered Su. But if he resisted, wouldn't it be even more obvious that he was hiding something? So he could only go along with it. Gao Jiai's face was slightly relieved. Fortunately, he was personally groping and checking Woo-Sini's body, and Su hiding on his body became very small. It hid wherever it was touched, leaving it itchy all the way, and was not touched by Gao Jiai. Gao Jiai didn't find any weapons, so he let go and nodded. Sorry to bother Dr. Wu. The examination is done, and the hospital will be open in 10 minutes. Woo-Sini smiled and said, I understand. Thank you, Vice Captain Gao. Tiehu's black eyes suddenly showed some shock, some confusion, and some grievance. But in the end, he could only follow Gao Jiai out of the room. In fact, the eyes of dogs are sometimes very similar to humans. But the emotions just burst out made Woo-Sini think that it might be in the same situation as Su, also a mutant animal. Kong Hung didn't pay much attention to it, but just reminded, the second floor is also open, and you can also enter the lounge. Your clothes and personal belongings may still be there. Do you want to go and take a look? When the hospital opens, I guess there will be no time. The internal medicine department is generally not set up on a high floor, but there is a doctor's lounge on almost every floor in the 8th hospital. In addition, there is a place for doctors to store their belongings, especially during the flu at the end of the year. Woo-Sini basically lived in the hospital. The main purpose of opening the hospital this time is to solve the current symptoms, so the division of each department is not so regular. Just as a clinic, even if the patient wants to see a doctor for other diseases, the doctor he meets is probably not a professional one, and there is nothing he can do. However, in order to maintain order and not disperse, only 2 floors are open this time. You can imagine what a noisy scene it will be. Woo-Sini came to the 2nd floor, which was also filled with a strong smell of disinfectant. The floor seemed to have been brushed, but there were still traces of stains. It was much heavier here than on the ground outside. It might be because before the end of the world, this was also the place where the most patients were admitted. He frowned and came to the storage area, where there were wooden cabinets, which were specially used for doctors to place their belongings. Woo-Sini walked to the familiar cabinet, which had his name tag on it, and the cabinet next to it also had someone else's name tag, but he was the only one around. He opened the cabinet door, and there were 2 white coats hanging inside, as well as some hygiene products, melted candies, and unexpired snacks, and a large box of instant coffee. At that time, I drank coffee like water. It wasn't that long ago, but for some reason, Wusani always felt as if 10 or 8 years had passed, and things and people had changed. Doctors' white coats are handed in for cleaning at fixed times, and there are spare replacements. However, during the fight against influenza, they wore more sanitary protective clothing, and these white coats were often placed in the cabinet. After being placed in the cabinet for such a long time, there was no smell or dust. Wusani took out one, shook it and put it on, closed the cabinet door again, and left here. But when he passed by the doctor's lounge, he didn't go in. Seeing the broken glass door, he thought there would be nothing inside. Obviously, the cleaning staff didn't use more cleaning supplies to disinfect here. This is still in a corner. The small sofa, massage chair, water dispenser, and microwave oven were all stained with dust and blood. And the vending machine was empty. It is estimated that many survivors hid here first, but it is not clear whether they escaped from the hospital successfully in the end. And that is not something Wusani should think about. The clock face on the wall has long stopped at a certain time forever. But Wusani raised his hand to look at the watch, and walked to the hall with a heavy heart. This dispute is finally about to begin. Chapter 134. It was easy to see the building of the 8th hospital, but it took more effort to enter. Not to mention that you had to line up outside early. The road was already blocked by traffic, and the hospital would definitely plant greenery. So those towering trees and huge flowers also became things that blocked the view and blocked the road. In addition, the crowds of people were shoulder to shoulder, and the progress was as slow as a traffic jam. Slow. It would be fine. But during this period, there were all the negative emotions of the crowd. What annoyance. What complaints. What crying and shouting. And what started a quarrel during the pushing and shoving. All kinds of sounds. With such intense movements, aren't you afraid of falling to the ground directly? In fact, she could also think that it was impossible to see all the patients in the entire R area in one morning. But Li Fei still took 2 deep breaths slowly. Calm down. Calm down. Don't be irritable. It's not good. Li Su and Li Xian stood on both sides of her, not only to avoid distraction, but also for protection. But they still wiped the sweat from their foreheads at the same time. No wonder Li Fei likes to stay at home so much. This situation is too scary. However, suddenly there was a bang. The sound was so loud and close that it scared the crowd, and they gradually quieted down. Looking up and tiptoeing forward, Li Su was a little taller, and he could see the general situation after he tiptoed. It turned out that several rescue soldiers in camouflage uniforms came down to maintain order. Of course, they would encounter people who would not listen to them, so they had to shoot to scare them first. Most people were silent, fearing that they would be hit by stray bullets if they were unlucky. But some people were enraged and cursed the rescue army for being inhumane and threatening them together with the government for not rescuing them. Li Fei laughed when he heard it. People's emotions were easily aroused at this time. Perhaps they were all on the verge of collapse, and a little provocation could create a different effect. After that person cursed, others started to speak up, and even wanted to confront the rescue army. When the rescue army saw that the man wanted to step forward, they fired without hesitation, hitting the man's leg with a bang. The man immediately lost his fighting power, kneeling and lying on the ground wailing, bleeding profusely. Everyone took a deep breath. The leader who had been cursing had already slipped into the crowd and disappeared. The pale faces of the people closest to the rescuers turned red. The rescuer who fired the gun said coldly, "Watch me. I am acting in self-defense. And don't think you can make trouble just because there is a hospital next to you. The hospital doesn't have an operating room and doesn't have the conditions for surgery. If you don't obey orders, you will end up like this guy." People opened their eyes wide and couldn't speak. The leg of the wailing man was already bleeding, and he was gradually losing strength. If he couldn't get treatment, wouldn't it be like being sentenced to death? These rescue soldiers are really brave. This thought spread quickly through everyone's mind, and they really started to line up in order. And the whispers kept reaching Li Fei. But the resentment, worry and crying in front and behind the 3 people of the Li family were still heard. But the sound was much quieter. Queuing in the hot summer weather was a very torturous thing before the end of the world. Let alone now. Within half an hour, people in the team fell unconscious one after another. and were dragged aside by the rescue soldiers after being found, which was similar to the rush to buy in the mall. I just don't know if they can wake up after being unconscious. You know, most of the people who rushed to buy in the mall were hungry. And now, I'm not sure, but the queue was just like the shopping malls, and they could not move forward at all for half a day. So some people finally gave up queuing and sneaked to the other side. There are many shops near the hospital, and many of them are restaurants. Although the food cannot be stored in this weather, and it may have been smashed and sold at 0 yuan, people still want to try their luck. The rescue soldiers turned a blind eye and ignored it. After all, their mission is to patrol and discipline, which does not count. The military not only uses force to deter, but also uses other tricks to make people behave. Li Fei was so hot that he took out a bottle of water from his backpack and drank it without caring what others would think. In fact, Li Su and Li Xian were also hot and thirsty, but they didn't drink water out of consideration for others. Seeing that Li Fei had started drinking, they also took out a bottle of water to drink. How precious is water resources nowadays? When Li Fei was drinking, some people were envious and even had obvious hatred in their eyes. But when Li Su and Li Xian also took out water, they all turned into surprise, and turned to more unwillingness, wanting to get it. If someone thinks so, someone must do it. Like the leading man I met in the cafe before. He was carrying a backpack with some supplies in it. But many people didn't have much supplies. But they came to the hospital thinking that they could get treatment. And their common idea was that they were carrying backpacks, and there must be a lot of supplies in them. Li Fei wiped her mouth, and finally felt her mouth and tongue moistened. How could she not notice the subtle stirrings behind her? It just so happened that she was taking some time to learn the art of grasping tendons, so she could practice it. However, just as she was about to reach out her hand, she heard a howl from behind. Li Fei failed to grasp the tendons, and the hand that was touching her backpack was bitten by a beast, followed by a scream of pain. Li Fei, Li Su, and Li Xian turned their heads and saw that it was a big dog as big as a lion. It bit the man's hand, and with a shake of its head, it threw the man to the side of the road and hit a car. Li Fei looked closely and found that it was a German Shepherd, a military dog, which should be used for patrol and alert. But this size is far larger than that of an adult German Shepherd. Li Fei knew that this military dog must be a mutant dog. Military dogs and police dogs are not only well trained, but also have better physical fitness than ordinary pet dogs. Maybe they have a greater chance of surviving after mutation. I just don't know if there are any zombies in this species, which is a great danger and must be eradicated. But at least it is safe so far. There is only this majestic and furry German Shepherd punishing the thief. Paw Patrol always makes great contributions. The people around trembled and turned their heads away, not daring to look at the few drops of blood on the ground and the huge German Shepherd. Li Xian's eyes were straight as he watched from the side. Li Fei paused and squatted down to suck at the German Shepherd. Well, the Chinese technique of summoning puppies. However, this German Shepherd is no longer a puppy. It stuck out its thick tongue when it heard Li Fei's voice, and there seemed to be a hint of silence in its eyes. Because it has grown bigger, its eyes have naturally become bigger, and it can see what it looks like more easily. The IQ of German Shepherds is not low to begin with, and it may increase after mutation, making any expression more like a human. Li Fei was not annoyed, but took out the water bottle and shook it, and there was still half a bottle of water left in it. As a result, when it heard the sound of water, the German Shepherd's eyes lit up, and it stuck out its tongue, and even its big tail was raised. After all, it was a time of high temperatures and water shortage. People were thirsty. So were dogs. And they looked like they wanted one. Just like people. But just as the oversized dog head was about to approach, a loud shout came from a distance. Akai! Come back! The German Shepherd seemed to stand at attention immediately, whining twice, but still obeyed the order and ran to the rescue army. While running, it shrank its body and returned to its normal size, moving nimbly between the road and the vehicles. Sister, it's so cute. Li Xian then expressed her feelings. I want one too. Li Fei and Li Su did not say anything. After all, some things could not be mentioned outside. But the pet house and the space will be completed soon. And then we should be able to consider what to raise. The people in front and behind had complicated expressions. It was already this time. And this person still wanted to raise a pet? And what was so cute about him just now? But since he made such an exclamation, Can they think that they still have supplies to raise pets? The 3 bottles of water alone can be exchanged for a large amount of supplies. But they saw the man lying on the ground, covering his hand and still groaning, and thought of the large German shepherd on patrol, whose sharp fangs were about to grow out of his mouth when he grinned. They shook their shoulders and dared not do anything more, especially to those 3 people. Li Fei and his team ignored other people's thoughts, drank water as usual, and continued to take out protein bars and chocolate bars from their backpacks to eat. This kind of food is small, high in calories, easy to fill the stomach, and it won't make others red-eyed immediately. Li Fei ate the sour and sweet birthday cake flavored protein bar, and the team finally made a lot of progress. Of course, maybe more and more people fell, and those who finally held on could go to the inside of the hospital. They also wore luminous masks, which were just ordinary black masks in the eyes of others. They were still wondering if it would be hot. Only those who wore it could feel the incomparable lightness and breathability. And it was not stuffy or hot at all in such a hot day. Not to mention that they had put cooling patches under their sunscreen clothes in advance, and hung a cold towel around their necks, so they wiped their sweat in a short while, which was much more comfortable than other people who had no supplies. The wall next to the hospital gate was engraved with golden characters, but it was blocked by the mutant plants planted in front. Fortunately, they were all green bushes, without flowers or pollen. Li Fei finally saw the scene at the entrance of the hospital. The 2 sides of the gate were guarded by rescue soldiers, and there were several tables and chairs in the middle where people were sitting, registering their identity information in the old way, and behind them were metal fences. After entering officially, they had to queue up and enter the hospital building in batches. Li Fei could also imagine that if this was not done, the hall would definitely be crowded and a stampede would occur. However, the chaotic appearance of the road outside was not the hospital's business. Even the identity registration was quite chaotic. I don't know how the rescue army promoted it at the beginning, but people should bring their ID cards when they come, and report their numbers if they don't have them. Among so many people, there are naturally those who neither bring nor report their numbers, but they are very reluctant to leave when they see that they can enter the hospital. In the end, they are politely asked to leave by the rescue army. It feels like after the shopping spree in the mall, the rescue army is becoming more and more impolite. But Li Fei unexpectedly liked this. This is what we should do. We should have done it long ago. Even so, the team's speed was still comparable to that of a snail. If it wasn't for not being too noticeable, Li Fei would have wanted to take out some snacks from her backpack to satisfy her hunger. But in this kind of weather, she wanted to eat popsicles and ice cream more. Even simple salt water popsicles would be fine. Li Fei thought bitterly, opened a second bottle of water and drank it, making the people behind her thirsty. But they couldn't secrete a single saliva in their mouths. Of course, maybe some of them brought water, but they were reluctant to drink it. After drinking half a bottle in one breath, Li Fei and the other 2 finally lined up in front of the gate. Chapter 135. The tables and chairs at the gate almost blocked the entire gate. Only those who registered their identity information could enter the hospital in order, thinking that they had to use their identity cards to go to the hospital before the end of the world. And Li Fei and the other 2 carried this thing with them, so they kept it even when they moved. Now it really came in handy. However, there were indeed some people who played tricks. Some forgot to bring their identity cards, but were unwilling to report their identity card numbers. Some did not bring their identity cards and forgot their identity card numbers. They almost sat on the ground and refused to do anything. I really don't know why the high oxygen effect on their bodies did not increase. For this reason, it took a lot of time to register their identity information. But Li Fei and the other 2 were orderly and obedient, so they passed through quickly. But after entering this checkpoint, they found a different world inside. The railings were set in a twisted way, with gaps in the middle. At first glance, the line still had no end, or even a complete hospital gate. Li Fei sighed secretly, but at this moment, her eyes were attracted by another thing in the distance. It was a yellow Labrador as big as a tiger, moving nimbly among the crowd with its tongue out, as if it was sniffing something, and a straight and thick tail waving back and forth like an iron rod. Well, the German shepherd named Akai outside the hospital is responsible for patrolling, and this Labrador is probably responsible for searching. If she guessed correctly, there should be a military dog in the hospital. Good guy. This is really the Paw Patrol, she was thinking, and suddenly felt a pain in her calf. She couldn't help squatting and covering her leg. After all, No matter what the situation is in the end of the world, it is not suitable to shout. Sister, Fei Fei, how are you? Li Su and Li Xian were startled and hurried to help. But when Li Fei raised her eyes, she saw that the enlarged Labrador had recovered its body shape, came to her and continued to breathe and stick out its tongue, looking at her with a pair of grape-like eyes. And its tail occasionally hit the railing next to it, and it actually made a bang. Li Fei took a deep breath. Damn. There is no way to be angry. Soon a rescuer came over. He made a gesture, and the Labrador followed the order and sat down. Then the rescuer saluted and said, Sorry. Routine inspection. You cannot bring any sharp or blunt instruments, flammable or corrosive materials into the hospital. It sounds like she is just talking about the rules. But the military dog stopped beside her. Doesn't it mean that there is something wrong with her? Several people who were jealous of the supplies around them and also bit this place couldn't help but gloat. Li Fei stood up slowly. She glanced at the rescuer and the Labrador, took down the backpack beside her, reached in and rummaged, and explained, I think it may have smelled this. So it came to me. She used her backpack as a cover, swept everything in the bag into the space, and took out 2 sausages from the space storage box, and shook them towards the Labrador. The Labrador's eyes suddenly became bright, and it waved its tail vigorously again. This wave hit the rescuer's leg directly, causing the rescuer to gasp. The tail of an ordinary Labrador is hard, not to mention the mutated one. The rescuer is also a human being, and he will feel pain when encountering external force. He also looked at the Labrador, and then looked at Li Fei, who was holding the sausage. He was not old, and his face turned red at this time, and he said shyly, Sorry. I will train it well when I get back. It's okay, Li Fei said, stuffing the 2 sausages in, saying, I stuffed it deep inside, and it was discovered by it, which shows that it is very powerful. It will definitely notice something else in this team. This is a reward for it. The people queuing next to him looked unhappy when they heard this. Some people can't even eat sausages now. But this person took out 2 at a time and fed them all to the dog? Isn't this what people mean by people are not as good as dogs? Li Xian looked at the different expressions of the people and smiled contemptuously in his heart. That's right. Some people are not as good as dogs. Anyway, his sister did nothing wrong. The rescuer subconsciously wanted to refuse. But Labrador seemed to understand and quickly stuck to the rescuer's trouser legs. Just as Li Fei thought. Not all military dogs survived. So the remaining workload was even greater. But because they had to save food and supplies, the conditions were worse than before the end of the world. It was obviously their fault. How could they ask for people's things? But the expression of the mutated dog was like that of a real human, and the young rescuer felt a little bit reluctant. So Li Fei simply opened the sausage packaging and threw it directly into the air. The Labrador instantly became bigger and swallowed the 2 sausages into his mouth in one bite, as if he swallowed them whole. Yuan. Shrink quickly. The rescuers gave the order, and the Labrador whimpered and returned to its previous size, looking at Li Fei with a bit of intimacy. Give good food to eat. This human is good? Li Fei silently curled the corners of her mouth. A mutant dog is still a dog after all, and its IQ cannot compare to that of humans no matter how evolved it is. In fact, this Labrador must have really smelled something before. Although she didn't bring any sharp or blunt tools, Li Fei still left 2 cans of pepper spray, which is flammable. So in addition to being hit by the iron rod's tail, when she raised her eyes just now, she actually saw a hint of alertness in the Labrador's eyes. But who let Li Fei have space? She quietly took the pepper spray back into the space and replaced it with ham sausage. Labrador is a famous foodie, and it is obvious that the mutation has not made its nature disappear. At that moment, the image of the ham sausage rushed into its mind, and things went on smoothly. But Li Fei really didn't want to give up these 2 ham sausages. How hard is the dog? It deserves to eat. Almost in an instant, the rescuer's face was half helpless and half embarrassed. So he had to salute and firmly express his gratitude. Thank you very much. If anything happens in the future, you can call me directly. I will do my best to help you. Although she didn't seem to need help. This was a promise from the rescue army, which was worth 1,000 gold compared to ordinary promises. And he said this in front of the other people in line, which was equivalent to a warning. The Labrador straightened his chest and actually scanned the area in a serious manner, as if to say that this human was under its protection. The faces of the people around him became even uglier, and they were more reluctant to swallow their anger. If it was normal, it would be fine. But now they had the relationship with the rescue army. What would happen if they angered that woman? They were all silent, and didn't even look at her, as if Li Fei was a plague god. Li Fei was happy that they didn't look at her. Looking at her wouldn't fill her stomach. The rescuers led the Labrador to continue the search. From a distance, they could see that the Labrador indeed stopped near the man after discovering him, whether intentionally or unintentionally. It also slapped the man's leg with its tail, which made Li Fei's own leg hurt. But it didn't seem to be an illusion. She rolled up her trouser legs, but she didn't expect that there was a bruise on her skin. Li Su was a little worried when he saw this, and Li Fei comforted him. "It's okay. Isn't it just queuing to go to the hospital? Just go and see it when the time comes." Li Xian scratched his head and whispered, "But I heard that this time it seems to be treating hyperoxia. What if they don't care?" Li Fei whispered, "Don't worry. There's some at home." She winked again, and Li Su and Li Xian understood and stopped talking. The long queue of people squeezed forward little by little, and Li Fei seemed to be able to smell the unique disinfectant of the hospital. And victory was in sight. The hospital entrance was also guarded by rescue soldiers, and the glass door was closed. After all, no matter how big the hospital is, it can't accommodate all the people in Area R. So it has to be divided into batches. One batch goes in and leaves after completing the process, and then another batch is allowed in. If someone wants to sneak in, he will be caught on the spot and asked to queue up again. It is painful to queue up again, but it is even more painful that the person will be pointed at by others, from the end of the line to the front of the line. I really don't know how they still have so much energy. But Li Fei estimated that there should be many people who don't believe in the so-called high-oxygen environment and just think it is a new infectious disease. After the flu at the end of the year, many people put on masks again. During the flu period, almost every community would distribute masks, and people could buy them on their own. So people in S City were not short of masks. But even with the mask on, it seemed that all kinds of emotions could be seen in their eyes, most of which were negative. And when the sun shone on them, there was nothing to hide. Li Fei looked forward and counted the number of people. This batch should be able to come to them. People who had finished seeing the doctor should have gone out from the back door. People who drove here had to go around to get their cars. Fortunately, there were rescue soldiers stationed there, so there was no chaos. After all, some people were holding medicine in their hands. Li Fei reminded Li Su and Li Xian again. The three pretended to pack their backpacks, but actually put all the things left in the backpacks back into the space, leaving only an empty bag. It was not clear what the hospital looked like, but it was better not to bring too many things for the time being. The rescue soldiers communicated with each other using the intercom. After Li Fei saw one of them pick up the intercom and listen to the conversation, he worked together with the people on the other side to open the door and control the flow of people entering. Otherwise, the three of them would have been dispersed if they had gotten close. Finally, they entered the building completely. They saw several nurses' tables arranged in the middle of the hall, just like in the previous life. To the left was the window for registration, and there were several long queues. There was still the smell of disinfectant in the air, but it was accompanied by a familiar sour smell, which was similar to the one when they entered the mall, or even stronger. You have to know that it is hot summer now, and you can't clean anytime and anywhere. No matter how much disinfectant you use, it will probably not be enough. Li Fei put on the luminous mask again, and was dazzled by it. But she also had a few questions to ask, so she planned to go to the nurse's desk for consultation first. Li Su and Li Xian learned of her thoughts and protected her all the way in. They were the ones who had been taking in food all the time and kept exercising. Their physical condition and strength were better than most people, so it was easy for them to break a path. Li Fei came to the front of the desk swiftly, but before she could stand still, her head hit something. She rubbed her head and saw that this nurse's desk was different from the one before the end of the world. It was equipped with a layer of plastic window. The nurses also wore loudspeakers, and their words had a unique electronic sound effect. She looked carefully and found that the three nurses sitting at the nurse's desk were pale and looked numb. Well, it was conceivable that they might have symptoms, and they had to go to work while sick. How could they not be like this? One of the nurses saw her and threw a piece of paper in front of her outside the window, saying in a cold and mechanical tone, "Fill out the medical form. Then go to the window next to register, and then wait for your number to be called for medical treatment." I don't know how many times she has said this, But any sentence said tens of millions of times will become annoying. Not to mention that there are more than 3 of them saying it. The nurse's desk with a plastic window has to face the noisy and loud questions of thousands of people. Which looks messy. How can 3 mouths answer them one by one? They are lucky not to collapse. In fact, before the end of the world, this kind of scene would happen every day in the hospital. But it would not be so outrageous in daily life. In Li Fei's eyes, the plastic window is a bit like the defense outside the base. And these groups of people are more like a dangerous tide of mutant creatures. Li Fei hurriedly shouted, "There are 3 people in our family. And we need 3 medical forms. Sorry for the trouble." Because they were close at this moment. The nurse heard it, and threw 2 more forms. When Li Fei picked up the so-called medical form, she was squeezed out before she could even take a few more glances. If it weren't for Li Su and Li Xian supporting her, she would probably be squeezed and knocked down. Even though she had trained her core strength and lower limbs. You can imagine how terrifying this crowd, which had even been cut off in batches, was. Li Fei seemed to see a pen holder on the nurse's desk from the corner of her eye. There must be pens in it for filling in. After all, people would not bring pens with them when they came to see a doctor. But she was squeezed out before she could get it. Before the apocalypse, hospitals would tie a rubber band on the top of the pen to prevent it from being stolen. But so many people had to follow the rules and fill out the medical form first. If one person was writing, people with bad tempers or impatient people would definitely want to rush to write. So they simply released a batch of pens, and everyone wrote, in order to prevent the chaos from getting worse. And at this time, there shouldn't be many people who would take the pen specifically, since they couldn't eat or drink and couldn't use it. So some people were busy filling out the medical form, while others continued to ask noisy questions. The nurses were obviously tired. 4 or 5 people asked 6 or 7 questions, but they only answered 1 or 2 in the end. Some people were annoyed with their attitude and couldn't help but pat the plastic window with their hands. Fortunately, the window was very solid, and the nurses seemed to be used to it, and their faces were calm. Li Fei didn't want to squeeze in again, but she winked at Li Su and Li Xian, asking them to listen to the answers to some questions. Li Su and Li Xian nodded and separated a little. But without a pen, it was impossible to fill out the medical form. However, Li Fei happened to search a stationery store before coming to the hospital. She pretended to flip through her backpack, took out a red pen from it, hooked her lips, and lowered her head to write. Most of the information on the medical form was personal information. Li Fei finished writing quickly, and put the red pen back into her backpack. Who knew that just when she wanted to meet up with Li Su and Li Xian, she suddenly heard a sharp sound coming from beside her, and she intuitively thought that the direction was facing her. Li Fei frowned in confusion, and turned her head away. Chapter 136. It turned out to be a middle-aged woman, the kind wearing a colorful ice silk shirt. Although she was wearing a mask, she could still see the disgust and disdain for herself from her triangular eyes. How did she offend her? It was inexplicable. Li Fei also rolled her eyes without disguising and wanted to find Li Su and Li Xian. But the middle-aged woman actually shouted out, "Hey! Look! She stole the hospital's pen. And I found her and hid it. Now she is still greedy for a pen. She has no manners at all." The middle-aged woman's voice was sharp. And this shout attracted the attention of some people who liked to eat melons. Many of them were already queuing at the registration window, especially those at the end of the line, who were also close. Some people saw that this middle-aged woman was deliberately looking for trouble, but no one wanted to speak up for justice, but instead quietly watched the joke. Some people saw that Li Fei was a little girl, and she was alone, so their eyes were inevitably filled with a hint of deep meaning. If they were not waiting in line, they might have come over. The people who were eating melons whispered to each other, although joining in the fun was still engraved in human DNA. No one dared to step forward and say anything at this time. The middle-aged woman seemed to think that Li Fei was choked for a moment, thinking that she must be right and had caught someone's handle. So she became complacent. Maybe she was also like this when she was not in the hospital but in other places. Just as she was about to take the moral high ground and continue to criticize with her old face, she was interrupted by Li Fei. "Stealing a pen? Which dog eye of yours saw it? I'm saying this. This pen is mine. Don't think that just because you don't bring a pen, others won't bring a pen either. Okay? Also, aren't you in a hurry to register for a doctor's appointment? You're so nosy. Be careful not to die suddenly, and no one will collect your body." "You?" The middle-aged woman pulled down her mask in anger, revealing a melon-seed face with thin lips, pointing at Li Fei and wanting to curse back. But Li Fei suddenly stepped back and shouted, "Wow! Look! This aunt only cares about herself and ignores others. She actually took off her mask at this time. What if she infects you?" When everyone heard this, they quickly covered their masks more tightly and began to blame the middle-aged woman in a blurry voice, almost taking action. Some people who didn't wear masks quickly put them on silently, and then mixed in and joined the condemnation, so as to avoid being condemned by others. The middle-aged woman didn't even curse a few words to calm down, but was even more trapped in the rebuke. How could she tolerate this? She suddenly sat down on the ground and launched the ultimate skill of the ant to play tricks to the end. Don't be fooled by her words. I saw her steal the pen with my own eyes and put it in her backpack. Even if it was a pen, it was public property. Aren't you wrongly accusing a good person? After these words came out, it seemed that a few people stopped talking and turned their heads away. Maybe they were used to stealing things. Some people were too lazy to talk to this old lady. They coughed a few times, spat and ignored her. Others continued to blame her. After all, the infection was much more serious than stealing a pen, and they were actually venting their emotions more or less. Li Fei sneered. The more this middle-aged woman screamed, the more high oxygen she inhaled. Maybe she would really die on the spot. Why should she care about her? However, at this moment, someone came over and asked unhappily, "What happened here? Don't disturb the order. Otherwise, I will call the rescue army." The person was wearing a nurse's uniform, but unlike ordinary nurses, the color of the uniform was dark. Li Fei guessed that this person was the head nurse. The middle-aged woman seemed to have noticed it, and she stood up quickly, stepped forward and pulled the sleeve of the head nurse and pointed at Li Fei, trying to turn the tables, and said sternly, "It's her. She stole the pen from the nurse's desk and refused to admit it after I found her. She also let others come to besiege me. You have to make a decision for me." The head nurse didn't even finish listening, and a trace of helplessness appeared on her face. This is a hospital, not a court. How can she make a decision? But she soon realized that if she didn't give a result, who knew how long this middle-aged woman would make trouble? In fact, the rescue army was also quite busy, and it was better not for them to deal with such trivial matters. The head nurse's face was not very good, but it was just because of the middle-aged woman's noise. God knows why the elderly are more durable than the young sometimes. Is this generation really fragile? But facing Li Fei, whose face was mostly covered, the head nurse's tone was not cold, but not enthusiastic either. She just nodded her chin and said, "Hello. Since someone has responded, do you have anything to add?" When the middle-aged woman heard it, she felt that the head nurse was on her side. The smug expression returned to her face, and she squinted and looked at Li Fei without hesitation. But Li Fei's face covered by the luminous mask seemed to show a more smug expression than the middle-aged woman, and began to take out her bag. The middle-aged woman felt that the atmosphere was not right, and frowned. Then she took out a pen and handed it to him, saying, "You are the head nurse. You should know whether this pen is from you." The head nurse did not take it, but just took a look. The mask on her face seemed to crack a little, revealing a little impatience, and explained to the middle-aged woman and the crowd, this lady did not steal the pen. Because? How is it possible? The head nurse was interrupted loudly by the middle-aged woman before she finished speaking. Her pale face, like everyone else, turned red. I saw it with my own eyes. How can it be false? Head nurse, you are not going to protect her, are you? Who is she? Now it was no longer a question of whether to steal the pen or not, but a question of face, because this matter had already attracted the attention of a group of viewers, and she had already risked her face. How could she be beaten back? But if you ask why she singled out Li Fei, no one knew. Maybe she was used to being unruly, or maybe she was in a bad mood, and saw such a little girl just to deliberately make trouble. People's anger in the end times is rising. The head nurse's cheeks also turned light red, but she was angry. Now there is no need to swallow her anger everywhere like before the end times. Even the rescue army has reminded them indirectly that they don't need to be too nice to some unreasonable people. The head nurse glanced at her and said coldly, "The pens we took out are all uniform ballpoint pens, and there are only ballpoint pens. The pen this lady has is a red pen, which is not from our hospital at all. How can it be stolen? As for where this red pen came from, that is not our business." Please don't meddle in other people's business, so as not to hurt your body. Everyone was in an uproar. And then all looked at the middle-aged woman. Their eyes were like long swords, and the flashing sword edges had different meanings. Of course, most of them were ridicule and accusations. There was no lack of lethality among them, and even the eyes of the person involved had more than doubled the lethality to the other party, which was very refreshing. A big hat that was disrespectful to the elderly was slapped on the middle-aged woman's head. Her face immediately became a messy palette, sometimes white, sometimes red, and sometimes purple. Her chest swelled, her shoulders trembled slightly, and she couldn't speak for a long time. Some of the onlookers gave up and stopped watching, while others laughed softly as if they were watching for fun. Li Fei put away the red pen, put on her bag, took the medical form, and went to find Li Su and Li Xian. In fact, she saw that the pen holder was full of ballpoint pens at the nurse's desk just now. Obviously, the hospital only uses this kind of pen, so she deliberately took a pen of another type. After all, just to be on the safe side. However, before she took a few steps, she heard a plop behind her and a chaotic voice. She looked back and saw that it was the middle-aged woman. She didn't know whether she was angry or something really happened, but she fell straight down, causing people to step back immediately. They remembered what Li Fei had just said. Could it really be contagious? The head nurse was unmoved, as if she was used to this scene, and immediately asked someone to drag the middle-aged woman away. It was unclear where she was dragged to. But how could she live a good life if she angered the head nurse? And it was not something Li Fei should think about. However, the middle-aged woman's noisy energy actually attracted a lot of attention, including Li Su and Li Xian, who were naturally looking for information. But they all thought that Li Fei could solve this matter by himself, so they didn't care much. This time, they also saw her confrontation with the middle-aged woman. After they reunited quickly, Li Xian gave her a thumbs up and said, "Sister is awesome. She should give that old lady a hard time. Let's not talk about her. It's bad luck." Li Fei shook her head and asked, "Did you hear anything?" Li Su nodded and said, "In fact, the people at the nurse's desk asked the same questions back and forth. Xian and I heard the general idea. It's not much different from going to the hospital for medical treatment before the end of the world. But it is said that the scope has been greatly reduced. Not to mention that there are not so many departments. It is mainly for the treatment of hyperoxia now. Other diseases are probably put on the back. On this floor, you just ask questions, register and get medicine, and then go to the second floor to wait for your number to be called for treatment. Only the second floor is open." After hearing this, Li Fei looked to the side and saw that there was indeed a wide pharmacy that was almost as big as the entire hall. In the days before the hospital was requisitioned and opened, it was lucky enough not to be smashed or sold at 0 yuan. It seems that people around here have discovered that this is the source of zombies. So even if the rescue army came to eliminate a wave, they dare not enter rashly. The pharmacy window is still a glass window, but because there are rescue troops stationed here, and ordinary people with only bare hands and weak bodies are not able to break the glass defense line. Li Xian also quickly replied, "I also heard something. It is said that this time the doctor is normal, but the link of getting medicine is to exchange materials, which makes many people dissatisfied." But the nurse ignored them after saying that. Li Fei heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. Before the apocalypse, you had to pay for medical treatment and medicine. It is impossible that these precious medicines will be donated after the apocalypse. Right? What's more, the medicine stored in 1 or even 2 or 3 hospitals may not be enough to satisfy the people of the entire R area. In her opinion, there may be people from other areas who have traveled across mountains and rivers to get a share of the pie. Who said that the 8th hospital is indeed a high-end hospital? So if you want to get medicine, you must set some relevant conditions. Li Fei was originally worried about buying medicine with cash. The hospital is not like the queue outside the mall. It is relatively closed. If she wants to sell some supplies, it is best to bypass the rescue army and do it privately. I am afraid that no one is willing to pay a high price for supplies at present, and it will be coveted by many people. But if it was a material exchange, relying on her own granaries and warehouses, it should be smooth. But thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at the pharmacy where there was also a queue. Although she didn't know what medicine to use to treat hyperoxia, she actually wanted to exchange for some other commonly used medicines. But she didn't know if it would work. Forget it. Let's take it step by step. Chapter 137. So Li Fei, Li Su and Li Xian chose a line that was barely short to queue up. This registration was another difficult wait. During this period, some people could not bear it and fell down one after another, and were then carried away. Li Fei saw that they were carried to a room deep inside. It should be for those who fainted in the middle of the journey, and they probably would not be left alone. But when these people fell down, the speed of the team moved forward a little faster. But with that gap, some people who liked to take advantage of loopholes tried to get in. Look! The people in front of Li Fei were originally a little shaky, like a small grass in a storm, when they were only 1 or 2 people away from the window. I don't know if their bodies relaxed, and then they rolled their eyes and fainted on the ground. Li Fei subconsciously dodged backwards. In fact, she didn't dislike him, but she couldn't let a stranger fall on her. Right? After waiting for a while, someone came and dragged the man away. However, when Li Fei was about to step forward, a man suddenly came in from outside and lined up in front of her, commonly known as queue jumping. Before Li Fei opened her mouth, Li Xian shouted directly, "What queue are you cutting in? Do you have any shame? Can you line up at the back?" The thin middle-aged man glanced at her, and perhaps he found that Li Xian was a young man. His eyes were cold and sinister. He sneered and ignored her, and continued to cut in line shamelessly. Li Fei looked back and saw that the patrolling rescue army was at the other end. But in fact most of them were at the pharmacy window. She exchanged glances with Li Su again, and immediately kicked out twice, kicking the middle-aged man out of the team, and stepped forward. Li Xian opened his eyes wide, and he had always been a gentleman who would talk but not fight. But it seemed that it was completely the opposite after the end of the world. If you can fight, don't talk too much. Fuck. How dare you? The middle-aged man was thrown to his buttocks, because some people in the nearby team also saw him cutting in line, and they were afraid that he would cut in when he was kicked into their team. So they kicked out of control. This middle-aged man was not only kicked, but also kicked by strangers for no reason. How could he be willing? He immediately stood up and fought back. Li Xian reacted and immediately yelled, "Oh no! Someone is going to beat someone up." After all, their family was wearing masks tightly, so if they didn't speak loudly, it wouldn't be heard. It wasn't long after Li Xian changed his voice, and he yelled with a pinched throat, which made people think he was a young boy. The old, young, sick and disabled could barely be considered young, who knew that they didn't wait for the rescuers in the end, but waited for another rescue. A yellow figure came at a speed so fast that it created an illusion, and rushed directly between Li Fei and the other two and the middle-aged man, and stopped completely. Li Fei and the others saw what it was. It turned out to be a horse dog. The Paw Patrol is here again. Wow. The German Shepherd outside the hospital, the Labrador outside the building, the Malinois inside the hospital. The most favorite dog breeds of the military and police dogs are almost all gathered. This Malinois did not grow bigger. It was still the same size as usual. Maybe there were too many people in the hospital. It would be more crowded if it grew bigger. So it obeyed the order and did not grow bigger. But its 4 legs were slightly apart. Its mouth showed a row of sharp teeth, and it barked softly. Most people would not dare to say anything when they saw this. But it was a pity that the middle-aged man seemed to be so angry by Li Fei and the other two that he stretched out his legs to kick the Malinois. A trace of coldness flashed in the Malinois' dark eyes, and it immediately took the initiative to attack, biting the middle-aged man's evil foot directly, even through the shoes. It seemed to have bitten it, and it also swung it hard to both sides. The middle-aged man groaned and fell to the ground again, like a leaf that was easily shaken, without the power to resist. It seems that even if this horse dog did not actively grow in size, its strength has increased several times after the mutation. After a moment, a sharp whistle came from somewhere. The horse dog was relieved when it heard it, and looked at the middle-aged man lying on the ground and groaning, sticking out his tongue in disgust, and then ran to the direction of the whistle again. The middle-aged man was no longer aggressive, lying on the ground and taking up space, and was soon kicked aside by others, and he didn't even want to touch his hand. Li Fei and Li Su patted Li Xian on the shoulder to show their affirmation. The rescue army didn't have so much time to judge right and wrong. In addition, the mutant animals that could be left now were those with evolved IQ and physical abilities, and they were fast. So they just let the Paw Patrol make the judgment. Anyway, it was just some disputes and pushing. so it was more practical to go crazy on the spot. After a while, Li Fei finally got to the window. There was no window at the registration window, so the sun couldn't get in. So the light was on inside, in order to prevent people outside from doing anything radical. The window was open very small, not even the width of a hand. Fortunately, the staff inside also wore a loudspeaker, so they could still hear the voices. But many systems in the hospital were not working, so there was a crackling typing sound, probably just for recording. Li Fei asked first, "We are a family of 3. Can we register one order?" Before the end of the world, each person had one order, but in this tense situation after the end of the world, she was not sure if it would change. The window came with the same calm words as the nurses at the nurse's desk, and it sounded like a man's voice. "No. One order per person. Registration fee of 20 yuan. Only cash payment is allowed. If you don't have it, please leave first and let the next person come up to register." "Thank you." Li Fei's heart skipped a beat, thinking only of the medicine. She forgot that registration costs money. Although the registration fee is usually not expensive, she had spent all the cash on hand when she went shopping for supplies at the mall last time. Now, let alone 20 yuan. She couldn't even take out coins. And there must be many people who didn't bring cash and blocked the window and didn't want to leave. So the staff said so. Even if the group of people who didn't want to leave were politely asked to leave, the remaining people had to pay a registration fee of 20 yuan each, which was a huge amount in the end. Li Fei was unwilling to leave like this. She took out a box of cigarettes from the space storage box with a thought in her mind. Although the window was relatively small, a pack of cigarettes could be stuffed in. So she used her body to block it and secretly put it in. Li Fei smiled and whispered, "I didn't bring any cash. Please make an exception. The 2 people behind me are with me." "Okay." The staff was silent for a moment when they saw the box of cigarettes in a big red package. I don't know if they were surprised. Probably because they have seen many people who curse and cheat after being rejected because they don't have cash. But they have rarely seen people who directly use materials instead. What's more, he didn't use the food materials he could get from working here, but spiritual food. The registration window was blurred, so Li Fei couldn't see the staff's face. In fact, she was not sure whether the male staff smoked or not. But now the pack of cigarettes in her hand was not just for smoking. Smart people would use it to exchange for more supplies. So even if she was a non-smoker, these supplies were very valuable. Li Fei smiled bitterly in her heart. This pack was much more expensive than the registration fee, but it was enough for the 3 of them. She didn't know much about these when she was stocking up, so she stocked up a batch of the most classic and expensive ones in the eyes of the public, and left some money to buy a few boxes of scattered ones. She didn't expect that the first time it would come in handy was at this time. However, as the days of the apocalypse get longer and longer, these moves are just basic exercises. The male staff member was silent for a moment, took her medical form, and started typing on the keyboard. The form was quickly printed out. Li Fei knew that he acquiesced. It seems that he is not stupid. No wonder he got this job. Li Fei, Li Su, and Li Xian successfully got the registration form and left the team. The current registration form is much simpler than before the apocalypse. There are only a few things such as the serial number, clinic, time, number, etc. And there is not even the name of the department. It should be as Li Su heard that there is no division of departments. Especially the serial number was printed very large. When Li Fei saw the 3 digits, she almost choked on her chest. No choice. Just keep waiting. In order not to affect the operation of such a large hospital, there is backup power even if the power is cut off. The elevator room on the first floor is really crowded, and no one wants to go upstairs, even to the second floor. Li Fei and the other 2 went to the corridor. First, they are used to it. And second, they think that there will be waves of quarrels in the elevator room. Isn't that a waste of time? They don't want to squeeze people, and feel that their internal organs will be squeezed out. Fortunately, there are not many stairs, and they soon arrived at the second floor of the hospital. The second floor of this hospital is completely different from the first floor. There are many names of departments written on it, but since there is no division between departments, they only need to go to the corresponding clinic. The second floor was also crowded. Although there were many rows of chairs outside the clinic, they could not accommodate everyone. So some people simply sat on the ground and waited. After all, they were not feeling well, and it was too tiring to stand all the time. Not to mention how dirty it was. There were also rescue soldiers patrolling the second floor, but less than on the first floor. It might be that it was the last one, and people relaxed without having to rush. But with this relaxation, many people began to faint and were carried to another clinic. Most importantly, the second floor was much quieter than the first floor. Many people were a little drowsy and listless, and it seemed that it was not as stuffy as the first floor. I wonder if the central air conditioning was turned on for a while. Otherwise it would be unbearable. Of course, the sour smell was also lingering, and even had a tendency to cover the disinfectant. Li Fei couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fortunately, she asked Li Su, Li Xian and herself to wear luminous masks. They could tolerate the heat, but they really couldn't tolerate the odor. Otherwise, they might have fainted from being suffocated. She wiped the sweat off her face with a cold towel. The cooling patch seemed to have gone out of service, but now was not a good time to change it. She thought about it and didn't spray the floral water anymore, feeling that it was useless. They found a relatively empty space, leaned against each other, and sat cross-legged. Li Su and Li Xian asked Li Fei to sit in the innermost part, and they blocked in front to prevent others from touching her. Li Fei and the other two had been wearing luminous masks. In addition, they had not only eaten well, but also strengthened their exercise. They exuded an invisible spirit, compared with the people around them. It was obvious at a glance that they were in two different worlds, so some people looked at them suspiciously. The two brothers could not resist this look, but the former were probably too lazy to talk too much, so they just muttered a few words in their hearts and gave up. Li Fei didn't want to pay attention to them, and she found that the number was called manually, calculating the time. After a person entered the clinic, it would take at most a cup of tea for him to come out, and if it took more than a cup of tea, the rescue army would go to the clinic and get information that they didn't know how to get, and the person dragged out in the end was indeed a person who was yelling or struggling. After all, the hospital mainly treats hyperoxia, and the symptoms produced by each person are fixed. It is nothing more than the severity and urgency of the disease and the corresponding medicine. After the doctor confirms it, he will directly write a prescription and ask the patient to go downstairs to get the medicine. If everything goes well, this period of time will not take too long, unless you encounter a difficult patient who does not listen to you and acts recklessly, and finds various excuses to refuse to leave after the doctor makes the final decision. Then it is time for the rescue army to come on stage. You must know that even before the end of the world, medical disputes are endless, let alone after the end of the world. In general, there are still a lot of people who think that doctors are service-type professions, and they should solve their problems and do things for them, and nothing can stop them. Fortunately, it is the end of the world now, and it is good that the hospital can be open. There are no relevant regulations, and doctors no longer have to look at the patient's eyes. The most important thing is that the status of this kind of technicians has suddenly become much more noble, especially when the base is established in the future. It will become more popular. So the doctors who no longer have to compromise began to resist silently. This is one of the things that directly deal with unreasonable patients, which is particularly comfortable. Moreover, if they don't do this, so many patients with potential diseases, they can't take turns to see them 24 hours a day. Don't say that this hospital actually has opening hours. It can't really be open 24 hours a day, right? Li Fei observed carefully again, and found that there seemed to be many nurses coming in and out of the clinic where the fainted person was carried in. Perhaps the nurse's duty is not just to deal with people's questions on the first floor, but the corridor was crowded with people, and the nurse could not avoid them. She could only walk straight while talking. As a result, she was subjected to many sneaky and dirty hands, which made Li Fei feel sick. In her previous life, she had no ability to protect herself, and she would have survived if she could, if she hadn't worked hard to get a job. And then that happened. She would probably have been treated like this. Thinking of this, she was terrified. Fortunately, she had a golden finger in this life, and had been trained. If this happened again in the future, she would not be namely if she didn't cut off this hand. Chapter 138. The nurses frowned, but didn't say anything. It was not easy for the rescue army to deal with such a matter, because there were too many cases, and it was basically impossible to find the culprit. The nurses probably thought of this, so they concealed it. Li Fei was not very happy. She dug into her backpack and found a white cookie-flavored protein bar. But before she opened it, she didn't want to eat it. Either a protein bar or a chocolate bar. Let's change the variety. Thinking of this, she started looking again, and finally took out dry snacks such as duck wings and gizzards, pork pie, milk egg roll crisps, and dark chocolate biscuits, and started eating them. Salty and sweet perpetual motion machine. Start. The three of them shared the food. In fact, this kind of food was still a snack to satisfy their cravings. If they were not outside and could not show off, they would definitely not use this to fill their stomachs. But for some other people, it was simply a delicacy that they had not tasted for a long time. They were salivating at the sight of it, and they wiped it with their sleeves without any disgust. This kind of snack does not emit any smell, but it always makes some subtle sounds when eaten, especially at such a close distance. The people who were close to them all stared at the snacks in their hands with greedy eyes. If there were no rescue troops nearby, they would have rushed over long ago. Some people, in order to smell the smell, actually got closer and closer, as if they were about to come over. With a face full of saliva, Li Xian got goosebumps all over his body, and Li Su's face darkened. Just when he was about to use some force, the people next to him pulled them all over, and even raised his hand to shush, as if to warn them. Those people's faces were not good at first, but they didn't know what they saw in the direction, and they turned pale, even paler than the original symptoms, and lowered their heads and kept silent. Li Fei and the other two felt strange, but not long after, they saw that the people around them actually consciously made way for a small path, and in that small path, a small brown, white and black dog swaggered over, sniffed and sniffed at the three people, and then sat down and stuck out its tongue. It turns out there is also a military dog on the second floor. Li Xian looked at it carefully for a while and said excitedly, "Wow! It's a beagle. So cute." The beagle tilted its head, as if it understood what Li Xian said, shook its big thin ears, and stuck out its tongue again. Li Su looked around again, feeling that these people were afraid of this dog? But this dog was obviously smaller than the dogs he had seen before. Could it be because it didn't grow bigger? But it was so active and clingy. Could it be that its temperament would change drastically after growing bigger? People who have never raised a dog don't quite understand. But Li Fei saw Beagle like this, thought for a while, and took out a sausage from his backpack. Beagle was indeed more excited when he saw the sausage. But at least, he didn't shout in public. He just stared at the sausage and kept breathing. It seems that he is also a little foodie. In fact, when she took out the sausage, not only Beagle was excited, but also some people around him became restless. But they seemed to be concerned about the beagle, so they all stayed put. Feeding the dog was also a little fun while waiting. Li Fei opened the package and threw it backhand. The beagle jumped up sharply, and this jump was nearly 2 people high. He caught the sausage in his mouth without waiting for others to react. This beagle must have mutated. It's just that Li Fei occasionally reads interesting news. When this beagle was a military and police dog, wasn't it used to search for objects and drugs? How come it is also responsible for patrolling? Well, it's not useless. Can't they smell the snacks they eat from a long distance? And among the people waiting for the doctor, they are probably the only family of 3 who can eat snacks leisurely like they are on a picnic. Li Fei also took cookies, nuts, and egg yolk rice crust. The shelf life of these snacks is not short. Even if they are taken out, it will only make people feel that there is still some stock, so they won't think that their family is doomed to be destroyed. In addition, she picked a piece of beef jerky. When she showed it, Beagle, who had already swallowed the ham sausage, stood up again and was ready to go. But he was very obedient and didn't snatch it directly. This is much better than some people. These snacks were exactly the ones that Li Fei stocked up when he was stockpiling goods. But most of them were placed in the space. They were still fresh when they were taken out. Even if they were past the expiration date, they could be eaten as long as they were not spoiled. Li Fei threw away the beef jerky, and the beagle jumped up again and bit it without any disgust, and smacked his lips in front of everyone. Now everyone else couldn't sit still, but they didn't dare to anger the beagle, so they cast their resentful eyes at Li Fei and the others. Damn! There are extra supplies for walking the dog. Can't you give them some? They are starving to death. Okay. Are they not even as good as dogs? But a small number of people with consciences were full of envy, and those who were close to them even said, "I didn't expect this dog to be so well behaved in front of you." Or is it because of the feeding? Li Fei glanced at it and asked, "Why? Is this beagle very fierce?" When the man heard Li Fei's question, he remembered something and trembled all over. he said in fear. It's not just fierce. It's simply crazy. I heard that it bit a person to death this morning. I just came here not long ago, but earlier than you. And I saw with my own eyes that it was extremely aggressive after it grew bigger. And it was completely different from its current appearance. After he finished speaking, he pointed to a wall and said, "Look, there is still blood there. It is probably for deterrence. And no one cleaned it up. So most people are afraid of this beagle." The person next to him also coughed and sighed. "This dog bites people to death and no one cares. And it's a military dog. How can a military dog do this? Alas, when will this day end?" Beagle chewed the chewy beef jerky and seemed to understand what the man said. He raised his eyelids and glared at him. And the man happened to meet his eyes. His scalp numbed. And he immediately lowered his head and dared not look again. But Li Xian also shook his head and sighed. Actually, what they said is not wrong. Beagle's nickname is the Great Devil. The degree of terror is unimaginable. He is really half angel and half devil. Really? I think he looks pretty cute. Li Fei became interested and slowly put her hand over. The beagle seemed to sense what she wanted to do. So it sniffed with its nose and licked the crumbs on her hand with its tongue. What a foodie! However, this should be equivalent to successfully entering a password into the combination lock. If the beagle can survive in the future and meet it somewhere else, it will surely remember her. Li Su and Li Xian followed suit and stretched out their hands. The beagle finished smelling while wagging its tail. And suddenly there was a sound from a distance. Li Fei and the other two didn't hear what happened. But the beagle suddenly jumped up and ran to the source of the sound. But I don't think there will be any other incidents here. Most of them are medical disputes. Li Fei didn't join in the fun, still eating snacks. And then he put them away because he felt a little bored. Alas, I still want to eat a proper meal. And although the sun is still shining outside the window, it is almost evening. In a while, they must go to the farm to deal with the zombies first. The manual calling is still going on. Li Fei looked at his serial number, which is still 3 digits. It seems that he can't catch up, and let alone killing the zombies. It's hard to finish this treatment before the hospital closes. Besides, there will definitely be many people who will not comply and continue to stay in the hospital. And it is estimated that the Paw Patrol will need to take action. Will they pick up everyone and throw them out the door? Li Fei thought about it for a while, and decided to leave here and go to the farm. As she thought about it, she said to Li Su and Li Xian, "I'm going to the bathroom." Li Su and Li Xian both knew about the farm, so they knew what Li Fei was going to do. And they both nodded in agreement. But when Li Fei left, Li Xian suddenly found that several people looked at each other and followed him to leave stealthily. He knew what was going to happen with his toes. Subconsciously, he also remembered it, but was stopped by Li Su beside him. Seeing that the latter shook his head, he had to sit down again and wait patiently. Fortunately, the bathroom in the hospital was open. Otherwise excretion would be a problem. However, most people were hungry and thirsty, so they probably didn't have much fluid in their bodies, let alone excretion. Li Fei realized that someone was following her halfway. Her snacks did make some people think differently, but she didn't regret eating them. She felt more comfortable. Besides, it wasn't like she couldn't get rid of them. The first step was to lead them far away so that others wouldn't find them. Fortunately, the bathroom happened to be at the other end, and they had to cross the corridor. Li Fei sneered silently, deliberately slowed down her pace, put her hands in front of her, used her body to cover up, and took out a bottle of pepper spray and an electric baton. When they were about to reach the bathroom door, the men couldn't help themselves and pretended to control Li Fei and pull him inside. But when they rushed over, Li Fei turned around and sprayed pepper spray wildly in a large area, causing them to feel a burning pain on their faces. They could only cover their faces and wail. But the howling of several grown men would eventually be heard. So Li Fei quickly turned on the electric baton with the maximum volt and shocked each of them to lie on the ground without a sound. After kicking them twice, he found that they were indeed unconscious. Li Fei spat and went into the bathroom. The bathroom had not been cleaned for several months. It smelled bad. Disinfectant was not used here. In some places, there was still dried liquid. It should be that someone hid here when the zombies broke out, but finally failed to escape and blood splattered on the spot. Li Fei was different from the others. She had eaten and drunk all the way here, so she had to find a relatively clean cubicle and spray it with disinfectant spray before using it. After using it, She went directly to the space. It was almost nightfall on the farm, and the large piece of farmland was full of seeds that they had planted hard in the first half of the day. Li Fei sorted out her backpack and put a lot of weapons in front. It seemed that her double-blade flow would appear again tonight. At the same time, she also prepared magic attack weapons. After all, she had to deal with the zombies alone, and she couldn't be fully prepared. I hope that when I go back, I can already take their place. Chapter 139. As for the medical consultation, Li Su raised his hand and looked at the time. There were still dozens of appointments left for them. If the situation continued, they should be able to catch up. As others said, the Beagle had dealt with a lot of things after that, or medical troubles. The Beagle, after going berserk, had an attitude of not recognizing any relatives, and really looked like a big devil. However, after recovering, it would run to Li Fei and the others again. It seemed a little disappointed when it didn't see Li Fei. Its expression became a kind of aggrieved cuteness that could melt people's hearts. Li Su and Li Xian were not too embarrassed. In addition, they had a lot of snacks, so they took out a small piece of pork jerky for it to eat. As a result, every time it dealt with an incident, it would come to ask for food, and the former became embarrassed to not give it. This little thing is quite clever. It seems to be much smarter than other large dogs. However, after the mutation, this beagle is still a little crazier. It didn't hesitate to bite the flesh at all. It may be because it is much more serious to make trouble on the second floor than to make trouble in the queue or in the hall. There are many famous doctors here. If one of them is dismissed, the progress will be much slower. Li Su and Li Xian thought so, but the idea actually worked. As for the medical troubles, at present, it is nothing more than asking the doctor to prescribe more medicine, or asking for treatment of other diseases. If they are not satisfied, they will make trouble. In the end, they are taken away directly. It doesn't sound too serious, but it is serious this time. Suddenly, there was a commotion in front of them, and the noise gradually reached them. Li Su stood up and tiptoed to look forward, and saw several white coats carrying another white coat out of a clinic and sending him to another clinic, accompanied by a nurse. At the command of the rescue army, Bigger became larger and rushed into the previous clinic to wreak havoc. During the period, there were several human screams for mercy, and the sound alone was horrible. Even if people joined in the fun, they did not dare to move forward, but just kept guessing what happened. But looking at the scene, it must be that the patient hurt the doctor, and now he must be taught a lesson by the rescue army. Someone shook his head. This military dog obeyed the rescue army the most. The beagle was very brutal. How could those evil people still have good skin and flesh? Someone else asked, didn't they take away the dangerous goods when they were waiting in line? Then someone answered, stupid. The dangerous goods are gone. But don't we still have a pair of fists and a pair of feet? Isn't it easy to attack? People were panicked when they saw people falling down one by one, and only doctors could treat them. So even if they were angry, helpless, and wanted to attack, they would not really attack the doctors. Aren't these people too bold? However, people's gossip is endless. They collected various hidden information in bits and pieces, and finally pieced together a relatively complete incident. I heard that the gang really formed a small group around. The one who came to see the doctor was naturally the boss. When they entered the clinic, they went in with a group of people, making a lot of noise and completely disregarding order. It was only after the intervention of the rescue army that the group of brothers were willing to temporarily retreat outside and wait. And if you can become a boss, you will never lack supplies no matter how you get them. Your physical and mental fitness are also incomparable to normal people. You only have mild symptoms of high oxygen. After checking again, the doctor wrote a prescription for the medicines needed for mild symptoms. But the group leader was not satisfied. He also had the same idea as Li Fei and wanted to get some medicines. So he forced the doctor to prescribe more medicines. He had no shortage of supplies to exchange. The drugs that can specifically treat hyperoxia or even just maintain life are not in large quantities in stock, and they wish they could save some. How could the doctor agree? So he declined. The group leader continued to pursue him relentlessly, and the doctor became impatient. In addition, they were clearly reminded before taking up their posts not to be nice to patients who pestered them. So their tone gradually became stiff. The group leader naturally heard this and became unhappy. The main reason was that he had been the boss for a long time, and no one dared to talk to him like this. And he was really not a vegetarian. He had relied on the supplies obtained from various channels for so long. And he lived better than ordinary people. So he had some strength. Besides, he was the leader of a team. How could he make some of his brothers submit without his strength? He was impulsive and tried to solve the problem with violence. The doctor obviously didn't expect that he would suddenly attack without saying a word. He was punched in the eye first, and his glasses were knocked off. He wanted to shout for help to attract the attention of the rescue team outside. But the team leader was prepared. He covered his mouth with one hand, beat him several times, and asked if he would prescribe medicine. The brothers waiting at the door heard the noise and came in to besiege. Finally, the rescue team immediately summoned the mutant beagle after noticing it. But it was still a step too late. The small team wanted to enter the hospital, but was not allowed to bring dangerous goods. When they wanted to sneak in while queuing, they were found by Labrador, and each of them received a tail stick. They were all angry. Now it seemed that they had found a vent and vented all their anger with their fists. However, Big Devil quickly resolved the fight, rushing into the clinic like a chariot, either picking up people and throwing them against the wall, or biting their arms and legs. In this weather, they were all wearing single clothes, and they bit real flesh and blood. The clinic was instantly filled with blood. Not only that, when the rescuers carried out the small group members who were still breathing, they did not forget to specifically tell the people waiting for treatment that since a doctor was seriously injured and could not return to the clinic for the time being, the progress of the treatment would definitely be slowed down. The people who were originally in a relatively stable mood suddenly became unhappy. They were already waiting uncomfortably and impatiently. And this was even more fuel to the fire. They wanted to rush up and kick the group members a few more times. The rescue troops symbolically blocked a fence, and someone spat a few times, hitting the group leader's face. Then more and more people began to spit. But the group leader, who had been free for a long time, didn't even have the strength to lift his hands at this time. His face was soaked with saliva, and he was carried to another clinic. Li Su and Li Xian naturally didn't participate, but just listened to the complaints of others silently, wondering why Li Fei hadn't come back yet. However, at this moment, Li Su saw that just after the injured doctor was carried to another clinic, several doctors suddenly came out of other clinics and walked there in a hurry. The neat and clean white coats, the slight fluttering of the clothes was like the wings of a butterfly taking off. Li Su raised his eyebrows. The leading doctor? Isn't he Dr. Wu? When everyone saw that all the doctors had come out, the commotion became even more intense. A few people who had their numbers had already stood up to prepare. But when they saw that almost all the doctors had come out, they couldn't help but get anxious and hurriedly stepped forward to block the way, saying unhappily, "Why are you not in the clinic? Hurry up and continue to see the doctor. Isn't this a waste of time?" The people waiting for treatment behind him also responded to this. And they all heard that this hospital is not open 24 hours a day. And there is a closing time. It's not easy to get here. If they don't see a doctor before closing, then they came here in vain. Right? They don't want to come again after such a torturous journey. They only cared about themselves, and had no idea that the medical staff would have to endure the torturous journey in their eyes for at least half a month. Even so, they did not cherish them at all, and even did not take them seriously. They had the nerve to say that after causing such an incident, Wu Sini put his hands in his pockets and scanned those people with sharp and cold eyes. Then he stared at the person who spoke first and said coldly, "I'm sorry. It's not that we don't want to see you, but we are afraid of being beaten, so we can't continue to see you." That's what he said. But there was obviously a weird tone. The doctors beside him were silent, but their eyes were full of coldness, as if even the white coats on their bodies were the color of ice and snow. They were willing to come here either to get supplies or to save people, although there were many such heartbreaking things before the end of the world. It seemed to be easier after the end of the world. They dared to do such things under the noses of the rescue army, and they felt more and more discouraged. The leader who spoke naturally heard the meaning, and immediately wanted to step forward with a red face, but was stopped by the muzzle of the gun inserted horizontally, and a calm voice sounded. "Don't escalate the situation. Both sides should calm down. There is still some time before the hospital closes, since no one wants to waste it. Don't be impulsive. Please continue to wait." The man who came was Chinshaw, the captain of the rescue team. The gun was his comrade in arms, and his second life. He always carried it with him. It seemed that the captain was guarding the most critical second floor of the hospital. The leader was about to say something else, but saw the beagle, which had become smaller again, staggering over again, sticking out his tongue and opening his mouth. And the fangs were not yet retracted. Thinking of the miserable state of the team leader, the former finally retreated to the side in embarrassment. Qinshu advised Wusuni again, I will let my subordinates take care of the doctor. The necessary medicines will be on my head. Please return to the clinic. There are so many patients who need to be treated. It is better to do your best before the hospital closes. When several people who were close to him heard what Qinshu said, they quickly changed their expressions to expectant and pitiful ones. But many doctors did not look directly at him, but turned their heads away. Wusuni was still serious, but said calmly, Captain Shin should know that we are basically here to do things sincerely. If we can't even guarantee safety issues, how can we work? At this moment, the materials used for treatment are also very tight. If we can't recover, it means that we have lost a helper. Captain Shin also understands the importance of this matter. Right? And Wusuni paused and smiled again. That doctor is from my community and has a family. It can be said that his family is still waiting for him to go back. If his family sees him like this, I don't know how to explain it. Captain Shin, what do you think? Chen Shao blinked for a moment, then quickly replied with a smile. What Dr. Wu said is true. Of course, I also understand this. In the last period of time, I will dispatch my subordinates to patrol the entrance of each clinic, and try not to let this kind of incident happen again. As for the injured doctor, I will send someone to personally send him back to the community later, and I will definitely give a full explanation to the doctor's family. After he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and said, Doctors, please? Wusuni released his hands and winked at the doctors behind him, and the latter returned to the clinic one by one, and soon began to call out numbers again. When the patients saw that the doctors really went back, they did not dare to make any more troubles and began to wait silently. After all, these doctors look like they will really go on strike. After watching the whole show, Li Xian scratched the back of his head and asked in a low voice, Brother, why do these doctors and the rescue army seem to be a bit tense? Li Su didn't really want to discuss this matter, but at present, everyone around them was whispering. So he shook his head and said, they should be considered a certain cooperative relationship. After all, the rescue army can't run an entire hospital, and there still needs to be doctors. So they are so polite? Li Xian crossed his legs, one elbow resting on his knee, his head resting in his palm, and sighed. I didn't expect that Dr. Wu was completely different when he was a doctor. I almost didn't recognize him with that aura. And looking at him, he feels like a leader. Is he not managing those doctors? Before Li Su could say anything, someone next to him turned around and asked, Why? Do you know the doctor in the clinic? Li Xian's heart skipped a beat. There were many things that relied on connections before the end of the world. How could this situation disappear after the end of the world? He relaxed and seemed to have accidentally exposed some information. He couldn't answer for a while, and Li Su next to him waved his hand and said, How do you know him? Hasn't he been on TV? I just saw him on the screen. Children have never seen such a scene, so they are more curious. The man looked at him, half doubtfully, and turned his head away. Li Xian felt his face was so hot that it exploded. And then he kept his mouth shut, and refused to speak no matter what. The injured doctor had not come out, and the number was called in an orderly manner. No one dared to do anything radical. The atmosphere at this time seemed to be somewhat stable, until another word came from the brothers. Chapter 140. Where is the serial number? Li Su and Li Xian tilted their heads, and saw that it was Li Fei who had returned. She still had a calm expression on her face, but she seemed a little slow when she sat down. Li Su couldn't help but ask with concern, What's wrong? Where are you injured? After all, she needed to deal with the zombies alone. Although she had a lot of weapons now, she couldn't stand fighting alone without help. Li Fei shook her head and comforted. It's okay. Everything is solved. It's just that before I went to the hospital to line up, I was hit by the Labrador's tail. The iron-like tail can be used as the word hit. In fact, Li Fei didn't feel too painful at first, but after dealing with two groups of enemies in reality and space, the leg was injured. Before returning to reality, she checked it out and saw that there was no one around. As a result, she felt a pain in her leg when she moved it. She rolled up her trouser legs and saw that the bruise seemed to have increased a little. She limped a little when she walked again. The tail of a Labrador is so scary. Li Fei sighed silently in the cubicle. and suddenly heard some strange sounds coming from the cubicle next door. As an adult, it could understand the sound. Oh my god. Li Fei's face was covered with black lines. You came here to see a doctor, right? She had to leave here on tiptoe, and looked at the men who were knocked down by her before entering the bathroom. It seems that the electric baton is of good quality. Those men are still not awake. Thinking that it might be her turn soon, Li Fei hurried over to meet up with Li Su and Li Xian. Unexpectedly, the number of people on the second floor was not less, but it was still as crowded as before she went there. Perhaps the queues on the first floor and outside have never been interrupted, and they naturally came here continuously in the end. So it was still crowded. Li Su looked at his registration form. The numbers of the three of them were consecutive. So he whispered, "You came back in time. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be our turn before the hospital closes." After the attack on the doctor caused a shock, people dared not make a fuss anymore, and the speed of seeing patients actually increased. Li Fei and his friends had dozens of numbers, but now it was their turn. From the window at the end, the still bright sunlight outside the window could be seen. People wearing watches also stared at the rotating hands anxiously, and some people began to get anxious. Li Su was about to briefly tell Li Fei what happened before, but suddenly he felt someone patting his shoulder and heard, "Brother, can I discuss something with you? We are in the queue behind you. Can you let my parents take a look first? I will exchange supplies with you. How about that?" Li Su glanced and found that it was a man of about his age, and there was a middle-aged man and a middle-aged woman standing next to him. Maybe they were not too old because they had children at a young age, so they did not look too old. Of course, their physique was different from that of people in their 60s and 70s. In fact, it was not that no one wanted to discuss changing the serial number with the people around them at the beginning, but their information was clearly written on the registration form and the medical form. If it was found out, there might be some trouble. In addition, the internal rules of this hospital were stricter than some people imagined, so they were a little scared, and most people did not agree in the end. But some people also used supplies as a condition. After all, some people really took supplies with them on this journey, and they have been able to keep them until now, which shows that their own strength is not bad. When those supplies were clearly placed in front of them, some people still couldn't resist the temptation to accept them and change their numbers. It is not clear what the result will be, but someone did it, and it set a precedent. Only more and more people will have this idea in their minds. The young man had been observing Li Su and the others for a long time, and he didn't know how to know their serial numbers. He was worried that the hospital would be closed when it was his turn, so he came forward to chat with him. However, he also understood that nothing can be done without some benefits these days. He was ready for the other party to ask for a high price. In any case, it would be better to let his parents finish their medical treatment first. However, what was unexpected was that Li Su refused decisively. "Sorry. The registration form is in order, and our family of 3 also needs to see a doctor. Let's wait a little longer." "What if it's your turn?" The young man frowned slightly and was about to reply, but the middle-aged woman next to him became dissatisfied and complained while coughing, "Young man, are these 2 your family members? I see that you are in good spirits. Can you let us go? I have been coughing badly these days, and my husband even has pain when breathing. He needs to see a doctor more than you do now. Besides, my son is not asking you to let him go for nothing. Isn't it a way to thank him with supplies? Just let us go first." The middle-aged woman's words sounded justifiable. While she was speaking, she moved her mask and patted the middle-aged man on the back. She was really pretending, but there was no pleading in her eyes. Instead, she was full of complaints and contempt, as if she was saying that they had exchanged materials. The Li family was really shameless. What were they trying to do? Li Fei rolled her eyes and didn't answer, since she was too lazy to talk. Li Su and Li Xian would be the full agents. It was a good opportunity to practice their tongue. Li Su replied with a stern face, "Auntie, what you said is wrong. We look a little energetic, but no one knows what the disease is now. The hospital and the military don't say it clearly. What if there is any hidden disease? If we let you go first, what if my sister and brother get sick? Can you afford these responsibilities?" "That's right." Li Xian squinted and said, "Auntie, you are talking as if we are shamelessly asking for your supplies. You should keep them for yourself and your husband and son, or save them for later to get medicine. We don't need them anyway." "You? The middle-aged woman seemed to stop coughing all of a sudden, and pointed at Li Xian and said angrily, "How can you talk like that? Young man? You are so disrespectful. I didn't discuss this with you. Why are you butting in?" "Oh my." Li Xian was not angry, but continued to talk. "Auntie, what's wrong with you? Why are you so energetic all of a sudden? You are more energetic than us. It's a medical miracle. Forget about queuing up. I don't think anyone would dare to stop you if you go directly to the clinic now and let the doctor take a good look at your condition." The middle-aged woman finally stuttered in anger. Her pale face turned red, and she coughed violently. The young man asked unkindly, "Brother, we are just asking. There is no need to be so aggressive. Right? If you don't agree, then don't agree. Why let your people say this about my mother? What if something bad happens to my mother? Then please don't think that anyone can give in to her just because she is old. The medical form and registration form have the information of the person, and it is clearly written. If you change the number without permission, aren't you afraid of being discovered by the rescue army? Is this a joke? I can't guarantee it." Li Su deliberately raised his voice, obviously for the others, and then he gestured and said, "By the way, don't always call each other brothers. You are not my brother. He is. I suggest you wait a little longer. We will be there soon." The young man had a gloomy face, but they naturally saw the Beagle's closeness to their family and the attack on the doctor. So they endured it for the time being and silently took their parents to another place. Li Fei saw that this episode was finally over, and pulled the two brothers to squeeze in another direction. Li Su and Li Xian saw that she took them to a corner, and asked in confusion, "We're almost there. Why are you still going so far?" Li Fei kept the conversation going, and said in a deep voice, "Just watch it later." Then she changed the subject and praised, "You guys are great. Now you can output. Could it be that something happened during the time I was away?" "You're right, sister." Li Xian couldn't wait to tell her what happened when Li Fei was away, because she wanted to tell her anyway. However, before she finished speaking, Qin Shu and the Beagle came over again, and the man and the dog looked at the crowd, especially the Beagle, who even lay down and touched his ears, looking a little tired. Qin Shu also had a megaphone in his hand, and he immediately raised it and shouted, "Since the hospital is about to close, please stay for the next few numbers who will report later. And the rest of you please go downstairs and leave, and come back tomorrow. The hospital is open from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. Please come as early as possible tomorrow." This sentence was like a spark, which immediately ignited all the explosive barrels present, and the sky was boiling with noise. "What does this mean? Then our team has been in vain? This is unreasonable. Can't you find more doctors? Wouldn't it be faster? Can you see my family first? My family has fainted twice before. No. No. My family is waiting for me to bring the medicine back. How can I explain if I don't bring it back? That's right. They said it will be open tomorrow. What if I can't survive tonight? Will you be responsible? I want to see a doctor. I don't care if you close the door or not. Just see me first." The weather was hot, and the people were so excited that they didn't care that the person in front of them was a military man. They rushed forward and followed the crowd. Li Su and Li Xian suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Li Fei pulled them to the corner. Otherwise they would be squeezed into meat patties. Chen Shua had a calm face. He hadn't even put down the loudspeaker in his hand. The Beagle beside him suddenly grew bigger. He slapped a person who rushed up to the side with one claw, and slapped another person against the wall with another claw. This time he didn't bite. It barked loudly, and the sound was almost as loud as a sudden gunfire, which made people come to their senses and stop. But pairs of eyes full of resentment still stayed on Qin Shua and the Beagle, as if they wanted to cut them into pieces. But Qin Shua seemed to be accustomed to this kind of look. From the fear and chill at the beginning to more numbness at the end, he turned on the loudspeaker again and shouted, "Next, I will call the number again. Those whose numbers are called, please gather here and wait for treatment. The rest of you please leave the second floor in an orderly manner. Please leave the second floor in an orderly manner. I will not say this for the third time." After he put down the loudspeaker, waved his hand and made a gesture, and several rescue soldiers came with guns. Seeing this, some people could only go downstairs together, no matter how unwilling they were. Some were still cursing, some were crying while walking, and some had pale faces. But they all went to the stairs. Some just sat on the ground and cried, and yelled that they couldn't afford to cheat. Most of them were elderly people. They seemed to believe that the rescue army would not dare to do anything to them. They were already 1 foot in the ground. So at most, they would fight to the death. Anyway, they didn't want to continue living in this terrible world. But Qinshuo still looked calm when he saw this. He first reported a few numbers, and repeated them 3 times. Li Fei picked up the registration form and looked at it. Oh! What a coincidence. The last quota happened to be for the 3 of them. Li Su felt a chill on the back of his head. But he didn't look back, thinking it must be caused by the man of his age and his parents. If it really happened, wouldn't the last spot be their family of 3? So how could they not be angry? But as the second floor became more and more empty, this little move became more and more difficult to do, and they could only go downstairs first in disappointment. As for those who play tricks, the rescue army really couldn't do anything to them. But just because they couldn't do anything, it didn't mean that other species couldn't do anything. The large beagle grabbed a person's collar in one bite, jumped and threw it directly to the stairs, then came back and stuck out his tongue, and a few drops of saliva burst out. These elderly people were originally patients with mild to moderate symptoms. Seeing that the beagle didn't care about their lives, if they were thrown down the stairs, their so-called old bones would roll down, and they would be disabled if they didn't die. Right? Thinking of this, they stood up dejectedly and walked towards the stairs consciously. Li Fei, Li Su and Li Xian went to the designated place to gather. There were only about a dozen people left, young and old. The nurses checked their registration forms, and said they were all correct. Qinshuo nodded to them and said, "Wait a little longer. You will be able to enter the corresponding clinic in a while, and then go to the first floor to get the medicine. I'll leave first." After he finished speaking, he saluted and went to the stairs. He should go to the first floor to continue to manage order. He estimated that the people on the first floor would find it more difficult to obey discipline than those on the second floor. But when he was about to leave, the beagle, who had become smaller again, didn't want to leave. Instead, he came to Li Fei again and stuck out his tongue, as if begging for food. Qinshuo frowned and shouted, "Ham? Go!" It turned out that the name of this beagle was Ham. It seemed that he chose ham sausage to feed it for the first time, and it was unexpectedly liked by it. Maybe it even regarded it as one of its own. Li Fei thought about it and advised, "I don't have any ham sausage. Listen to your master and go." She really had no more. At least there was no more in the backpack behind her. No matter how powerful the mutant animal was, it should not be able to detect the supplies in the space. Beagle tilted his head to understand Li Fei's words, and finally seemed to understand. With a little disappointment on his face, he turned around and followed Qinshuo. Qinshuo looked at Li Fei meaningfully, but he did not slow down. When he saw him following him, he hurriedly disappeared into the corridor. Now Li Fei finally did not have to sit on the ground, but had a seat. She and Li Su and Li Xian chose 3 seats in a row. With fewer people, the room became empty and quiet, as if even one's own heartbeat and breathing could be clearly heard. And even the ears were quiet. But with fewer people, some familiar people came up to chat with them. A girl enviously said, "You were so amazing just now. That beagle seemed to listen to you. How did you do it? How did he do that?" Li Fei fell into deep thought. It was fed. After all, a dog is a dog. It has undergone mutations, and can better sense who is truly kind to it. Besides, Beagle has always been a foodie. In fact, Qinshuo must have taken good care of it, and was willing to give it supplies. But which dog can refuse extra ham sausage? This food is so delicious. After chatting with the girl for a few words, the girl was called and said goodbye. After a while, a nurse opened the door and called the number, which was Li Fei's number. It seems that she and Li Su and Li Xian were seeing different doctors this time. After giving a few instructions, Li Fei went straight to the clinic.